3 years ago, I was just an ordinary 21st century librarian. I work during the day, and when I turn on my computer, I just relax and play games. Life is easy and carefree. My salary arrives on time every month, so there's basically no pressure. After I get off work in the evening, I go to a bar to relax, dance around, and maybe meet up with a pretty girl for a chat or a friendly match. My life is pretty carefree. I always thought that this kind of life would continue forever. But who could have imagined that one night, I would be inexplicably bound to a system? There were no prompts, no choices, not even a chance to refuse. The next second, I was thrown directly into the late 19th century, a place long since swallowed by history, the Lanfang Republic. And I actually became the monarch here. To be honest, I was completely stunned at that moment. Fortunately, the system wasn't a complete ripoff. It gave me an Industry 1.0 base and even threw in a laptop. What's even more outrageous is that this computer is crammed with all sorts of materials I downloaded from Baidu Encyclopedia back then. From metallurgical processes to ship design, from internal combustion engine principles to chemical production, you name it. At that moment, I watched as Tirpitz spoke in heavily accented English, his gaze sweeping over me, a young Chinese man in my early 20s. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, I looked neither like a businessman, nor an engineer, nor a warlord in his eyes. "Mr. Chun, you said you have battleship for sale?" He took the simple blueprints I gave him from the officer beside him, his brow furrowed. I simply smiled faintly. "These are no ordinary battleships, General. Please follow me." Then, I led them onto a small boat and headed towards the deeper waters. As we drew closer, the outlines of those massive steel ships gradually became clear. "My God!" A German shipbuilding expert couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Tirpitz raised his binoculars, his hand trembling slightly. He immediately noticed the differences between these warships. All 5 twin-mounted main gun turrets were the same caliber. There was no messy secondary gun layout. The hulls were long and slender, and the high freebore design was clearly for high speed. "All of them are 305 millimeters. Tirpitz asked me, putting down his binoculars. I nodded. 10 305 millimeters 45 caliber main guns, with a maximum range of 18 kilometers. Combined with optical range finding and mechanical ballistic calculations, the hit rate is increased by at least 30%. My tone was calm, but every word was enough to shock. As the small boat approached the gangway, the number LF-01 came into clear view. Upon reaching the deck, everyone was even more astonished. The deck was spacious and clean. The turret structure was intricate, and the enclosed bridge was equipped with large observation windows. But what was most unbelievable was the extremely small crew size and the level of automation far beyond what was expected of the time. Tirpitz went straight to the core question. The propulsion system? I led them onto the bridge. Parsons steam turbines, 4-shaft propulsion, 23,000 horsepower. Design speed, 21 knots. Actual measured speed, 22.3 knots. No sooner had I finished speaking than an engineer exclaimed, "Impossible!" I simply smiled and said, "You can go to the engine room and see for yourself." Everyone followed me down into the engine room, where the giant turbines were running at low speed, their structure compact and stable. When asked about fuel, I explained that it could run on a mixture of kerosene and gasoline, achieving a range of 6,500 nautical miles, once again outperforming its contemporaries. Tirpitz remained silent for a long time, reaching out to stroke the turbine casing, feeling the steady vibrations. He knew very well that this meant a comprehensive lead in speed, range, and accuracy. This was no longer a simple improvement, but a tactical revolution. "What about the armor?" His voice was a little hoarse. I showed him the key protective structures. The main armor belt was 280 millimeters thick and sloped, with an effective thickness of over 300 millimeters. The turret and conning tower were equally thick, and there were also anti-torpedo compartments. At a range of 12,000 yards, it is immune to active main guns. Cost. The crucial question was posed. I answered casually, £2.8 million per ship. A collective gasp rippled through the deck. The price was indeed staggering, but reasonable compared to the performance. "Does that include crew training?" Tirpitz pressed. "It could include 3 months of full training, or just buying the boat," I added. Tirpitz immediately engaged in a heated discussion with his team, repeatedly using words like revolutionary and surpassing Britain. A few minutes later, he turned and solemnly stated that he needed to contact Berlin but his interest was extremely strong. At this point, an officer pressed, "How many are currently in service?" I replied directly, 10, all ready for immediate deployment. This statement instantly ignited the atmosphere. For the German Navy, eager to expand its fleet, this meant no need to wait for a lengthy construction period. Tirpitz's eyes gleamed, and he almost blurted out, "I want 10. No, 6 is fine too. We can discuss the payment method." His tone was urgent and firm. I calmly reminded him, "There are other delegations coming. Won't you wait a bit longer?" Tirpitz immediately decided, "No, I'll send a telegram to Berlin right now. 6 ships, not one less." On June 18th, the Austro-Hungarian delegation arrived. The leader was Admiral Anton von Haus. Compared to the Germans' eagerness, this delegation was noticeably more cautious, given the complexities within the empire and the persistent shortage of naval funds. But when Haus boarded the LF-03 battleship, his attitude immediately changed. Staring at the main gun layout, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This design is so reasonable." Thinking of his own battleships, which were still under design, he shook his head with a wry smile. Compared to this, we're practically from the previous era. I explained the concept of all heavy guns to him, a unified caliber, main gun, and unified fire control, which would be more advantageous in long-range salvo firing, while the secondary guns would only retain the 76mm rapid-fire gun for defense against torpedo boats. A few simple words were enough to make him nod repeatedly. A speed demonstration followed. 20 minutes later, LF-03 left a long white contrail on the sea, its speed stabilizing at 22 knots. Hal stood on the bridge, facing the wind, and sighed softly. "Our ship is designed for 18 knots, and in reality, it's difficult to even reach 17. When it came to protection, I handed him the test report. 280mm sloped main armor belt. Not a single piece penetrated at a range of 10,000 yards. Haus's hands trembled slightly as he read it, not from fear, but from barely suppressed excitement. He knew very well that the Austro-Hungarian Navy had long been suppressed by Italy in the Mediterranean, and that acquiring such warships would completely change the situation. So he asked me directly, "How much?" "Pound 2.8 million per vessel, including crew training," I quoted. Haus paused for a moment. This would nearly wipe out the entire year's budget, but he still asked to see the contract. His eyes lit up when he saw that industrial goods could be used as payment. Steel, coal, machine tools, and even grain could be used as collateral. This was precisely Austria-Hungary's advantage. "I need to contact Vienna, but personally, I want 3 ships. "No problem," I nodded in response. Haus smiled and said, "You're very shrewd. I just looked at the distant sea. I just want to rebuild my homeland, and these warships are my only bargaining chip." On June 20th, the Argentine delegation arrived. At this time, they were engaged in a fierce arms race with Chile, but the warships they had ordered would not be delivered for another 2 years, and the situation was full of uncertainties. When Argentine Navy Minister Lujan saw the LF-07, he immediately realized an opportunity had arrived. "How much better is this ship than the one we ordered?" he asked me directly. "Completely superior," I replied just as decisively, adding in a low voice, "and it's readily available." Those 2 words thrilled him. In an arms race, whoever acquires a new ship first gains the upper hand. If a dreadnought could be obtained now, the strategic advantage would shift instantly. "Do the British have such a design?" he pressed. "Absolutely not. This is an independent design," I assured him. In fact, this design was even more advanced than the historical prototype. Lujan immediately decided, "I want 1 payment in gold." I extended my hand. "Pleasure doing business with you." The deal was struck on the spot. But he couldn't help asking me, "You could easily build your own navy. Why sell it?" I countered, "And then what?" "To challenge the great powers." I shook my head. "We need to develop. These resources are more important." Lujan pondered for a moment, seemingly discerning my long-term plans. I simply said calmly that everyone who loses their homeland prepares for the future. On June 21st, the Persian Gulf was bathed in clear blue skies. 10 Dreadnought-class battleships stood in neat formation, resembling a steel mountain range. LF-01 raised its black flag with a golden phoenix, becoming the fleet's temporary emblem. I stood by the gangway and invited the representatives of the 3 countries to board the ship. Tirpitz was the first to step onto the deck. His sharp eyes swept over every detail, and he was increasingly astonished. The ship's precision was clearly ahead of its time. As night fell, the naval port was exceptionally quiet. Representatives from various countries boarded the ship for a tour. As soon as Tirpitz stepped onto the deck, he noticed a detail. There were no cluttered davits or storage areas. All equipment was stored in the cabins, making the deck exceptionally clean and efficient. I explained to him that this was a simplified deck design, which reduces shrapnel damage in wartime and is easier to maintain in peacetime. The lifeboats are all stored in the middle of the hull and can be quickly released via a rail system. After listening, Tirpitz immediately whispered to the accompanying expert to take notes, stating bluntly that this was even more advanced than the Nassau class. On the other hand, Admiral House focused on the crew configuration. Even though they were about to set sail, there were fewer than 30 sailors on deck, yet each of them moved with discipline and composure. Behind this was the standardized training system I had brought, which supported the efficient operation of the entire team. When he asked about the training cycle, I frankly stated that the core crew underwent 18 months of training, with subsequent replenishment requiring only 9 months. House smiled wryly, explaining that it took them 2 years to train even a main gunner. I simply replied, "That's a matter of system efficiency. Every step has standards." Argentine General Lujan was more direct. He walked to the forward main turret, looked up at the 2 massive 305mm guns, and asked to see the shells. I nodded in agreement, and Captain Little immediately ordered the number 1 ammunition magazine elevator to be opened. The armored cover slid open, and the lifting platform slowly rose, revealing 2 streamlined shells. Lit explained in English, the high-explosive shells were loaded with 86 kilograms of TNT, and the armor-piercing shells could penetrate 280 millimeters of armor. Tirpitz immediately picked up on the key word TNT. I explained that this type of explosive was more stable, safer, and more powerful. Compared to the picric acid commonly used at the time, TNT was undoubtedly more advanced. Everyone was shocked. The technology on this warship was clearly a generation ahead. I then led them to the bridge. The expansive observation windows offered a 270-degree view, and the instruments and communication equipment inside were astonishing. Mechanical computers, telephone exchanges, and even experimental radio systems. Tirpitz couldn't help but inquire about the radio's performance, and I frankly admitted that the communication range was about 50 nautical miles, an improvement upon Marconi's technology. An engineer murmured in amazement that the ship's technology was enough to write 20 papers. Standing at the command post, Li Te swiftly issued orders in Chinese. Pressure the boiler, test the turret, prepare for range finding, lock onto the target. Although they couldn't understand the words, they could all sense the efficient and calm rhythm of his command. I explained over the ship's intercom that the target was a converted, decommissioned cargo ship, and that firing would begin at 15,000 yards. Lujan immediately exclaimed in surprise, saying that this distance far exceeded their designed effective range. I simply responded calmly that this was an advantage brought about by unified fire control. As the earplugs were distributed, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fire control, loading, and weather data were checked one by one. Li Te raised his right hand and ordered the entire ship to enter combat readiness, and the alarm instantly blared throughout the ship. First salvo, all 5 turrets fire simultaneously. With a sudden wave of his hand, fire. 10 305mm main guns roared almost simultaneously, flames shooting 20 meters away, thick smoke engulfing the ship. The massive recoil caused the warship to sway slightly to the side, creating a white wave on the sea surface. Even with earplugs, the impact was still deafening. The shells ripped through the sky, leaving faint trails. Li Te calmly ordered the ranging to be completed. Seconds ticked by, and everyone held their breath, staring intently at the distant sea. The next moment hit. 15,000 yards away, 10 gigantic columns of water erupted from the sea, like a white forest rising from the ground. The target ship was hit directly by at least 3 shells, teetering precariously between the water columns. The first volley achieved a 30% hit rate. Tirpitz's hand, gripping the binoculars, trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, 15,000 yards, 30% hit rate. That's almost impossible. Admiral House was speechless. The Austro-Hungarian Navy usually trained at a range of no more than 8,000 yards, and a hit rate of 20% was considered excellent. A distance of 15,000 yards was simply a fantasy to them. General Lu Han stared blankly for a long time before finally saying with a wry smile, "My Moreno class. It's already outdated before it's even been launched." These words made everyone present feel a chill. Ignoring the shock, Li Te calmly ordered, "Prepare for the second salvo, 13,000 yards, target unchanged." The turret immediately rotated, the machinery humming, and reloading was completed within 2 minutes. Fire! As the command fell, 10 shells roared out. This time the distance was even closer, and everyone could clearly see the trajectory of the shells, like black meteors streaking across the sky, heading straight for the target. 6 hits. Target is starting to list, the observer reported excitedly. Through the telescope, the cargo ship was badly damaged, its hull riddled with holes, thick smoke billowing out, and it was slowly listing to starboard. Li Te's tone remained icy. "Third round, 10,000 yards, finish it off." The final salvo landed, 7 out of 10 shots hitting their mark, tearing the 2,000-ton cargo ship apart and breaking it into 3 pieces within 2 minutes, where it sank to the bottom of the sea. The bridge was deathly silent, save for the low hum of the equipment. Tirpitz was the first to remove his earplugs, his eyes burning with intensity. "What's the hit rate at the maximum range of 18,000 yards?" I calmly replied, "Theoretically, it's 12% to 15%, but in practice it's usually 8% to 10%. But the key is that currently, the range of battleships for various countries does not exceed 13,000 yards, so we can fire at a distance that the enemy cannot reach." This statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. It meant that this type of warship could unilaterally suppress or even destroy an opponent from a safe distance. I nodded in response. "Speed demonstration." Li Te immediately ordered full speed ahead. The steam turbines roared, the 4 propellers churned the seawater, and the giant ship accelerated smoothly without the jerky feeling of a traditional steam engine. The speedometer needle climbed steadily. 15 knots, 17 knots, 19 knots. House couldn't help but mutter, "It's already surpassed our fastest battleship." But the speed continued to increase. 22 knots. When a number stopped, the ship trembled slightly, but remained stable. This 10,000-ton behemoth behaved as nimbly as a cruiser on the sea. "Take a turn test." With the command, the warship swiftly turned left, its turning radius less than 500 meters. Tirpitz muttered in astonishment, "Maneuverability comparable to an armored cruiser. How is this possible?" I explained, "Steam turbines can reverse directly, making them at least 40% faster than traditional mechanisms." In a simple sentence, I pointed out the core advantage. Over the next few hours, the warship completed several demonstrations: emergency stop, anti-torpedo maneuver, secondary gun firing, damage control drills, and night combat signaling and searchlight training, each of which was impressive. As LF-01 returned and docked at Dubai port, the setting sun had already turned the sea golden. Tirpitz descended the gangway, turned back to gaze at the steel behemoth, and remained silent for a long time. He turned to me and slowly said, "The world's oceans are about to change color." These words were like a pronouncement on the future. The atmosphere of the negotiations changed completely that evening. The representatives of the 3 countries stopped probing and doubting. Only one thought remained in their minds. They had to obtain this warship, no matter the cost. The meeting was held in a simple administration building. A long table, maps, and a handful of people. Yet the future structure of the Navy would be determined. I sat in the head seat, while Uncle Wong took notes beside me. Tirpitz spoke first. "Germany wants 6 ships at £2.8 million each. The first 3 will be paid in 50% up front, with the balance due in 3 years, an annual interest rate of 5%. The remaining 3 will be paid in 30% up front, with the balance due upon delivery." This was already quite generous, even including the interest, clearly indicating that the warship was considered a strategic core. I immediately asked, "What about the training terms?" He replied, 450 crew members per ship will train here for 3 months at their own expense, plus a training fee of £50,000 per ship." His tone revealed obvious urgency. I nodded and looked at House again. The Austro-Hungarian representative seemed a little uneasy. "We want to buy 3 ships, but we can't pay for them all in cash." I said calmly, "We can barter. Please tell us your proposal." House immediately handed me a list, which I took and began to examine carefully. The list is extremely detailed, covering everything from industrial equipment to raw materials and even grains and textiles. Skoda gantry milling machines, steam hammers, precision lathes, and generator sets. Each item is a core piece of heavy industry equipment, and the sheer quantity demonstrates their commitment to quality. In addition, there were key raw materials such as steel, copper ingots, and aluminum ingots, as well as 20,000 tons of grain and a large quantity of cloth and leather. The last line stated the estimated value, approximately 3.2 million pounds. House explained that these supplies would be used to offset part of the cost of the two warships, with the remaining difference to be made up in cash installments. He also admitted that Austria-Hungary was under enormous financial pressure, and it would be difficult to get approval from Parliament if they directly applied for a large sum of cash, while the industry for warships approach was more likely to gain support. I didn't respond immediately, tapping my fingers lightly on the table as I quickly weighed my options. This list almost perfectly met my needs. Machine tools could fill the industrial gaps, raw materials could be directly used in production, and food and cloth could alleviate the survival pressure on 300,000 immigrants. More importantly, this barter method could bypass the monitoring of the international financial system, making it more discreet and secure than large cash transactions. I'm very interested in this list, but there are two conditions, I said. First, all equipment must come with a complete manual, and each unit must be assigned 2 technicians to provide at least 6 months of instruction. House and the consultant exchanged a glance and nodded. Okay. Secondly, the grain and cloth need to be delivered in batches to be completed within a year, and we need time to build warehouses. This condition was also accepted. When it came to the price, I directly offered a solution. The goods will be valued at 90% of the market price, amounting to 2.88 million pounds, with the remainder paid in cash over 2 years at 4% interest. House quickly calculated that the terms were reasonable, with interest rates even lower than in Germany, and immediately reached out his hand. Deal. I grasped his hand and added, if you can provide some non-core military technologies, such as artillery or metallurgical formulas, we can offer an even more favorable price. This statement surprised him, clearly not expecting me to value technology more. We need to consult Vienna, but in principle, we can discuss it. Both sides reached a consensus to finalize the warship contract first and discuss technical issues later. Next up was the Argentine representative, Lujan. His proposal was simple and direct. 1 ship, all cash. But it must be delivered within a month, and our crew must sail it directly back to Buenos Aires. I nodded in agreement, but reminded him that the training time would be compressed, only covering basic operations. That's enough, he said bluntly. As long as we can get back, fire a few shots off the coast, and let the Chileans hear us. This remark elicited a soft chuckle in the meeting room. He then asked one last question. Can you guarantee that the technology will not flow to Chile? I solemnly replied, we will not contact Chile, and the information will only be provided to your country. Only then was he reassured, and the two parties agreed on a price of 2.8 million pounds, which included training fees. That evening, 3 contracts were tentatively finalized. Germany ordered 6 ships for a total of 16.8 million pounds. Austria-Hungary ordered 3 ships for a total of 8.4 million pounds, partly offset by goods. And Argentina ordered 1 ship for 2.8 million pounds in cash to be delivered within a month. The 3 orders totaled 28 million pounds. In 1905, this was already a huge transaction capable of shaking the economies of small and medium-sized countries. The night outside the window grew deeper, but Dubai port remained brightly lit, with factories and shipyards continuing to operate. This night was destined to be sleepless, not just for me and the representatives of the 3 countries, but also for the world order that was about to be rewritten by the contract. At the same time, in Sanssouci Palace in Berlin, the study was still lit at 2 in the morning. Kaiser Wilhelm II, wearing a bathrobe, paced back and forth in the room, holding the 3rd telegram from Tirpitz, his expression growing increasingly agitated. 10 305mm main guns. Unified fire control. 18,000 yards range. 22 knots speed. With each sentence he read, his voice rose a notch. Tirpitz said that the 15,000-yard salvo hit rate reached 30%. Such data was almost unbelievable to him. He slammed his hand on the table. 10 ships are still in stock. The British are still drawing up plans, but we've already built them. This is destiny, a sign of German dominance of the seas. His excitement was so high that the aide-de-camp dared not utter a sound. Wilhelm II walked to the map and traced his finger across the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. With just 6 ships, plus the Nassau class, we will be able to suppress the British home fleet before 1908. It's not a challenge, it's a surpassing. The aide-de-camp cautiously reminded him of the exorbitant price. 6 ships would cost £16.8 million, nearly half the naval budget. The emperor, however, waved his hand dismissively. Money is no problem. Cut the army, issue national bonds, and, if necessary, even dissolve parliament. He spoke with increasing excitement, as if he could already see the fleet entering the port for inspection. At that time, will Britain still dare to threaten us? Will France still dare to challenge us? The naval dream that had been suppressed for many years finally erupted at this moment. Ultimately, he ordered a telegram back to Tirpitz. Signed a contract immediately, he would provide the funding and, at the same time, bring back complete technical data, especially the steam turbine and fire control system, his tone full of determination. Before sending the telegram, he added a secret telegram, which he wrote in his own hand. This is not just a transaction, but a turning point for the Imperial Navy. Assess Chun Feng. Is he a partner or a miracle? If possible, make him the Empire's special friend in the East. After the telegram was sent, Wilhelm II stood by the window, gazing at the night with a cold smile. Great Britain, enjoy your last bit of maritime supremacy. His ambition was no longer concealed. Back in Dubai, Tirpitz read the coded telegram in his humble abode, pondered for a long time, and then telegraphed back. The contract will be signed tomorrow, and commented on me. Only 20 years old, yet calm and profound, more like a politician with a blueprint for nation building. He specifically reminded the emperor that the 300,000 people of Lanfang had formed a tight organization and should be cooperated with on an equal footing, rather than viewed through a colonial lens. He may be a pawn, but he will never be content to be just a pawn. After sending the telegram, he looked at the ILF-01 warship under the moonlight in the distance, recalling the shock of the salvo during the day and my composure, and couldn't help but sigh softly. At 20 years old, he has already changed the world's naval landscape. What truly unsettled him, however, was my casual remark. The dreadnoughts are just the beginning. The future of the seas does not belong to battleships. The question I didn't answer then now seemed all the more chilling. If this was only the beginning, what would follow? How many secrets did I still hold in my hands? Could Germany keep up with this transformation? As June drew to a close, the heat wave swept across the Persian Gulf, but the atmosphere at Dubai port was even more intense. 2 German ocean liners, each weighing tens of thousands of tons, slowly docked, having completed their long voyage and delivered the first batch of funds and personnel. Mr. Chun, this is the first batch of funds. The German officer opened his briefcase, inside which were neatly arranged gold bars, totaling £4.2 million. Another 70 tons had already been deposited into a Swiss account. I glanced at it and said casually, German efficiency is indeed legendary. The other party replied that this was personally overseen by the emperor and that 600 trainees were already on standby, with training to begin tomorrow. I nodded in agreement, but emphasized that strict management regulations must be followed and no unauthorized contact with the outside world was permitted. The other party expressed complete understanding. This was military cooperation, not a routine visit. After seeing the Germans off, I stood by the window of the administration building, watching the bustling scene at the docks. Gold, supplies, and equipment were being unloaded in an orderly fashion. Uncle Wang's voice trembled slightly. Young master, so much gold. I calmly replied, this is only a quarter. The total price of the 6 warships is far more than what we see here. I walked to the wall, pulled back the curtain, and revealed a world map covered with red dots. My gaze was steady, but this money will be spent very soon. That afternoon, the first cabinet meeting of the Lanfang Republic was held in the administration building. The so-called cabinet was actually quite simple. A long table, 7 chairs, and an old national flag hanging on the wall. The average age of the 7 people was over 50, and I was the youngest. I sat in the main seat and surveyed everyone. Gentlemen, today marks the official establishment of the Provisional Cabinet. I then introduced each member one by one, and the atmosphere gradually became serious. Minister of Industry Wang Lisin, also known as Wang Bo, has been in charge of the construction of factories, power plants, and shipyard for the past 3 years. He rose to bow, his attire simple yet impeccable, a pillar of strength recognized by all. Agriculture Minister Qian Shengli, who comes from a farming background, is responsible for cultivating over 30,000 mu of farmland and greenhouses. He stood up and simply said, "It's my duty," his calloused hands particularly noticeable. Education Minister Zhao Qianli, who taught in Singapore for many years, is now responsible for textbook writing and the education system. He had a gentle demeanor and humbly described himself as only doing clerical work. The Minister of Infrastructure, Zhou Nian, is a renowned craftsman in Southeast Asia. All the residential areas and dock facilities today are his creations. He didn't say much, only nodding in response. I then announced the candidate for Minister of Commerce. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked in, a stark contrast to the unassuming appearance of the others. Wang Wenwu, I invited him. I introduced him, saying he had worked as a comprador for a foreign firm and was fluent in multiple languages and international trade. Wang Wenwu smiled and bowed. "It is my honor to serve Lanfang." There was some murmur among the crowd. I cut to the chase. His background isn't impressive, but who knows better how to do business with foreigners? My words silenced the room. I stated firmly, if we want resources and technology, we must follow the rules, and even learn to change them. Wenwu at least understands the rules. Uncle Wang nodded, and the others gradually agreed. The meeting then moved on to its core agenda. I distributed documents for £1,200,000. How should this money be used? Everyone immediately began to scrutinize them. I stood before the map. First, £1,200,000 will be used for industrial expansion. I pointed out the expansion plans for the steel mill, alloy workshop, machine shop, and chemical plant, with the goal of comprehensively increasing production capacity. Uncle Wang listened and took notes, his hands trembling slightly, clearly very excited. This funding would enable a qualitative leap in the industrial system. Secondly, $800,000 will be used for infrastructure construction. I emphasized housing, running water, sewage systems, power plants, and railway networks, improving the living conditions of 100,000 people within a year. Anniversary expressed some concerns about the technical difficulties. I responded directly, technology can be bought or learned. You're responsible for turning the blueprints into reality. He nodded solemnly. Third, invest $500,000 in agriculture. My plan is to drill wells, build pumps, expand arable land, and introduce drought-resistant crops to achieve food self-sufficiency. Qian Shengli immediately stated that he would achieve 60% within 2 years. I stared at him and said, "I want 80%. He gritted his teeth and replied, "I can do it." Fourth, $300,000 will be used for education. I demanded the establishment of a technical education system, the introduction of foreign teachers, and the mandatory implementation of foreign language courses. Zhao Qianli was worried about the cost and language barrier. I was firm. If you can't learn, you can learn. This expense can't be saved. He could only nod. Fifth, $1.4 million will be used for global procurement. As soon as I finished speaking, the conference room fell silent instantly. This was the real core issue. I looked at Wang Wenwu. "You're in charge of this part." He immediately began to develop a more detailed plan, proposing the principles of decentralized procurement and covert operations. He marked the resources in various places on the map: Australian iron ore, South African chromium manganese ore, Malayan tin ore, and Chilean nitrate ore, with a layout spanning the globe. Everyone was shocked. Qian Shengli couldn't help but ask how to manage it. I chimed in, "We won't hold a controlling stake, only a minority stake, acquiring stable resources through agency and capital operations." Uncle Wang seemed thoughtful. "We'll stay behind the scenes?" I nodded. "We can't reveal our identities now. We're just scattered Chinese capital." Wang Bo slowly uttered 4 words: "Hide your strength and bide your time." At the meeting, Wang Wenwu continued to explain the procurement plan. In addition to the Austro-Hungarian equipment, it was also necessary to purchase large machine tools from the United States, precision instruments from Switzerland, and special steel from Sweden, all of which would be completed through trading companies in Singapore, Hong Kong, and Shanghai disguised as ordinary orders. I would like to add a third point: talent recruitment. We will offer high salaries to unemployed European engineers and skilled workers, regardless of nationality. Anyone with the ability will be offered triple pay and resettlement benefits. Zhao Qinli was concerned about leaks, and I frankly stated that the risk certainly exists, but the key is to establish our own RD system. I emphasized that bringing in talent is only a transition. The ultimate goal is to cultivate local experts. 10 years from now, these positions must be filled by our own people. The meeting lasted 4 hours and ultimately finalized an overall allocation plan of £4.2 million. After the meeting, I kept Wang Wenwu behind and asked him directly about the difficulties of implementation. His smile faded, and he frankly admitted the immense pressure. All countries were vying for resources, and large-scale procurement would inevitably attract Britain's attention sooner or later. I nodded and proposed 3 core principles. First, diversify procurement channels and use multiple agents to cover up the traces like casting a wide net. Second, be legal and compliant, act in accordance with local rules, and maintain a good image. Third, prepare backup plans so that any channel can be quickly replaced if interrupted. Wang Wenwu quickly clarified his thoughts and decided to form 3 teams. 1 for overt business, 1 for gray channels, and 1 for intelligence analysis. At the same time, I gave him a budget of 1.4 million yuan plus 10% as contingency funds. This large sum slightly moved him. Faced with my trust, I only said one sentence, "Trust those you employ," and then mentioned his experience of selling his family property to join Lanfang years ago. Wang Wenwu's eyes reddened, and he promised on the spot that he would never let me down. Over the next few days, Dubai Port quickly transformed into a massive construction site. German trainees began their training. Former fishermen had become instructors, operating some of the world's most advanced warship systems. Supplies from Austria-Hungary also arrived in succession, including machine tools, steel, and grain, along with technical personnel from the Skoda factory to provide guidance. More importantly, the other side agreed to transfer some technology, which filled the industrial gap in Lanfang. I personally oversaw the equipment installation and insisted on preferential treatment for engineers. As long as they were willing to teach, their compensation was negotiable. These fundamental processes and management systems were more important than mere blueprints. At this moment, a desert caravan arrived at the port. The visitor was Khalid, the chief of a Bedouin tribe. He brought wool, sheepskins, and a box of black stones, which he claimed could be burned, but they were of little use. I immediately recognized it as oil sands, but I didn't reveal that. Instead, I inquired about the reserves and offered a high price, demanding exclusive supply and land deeds. Khalid was initially puzzled, but tempted by the promise of food, weapons, and education for his children, he eventually agreed to the deal. After seeing the tribe off, I immediately gathered a team to prepare for exploration. I demanded confirmation of the oil layer's extent, depth, and transportation route, and to maintain strict secrecy under the guise of searching for groundwater. In response to the doubts, I pointed out that the Persian Gulf Coast contains vast oil fields, though they are buried deep. If successfully developed, Lanfang will gain a continuous stream of wealth and strategic resources. However, I was also aware of the risks. If the great powers discovered this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, I decided to start with small-scale extraction, primarily for our own use, while simultaneously establishing an offshore oil company as a cover. Late at night, I stood on the rooftop overlooking the harbor. In 3 years, this place had transformed from a wasteland into a bustling hub, with warships arrayed in the distance. Their transformation paved the way for Lanfang's future. At this moment, Wang Wenwu sent a telegram. Britain had noticed the unusual purchases and had begun investigating their source. Although the matter was temporarily dealt with by claiming it was an investment by the Chamber of Commerce, the underlying problems had already emerged. I wasn't surprised. I simply requested a delay to complete the industrial, military, and oil infrastructure development within 2 years. As for whether Britain would notice sooner, I had my own assessment. The world situation was brewing a major shift, and the conflict between major powers would distract attention. What I needed to do was use this period of turmoil to create a window of opportunity for Lanfang's development. Finally, I ordered Wang Wenwu to set off immediately to Singapore, Australia, South Africa, and Chile to allocate resources, and reminded him that these were not simple purchases, but rather a quiet sowing of seeds around the world. The night was as dark as ink, and Dubai Harbor gradually quieted down after midnight, with only the steam turbines of the power plant still roaring. In my study on the top floor of the administration building, I sat alone at my desk, the only light source coming from my laptop, illuminating my pensive face. The computer fan hummed softly. It sounded particularly clear in this day and age. I swiped the touchpad to open the offline encyclopedia database. This database, which couldn't connect to the internet, was my greatest reliance and also my heaviest burden. The Elizabeth class has balanced firepower, but insufficient speed. The Nagato class has strong firepower, but is too difficult to manufacture. I browsed through the options and analyzed them in a low voice, selecting the most suitable one for the current situation. When the screen focused on the Hood-class destroyer, my gaze was instantly fixed. The slender hull and elegant lines were striking. I opened the parameters and read through them one by one, my expression becoming increasingly focused. I quickly skimmed over the displacement, main guns, secondary guns, and anti-aircraft configuration, but lingered for a long time on the armor data. The Hood-class's horizontal protection was relatively weak, a fatal flaw in its later versions, but it also meant a trade-off. Speed 31 knots. I murmured, a glint in my eyes. In an era when speeds were generally only around 20 knots, this was an overwhelming advantage. I leaned back in my chair and muttered to myself, firepower, protection, and speed are mutually exclusive. The Hood-class's trade-off of protection for speed is actually the most suitable option for the Lanfang right now. I quickly made my judgment. Lanfang didn't need a direct confrontation, but rather a deterrent and mobile strike capability, the ability to launch a rapid attack, and also to withdraw safely. The Hood-class destroyers perfectly fit this role. The 381mm main gun is difficult to develop, but not insurmountable. I continued to ponder. More importantly, the concept of a battlecruiser did not exist in 1905. My gaze hardened. If built, this will be the world's first true battlecruiser. Once the idea took hold, I no longer hesitated. I immediately pulled up all the design data, structural diagrams, armor distribution, propulsion system, weapon configuration, one after another, seemingly endless. Start printing. I connected the printer. With a low startup hum, the machine began to run, spitting out drawings, intricate lines, and dense data, piling up rapidly. I pulled up a chair and sat down, watching these futuristic technologies gradually become a reality. The drawings piled higher and higher, the smell of ink filling the entire room. The printing took a full 4 hours. The machine overheated and shut down several times, forcing me to wait for it to cool down before continuing. By the time the final structural detail was finally printed, the sky was already beginning to lighten. The blueprints piled up on the floor, taking up half the room. I stood up, stretching my stiff neck, my gaze complex. This was mortgaging my future, but I had no choice. "Someone come here," I ordered. The guards immediately entered, and I handed them the list. "Notify the key personnel to go to conference room 1 immediately. This must be kept secret." Half an hour later, the underground conference room was full. Uncle Wong and all the key personnel from the shipyard were present, along with 2 engineers on loan from Germany. The atmosphere was tense, yet expectant. I sat in a head seat and began directly. "Project codename Cheetah. Before we begin, let's confirm the confidentiality agreement one more time. If you have any concerns, you may leave now." No one stood up. Everyone's gaze was resolute. I nodded to signal the door to be locked, then walked to the wall and grabbed a corner of the canvas. "Look, this is the Cheetah." I suddenly pulled back the canvas, revealing an enlarged overall design drawing. The slender hull, the superimposed main guns, the towering bridge, and the 3 funnels were vividly depicted on the drawing. Even though it was just a line drawing, the overwhelming sense of power that transcended its time instantly shocked everyone. The conference room fell silent. The next second, Liu Yongfu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide. What is this thing?" The German engineer Hans, beside him, also lost his composure, exclaiming in a low voice that the proportions and hull shape were completely different from any existing warship. Deputy Chief Engineer Chen Qiming pressed on, his voice trembling. I turned around, my tone steady yet firm. "It's called a battlecruiser." Then I recited the parameters. A displacement of over 40,000 tons, 381mm main guns, and a design speed of 31 knots, instantly stunning the entire room. 31 knots! Zhao Dezhu from the propulsion team almost jumped up, incredulous. Existing warships were already at their limit of 20-odd knots. For a ship of this size, to reach 31 knots was simply mind-blowing. I nodded. Therefore, a completely new propulsion system must be adopted. I pointed to the power diagram and explained that it would use a combination of 24 oil-fired boilers and steam turbines, with 4 shafts driving the engine and producing up to 140,000 horsepower. Upon hearing oil-fired boilers, the crowd gasped again, as this meant a complete departure from the traditional coal-fired system. I emphasized that heavy oil is more efficient and can save a lot of manpower, but it requires extremely high technical skills. The accumulation of new concepts caused gasps of astonishment to rise from the crowd. This giant vessel was far beyond their experience. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Uncle Wong spoke up to quell the discussion. After everyone quieted down, I continued. I know this is difficult, even like a pipe dream, but we have 3 things. My tone gradually rose as I began to explain each point. First, we have complete and mature design blueprints, with every detail clearly defined, so we don't need to fumble around for directions. Second, we have the experience accumulated from building dreadnoughts, and a mature shipbuilding team has already been formed. When I got to the third point, my voice suddenly rose. We still have 300,000 Lanfang people who yearn for revival. This ship is not just a warship, but the Great Wall of the future at sea. One sentence ignited the emotions of the entire audience. Liu Yongfu slammed his fist on the table and said excitedly, "Back then, we were chased and attacked by gunboats because we didn't have our own ships. Now that we have the opportunity, we must seize it no matter how difficult it is." Everyone echoed his sentiments, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. "Good," I announced. "Project Cheetah is officially launched." Tasks were quickly assigned, with Wang Bo in charge and Liu Yongfu as chief designer. Each group tackled the power and weapon systems, and 2 German engineers were also included in the core team. Then I unfolded the dock layout plan and announced that the project would take place in the most secluded docks, number 7 and number 8, codenamed Leopard's Nest. All personnel would be under closed management, external communications would be strictly controlled, and absolute confidentiality would be ensured. The 2 ships were built simultaneously, named Fuxing and Guangfu respectively, but resources were prioritized for the first ship. My deadline was only 2 words, 2 years. Liu Yongfu frowned and bluntly stated that the construction period was too tight. I did not back down and directly proposed measures. 3 shifts for full-time construction, mobilizing the top craftsmen, prioritizing all resources, and pushing forward the schedule at all costs if necessary. Regarding funding, I approved a separate allocation from the initial payment in Germany, providing whatever amount the project needed. Uncle Wong agreed on the spot, committing to fully guaranteeing the operation of Leopard Nest. Finally, I looked at the technical team and calmed down. Don't rush into work. The first step is to thoroughly understand the blueprints. Identify all the difficulties, fill in the gaps, and tackle them one by one. Liu Yongfu and Chen Qiming exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with both tension and barely suppressed excitement. They immediately declared, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Even if we don't eat or sleep, we will get to the bottom of these blueprints." They knew all too well how important these documents were. Then I looked at the power expert Zhao Dezhu and pointed out directly that the oil-fired boiler and steam turbine were the real core components. I asked him to find a way to poach experts from the Germans with high salaries and, at the same time, to open courses at the local technical school and select the smartest young people to learn and work on the job. Zhao Dezhu didn't hesitate at all. Understood. We have some basic knowledge of boilers, but the turbine is the real challenge. However, the blueprints are detailed enough, so we'll try them out little by little. His tone was full of determination to fight to the end. Then, I turned to Zhou Taizhan, the weapons team leader, and pointed out that the 381mm main gun was the biggest challenge, and that we had to proceed in 2 steps. First, build a prototype gun to accumulate data, and then comprehensively upgrade our steelmaking, forging, and boring capabilities with all the necessary equipment sourced globally. Zhou Taizhan grinned, but his tone was unusually resolute. No matter how difficult it is, we have to figure out how to build the cannon. You've already given us the blueprints. If we still can't build it, I'll be the first to jump into the furnace. As soon as he said this, everyone present fell silent for a moment. The meeting lasted from dawn until dusk, with every detail meticulously reviewed: materials, personnel, security, logistics, and technical procedures. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong. When the meeting ended, everyone left with a thick stack of notes. Finally, I emerged from the secret room and stood in the corridor, gazing out to sea. The dreadnoughts, soon to be delivered, lay silently at anchor. I murmured to myself, sell the present, invest in the future. I hope I haven't made the wrong choice. Uncle Wong stood behind me and gently reminded me that everyone was working with great enthusiasm, but building a 40,000-ton behemoth within 2 years was a huge challenge. I calmly replied, the greater the pressure, the more miracles can be created. We're not just building a ship, we're building the soul of Lanfang. I turned around and instructed Uncle Wong again that the most important things next were coordination, security, and secrecy, while also being wary of the foreign powers probing. Before the fire really starts burning, we must first make the cheetah grow its teeth. My tone was calm and firm. Wongbo nodded solemnly. I will defend the leopard's nest even if it costs me my life. Starting the next day, the leopard restricted area was officially established, with barbed wire, watchtowers, and checkpoints quickly taking shape, and all personnel entering and leaving had to carry special passes. Shipyards number 7 and number 8 were also immediately renovated. To accommodate the size of the giant ships, the entire dock was deepened and reinforced. Steam excavators roared incessantly, and concrete was poured day and night, making the entire area resemble a massive construction site. Meanwhile, in the heavily guarded technical center next door, another silent battle was unfolding simultaneously. A huge table was covered with blueprints, and Liu Yongfu and his team were practically hunched over them, meticulously analyzing and calculating every detail with magnifying glasses. Exclamations and debates erupted one after another. This armor structure is ingenious. The boiler layout is simply art. This 381mm turret design is absolutely insane. Everyone was stunned into near obsession. The 2 German engineers were equally engrossed, privately marveling that these designs were decades ahead of their time. However, they remained restrained, repeatedly reminding each other to adhere to confidentiality agreements and focusing all their energy on their work. A few days later, a 20-page list of technical challenges and requirements was placed in front of me. It listed hundreds of problems and required resources, covering almost all the key aspects of the power and weapon systems. I spent the entire night reading it, and finally wrote on the title page, "We will devote all of Lanfang's resources and spare no expense to overcome this challenge." At the same time, I decided to provide full funding for the project, recruit talent globally, and procure equipment from around the world. With my signature, Project Cheetah was officially launched. To outsiders, that heavily guarded area was nothing more than an ordinary industrial test zone. But in reality, a steel behemoth capable of changing the landscape of maritime power had quietly begun to take shape. The initial awe of the blueprints was quickly replaced by the cold reality. The walls of the technology center were covered with lists of problems. Anxiety spread among the engineers, and the atmosphere grew more and more oppressive each day. Zhao Dezhu from the power unit pointed directly to the problem. The existing equipment was simply not precise enough, and manual grinding could not guarantee dynamic balance. Once it was running at high speed, it would be practically self-destructive. The weapons unit was also complaining bitterly. Zhou Taizhan frowned and said, "We can forge 381mm gun barrels, but we've never even heard of auto-fretage, and we simply can't achieve that level of precision and lifespan in rifling." The whole crew was even more troubled by the forging and strength issues of the giant armor steel plates. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Even the German advisor remarked that these problems would require repeated trials to solve, even in Europe. Finally, all eyes turned to me, who had remained silent throughout. I remained calm and waited until they had all finished speaking before speaking. It will be difficult, definitely difficult. But if we don't even dare to try, what are we talking about in terms of revival? As soon as I said that, the atmosphere in the conference room changed instantly. I walked to the wall and peeled down a forging equipment requirement sheet. The core issue is pressure. We can't build top-of-the-line equipment, but we can try for something in the tens of thousands of tons. Everyone was stunned. If not, then we'll build it ourselves, I said firmly. While taking out the documents I had prepared beforehand, which included a structural sketch and basic principles of a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. The 3-beam, 4-column structure, the parallel supply of steam-driven high-pressure pumps, all these ideas left the engineers present speechless. Liu Yongfu practically glued himself to the blueprints, his hands trembling with excitement. I continued to supplement the solutions for sealing materials, casting and forging processes, and supporting equipment, and also proposed to modify the giant gantry crane and deep hole drilling equipment, addressing the immediate problems one by one. These are not complete blueprints, but rather directions and key ideas. But precisely because of this, they're like navigation charts in the dark, finally allowing everyone to see the road ahead and eliminating the need for blind trial and error. The atmosphere in the technology center quickly shifted, transforming from a gloomy and oppressive mood into excitement and fighting spirit. Liu Yongfu couldn't help but ask, "How exactly does your brain work?" I simply waved my hand. I tapped my head and said, "I'll give you the inspiration, but you'll have to put it into practice. No matter how many failures you make, as long as you're heading in the right direction, you're moving forward." These words completely ignited everyone's emotions. Immediately afterwards, I established a task force to advance multiple projects simultaneously. Hydraulic presses, gantry cranes, and deep-hole boring machines were all being developed concurrently, with all resources coordinated in a unified manner. I emphasized, we are not building machines. We are building the industrial backbone of Lanfang. After I finished speaking, everyone was filled with enthusiasm and immediately pledged to get to work. Soon, the entire base was transformed into a massive testing ground. The steel mill repeatedly tested alloys, the machine shop continuously trial-produced parts, and the construction site was embroiled in daily debates about the equipment foundation design. I'm almost always on site, acting as both a decision-maker and a technical advisor. I point out the key issues, but I don't handle the details for them, because only in this way can engineers truly master the technology. Late at night, I often research and fill in details alone, and that computer remains my greatest asset. But I also know very well that for knowledge to truly become reality, it requires paying many times the price. Just when the battle was at its most critical, a new force arrived from the sea. At dawn, 3 passenger ships slowly entered the port, their decks filled with people. These immigrants from all over Southeast Asia, carrying simple luggage and mixed feelings, set foot on this unfamiliar land that held their hopes. Registration and resettlement quickly commenced at the docks. Blacksmiths, textile workers, shipyard riveters, and children eager for education were all swiftly assigned destinations. The arrival of over 6,000 immigrants injected new life into Lanfang. They didn't even bother to settle in before actively inquiring about job opportunities, eager to participate in the construction. When the news reached me, I immediately adjusted the arrangements. Those with skills were put to work in factories, young people were sent to technical schools, and the rest were assigned to infrastructure and agriculture. I particularly emphasize that these people must be settled down as soon as possible, because only when they truly feel a sense of belonging will they truly put down roots here. The arrangements were quickly implemented. With the addition of new talent and the integration of technical breakthroughs, the entire base has seen a significant boost in activity. Factories, construction sites, and farmland are all operating at full speed, with busy figures everywhere. Failures continued. The hydraulic press leaked during pressure testing, and the gantry cranes operated out of sync, but no one was discouraged anymore because everyone knew that the direction was right. The technology center remained brightly lit at night, filled with the sounds of debate and calculations, making the entire base resemble a high-speed machine. I stood by the window, watching this land gradually take shape. Beyond the heavy responsibilities, I finally felt a long-lost sense of peace and comfort. Time flew by, and the German sailors' training was soon completed, with all 10 Dreadnought-class battleships delivered. As the German fleet set sail, the sailors on deck were all in high spirits, as if the shadow of long-standing oppression by the British Navy had been completely torn away at that moment. The Suez Canal was shrouded in a thin mist at dawn. Dispatcher Johnson was observing through binoculars when his assistant, Mohammed, handed him a cup of coffee and casually remarked that the number of German merchant ships had increased noticeably recently. Johnson replied coldly, "Those aren't merchant ships." As the fog gradually dissipated, 6 enormous vessels slowly revealed themselves. They stood in neat columns, cutting through the water, their clear outlines sending a chill down one's spine. Mohammed was stunned and could only murmur in astonishment, "What are these things?" Johnson quickly focused, and more details came into view. A slender hull, 5 twin main gun turrets in total, 4 aft and midships, an exceptionally clean deck, no traditional secondary gun structure, and a design that was almost coldly simple. "Count the turrets." His voice tightened instantly. After counting, Muhammad's hands began to tremble. 5 twin main guns. What kind of monster is this? Even more bizarre was their propulsion system. The 3 chimneys emitted almost no black smoke, only a faint mist, yet their speed was astonishing. Johnson murmured, "Steam turbines. Only this technology could make it possible." As the first ship slowly approached, its hull number finally became clearly visible, SMS Westphalen. Upon seeing this name, Johnson immediately became alert, because this name was not on any known list of German capital ships. Subsequently, the remaining warships also passed through the narrow river section in turn, their formation so precise it looked as if it had been measured with a ruler. Even more astonishing was the significantly smaller number of crew members, demonstrating an extremely high level of automation. Muhammad was about to report to the canal office when Johnson grabbed him and said, "Go directly to the Cairo governor's office with the red security code." He practically shouted it out because he knew very well what it meant. After the call connected, Johnson quickly reported, Germany had suddenly deployed 6 brand new battleships with unified firepower and steam turbine propulsion, and British intelligence had been completely unaware. This mistake was catastrophic. After hanging up the phone, he looked out the window and watched the last warship slowly sail away. On the bridge, a German officer was looking back through binoculars, his gaze calm yet sharp, carrying a subtle sense of oppression. Muhammad couldn't help but ask, "Is it really that serious?" Johnson lit a cigarette, his hand trembling slightly. "Do you know about all-heavy guns? That's the concept for the next generation of battleships." He added with a wry smile, "And now, the Germans already have 6. Our Dauntless has only just begun laying its keel. Worse still, these warships have a very deep draft, clearly possessing true long-range operational capabilities." Johnson's gaze turned cold. They're not designed for coastal waters. Their target is singular. Muhammad whispered Royal Navy. Johnson did not deny it, but simply stubbed out his cigarette and ordered the camera equipment to be prepared. But what if the Germans, someone nearby hesitated before speaking. Johnson interrupted with a sneer. "Let them protest. After today, navies all over the world will know about these warships. We're just the first to spot them." Colonel Harrison, the British intelligence officer in Egypt, stared at the 6 photographs on the table for a full 3 minutes without saying a word. The air in the room was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. "Is it confirmed?" he finally asked. "Confirmed, sir." Johnson stood ramrod straight. 6 identical warships. 3 sets of film have been developed, one of which has already been sent to London. Harrison picked up a magnifying glass and examined the photograph closely. The outline of the warship was extremely clear in the image, and the 5 twin-gun turrets were particularly striking. He made his assessment in a low voice. 10 main guns, 11 to 12 inches in caliber, over 500 feet in length, and a displacement of at least 18,000 tons. Johnson added, "It had a speed of over 21 knots and was powered by steam turbines." "Are you sure?" Harrison looked up at him. "Confirmed. My father works at Vickers, and this kind of exhaust is only seen in turbines." Harrison rubbed his temples, his tone heavy. The Germans are too good at keeping secrets. He quickly dismissed the possibility that the new ships had just been launched. These sailors are too skilled. They have been training for at least 6 months. Moreover, the fact that 6 ships can form a formation indicates that they have long been combat ready. He walked to the map and pointed heavily at the North Sea. 6 warships of this caliber are enough to change the balance of power. The adjutant immediately added, "Germany currently has 14 capital ships, but most of them are old and have a speed of less than 18 knots. Then these 6 ships are their core." Harrison's gaze darkened, and their presence in Suez means their goal is to enter the Mediterranean. He sneered, "Emperor William's concern for Morocco is, so it turns out, being expressed through battleships." After saying that, he quickly picked up his pen and wrote a secret telegram. Johnson returned to the canal zone immediately and set up 8 observation points. "I need to know all the details of them, especially whether officers from other countries have boarded the ships. You suspect they're just demonstrating technology?" "It's not doubt, it's certain." Harrison's tone was extremely confident. "They will definitely use these ships to exchange for allies or even resources." After writing the coded telegram, he marked it as top secret and sent it to the Navy Department in MI5. He then asked, "If war breaks out now, how confident are we?" Johnson was silent for a moment, then finally spoke the truth. We can win, but at a very high cost. They have a longer range, faster speed, and can actively control the pace of the battle. He added, we must rely on numbers to contain them, and in the process, we are likely to lose 2 or 3 capital ships. Harrison's face immediately turned even uglier. And this is only 6, Johnson said in a low voice. If Germany has mastered this technology, there will be more and more. Harrison muttered to himself, Lord Fisher will go mad when he finds out. The adjutant added with a wry smile, he will request additional funding for shipbuilding, but the House of Commons may not agree. Whether they agree or not is irrelevant, Harrison said coldly. What is truly important is that the British Empire's maritime dominance has begun to be challenged. Outside the window, the city was slowly awakening, but the 3 people inside knew very well that the gears of this world had begun to turn. Meanwhile, inside Sanssouci Palace in Germany, a completely different scene unfolded. Wilhelm II waved the coded telegram in his hand and laughed loudly. London still hasn't reacted. They're completely stunned. Tirpitz stood to the side, remaining calm. Your Majesty, the British must have already taken the photos. Then let them see. Wilhelm II walked to the map and slammed it down on the location of Britain. Germany already has a blue water fleet. Tirpitz cautioned. This will force Britain to accelerate the construction of a dreadnought, given their very strong industrial capacity. Wilhelm II, however, remained unconcerned. Let them build them. What we want is a naval competition. His tone grew increasingly fervent. Let Britain pour all its money into shipbuilding, bankrupt their finances, and bankrupt their public opinion. Finally, he lowered his voice, revealing his undisguised ambition. Once their fleets are scattered all over the world, we will concentrate our forces in the North Sea and settle the score in one battle. Tirpitz sighed inwardly. The emperor always liked to describe complex strategies as if they were simple, decisive battles. But on the surface, he calmly responded, indicating that the fleet construction was progressing according to plan. However, before he could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Wilhelm II. Not 6, I want more. The emperor's tone was firm, directly asking how many more ships Chun Feng could build. Tirpitz frowned slightly, explaining that 4 more could be delivered within a year, but at an extremely high price, and half of the payment had to be in gold. Wilhelm II answered without hesitation, give it to him. In his view, the gold brought from South Africa was meant to be used to build warships and cannons, to become a capital for conquering the seas. As for the financial pressure, it was utterly insignificant in his eyes. Tirpitz attempted to raise the financial issues, but the emperor forcefully suppressed his concerns. Wilhelm II even asserted that as long as Britain controlled the North Sea, its global trade would sooner or later become Germany's cash cow, taking an extremely radical stance. Changing the subject, Tirpitz raised a crucial question. Was Chun Feng reliable, or would he sell the same warships to Britain? Wilhelm II, however, was unconcerned, believing that the British would never accept technology from the East. What he truly valued was something else entirely, training. The systematic training that German sailors received in the Persian Gulf was far more efficient than traditional methods and could even be quickly disseminated throughout the entire German fleet. Tirpitz nodded in agreement, noting that this standardized training had indeed significantly improved efficiency. Wilhelm II then concluded with a sense of triumph that what they had acquired was not merely warships, but the seed of a whole new naval system. Just then, the adjutant delivered an urgent diplomatic telegram. The British Foreign Secretary issued a strongly worded warning that the German naval operation had touched upon core British interests and hinted at retaliatory measures. Wilhelm II laughed upon hearing this, concluding that it demonstrated Britain's growing fear, as they currently lacked the strength to directly confront these new ships. Tirpitz, however, remained more composed, pointing out that Britain would inevitably accelerate its shipbuilding efforts further. The emperor, however, stated that this was precisely the outcome he desired, to plunge Britain into an arms race and financial strain, paving the way for future strategic opportunities. He had even begun outlining a blueprint for breaking the blockade. He then ordered a diplomatic response to Britain, while emphasizing that Germany reserved all rights of action. Immediately following, another intelligence report arrived. Britain had been monitoring and photographing the fleet along the entire Suez Canal. Tirpitz thought this was entirely expected, but Wilhelm II went a step further and proposed that he not only wanted to shock the British Admiralty, but also to truly frighten them. Therefore, he made a bold decision. Instead of returning directly to the UK, the fleet would turn towards Portsmouth, England, for a friendly visit, and even invite British officers to board the ships for a tour, publicly demonstrating its technological advantages. This move was clearly highly provocative. Tirpitz cautiously suggested reducing the scale of the operation, and ultimately both sides decided to send only 2 ships to control the risks while achieving a deterrent effect. Wilhelm II nodded in satisfaction, and even emphasized the details. The ships must be clean and tidy, the officers and soldiers must be in perfect bearing, and he even hoped that the British media would describe these warships as visitors from the future. After the adjutant left, the study returned to silence. Tirpitz, watching the Emperor's retreating figure, finally asked the crucial question. Could these few warships truly challenge the Royal Navy? Wilhelm II did not turn around, but his tone suddenly became calm. Alfred, have you read Chinese history? Chapter 17, there's an old Chinese saying. I know a little bit about it. There's a Chinese idiom. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Wilhelm II turned around, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. These 6 ships are the sparks. They will ignite British fear, ignite a naval race, and ignite a global frenzy for the next generation of battleships. And while everyone is focused on the North Sea, he walked to the other side of the world map and pointed to the Far East. That Chinese man, named Chun Feng, isn't just building warships in the Persian Gulf. He's building a nation, a Chinese nation. Do you know what that means? Tirpitz cautiously replied. It means the balance of power in the Far East may be broken. More than that, Wilhelm II shook his head. It means that the first crack has appeared in the era of white dominance of the world. The Dutch, the British, and the French colonized Asia for 3 centuries, telling the world that yellow people were destined to be ruled. But now, a yellow person has built warships that are more advanced than all the white people combined, and is using these warships to make money, build a nation, and accumulate power. He paused, lowering his voice. Alfred, what the German Empire needs to do is not compete with that Chinese. It needs to cooperate, use his technology, his shipbuilding capabilities to fight against our common enemy, Britain. When we control the seas, the East can be given to him. Tirpitz took a deep breath. The Emperor's strategic vision was sometimes insane and sometimes terrifyingly sharp. That's why you agreed to such a high price, even paying with gold. Gold will run out, but technology is permanent, Wilhelm II said. Besides, I need him to keep the British's attention focused. When the British discover that the warships being launched in that unassuming port in the Persian Gulf are more advanced than the Westphalen class, guess what they'll do? Tirpitz understood instantly. They will move more of their fleet to the Indian Ocean and disperse their forces in the North Sea. Yes, Wilhelm II smiled. By then, our second and third batches of new ships will have entered service. The balance of power in the North Sea will quietly change. The changing of the guard command came from outside the window. Autumn sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the floor. Tirpitz gazed at the Emperor's profile, rendered in shadow, and suddenly felt a chill. The plan was too grand, too complex, involving far too many variables. But undeniably, it had a chance of success. There is one more thing, Your Majesty, Tirpitz concluded. The Russians. They lost to the Japanese in the Far East, and their Baltic fleet was almost completely annihilated. The military attaché in St. Petersburg reports that Tsar Nicholas II urgently needs to replenish his warships. Wilhelm II's eyes lit up. You mean, we can sell the old capital ships that are being replaced to the Russians as a package, Tirpitz said. We can raise the price, since they urgently need them anyway. This way, we can recoup some of our funds, make the Russian Navy owe us a favor, and give the British another direction to be wary of. Great idea. Wilhelm II slammed his fist on the table. Get it done immediately. Tell the Russians that we have 4 capital ships designed in 1898 that we can transfer at a discounted price, with 6 months' worth of ammunition and maintenance support included. But it has to be in cash, or in exchange for grain, timber, or minerals. Yes, Your Majesty. As Tirpitz saluted and prepared to leave, Wilhelm II called him back. Alfred, His Majesty, you say, The Emperor's voice suddenly became somewhat unsteady. How will history books describe today 100 years from now? Will they describe that morning when 6 German warships passed through the Suez Canal? After a moment's thought, Tirpitz gave the most pragmatic answer a naval commander could offer. They would say that it was the last day of the old Navy and the first morning of the new Navy. Wilhelm II laughed, a laugh like a child. I like that way of putting it. Go on, make that morning a little longer. London, Admiralty Building, First Sea Lord's Office. Lord John Arbuthnot Fisher, First Sea Lord of the Royal Navy, stared at the 12 photographs spread out on his desk, speechless for an hour. The office was filled with smoke. Cigar ashtrays were filled and emptied repeatedly. The nautical clock on the wall ticked away, each second striking a chord with everyone present. Captain William Reginald Hall, Chief of Naval Intelligence, stood at his desk, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had received a coded telegram from Cairo at 5 o'clock that afternoon, received the photographic negatives sent urgently via diplomatic pouch at 6, developed them at 7, and arrived at the Admiralty at 8. Then came a long silence. Explain. Fisher finally spoke, his voice eerily calm. Hall swallowed hard. Between 6:20 and 7 o'clock this morning, 6 new German battleships passed through the middle of the Suez Canal. This is a photograph taken by dispatcher Johnson Evans. Judging from their hull types, they belong to the same class and are completely identical in design. I can tell. Fisher picked up a magnifying glass and brought it close to the nearest image. 5 twin turrets. All main guns. No secondary gun corps. This is a full heavy gun design, exactly the same as the one I mentioned in my 1903 memorandum. Yes, sir. Displacement. Based on the waterline depth and hull size, it is estimated to be at least 18,000 tons and possibly up to 20,000 tons. Main gun caliber. Comparative analysis of the photos shows that the barrel length is about 45 times the caliber. The muzzle diameter, Hall said with difficulty, is estimated to be around 12 inches. Fisher's hand trembled slightly. 12 inches, 305 millimeters, was the largest caliber currently in service with the Royal Navy. And the Germans had 10 on a single ship. Speed, visually estimated to be more than 21 sections. The dispatcher reports that the chimney exhaust characteristics indicate the use of steam turbines. Fisher put down a magnifying glass and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were bloodshot. When did the Germans start building it? We don't know, sir. Hall's voice trailed off. Naval intelligence has no reports. Dockyard observers, steel procurement records, boiler orders, everything is normal. It's as if these ships appeared out of thin air. Appeared out of thin air. Fisher slammed his hand on the table, the photograph jumping up. 60,000 ton battleship. More than 100,000 tons of steel needed. More than 5,000 workers needed. At least 2 years to build. And you're telling me the Germans can build 6 without alerting us at all? Hall dared not answer. Fisher stood up and paced quickly around the office. He wasn't tall, but at that moment he looked like a lion trapped in a cage. Do you know what's most terrifying? He suddenly stopped. It's not the 6 ships themselves. It's what they represent. He walked to the North Sea nautical chart on the wall and pointed to Port William and Port Kiel. The Germans have mastered the design of all heavy guns, the steam turbine technology, and the unified fire control system. This means that their next batch of warships, and the batch after that, will all be of this standard. And our dreadnought, he turned around, his eyes sharp, will not be able to be launched for another 12 months. By the time it enters service, there may already be 12 German ships of the same type in the North Sea. We can speed up construction, sir, said Sir Philip Watts, Chief of Naval Construction. If we suspend other projects and concentrate resources, the construction period for the Dauntless can be shortened to 6 months. Chapter 18, Edward's Dissatisfaction. And then, Fisher asked, build 1 to fight 12? I want numerical superiority. A 2-power standard. The Royal Navy must be at least equal to the combined strength of the world's 2nd and 3rd strongest navies. He returned to his desk, picked up the phone. Connect to the Prime Minister's residence. Yes, now. Tell Mr. Campbell Bannerman I need to see him within half an hour. While waiting for the call to connect, he said to Watts, I need a report by noon tomorrow at the latest. It should detail how much budget and time it would take if we immediately launched a construction program for 6 dreadnoughts, and what impact it would have on existing shipbuilding plans. 6 ships at the same time? Watts was shocked. 6 ships is the minimum. Fisher roared. The Germans have 6. We need 12. It's a math problem, Philip. A simple math problem. The call connected. Fisher picked up the receiver. Your Excellency, this is Fisher. I apologize for disturbing you so late, but I need to convene an emergency wartime cabinet meeting immediately. Yes, tonight. Why? The Germans have just unveiled 6 new battleships that we know nothing about, and the Royal Navy is completely unprepared for them. I believe this is the most serious national security threat since the Napoleonic Wars. After hanging up the phone, the office was deathly silent. Hall asked cautiously, Sir, do you really think the Germans will? I don't know if the Germans will go to war, Fisher interrupted him. But I do know that when you see your opponent at the poker table show a trump card, and you only have a weak hand, you have to assume he's going to empty your stack. He walked to the window and gazed at the London nightscape. The lights on the Thames were reflected on the dark water like a luminous snake. For 300 years, this river had witnessed countless fleets setting sail and returning, and countless empires rising and falling. Hall. Yes, sir. Activate all intelligence networks for Project Deep Blue. Fisher didn't turn around. I need to know where these ships were built, who designed them, and what technologies were used. In particular, he turned his eyes sharp as knives. I need to know if the Germans have any allies. Are there any other countries building the same ships? You suspect. I doubt everything, Fisher said. 6 warships couldn't have appeared out of a vacuum. There must be something we've overlooked. Find it. Yes, sir. After Hall saluted and left, Watts remained in the office. John, Watts addressed him personally. Do you really think the situation is that bad? Fisher sat back in his chair, suddenly looking exhausted. Philip, how many warships have you designed? 27 capital ships, from the Sovereign class to the Dreadnought. What do you think of the Dreadnought compared to these German ships? Fisher asked, pointing to the photograph. Watts remained silent for a long time before finally answering honestly. If the parameters are accurate, the Dreadnought is not outdated in design. But the Germans have already entered service, while we are still on the slipway. The time difference is at least 10 months. In a naval race, 12 months is enough to decide the outcome. So we have to chase. Fisher rubbed his temples. With double the speed, triple the budget, and at all costs. Because if we can't catch up, he didn't finish speaking, but Watts understood. If they fail to catch up, the Royal Navy's global hegemony, which has lasted for 300 years, may come to an end in their generation. And they will become sinners in history. The nautical clock on the wall struck 10. The chimes echoed in the silent office, like a death knell or a war drum. Fisher stood up and picked up his military cap. Go, Philip. Go, and make sure the Prime Minister and the Cabinet gentlemen understand that they either approve the largest naval budget in history or prepare for the funeral of the British Empire. As he left the office, Fisher took one last look at the photograph on the table. The silhouette of the Westphalen gleamed coldly under the lights, its 5 turrets like 5 eyes, indifferently watching the world that was about to change. Fisher gently closed the door, leaving the steel ghost in the darkness. But everyone present knew that from this day forward, that specter would forever haunt the Royal Navy, haunting the nightmares of every naval officer, until someone builds a bigger, faster, and stronger ship and sinks it. Buckingham Palace, the King's study. The front page of the Times was slammed onto the Persian carpet, the pages scattered, the huge, bold headline particularly glaring. The steel ghosts of Germany. 6 mysterious warships pass through the Suez Canal. King Edward VII stood before his desk, his face flushed, his thick fingers pointing at the newspaper on the floor. This is an insult. A blatant insult. Lord Selborne, the First Lord of the Navy, stood to the side, bowing slightly. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Calm down. Edward VII turned around, his obese body trembling with rage. That arrogant little William, if his father, my dear brother-in-law Frederick, were still alive, he would never have allowed him to provoke us like this. The king walked to the window, gazing at the gardens outside the palace, his voice filled with the sting of family feuds. Last year in Coburg, in front of a room full of European royalty, he spoke at length about Germany's land under the sun. I told him that the territory of the British Empire is not bread on a table, to be cut into pieces at will. And now, he's responding to me with warships. Count Selborne carefully chose his words. Your Majesty, this is primarily a matter of naval technology. The Germans seem to have built a new generation of battleships, and our intelligence system has completely missed them. You missed them? The king turned around abruptly. 6. 22 on ton sheep. This isn't just missing one cruiser, it's missing 6 capital ships. Are the Royal Navy blind? There was a gentle knock on the study door. Comain. Prime Minister Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman entered, followed by Foreign Secretary Lord Langston. Both men looked grim. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister bowed slightly. Lord Fisher of the Admiralty requests an urgent audience. He brings more detailed intelligence. Let him in. The king sat back in his high-backed chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Everyone, listen to what's wrong with our Navy. Lord John Fisher strode into the study, his military uniform impeccably tailored, but his eyes bloodshot. He carried a thick folder in his hand. Your Majesty, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, and Your Excellencies, Fisher's voice was crisp and clear, like a cannonball exploding. I will make this brief. The Germans have achieved a technological breakthrough, while we are at least 18 months behind. He opened the folder, took out the enlarged photo, and spread it out on the desk. This photo was taken yesterday morning in the Suez Canal. 6 identical warships, named the Westphalen class. According to preliminary analysis, standard displacement is between 18,000 and 20,000 tons. Main armament consists of 10 12-inch 45 caliber guns, mounted in 5 twin-mounted turrets. Propulsion is provided by Parsons steam turbines, with a maximum speed of no less than 21 knots. It adopts a key protection design, with the main armor belt estimated to be more than 11 inches thick. The study was deathly silent. Foreign Secretary Lansdowne spoke first. Are you sure it's a 12-inch main gun? Our latest Edward 7 class destroyers only have 9.2-inch guns. Confirmed. Fisher pointed to the ratio of the gun barrel to the hull in the photo. The gun barrel is at least 45 feet long. Only the 12-inch class needs such a long barrel to ensure muzzle velocity and range. Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman rubbed his temples. What about the cost? A ship like this wouldn't cost less than 1.5 million pounds, would it? We don't know the German cost, Fisher said, but by our standards, such a ship would cost between 1.8 million pounds and 2 million pounds. 6 ships, that would be 12 million pounds. Count Selborne gasped. What was the German Navy's total budget last year? 8.5 million pounds, Fisher stated the figure precisely. So either they've diverted funds from other branches of the military, or they have a source of funding we don't know about. Edward VII stared at the photograph and suddenly asked, Fisher, 3 years ago you showed me a memorandum about the concept of all heavy gun warships. Are these German ships the embodiment of that concept? Indeed, Your Majesty. Fisher's expression was complex, a mixture of bitterness at the confirmation of his prediction and anxiety about the backward reality. In 1903, I proposed that future battleships should abolish mixed-caliber main guns and unify them into large-caliber main guns, which, in conjunction with a central fire control system, could fire salvos at long range. But the Naval Commission believed that the technology was not mature enough and the budget did not allow it. So the Germans have realized your vision. The king's voice was as cold as ice. Using our concepts, they have built ships that are more advanced than ours. The atmosphere in the study was heavy. The Marquis of Langston broke the silence. The issue now is not assigning blame, but responding. What are the Germans trying to do? Where are those 6 ships now? Fisher replied. According to the latest telegram, they have entered the Mediterranean through the canal and are heading northwest. Their destination is likely Gibraltar and then into the Atlantic. As for what they intend to do, he paused. I judge there to be 2 possibilities. First, to return directly to German North Sea ports as the new core of the High Seas Fleet. Second, to conduct a circumnavigation to demonstrate military power, especially to visit overseas outposts of interest to Germany, such as Morocco. Morocco, Langston frowned. The French are expanding their influence there, and the Germans just protested last month. If 6 new battleships appear in Casablanca, that is a direct deterrent to France, and also a signal to us, the Prime Minister continued. Germany is telling us that they have the capability to project power into the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and are no longer a second-rate navy blockaded in the Baltic Sea. Edward VII suddenly laughed, but his laughter was devoid of warmth. My nephew William. He always loves grand performances. Now that he has a new toy, he certainly can't wait to show it to the whole world. He stood up and walked to the map of Europe on the wall. Fisher, tell me frankly, if the German fleet and the Royal Navy were to fight a decisive battle in the North Sea right now, today what would be the outcome? All eyes were on the First Sea Minister. Fisher remained silent for a full 10 seconds. then gave the answer that no one wanted to hear but had to face. We will win, Your Majesty. But the cost will be at least 4 to 6 capital ships sunk, and casualties could exceed 5,000. And that's assuming we can use our numerical superiority to encircle them and force them into close combat. If the Germans use their speed advantage for maneuver warfare. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. So, in reality, the king said slowly, these 6 ships have given the German Navy a local advantage in the North Sea. Although we still lead in total tonnage, they now have a sharp spearhead that can pierce our formation. Yes, Your Majesty, Fisher admitted. And this is only the first batch. If the Germans master this design, the second and third batches will soon follow. By 1908, the balance of power in the North Sea may have been completely reversed. Earl Selborne couldn't help but ask, how quickly can we build a warship of the same class? What about the Dreadnought? The Dreadnought was only laid down in October of this year and is expected to be launched in December 1906 and commissioned in early 1907. Fisher spoke faster. But that's a single ship. What we need is quantity. I suggest that we immediately launch an emergency construction plan for 10 dreadnoughts, while suspending all existing modernization plans for pre-dreadnoughts and concentrating all resources on them. Chapter 19, Edward's Dissatisfaction 2. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer exchanged a worried glance. The cost, Campbell Bannerman asked. 10 new ships, each costing £2 million, totaling £25 million. Fisher was clearly prepared, but this money can be paid in installments over 3 years. At the same time, we can decommission the 4 oldest Majestic-class battleships ahead of schedule and sell them to second-tier naval powers to recoup some funds. Which countries will buy it? Chile and Argentina are engaged in an arms race, and Brazil also has plans to expand its navy. Although Japan has just defeated Russia, its fleet is severely damaged and needs replenishment. Even Fisherton paused. Turkey. The Ottoman Empire has always wanted to rebuild its navy. Lord Langston shook his head. Selling Royal Navy warships to Turkey? That would provoke strong protests from Russia. Then sell it to Chile or Japan, Fisher said firmly. The key is that we need money. We need shipyards. We need workers. Every month of delay could mean the Germans could build one more Westphalen-class ship. Edward VII returned to his seat, his fingers interlaced on his stomach. This was his habitual posture when contemplating important decisions. Fisher, if your 6-ship plan is approved, when is the earliest you can expect the first ship to enter service? If we place the order tomorrow and have the 5 major shipyards across the country start construction simultaneously, the first ship could be launched within 18 months and put into service within 24 months. It will take 3 years to complete all 10 ships. 3 years, the king murmured. How many German ships will the Germans have in these 3 years? Given Germany's shipbuilding capacity, if they operate at full capacity, they could build 8 to 10 ships of the same class in 3 years, Fisher stated, giving a stark figure. So, 10 is just the starting point. We need more. My proposed goal is, by 1910, the Royal Navy should have at least 20 fully armed battleships, giving it absolute superiority over Germany. Earl Selborne exclaimed, a ship? That's £40 million, plus the cruisers, destroyers, logistics. Or we accept the fact that Germany is on equal footing with us in the North Sea, Fisher said coldly, and then watch them threaten us with their fleet to make concessions in the next international crisis. For example, the Moroccan question, or the Baghdad Railway dispute, or any area of British imperial interest they want to get involved in. Silence fell again in the study. The only sound was the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace. After a long silence, Edward VII spoke. Launceston, His Majesty, summoned the German ambassador. I want you to go in person, not at the Foreign Office, but here at Buckingham Palace. The king's voice regained its calm, the composure that comes with a monarch's decision. Tell him that the British Empire has taken note of the German Navy's technological advancements in hopes that this will not affect the traditional friendship between the two countries. But also make it clear that any attempt to change the status quo in the North Sea will be considered a threat to the core security interests of the British Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Campbell Bannerman, His Majesty, convene the wartime cabinet tomorrow morning. Fisher will be present to give a detailed report on the situation and our response plan. The king paused. At the same time, I need you, along with the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the First Lord of the Admiralty, to draft an emergency naval appropriations bill. The amount, should be set aside for £15 million initially. The Prime Minister opened his mouth, but seeing the king's gaze, he swallowed his words. Fisher, His Majesty, I agree in principle to your plan of 10 ships, but I need you to submit a detailed plan within 3 days. Which shipyard will build which ship? How long will the construction period be? How many workers will be needed? And which civilian orders will be affected? The king stood up, and everyone else followed suit. Also, find out where these ships were built. The Germans can't keep it completely secret. There must be a clue we've missed. It's already under investigation, Your Majesty. It's a joint operation by MI5 and the Naval Intelligence Service, codenamed Deep Blue. Very well. Edward VII walked up to Fisher, looking him straight in the eye. John, I appointed you First Elor because you said you could keep the Royal Navy ahead. Now prove it to me. Fisher straightened his back. I will, Your Majesty. The king nodded, indicating that everyone could leave. As Fisher reached the door, he heard the king mutter to himself, a phrase that was addressed both to him and to himself. The Victorian era is over, Fisher. Now it's time for us old folks to preserve the legacy for the younger generation. Berlin, Sanssouci Palace Ballroom. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated the long table covered with a snow-white tablecloth, and a silver cutlery reflected a warm glow. Emperor Wilhelm II sat in the main seat, flanked by senior naval officers, cabinet ministers, and industrial magnates. Halfway through the banquet, the emperor raised his wine cup. Gentlemen, his voice boomed, brimming with theatricality, let us raise a toast to the German high seas fleet, to the 6 steel giants that passed through the Suez Canal yesterday. Long live the emperor! The entire room raised its glasses, and the cheers almost lifted the roof off. Wilhelm II downed his drink in one gulp, his face beaming with undisguised smugness. He turned to Tirpitz, who sat to his right. Alfred, tell everyone, what's the British reaction now? Tirpitz rose to his feet, the medals on his uniform jingling. As one of the few who remained calm at the banquet, he chose to speak with facts rather than emotion. According to a report from the British Embassy in London, the Admiralty was kept brightly lit all night yesterday. This morning, King Edward VII urgently summoned the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and the First Lord of the Admiralty. This afternoon, the Marquis of Langston, the British Foreign Secretary, summoned our ambassador to express his concern. A burst of laughter erupted from the table. Concern, exclaimed Gustav Krupp, chairman of the Krupp Company. They should be terrified. The main guns of the Westphalian-class ships can tear their ships to shreds from beyond their range. Tirpitz frowned slightly, but the emperor clearly liked this argument. Well said, Gustav. William II laughed. For the first time in 300 years, the Royal Navy has encountered a technologically superior adversary. They must be frantically calculating how many new ships they need to build to regain their advantage. That would drain their treasury, Finance Minister August von Heltling said cautiously, but it would also drain ours. The atmosphere paused slightly. Wilhelm II glanced at the Chancellor of the Exchequer, his smile fading slightly. August, you're always such a spoilsport. But you're right. Money is a problem. He turned to Tirpitz. That Chinese man, Chun Feng, has he agreed to the new order? Negotiations are underway, Your Majesty, Tirpitz replied. He's asking for a high price, for improved Westphalian-class battleships, £3 million each, half of which must be paid in gold. In addition, he's demanding auto-frettage technology for the guns from the Skoda Arms factory and technical support from the Zeiss Optics division. Whispers broke out around the table. £3 million? That's too expensive. Gold payment? Our gold reserves. Technology transfer? That's impossible. Chapter 20 additional orders? Wilhelm II raised his hand to silence the murmurs. Quiet. He looked at Tirpitz. Do you think it's worth it? After a few seconds of thought, Tirpitz gave his professional assessment. From a purely military perspective, it's worth it. The performance of the Westphalian class has already been proven, and the improved version will only be stronger. Moreover, we are not only gaining ships, but also a training system. The 3 months of training our sailors received in the Persian Gulf is no less valuable than the warships themselves. But technology transfer. Foreign Minister Count Bernhard von Bülow began. If the Chinese master our core military technology, they may become our competitors in the future. They already are, Tirpitz said calmly. The difference is that they have now chosen to cooperate with us. If we had refused, they might have found other buyers, France, Russia, or even Britain. The last two words silenced the entire dining table. Wilhelm II tapped his fingers on his wine glass. The British would buy warships from the Chinese? Normally not, Tirpitz analyzed. But if we push too hard and make the British feel desperate, they might put aside their arrogance and take a pragmatic approach. After all, when it comes to technological superiority, face is secondary. The emperor fell into deep thought. After a long while, he asked, "What exactly does Qin Feng want? Money? Technology? Or something else?" According to our observations, he wants three things. Tirpitz had clearly done his homework. First, industrial capacity. He is building a complete industrial base in the Persian Gulf, which requires machine tools, steel-making equipment, and chemical plants. Second, international recognition. He calls himself a representative of the Lanfang Republic and hopes to gain de facto diplomatic recognition from major powers. Third, he paused security. His 300,000 Chinese immigrants need a safe home, and the Persian Gulf is currently in a power vacuum. So he's trading warships for living space. Wilhelm II understood. Very clever. Knowing he can't protect his wealth on his own, he drags major powers into the fray, creating a bond of shared interests. That is indeed the case, Your Majesty. The emperor surveyed the table. Gentlemen, let's vote. Raise your hands if you agree to accept the Chinese terms and sign the new order. Lord Alfred von Schlieffen, chief of the army staff, was the first to raise his hand. I agree. A strong navy can restrain Britain and create opportunities for the army's Schlieffen plan. The chairman of Krupp raised his hand. I agree. The orders from the Chinese can support our shipyards and military factories, and the gold payment can alleviate our financial pressure. One by one, hands were raised. Finally, only Finance Minister Heltling and Foreign Minister Billow have yet to make statement. August. Wilhelm II looked at the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Heltling gave a wry smile. Your Majesty, from a financial perspective, this is a disaster. But we have no other choice, do we? If we want to win the naval race, we don't have one, the Emperor said frankly. Heltling slowly raised his hand. All eyes turned to Count Bilo. The experienced diplomat then spoke last. I agreed to sign the order, but I suggest attaching conditions. First, the technology transfer must be phased to ensure we remain a generation ahead. Second, the Chinese must promise that warships of the same class will not be sold to Britain, France, or Russia. Third, he looked at the emperor, we should send a formal diplomatic mission to the Persian Gulf to establish official relations with this Lanfang Republic. Wilhelm II raised an eyebrow. Official relations? Recognize them. It's not legal recognition. It's de facto contact, Bilot explained. Establishing consular offices, signing trade agreements, providing military advisors. If we don't hold this position, the French, Americans, even the Japanese might go there. That place. I've studied the map. It's on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf, near the Strait of Hormuz. It's strategically important. Tirpitz added, and there may be oil. Geologists report that the geological structure along the Persian Gulf coast is similar to that of western Persia, where large oil fields have already been discovered. The atmosphere at the dinner table changed. It shifted from a simple discussion about military purchases to geostrategic considerations. Wilhelm II's eyes lit up. Oil. If there really are oil fields there, and we have allies there. Not an ally, Your Majesty, Bilo corrected, but a partner. A partner who needs our help. The emperor laughed loudly. Good. Tirpitz, inform the Chinese that we accept the terms in principle. Your negotiating team can finalize the details. Bilo, prepare the delegation. It will depart next month. I want to be by Chun Feng's side to have our eyes and ears. He raised his glass again. Gentlemen, a toast to the vision of the German Empire. A toast to our friends in the East. Long live the emperor. The banquet resumed its boisterous atmosphere, but Tirpitz noticed a complex expression behind the emperor's smile that he couldn't decipher. While the waiter was pouring wine, Tirpitz asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, do you still have concerns? Wilhelm II's smile vanished, and his voice was so low that only the two of them could hear. Alfred, tell me, are we using that Chinese man, or is he using us? Tirpitz paused for a moment, then gave the most honest answer. Your Majesty, in international politics, it doesn't matter who uses whom, as long as both sides get what they want. What matters is that we gain more than we lose. But what if one day what he wants conflicts with what we want? Then let's see whose sword is sharper, Tirpitz said calmly. And for at least the next 10 years, Germany's sword will be longer than his. Wilhelm II stared at the swirling red liquid in his glass and muttered to himself, "I hope so, Alfred. I hope so." London, MI5 headquarters basement. The heavy smell of tobacco filled the cramped room. 6 men sat around a long table piled high with documents, each with bloodshot eyes. Sir William Melville, head of MI5, tapped the table. "Gentlemen, it's been 24 hours. Any progress?" Captain Hall of the Naval Intelligence Office spoke first. "We investigated all the major shipyards in Germany: Kiel, Wilhelmshaven, Hamburg, and Danzig. In the past 3 years, no shipyard has a record of building a 20,000-ton warship. All the large dry docks are building known ships, and there has been no abnormal increase in the number of workers." "What about the steel?" Melville asked. "Building 6 of these ships would require at least 100,000 tons of special steel. Have you checked the production records of steel giants like Krupp and Thyssen?" "We've investigated," another intelligence officer replied. "Germany's production of specialty steel increased by 15% last year compared to the previous year, but the increase mainly went to railway construction and civilian shipbuilding. There was no indication that it was concentrated in any secret shipbuilding project." "Boiler and turbine?" "The Parsons steam turbine is a British patent. The Germans need a license." "Parsons' authorized manufacturer in Germany is the Vulcan Shipyard," Hall said, flipping through the documents. "Over the past 3 years, they have produced 22 large steam turbines, all for known warships and cruise ships. There is no excess capacity." A depressing silence fell over the room. Chapter 21 was not built in Germany. Melville lit a cigar and took a deep drag. "So the conclusion is, the steel, engines, guns, docks, workers, all these elements required for 6 20,000-ton battleships are not unusual in Germany. But they did appear, and were sailing in the Mediterranean yesterday." "There's only one explanation, sir," said Charles Brent, the young analyst sitting in the corner. He was a newly transferred mathematical genius, skilled at finding patterns in chaotic data. "Explain." "These ships weren't built in Germany." Brent stood up and walked to the world map on the wall. "At least, not the major components. The Germans were probably the assemblers, not the manufacturers." Melville narrowed his eyes. "Continue." "I analyzed Germany's import and export data over the past 3 years," Brent said quickly. "There are 3 anomalies. First, imports of alloy metals such as nickel and chromium from Sweden increased by 40%, far exceeding the growth in domestic military demand. Second, the number of machine tools exported to the Ottoman Empire, Persia, and other Middle Eastern regions surged, but these regions did not have the corresponding industrial capacity to receive them. Third, the amount of special cargo transshipped from the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, labeled as agricultural machinery, tripled in the past 18 months, and the final destination for most of them was ports in the Indian Ocean." He picked up a pointer and pointed it at the map. "If you connect these anomalous data, you'll get a path. Special alloys from Sweden to Germany, machine tools from Germany to the Middle East, and then a large amount of unidentified cargo from Europe via Rotterdam to the Indian Ocean. And 6 warships suddenly appeared in the Suez Canal." Colonel Hall looked up abruptly. "You mean the warships were built outside of Europe?" "The parts were manufactured in a decentralized manner and then transported to a location for assembly. Or perhaps there's a complete shipbuilding industry somewhere we don't know about," Brent said. "A place that can build the world's most advanced battleships, but isn't in our intelligence network." Melville stood up, walked to the map, and traced the Indian Ocean coastline with his finger. "What does a place that can build a 20,000-ton warship need?" "Deep-water ports, large shipyards, steel mills, skilled workers." His finger suddenly stopped on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. "Here, Oman." "No, this place is marked as Trusur Oman, nominally under the jurisdiction of the Ottoman Empire, but actually a tribal region. But something unusual has happened here in the last 3 years." Brent pulled a report from the pile of documents. The intelligence station in Mumbai sent back a briefing last year. A large number of Chinese laborers have disappeared from Singapore, Penang, Batavia, and other places, and it is rumored that they have gone to the Western Desert. The number is estimated to be more than 100,000. "Chinese? Laborers?" Melville frowned. "And this too." Hall found another document, a trade report from the Indian governor's office. "Over the past 2 years, large quantities of refined copper, crude steel ingots, and even chemical products have been exported to India from an unmarked port on the southern coast of the Persian Gulf. The exporter is listed as Lanfang Trading Company." "Lanfang," Melville murmured the unfamiliar name. What does it mean? Brent has already opened the Encyclopedia Britannica and found the corresponding entry. The Lanfang Republic, a Chinese state that existed in Borneo from 1777 to 1884, was later annexed by the Dutch East India Company. The remaining forces fled to Southeast Asia. He looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement at having discovered a crucial piece of the puzzle. Sir, if these Chinese are descendants of Lanfang, if they've gathered on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf, if they have industrial capabilities, then the German warships probably came from there, Melville concluded, a quasi-national entity established by Chinese people, possessing advanced shipbuilding capabilities. The room was completely silent. This deduction was astonishing, bizarre, but it was the only logical chain that could explain all the anomalies. After a long pause, Melville stubbed out a cigar. I need solid evidence. Photos, eyewitness reports, at least one reliable intelligence officer's on-site observation. We don't have an intelligence network there, Hall said helplessly. The southern coast of the Persian Gulf has never been a priority area. The nearest intelligence post is in Basra, at least 500 miles away. Then establish it. Melville gave the order decisively. Hall, transfer 2 officers from naval intelligence who speak Arabic or Persian to the region as merchants. Brent, you continue analyzing the data. I need to know the size of this Lanfang, its industrial capacity, and information about its leaders. And, he paused, find out who else, besides Germany, is doing business with them. Yes, sir. Finally, Melville's voice turned cold. This matter is confined to this room for now. No speculative conclusions shall be reported to the Admiralty or the Cabinet until conclusive evidence is obtained. Understand? Everyone nodded. They all knew that if they reported the speculation that the German warships might have been built by the Chinese, it would only be seen as a pipe dream and would damage the credibility of the intelligence department. After the meeting, Melville remained alone in the room. He relit his cigar and stared at the blurry corner of the Persian Gulf on the map. Lanfang, he murmured to himself. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Then he remembered what Fisher had said at the Admiralty the day before. The race has only just begun, but it now appears that there are probably more participants in the competition than anyone imagined. The most terrifying thing is that one participant, without anyone noticing, had secretly manufactured the gun and sold it to the highest bidder. Melville stubbed out his cigar and decided to personally draft a top-secret memorandum to send directly to Lord Fisher, First Sea Lord. He already had a title in mind. A preliminary assessment of the possible existence of a Chinese political entity with advanced shipbuilding capabilities on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. This may be the boldest report of his career, and it may also be the most important. London outside the window was still asleep, but in this basement, a new intelligence war had already begun. Cabinet Room, 10, Downing Street, London. The long walnut table was filled with people. Tobacco smoke billowed in the sunlight, like lingering gunpowder from a battlefield. Prime Minister Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman tapped the table with his knuckles. Gentlemen, let's begin. Lord Fisher, please give your briefing first. First Sea Lord John Fisher stood up, his uniform perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle. He walked to the huge North Sea chart on the wall and picked up a compass. 3 days ago, 6 new German battleships passed through the Suez Canal. His voice was like a blade slicing through glass. These are comparison images produced by the Photo Analysis Department. The assistant drew back the curtain, revealing 2 line drawings side by side on the blackboard. On the left was the Royal Navy's newest Edward VII class battleship, and on the right was the estimated outline of the German Westphalia-class battleship. The comparison data is as follows. Fisher pointed his pointer at the diagram. Captain, we are 525 feet. They are 560 feet. Displacement. We are 16,500 tons. They are at least 18,000 tons. Main guns. We have 4 12-inch main guns and 4 9.2-inch secondary main guns. They have 10 12-inch main guns, all of the same caliber. Speed. We are 18.5 knots. They are no less than 21 knots. Finance Minister Herbert Henry Asquith took off his glasses and wiped them. Are you sure these figures are accurate? Or is it just the Germans bluffing? The photos were taken by the Suez Canal dispatchers themselves, and the measurements were based on the canal's width and water gauge markings, Fisher said coldly. If Mr. Asquith doubts the capabilities of the Royal Navy's technical department, he can verify the calculations himself. Chapter 22 Interesting Report. Foreign Secretary Lord Langston smoothed things over. No one doubts the technical analysis, Fisher. The question is, what is the actual impact of these 6 ships on the strategic balance? The actual impact is Fisher slammed his pointer heavily in the North Sea, that if war breaks out now, the German high seas fleet, plus these 6 new ships, could achieve both quantitative and qualitative superiority in the North Sea. Our home fleet would need to recall at least 4 capital ships from around the world to regain decisive advantage. And in the process, he paused, allowing everyone to process his meaning. In the meantime, said Sir Richard Burton, Secretary of State for War, if the German army launches an offensive on the Western Front at the same time, the French may not be able to hold out until we can mobilize our fleet. Exactly, Fisher nodded. The Germans have gained a window of opportunity. From the commissioning of these 6 ships to the time we build new ships sufficient to counter them, there's at least an 18-month gap. During these 18 months, they will have naval leverage in any international crisis. Silence fell over the meeting room. The sound of horse-drawn carriages passing by echoed from Whitehall outside the window, seemingly from another world. Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman finally spoke. A solution? 2 options. Fisher returned to his seat. First, through diplomacy, reach a naval arms limitation agreement with Germany, freeze the current number of ships, and avoid a competition. The Marquis of Langston gave a wry smile. Would the German Emperor agree to have his new toy locked in a cabinet? So the key is the second option. Fisher pulled a thick stack of documents from his briefcase. Emergency construction plan for dreadnoughts. I request the cabinet to approve the construction of 10 brand new dreadnoughts, each with performance exceeding that of the German Westphalen class. At the same time, accelerate the construction of the existing dreadnoughts, suspend all modernizations of the former dreadnoughts, and concentrate all resources. He distributed the documents to everyone. Asquith flipped through the budget page, his face immediately changing. £2,200,000 per ship? 6 ships would be £13,200,000. Add the additional funding for the dreadnought, and the total exceeds $15 million. Do you know that's twice the Navy's annual budget? I know, Fisher said without changing his expression. I also know that if the North Sea falls, the British Empire's trade routes will be cut off, and the economic losses will be 100 times that number. Where will the money come from? Asquith pressed. Tax increases? Or issuing national bonds? The House of Commons won't approve such a huge additional allocation. Then let the House of Commons understand the gravity of the situation. Fisher raised his voice. Take them to Portsmouth. Let them see the lone dreadnought on the slipway, and the 6 warships the Germans have already launched. Tell them they either pay for the ships now, or they pay reparations later, just like China paid Japan for the Sino-Japanese War. Those were harsh words. The air in the meeting room froze. Campbell Bannerman said slowly, Lord Fisher, watch your words. Your Excellency, please forgive my bluntness. Fisher softened his tone slightly, but time is not on our side. German shipyards may already be laying the keels for the second batch of Westphalen-class ships. Every month of delay widens the gap. Trade Commission Chairman Joseph Chamberlain began. I support Fisher. But are 10 enough? The Germans have 6 now. What if they build 6 more while we are still building them? Therefore, we need a clear shipbuilding schedule. Fisher was clearly prepared. My suggestion is the 10-ship emergency plan is only the first step. The goal is to build at least 1 dreadnought by 1910, thus achieving absolute superiority over Germany. For this, we need a long-term naval expansion bill, rather than haggling over the budget every year. The 2-power standard, War Secretary Burton murmured. The Royal Navy must be at least equal to the combined strength of the world's 2nd and 3rd strongest navies. But if the German Navy becomes the world's 2nd, and France is the 3rd, we need a fleet equal to the combined size of Germany and France, Fisher continued. That's the reality. Gentlemen, the Victorian era is over. Europe is no longer a chessboard from which Britain can stand aside. We are the pieces on the chessboard, and the most prominent one at that. A long silence followed. The only sound was the rustling of pages turning. Finally, Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman looked at the Marquis of Langston. The possibility of a diplomatic approach? Langston gathered his thoughts. I summoned the German ambassador, Count von Metternich, yesterday. His remarks were very skillful. On the one hand, he indicated that this was a normal naval modernization, and on the other hand, He implied that if Britain showed flexibility on issues such as Morocco, Germany was willing to consider some form of mutual understanding. Extortion, Fisher uttered the word. They're bargaining chips, Langston corrected. The Germans know they have a temporary advantage and want to use it to gain real benefits. Morocco, the Baghdad Railway, the redivision of the colonies, these are all possible bargaining chips. Then we can't back down, Fisher said firmly. If we give up Morocco today, they'll want Egypt tomorrow and India the day after. Empire is a chain reaction. If one brick is loose, the whole wall could collapse. The Prime Minister surveyed the room. Let's vote. Should we approve Lord Fisher's emergency plan to build 10 dreadnoughts? One hand is raised, then another hand. Of the 10 cabinet members, 8 voted in favor and 2 against. The dissenting votes came from Asquith and Chamberlain, both citing financial concerns. Approved, the Prime Minister announced. Fisher, you have 1 week to submit detailed construction plans. Shipyard allocation, construction period, budget phase-out. I need to see all the details. Yes, Your Excellency the Prime Minister. Launceston, exist. Continue to engage with the Germans, but do not make any substantive commitments, especially Morocco. Tell the French that we support their special interests in Morocco, and that remains unchanged. The Prime Minister paused. Also, send people to Paris, St. Petersburg, and Washington. See how other major powers react to the new German ships, especially whether they're also seeking similar technology. Clear. Finally, Campbell Bannerman looked at Fisher. Find the true origin of these ships. I don't believe the Germans could conjure 6 warships out of thin air. There must be a clue we've missed. Fisher nodded. MI5 is already investigating. I received an interesting report yesterday. Chapter 23, Chinese Community. He pulled a document marked top secret from the file bag. Initial intelligence suggests that these warships may be linked to a Chinese community on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. Confused whispers filled the conference room. The Chinese? Asquith frowned. Are you kidding me, Fisher? I hope so. Fisher pushed the documents across the table. But the data shows that over the past 3 years, more than 300,000 Chinese immigrants have poured into the Ottoman Empire's border regions on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. There, sizable industrial facilities have sprung up, exporting crude steel, copper, and chemical products. Germany, on the other hand, has exported large quantities of machine tools and specialty steel to the region. The Marquis of Langston picked up the report and quickly scanned it. Lanfang Trading Company, Lanfang Republic, that Chinese nation that was destroyed by the Dutch. Remnants, Fisher said. If they had shipbuilding capabilities, if the Germans provided the technology and funding. So if the warships were built outside of Europe, War Secretary Burton continued. The Germans evaded our intelligence surveillance. This is just speculation, Fisher admitted, but it's the only reasonable speculation I have at the moment. I have ordered the Office of Naval Intelligence to send personnel into the area to conduct an on-site investigation. The Prime Minister pondered for a long time. If the speculation is true, is that Chinese force friend or foe? So far, it seems to be businessmen, Fisher replied. They sell warships to Germany, and they may also sell them to other higher bidders. But the appearance of a Chinese nation with advanced shipbuilding capabilities in the Indian Ocean, he paused, is more unsettling to me than Germany building 6 new ships. Why? Because Germany is a known adversary, Fisher's voice was low. But this Lanfang is an unknown. We don't know their intentions, their limits, or who their leader is. On the chessboard of the empire, suddenly there's a piece whose moves no one knows how to make. The clock outside struck 11. The smoke in the conference room grew thicker. Continue the investigation, the Prime Minister finally ordered, but this speculation must not be disclosed to the media or the House of Commons until conclusive evidence is obtained. Understand? Everyone nodded. Meeting adjourned. Cabinet members began to rise and leave. As Fisher was packing up his documents, the Prime Minister called him back. John, let me say something privately. Your Excellency the Prime Minister? Campbell Bannerman walked to the window, his back to the room. My father fought in the Crimean War. He told me that the scariest thing on the battlefield wasn't the enemy's artillery, but finding that the rifle you were using was outdated. That feeling was like being left behind by the times. Fisher walked up to him. That's how we feel right now, sir. Can you catch up? The Prime Minister turned to look at him. Build 20 new ships in 6 years and regain the advantage. I can, Fisher said without hesitation. as long as the cabinet and parliament give me the resources. The resources will be given to you, the prime minister said softly, but time will not. The German emperor will not wait for us. Neither will that. L'Enfant. The world is accelerating, John, and we old empires will either keep up or be left behind. He patted Fisher on the shoulder and left the meeting room. Fisher stood alone by the window, watching the endless stream of carriages and early automobiles on Whitehall Street. His gaze swept over the rooftops of London, across the English Channel, and continued eastward. The Persian Gulf, that hot, dry name, almost never appearing at imperial strategic meetings. Now, it may hold the key to the empire's future. Or it could be the last nail in the coffin. Berlin, Sanssouci Palace Banquet Hall. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor has decided to award Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, State Secretary of the Navy, the Order of the Hohenzollern Crown. Thunderous applause erupted. Tirpitz stepped forward under the spotlight and accepted the medal from Wilhelm II. The gold and enamel glittered under the lights. "For Germany," the Emperor cried. "For the Emperor," came the resounding reply. The banquet reached its climax. The military band played Germany above all else. The officers raised their glasses in toasts, and the industrial tycoons were beaming. Tirpitz stepped back into a corner and handed the medal to his adjutant. "Keep it safe." "General, aren't you going to put it on?" "Wait until the day of true victory to wear it," Tirpitz said softly, taking a glass of mineral water from the waiter's tray. He almost never drank alcohol. The Emperor approached, his face flushed with a mixture of alcohol and excitement. "Alfred, what are you doing here all alone? You're the star of the show today." "Your Majesty, I am thinking about something." "What are you thinking about?" "The next order? I've already approved it. 4 new ships, 3 million each, paid in gold. Let the British see what German determination is." After Tirpitz and the other emperor's excitement subsided slightly, they cautiously spoke. "Your Majesty, I have received a report from the military attaché in London. The British cabinet held an emergency meeting today, and it is very likely that they have approved the new shipbuilding plan. Let them build them." Wilhelm II waved his hand. "By the time they finish their first one, we'll have 10. By the time they finish their 10, we'll have 20. A race? The German Empire has never been afraid of a race. But finances? The Chancellor of the Exchequer will find a way." The Emperor interrupted him. "Auguste always manages to squeeze oil out of stones." And he lowered his voice, a sly smile playing on his lips. "The Russians have agreed to buy our old ships. 4 pre-dreadnoughts, a package deal for £4 million. That's enough to pay the Chinese half their deposit." Tirpitz was slightly surprised. The Russians made their decision so quickly. They've lost their entire fleet in the Far East, and their Baltic fleet is old and worn out. Tsar Nicholas desperately needs to save face, Wilhelm II said smugly. "And I promised him a year's worth of ammunition and maintenance support. Of course, the price is 30% higher than the market price. Those in urgent need don't haggle, do they?" "Your Majesty is wise," Tirpitz said, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Selling the old ships to Russia would certainly recoup funds, but it could also anger Britain. The rebuilding of the Russian Navy would inevitably arouse British vigilance in the Mediterranean and the Far East. But the Emperor clearly didn't think so. He put his arm around Tirpitz's shoulder. "Alfred, you know what I admire most about you? It's not your strategic vision, not your organizational skills, but—" He leaned closer, his breath reeking of alcohol on Tirpitz's face. "You dare to dream. You dare to dream of making the German fleet sail the whole world." Tirpitz remained silent. He knew that what the Emperor needed at this moment was an audience, not advice. The British have ruled the seas for 300 years. Wilhelm II gazed into the distance, his eyes unfocused. 300 years. My great-grandfather's time, Napoleon's time, even earlier. The Royal Navy was like a god of the sea, unchallengeable. But now, he turned, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. "We challenged them, and we proved that they are not gods. Their ships will become obsolete, their technology will be surpassed, and their hegemony can be broken." The band then began to play a majestic march. The Emperor stomped his feet lightly to the rhythm. "Alfred, how do you think history will remember this day? Will it remember the day these 6 warships passed through the Suez Canal?" After a moment's thought, Tirpitz gave a pragmatic answer. "History will remember that naval technology has entered a new era. Heavy guns, steam turbines, unified fire control. These will become the standard for battleships for the next 30 years. It's not just technology, the Emperor shook his head. It's a shift in power. From London to Berlin, from the Thames to the Spree. The center of Europe is moving eastward. Alfred, can you feel it? Chapter 24, The Steel Behemoth of Kiel. The sound of a ship's horn pierced the morning mist over the Baltic Sea, and 6 huge gray silhouettes appeared on the horizon. On the harbor shore, the dark mass of people erupted in cheers like a tsunami. Children rode on their father shoulders, women waved the black, white, and red tricolor imperial flags, and men took off their hats and threw them into the air. They're here. They're here. The pride of Germany. Look at that cannon barrel. My God, it's thicker than a house. On the viewing platform at the pier, Emperor Wilhelm II gripped his gilded binoculars tightly, his knuckles white from the effort. He was dressed in full naval admiral's uniform, the medals on his chest gleaming in the morning light, and a barely suppressed smug smile played on his lips. Alfred, the Emperor said without turning around, his voice loud enough for all the officials behind him to hear. Tell me, in the last 300 years, has any non-British fleet ever caused such a commotion upon returning to its home port? Admiral Tirpitz stood half a step to the right rear of the Emperor, maintaining a ramrod-straight military posture. Your Majesty, this is a historic moment. Historic? Wilhelm II lowered his binoculars, turned to face his naval commander, his eyes gleaming like burning coals. No, Alfred, this is the prelude to a new era. He opened his arms as if to embrace the entire port of Kiel, the entire Baltic Sea, and even the entire ocean of the world. From this day forward, the myth of the Royal Navy's dominance of the seas is over. From this day forward, anyone who wants to stop Germany from gaining land under the sun must first ask these steel behemoths if they will allow it. Officials and generals echoed in unison, and thunderous applause erupted. But Tirpitz's expression remained serious. His gaze swept over the revelers and landed on the 6 warships that were slowly entering their berths. The Westphalen, the Rhineland, the Posen, the Hessen, the Nassau, and the Oldenburg, each named after a German state, each representing the new fangs of the High Seas Fleet. Your Majesty, Tirpitz lowered his voice. The British military attaché in Germany is in the press area to the left of the reviewing stand. He has a very professional camera lens. Let him take the pictures. Wilhelm II said dismissively. Let him send every single one back to London and put on Uncle Edward's breakfast table. I want all of England, from the king to the dock workers, to see the power of Germany. The fleet has fully entered port. 6 warships were anchored at perfect intervals, their dart gun barrels pointing straight to the sky, like a steel forest. Sailors stood in formation along the sides, their white uniforms standing out against the gray hulls. A huge Imperial Navy ensign flew from the mast of each ship. The military band began playing Germany above all else. A massive chorus erupted from the crowd, the singing deafening. Wilhelm II descended from the reviewing stand and, surrounded by his guards, ascended the gangway of the HMS Westphalen. This was a meticulously planned segment. The Emperor would personally board this most powerful warship to demonstrate to the entire nation the close ties between the royal family and the Navy. On the deck, Captain von Trotta, captain of the Westphalen, stood at attention and saluted. Your Majesty, the entire crew of the Westphalen welcomes you aboard. Wilhelm II returned the greeting and then did something that made all the reporters frantically press their shutters. He strode over and gave the captain a tight hug. Colonel, you and your lads have won unparalleled glory for the Empire. Serving His Majesty. Trotta's voice choked with emotion. The accompanying court journalists immediately jotted down notes. His Majesty the Emperor honored the crew of the Westphalen with a brotherly embrace. But what are their real achievements? These ships never participated in any battles, not even firing a single shot, except for test firings in the Persian Gulf. But that doesn't matter. In the propaganda machine, they're already guardians of the Empire and new masters of the seas. The hot winds from the Persian Gulf, carrying sand grains, lashed against the glass windows of the conference room in the administration building. The room lacked the fervor of Kiel, possessing only an almost cold calm. A dozen or so telegrams, reports, and newspaper summaries were spread out on the long conference table. The front pages of the German-language Berliner Zeitung, The English-language Times and the French-language Le Figaro were all, without exception, news of the German dreadnoughts' return home. Chen Feng sat in the main seat, holding a newly translated full text of Wilhelm II's speech. He read it slowly, occasionally marking paragraphs with a red pen. Wang Bo sat to his right, sorting through business intelligence sent from various locations. Wang Wenwu sent a coded telegram from Singapore, reporting on the recent abnormal fluctuations in international commodity prices. Qian Shengli submitted the latest quarterly agricultural harvest report. Zhao Qianli submitted the assessment results for the second batch of students at the technical school. But everyone's attention was actually on Chen Feng. The young president finally put down the documents in his hand and looked up. He didn't look at the newspaper headlines, but looked directly at the huge world map hanging on the wall. The German propaganda was very successful, Chen Feng said calmly. Wilhelm II knew very well how to stir up national sentiment. But this fire burned too brightly. Uncle Wang put down the documents in his hand. Young master, isn't it more advantageous for us the more flamboyant the Germans are? The order has already been signed, and the advance payment for the second batch of 4 ships will arrive next week. Short-term benefits, long-term dangers. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the map, and pointed to the location of Kiel. An overconfident, overly excited Germany will make irrational decisions. For example, his finger moved westward across the North Sea and stopped on the British mainland. For example, provoking a wounded lion. He turned to face the crowd. You saw the British reaction in the telegram, didn't you? I saw it. Li Mingyuan, Wang Wenwu's deputy and acting Minister of Commerce, nodded. The defense sector on the London Stock Exchange has surged. Parliament is debating the emergency funding bill. Our intelligence officer said that Lord Fisher slammed his fist on the table at the Admiralty meeting. He will succeed, Chen Feng said confidently. Britain cannot stand idly by and watch Germany gain dominance in the North Sea. The plan to build 10 dreadnoughts will be approved by next month at the latest. And then what? He asked himself and answered. Then, British shipyards will be running at full speed. Engineers will be working overtime. Workers will be working in 3 shifts. In 1 or 2 years at most, Britain will be able to build a new fleet that can overwhelm Germany. By then, the ships we sold to Germany will go from being an advantage to assets that need upgrading. The meeting room fell silent. Chen Feng walked back to his seat, but instead of sitting down, he placed his hands on the table. Therefore, our window of opportunity is at most 2 years. Within 2 years, we need to accomplish 3 things. He held up 3 fingers. First, the follow-up orders from Germany must be completed on time and with high quality. This is not just about making money, but also about maintaining credibility and cooperative relationships. Uncle Wang, how is the progress at the shipyard? Wang Bo opened his notebook. The keel of the first ship of the improved Westphalia-class destroyer in Dock No. 1 has been laid. The special steel provided by Germany is of very high quality, and the workers are more skilled than last time. According to the plan, it can be delivered in 18 months. We'll compress it to 10 months, Chen Feng said. We'll add bonuses and implement 3 shifts. We need to prove to the Germans that we are not only technologically advanced, but also world-class in efficiency. Yes, young master. Secondly, Chen Feng lowered his second finger. We should take advantage of the time lag in British shipbuilding to find new customers. After Germany and Austria-Hungary, who needs dreadnoughts the most? Who has the most money? Who is most willing to pay a high price for the technology? Li Mingyuan pondered for a moment. France. France and Germany are sworn enemies. Germany has 6 ships, while France has none. Moreover, the French are very concerned about their image and would absolutely not tolerate this. And then there's Russia, Zhao Qianli interjected, who had been silent all along. Tsar Nicholas II just lost the Russo-Japanese War, and his Far East fleet was almost completely wiped out. He needs new ships to save face. Japan is also a possibility, Wang Bo added. Yamamoto Ganahayo has been active in Europe, clearly seeking to purchase warships. But both Britain and Germany rejected him. Chen Feng nodded. France, Russia are all potential clients. But we need to be selective in our contact. As for Japan, forget about it. Li Mingyuan, use your channels in Singapore to spread the word that Lanfang Trading Company is capable of providing special industrial solutions, but only cooperates with sincere and law-abiding partners. Keep it vague, but those who understand will understand. Clear. Third, Chen Feng lowered the last finger. his expression becoming extremely serious, and most importantly, accelerate the Cheetah project. The German Westphalian class will soon go from leading to standard. Our Cheetah must maintain a generational lead. He looked at Liu Yongfu, who was in charge of the Leopard Nest project. Chief Engineer Liu, tell me the truth. What is the biggest bottleneck for the Fuxing high-speed train right now? Liu Yongfu took off his reading glasses and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Commander-in-Chief, the biggest problem is still the power system. 4 steam turbines, 24 oil-fired boilers. We've thoroughly studied the blueprints, but the machining precision requirements are too high. And those 4 drive shafts, each over 20 meters long, we have to ensure the straightness error doesn't exceed the thickness of a human hair. Our machine tools. What kind of machine tool do you need? Chen Feng asked directly. We have German-made 6-axis heavy-duty CNC milling machines, or the latest large-scale precision boring machines from the United States, Liu Yongfu said with a wry smile. But these are strategic materials, and they won't sell them to us. Our current equipment is made by workers relying on experience and feel to grind things up bit by bit. It's too inefficient, and the quality is inconsistent. Chen Feng remained silent for a few seconds. Then he said, if I get you the blueprints and core component parameters, can you build it yourself? Everyone in the conference room was stunned. Building your own 6-axis milling machine? That sounds even more fantastical than building a warship. Liu Yongfu opened his mouth, but finally gritted his teeth and said, as long as we have the blueprints and the principles, we can give it a try. But it will take time. We will need the best materials, and we will also need to poach a few real machine tool experts from Europe. I'll think of a solution, experts. Chen Feng walked to the window, gazing at the faint outline of the gantry crane visible in the direction of the Leopard's Nest in the distance. The Germans treat us like treasures now. They won't refuse any small technical support requests. As for the Americans, Wang Wenwu knows a few Jewish businessmen in Singapore who trade machine tools. If the money is right, there's always a way. He turned around, his gaze intense. Gentlemen, remember this day. The German dreadnought has returned home, and the world naval race has officially begun. What we need to do is not to follow in the competition. It's about setting the rules for the next stage of the competition. Chapter 25, William's Ambition. Berlin, Sanssouci Palace. The banquet had been going on for 3 hours, but the atmosphere remained as vibrant as ever. Under the crystal chandelier, generals, dignitaries, and industrial tycoons raised their glasses in celebration, their faces glowing with the rosy light of victory. Wilhelm II sat in the main seat, slightly tipsy. He had just given an exclusive interview to the Berliner Zeitung, in which the reporter devoted 2 full pages to describing how His Majesty the Emperor was visionary, overcame all opposition, and created the glory of the German Navy. Now, he had his arm around Tirpitz's shoulder and was speaking loudly, loud enough for everyone at the table to hear. Alfred, my dear Alfred, do you know what the editorial in today's Times of London says? Wilhelm II mimicked the English accent. A formidable challenger has taken the stage. Ha ha ha. Challenger? No, we are the masters. Tirpitz maintained a polite smile, but his body was somewhat stiff. He wasn't used to such close contact, especially in front of so many people. Your Majesty, he tried to steer the conversation back on track. The British reaction has been more intense than expected. Our military attaché reports that the London Parliament is discussing an unprecedented shipbuilding program. Let them discuss. Let them build. Wilhelm II waved his arms. By the time they build their first ship, we'll have 10. By the time they build 10, we'll build 20. How can those island barbarians compare to the strength of Germany? Gustav Krupp, chairman of the Krupp Company, immediately raised his glass in agreement. Your Majesty is wise. Krupp's steel mills and artillery workshops are ready to serve the Imperial Navy at any time. Once the order is placed, doubling production is not a problem. Did you hear that, Alfred? Wilhelm II slapped Tirpitz hard on the back. We have the best industrialists, the best engineers, the best sailors, and now we have the best warships. He paused, then suddenly lowered his voice, but it was still clearly audible to the people around him. By the way, that Chinese man, Chen Feng, when will his second batch of ships be delivered? Tirpitz finally found a chance to escape from the Emperor's embrace, straightened his uniform, and said, according to the contract, the first ship will be delivered in 18 months, and all 4 ships will take 3 years to be delivered. But Chen Feng said that if resources are sufficient, it can be shortened to 2 years. Tell him we have as many resources as he wants. Wilhelm II declared confidently. Gold? We have it. Are the gold bars from South Africa just sitting rusting in the treasury? No, they should be turned into warships, turned into cannons. Upon hearing this, Finance Minister August von Heltling's face flashed with worry. He raised his glass, pretending to drink to conceal his expression. But the emperor noticed. August, my dear Chancellor of the Exchequer, Wilhelm II's voice was tinged with amusement. We're doing the math again, aren't you? Thinking about how much this will cost, aren't you? Heltling put down his wine glass and said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, the 6 Westphalia-class ships have already cost over 10 million pounds. The second batch of 4 will cost nearly 10 million more. And that doesn't even include the accompanying ammunition, maintenance, and personnel training. The Empire's finances are indeed. Indeed what? Wilhelm II interrupted him. Indeed, we should invest in the future. August, think about it. Once we control the North Sea, the British global trade routes will be our ATMs. The gold coins we spend now will come back tenfold, 100-fold in the future. Foreign Minister Count Bernhard von Bülow interjected at the opportune moment. Your Majesty, regarding that Chen Feng, should we consider deeper cooperation? Send a formal mission to the Persian Gulf to establish some kind of official contact. Tirpitz immediately became alert. What does the Count mean? What I mean is, Bülow said slowly, cutting the foie gras on his plate, that a power capable of building Westphalia-class warships, whatever it may be called, deserves a certain degree of diplomatic recognition from the Empire. At the very least, de facto contact. Hikognesia Chinese Hijimi. Count Alfred von Schlieffen, Chief of the Army General Staff, frowned. This will cause dissatisfaction among other European countries, especially the Netherlands. The Lanfang Republic was destroyed by the Dutch. The Netherlands? Wilhelm II scoffed. A third-rate country that lives off its ancestors' colonial plundering. Do their opinions matter? He thought for a few seconds, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. But Bülow is right. That Chen Feng is a talent. At 20 years old, he can organize such an industrial system and even negotiate with us. Someone like that, you either become a friend or... The emperor didn't finish speaking, but everyone present understood. You either become friends with him or you must eliminate him before he grows up. Tirpitz, Wilhelm II turned to his naval commander. When you contact that Chinese man next time, please give him a message. Your Majesty, please speak. Tell him, the German Empire appreciates capable partners. If he can prove his worth, the Empire doesn't mind having a special ally in the East. This statement is vague, but its meaning is profound. Tirpitz nodded. I will pass it on. The banquet ended at midnight. Guests gradually departed, but Wilhelm II kept Tirpitz behind alone. The two entered the Emperor's study. It was much quieter here, with only the crackling of the firewood in the fireplace. Alfred, tell me the truth. Wilhelm II was no longer drunk, his eyes clear and sharp. What's so special about these Chinese ships? Tirpitz knew what the Emperor was asking. Not the propaganda of the world's strongest, but a genuine assessment based on technical skill. Your Majesty, he chose to speak the truth. As it stands, the Westphalian class is indeed at least a generation ahead of all other active warships in the world. The all-heavy gun design, steam turbines, unified fire control, these are all revolutionary. Our sailors, during their training in the Persian Gulf, felt most deeply that operating this system was like operating the future. The future, Wilhelm II murmured. So, how long will it take for the British to catch up? If we go all out, it will take 2 years. But in those 2 years, we can build more. And Tirpitz hesitated for a moment. Chen Feng may have even more advanced designs. The Emperor suddenly looked up. More advanced? It's just speculation. Our engineers in the Persian Gulf reported that at least 2 super-large dry docks at the Lanfang shipyard are under tight security, codenamed Leopard's Nest. Personnel and materials entering and leaving are subject to the strictest checks. They speculate that what's being built there might be larger and faster than the Westphalian-class ships. The study was quiet for a moment. Alfred, Wilhelm II began slowly. Do you think, if we asked to share those designs, would Chen Feng agree? It's difficult. He's not an ordinary arms dealer. He has a clear goal of nation building and 300,000 followers. Technology is his only bargaining chip, and he won't give it up easily. Then buy it, the Emperor said decisively. add money, add gold, or exchange it for something else. For example, Wilhelm II walked up to the world map, his fingers sweeping eastward from Europe, across the vast and declining territory of the Ottoman Empire, and stopping at the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. For example, help him gain some legitimate status internationally. For example, tacitly allow him to reclaim some homeland in Southeast Asia. Tirpitz took a deep breath. Your Majesty, this could trigger a conflict with the Netherlands, or even England. Conflict? Wilhelm II laughed, a laugh tinged with the fervor of a gambler. Alfred, the world is about to undergo a major reshuffle. The old order is collapsing, and a new order is urgently needed. In this reshuffle, whoever can grasp more cards will decide how the next round will be played. He turned around and stared at Tirpitz. And Chun Feng is an ace we unexpectedly acquired. William paused, then added, by the way, my admiral can now make a friendly visit to Britain. Chapter 26, Chun Feng's Late Night Scheme. In the dead of night in Dubai Harbor, the study on the top floor of the administration building is still lit. Chun Feng was not asleep. 3 documents were spread out on the table in front of him. On the left is Liu Yongfu's summary of technical bottlenecks and suggested solutions for the Cheetah project, a thick document of 50 pages, which details 17 key technical challenges, including the auto-frettage process of the 381mm main gun barrel, the sealing system of the 10,000-ton hydraulic press, and the processing of large steam turbine blades. On the right is the full text of a secret telegram sent by Wang Wenwu from Singapore. Written in code, the translated content is shocking. British MI5 has dispatched agents to the Persian Gulf. The French Navy is secretly discussing non-traditional naval procurement channels, and the Japanese consul in Singapore has been frequently contacting Dutch East India Company officials to inquire about the movements of overseas Chinese in Southeast Asia. In the middle is a blank sheet of paper with only 1 line of text written on it. A 2-year window of opportunity, how to maximize its utilization. The low rumble of the power plant steam turbines drifted in from outside the window, the heartbeat of the industrial base. In the distance, the chants of workers unloading cargo overnight could be faintly heard from the port area. Further still, the Leopard House restricted area was brightly lit, the future of Lanfang. Wouldn't Leopard House be even more impressive? Chun Feng picked up his pen and wrote the first word on the blank paper. Client. Then he started making a list. Germany, existing clients, stable relationships, strong payment ability, but overly ambitious and requires caution. Austria-Hungary, a secondary customer with weak payment ability, but can use goods as collateral, important geopolitical value. France, potential client, in urgent need, wealthy, and potentially willing to exchange advanced technology. Russia, potential client, in urgent need, wealthy but politically unstable, high risk. Japan, potential clients, urgently needed and ruthless, extremely dangerous, avoid contact. The United States, potential clients, wealthy, technologically advanced, but currently pursuing isolationism. Second-tier naval nations, such as Italy and Spain, future market. After he finished writing, he underlined France twice. Then the second word, technology. List. Maintaining the generational gap between the Cheetah class and the Westphalen class core. The technology for oil-fired boilers has been perfected, which will affect the performance of all future ships. Optical rangefinders and mechanical computers, the eyes and brain of the fire control system. Special alloy smelting, the basis for armor and gun barrels. Radio miniaturization and encryption, communications and intelligence warfare. Internal combustion engine technology, preparing for future tanks, cars, and airplanes. Ammonia synthesis technology, the foundation of fertilizers and explosives, relevant to agriculture and the military. Next to optical rangefinder and special alloy, he wrote technology that France may have. The third word, resource. List. Oil, discovered, extraction and refining capacity needs to be expanded. Iron, ore, Australia and Malaya channels need to be strengthened. Specialty metals such as copper, chromium, and nickel, sources from South Africa and Chile. Rubber from the homeland of Southeast Asia, a resource that must be reclaimed in the future. Food self-sufficiency rate needs to be increased from 40% to 80%. Talent, engineers, scientists, teachers, recruited from Europe and trained domestically. The fourth word, and the most important one, time. Chun Feng stared at the word for a long time. 2 years, 730 days. According to the original plan, the first Jeopard-class destroyer would need 12 months to enter service. The second batch of 4 ships ordered from Germany would require 18 months. Large-scale oil extraction would take 12 months. The railway network would take 2 years to complete. The education system would need 3 years to train its first batch of qualified engineers. There's a lack of time for everything. He closed his eyes, and the timeline from his history textbook flashed through his mind. The end of the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, the outbreak of the Moroccan crisis in 1906, the signing of the Anglo-Russian Entente in 1907, the Young Turk Revolution in 1908, the Second Moroccan Crisis in 1911, the Sarajevo assassination in 1914. The footsteps of a world war were already beginning to sound in the distance. Lanfang had to have enough power to protect itself before that happened. No, not just to protect itself. It also had to be able to fight for a real, uncolonized land for the Chinese people in a chaotic world. Chen Feng opened his eyes and wrote 5 words next to time. Unconventional methods. Then he began to write quickly. Compressed delivery times for German orders. 3 shifts plus bonus incentives plus parallel operations. Risks. Potential quality issues. Worker fatigue. Cheetah level technology breakthrough. Concentrating all top talents to form a special technical task force to tackle the challenges day and night. Risks. Other projects stall. Talent burnout. Client development. Proactively reach out to France. Offering enticing offers but setting stringent conditions. Risk. Angering Germany. Revealing our presence. Resource acquisition. Secretly acquiring mining stakes in Australia and Chile through offshore companies. Risk. May arouse suspicion in the UK. Talent recruitment. Poaching talent from Europe at any cost. Offering triple salaries. Family relocation and research freedom. Risk. Attracting industrial espionage. Internal mobilization. Launching the 3-year revitalization plan. Mobilizing the entire population and emphasizing a sense of crisis and mission. Risk. Excessive pressure on the public. He stopped writing when he got to the 6th point. The entire population mobilized. This is a heavy word. 300,000 people who survived the Lanfang disaster left their homes and came to this desert to rebuild their homes, not for endless labor and sacrifice. But what if we don't do that? Chen Feng could almost see it. 2 years later, when Britain launched 20 new dreadnoughts, the German fleet was suppressed and the world was temporarily restored to balance. Lanfang, this useless pawn, would be discarded or even divided up by the great powers. The oil fields of the Persian Gulf would be occupied by Britain or Germany. Leopard House would be destroyed by artillery fire, and 300,000 people might be displaced again. No, absolutely not. He picked up another sheet of paper and began drafting an outline for a letter to all fellow citizens of Lanfang. This was not an order, but a communication. He needed to make everyone understand. The sweat they shed now is for the dignity of the future. The sacrifices they make now are so that their descendants will not have to make the same sacrifices again. I was halfway through writing when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Uncle Wong walked in carrying a steaming bowl of noodles with 2 poached eggs on top. Young master, it's almost 2 a.m. Let's eat something. Chen Feng then realized that he hadn't eaten anything since the afternoon meeting. His stomach was empty, but he was unusually excited. Thank you, Uncle Wong. He took the noodles and took a bite. It was simple but heartwarming. Uncle Wong, tell me, have I been pushing everyone too hard? The old man stood by the table, looking at the documents spread out on it and the densely written papers, and sighed softly. Young master, I have lived for 60 years from Borneo to Singapore and now to here. I have seen the Dutch gunboats, the British arrogance, and the Japanese swagger when they had just defeated Russia. He paused. I have never seen any Chinese leader like young master, who can make us stand tall, make foreigners obediently pay for the things we make, and give us hope for nation building. Chen Feng looked up. Uncle Wong's eyes gleamed under the lamplight. We've come here with a young master, not to enjoy a life of luxury, but to build a future. If you're tired or suffering, you can curse a few times, but when the sun rises the next day, you'll still have to do just as much work as before. Why? Because everyone knows, Uncle Wong said, emphasizing each word, that you, young master, are fighting for the honor of all Chinese people. Chen Feng's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. He lowered his head and ate his noodles with gusto, the steaming vapor blurring his glasses. After finishing the last bite, he put down the bowl and wiped his mouth. Uncle Wong, tomorrow morning, convene all ministers and heads of major factories and shipyards. I need to hold a large meeting. Yes, young master. What's the theme? Chun Feng walked to the window and opened it. The crisp, cool air of the desert night rushed into the room, carrying the salty smell of the distant sea. He gazed eastward, towards the South Seas, the homeland of Lanfang, and the homesickness of 300,000 people. The theme is, he said softly, but each word was clear and forceful. We will spend 2 years building a nation that the world can hear our voice. Outside the window, the lights of the power plant stayed on all night. Further away, the outline of the leopard house was faintly visible in the moonlight, like a sleeping steel behemoth waiting to be awakened. Chapter 27: Pride and Frustration. A Trip to Portsmouth. Hard to port, heading 275, reduced speed to 8 knots. On the bridge of HMS Westphalen, Admiral Tirpitz's voice was as calm as a weather forecast. But through the porthole, he could clearly see the dense crowds gathered on the hills on both sides of Portsmouth Harbor. Thousands upon thousands of British people, silently watching the 2 German behemoths enter the Royal Navy's proudest home port. The Rhineland followed 200 yards behind, the 2 ships maintaining a perfect column formation. The British welcoming ceremony was decent enough. Captain von Trotta, captain of the Westphalen, standing next to the Tirpitz, lowered his binoculars, a barely perceptible smile on his lips. At least the harbor was full of colorful flags. That's politeness, Colonel. Tirpitz took the cap from his adjutant and carefully put it on. Beneath the politeness lies humiliation and fear. Can you feel it? The whole port is trembling. On the dock, the Royal Navy's welcoming party was already lined up. Leading the procession was Sir William May, 3rd Sea Lord of the Admiralty, a venerable officer in his 60s with a neatly trimmed white beard. Beside him stood the commander of Portsmouth Naval Base, and a dozen or so officers of various ranks. Further away, flashes of light from the reporters' area went off one after another. "Drop anchor," Trotta ordered. The clanging of chains was particularly jarring in the silent harbor. The Westphalen was steadily anchored in its designated deep-water berth, less than 50 meters from the dock. This distance was close enough for those on shore to clearly see every detail of the ship's hull. Tirpitz straightened his uniform, turned to the officers behind him, and said, "Gentlemen, remember 3 things. First, maintain the highest standards of professionalism. We want to show the British what German naval sailors are like. Second, when answering technical questions, you can demonstrate your expertise, but don't reveal core secrets. Third," he paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. "Enjoy this moment. For the first time in 300 years, a foreign warship has visited here as a technological leader. History will remember this day." The gangway was lowered. Tirpitz was the first to descend the gangway, his boots making a steady, powerful sound on British soil. He walked up to Sir William May and gave a standard military salute. "Sir, Alfred von Tirpitz of the Imperial German Navy, by order of His Majesty the Emperor, is leading the Westphalen and Rhineland on a friendly visit to your country." William May returned the greeting with a standard but stiff smile. "Welcome to Portsmouth, General. The Royal Navy. It is an honor." The moment the 2 naval commanders shook hands, the sound of camera shutters in the press area reached its peak. But Tirpitz keenly noticed that Sir William May's gaze lingered on the massive warship behind him for at least 5 more seconds. There was curiosity, assessment, and a deep sense of powerlessness in that gaze. The welcoming ceremony was held in the base headquarters lobby. German and British officers sat on either side of a long, oak dining table. Champagne glasses were already filled, but the atmosphere was subtly awkward. Sir William May raised his glass in a toast. "The Royal Navy and the German Navy have a long tradition of cooperation. We jointly safeguard freedom of navigation and trade security at sea. Admiral Tirpitz's visit with 2 of the newest warships will undoubtedly further enhance mutual understanding and friendship between the 2 navies." Very official wording. When Tirpitz raised his glass in response, he decided to add a little something extra. "Thank you for your warm hospitality, sir. His Majesty the Emperor has specifically instructed me to convey his sincerest greetings to my colleagues in the Royal Navy. His Majesty often says that the Royal Navy of the British Empire is a model for the world's navies, and the German Navy has learned many valuable lessons from the Royal Navy during its development. This may sound like a compliment, but all the British officers present knew that you are the past, and we are the future. A young British lieutenant colonel couldn't help but whisper to his colleague beside him, "Learn experience? Learn how to build better ships than us, huh?" The sound wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for the several German officers on the other side who understood English to hear. Tirpitz pretended not to hear and continued his conversation with William May with a smile. But his adjutant, a major in his early 30s who was fluent in English, spoke up at the opportune moment. "Sir, what is the schedule for this afternoon? Our sailors are very much looking forward to exchanging ship handling experience with their Royal Navy counterparts." William May looked at the base commander. The commander cleared his throat. "As planned, this afternoon we will first invite your officers to tour our Dauntless shipyard. Although it is still under construction, the basic outline is already complete. Then, Tirpitz continued, his tone gentle but firm, if it's convenient, we would also be happy to invite Royal Navy officers to board and tour the ship. The steam turbine system and main gun control room of the Westphalen might offer some information." The hall suddenly fell silent. The British officers exchanged bewildered glances. Visiting the Germans' new ship? What did that mean? It meant publicly acknowledging their technological superiority. It meant the Royal Navy's pride was about to be utterly humiliated. But what if I don't agree? Wouldn't that make me seem stingy and cowardly? Sir William May's expression shifted, but he finally managed to smile. "Of course, we learn from each other and make progress together." Tirpitz raised his glass, to make progress together. The clinking of glasses was jarringly crisp in the silent hall. At 2 p.m., the construction dock for the Intrepid was underway. The massive hull is already taking shape, and the superstructure is being welded onto the keel. Thousands of workers are busy on the scaffolding, the sounds of steam hammers, rivet guns, and cranes all blending together. Sir Philip Watts, the chief designer of the Royal Navy, personally provided the explanation. Standing on the observation deck, the chief designer of the Dauntless pointed to the hull below, striving to make his voice sound confident. "As you can see, the Dreadnought will have a standard displacement of 18,000 tons, be armed with 10 12-inch main guns, all using the latest 45 caliber barrels. Its propulsion system will be Parsons steam turbines, with a design speed of 21 knots. The German officers listened politely, nodding occasionally. But Tirpitz noticed that the technical experts he brought, especially Chief Engineer Lieutenant Colonel Schmidt and Chief of Artillery Major Hoffman, exchanged a meaningful glance. There was no mockery or contempt in his eyes, only the regret of a professional seeing an outdated design. After the briefing, the officers from both sides had tea in the lounge next to the dock. The German officer was surrounded by his British counterparts, who bombarded him with questions. Admiral Tirpitz, a British captain, couldn't help but ask, "I've noticed that the Westphalen-class's funnels are arranged very compactly. Is this to reduce the windward surface area of the superstructure?" "Part of the reason," Tirpitz said, taking a sip of his tea. The British tea was indeed excellent, but more importantly, it's about optimizing the layout of the boilers and engine room. Our design philosophy is that every cubic meter of space on a warship should serve combat effectiveness." "And what about the salvo control of the main guns?" Another British fire control expert pressed. "With 5 turrets and 10 guns, how do you ensure accuracy at long range?" This time, it was Major Hoffman who answered. This German artillery expert, in his early 40s and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, spoke in fluent but accented English. "We adopted a central fire control system. The rangefinder on top of the bridge transmits target data to the fire control room, where the mechanical computer calculates the firing parameters and then transmits them synchronously to each turret via circuitry. In theory, 10 guns can fire simultaneously as if they were one." A low gasp filled the lounge. Mechanical computers? Synchronous circuit transmission? The British weren't unfamiliar with these concepts, but integrating them into a warship and putting them into practical use. Sir Watt's face turned somewhat pale. His design for the Dauntless also had a similar concept, but according to the German's description, its implementation and integration seemed to be a level below. "Could you please reveal the effective range?" someone else asked. Hoffman glanced at Tirpitz, and seeing his superior nod slightly, he said, "In good sea conditions, the hit rate at 15,000 yards can reach 25% to 30% for targets weighing 10,000 tons. 15,000 yards? An old British colonel blurted out. "My God, the maximum effective range of our active warships is only 12,000 yards, and the hit rate at that distance is less than 5%. "Times are progressing, Colonel," Tirpitz said gently. Artillery technology, optical technology, computing technology are advancing by leaps and bounds. Perhaps in 5 years, 20,000 yards will become the standard engagement distance. He spoke casually, but every British officer understood the implication. 5 years from now, your dreadnought might be obsolete as soon as it enters service. The atmosphere at the Tea Party grew increasingly somber. At this moment, Lieutenant Colonel Schmidt, the marine engineering expert, asked seemingly casually, "Sir Watts, I noticed that the boiler room design of the Dauntless seems to still use traditional coal-fired boilers." "Yes, coal-fired boiler technology is mature and reliable. But what about the heavy oil injection system?" Schmidt interrupted him, his tone purely technical. "We tested heavy oil-assisted injection on the Westphalia-class boilers, which increased power by 15% and reduced the number of boiler operators by a third. Coal-fired boilers require far too many people." Sir Watts opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. What could he say? That the British Admiralty considered heavy oil technology immature? That the coal-fired empire had a stable supply chain? Faced with technology already in practical use by the Germans, any explanation sounded like an excuse. Tirpitz stood up at the opportune moment. "Thank you, Sir Watts, for your excellent explanation. I think it's now our turn to extend our hospitality, if any of you are interested in boarding the ship for a tour." No British officer said no. They were so eager to see, so eager to know just how big the gap was, so eager to understand. How exactly did these Germans manage to do it? Chapter 28, Boarding the Ship. Humiliation in the details. German sailors stood in formation on both sides of the gangway of the Westphalen. Each one was impeccably dressed in uniform, their shoes gleaming, and their posture as straight as javelins. When the British officers boarded the deck, the first shock came from the sight. It's too clean. It's not that British warships aren't clean, but the deck of HMS Westphalen was remarkably clean. No haphazardly piled up cables, no carelessly placed toolboxes, no oil stains, no rust. All equipment had designated storage locations, and all pipelines were neatly laid along the ship's edges. This is a British engine officer squatted down and touched the coating on the deck surface. Anti-slip coating, but the texture is different. "We have developed a new composite material," the accompanying German engineer explained. "It has 40% better anti-slip properties than traditional coatings, and it is also corrosion-resistant and easy to clean. Most importantly, it can reduce the secondary effects of shell fragments. Traditional wooden decks produce a lot of sawdust fragments when hit, but ours does not." The British officers silently took notes. The number of sailors on deck was also shockingly small. For a British warship of the same tonnage as the Westphalen, it would have required at least 800 men, but visually, there were fewer than 100 German sailors on deck. "What is the staff size?" Sir William May couldn't help but ask. "The standard complement is 670 men," Captain Trotter replied. "But through automated design, it can be reduced to 600 men in wartime while still maintaining full combat capability." 600 men. A British captain murmured. "Our Edward VII class destroyers need 820 men. What does saving 220 people mean? It means less living space required, less supply consumption, and a lower casualty rate. This way, please." Tirpitz led the way himself. "Let's visit the engine room first." The process of descending to the engine room itself astonished the British officers. On traditional warships, the ladders leading down were steep and narrow, but the Westphalen's interior passageways were spacious enough for two people to walk side by side, and it had excellent lighting and ventilation systems. Then they saw the 4 steam turbines. The massive metal contraption hummed softly as it operated, its blades spinning rapidly through the observation window. There was none of the violent vibrations and noise of a reciprocating steam engine, only a deep, steady hum. The output power is 23,000 shaft horsepower. Lieutenant Colonel Schmidt's tone was filled with pride. During the speed test, it reached 25,000 shaft horsepower with a speed of 22.3 knots. Moreover, the steam turbine can reverse instantly without the need for a complicated reversing mechanism, which means that our turning radius is 30% smaller than that of a reciprocating steam engine warship of the same tonnage. A British marine engineer leaned close to the observation window, looked for a full minute, then turned around, his face pale, and asked, "How to control bearing temperature? Lubrication under high-speed rotation. Forced circulation oil cooling system. Schmidt pointed to the network of pipes next to him. We use 12 auxiliary pumps to ensure that the lubricating oil circulates under high pressure. In addition, the turbine blades use a new alloy formula, which improves the high-temperature resistance by 200 degrees Celsius. 200 degrees. The British expert smiled wryly. Our materials laboratory is still struggling to raise the temperature by 50 degrees. After visiting the engine room, the group went to the fire control room. This place is more like a science laboratory than a warship's cabin. There are complex instrument panels, rows of dials, and that device called the mechanical computer, a brass monster made of gears, cams, and sliding rulers. Major Hoffman demonstrated the operating procedures. One operator cranked a handle to input the target distance. Another turned a knob to input the wind speed and direction, and a third pulled a lever to select the type of shell. Then, the pointer on the dashboard moved automatically and eventually stopped on a set of numbers. This is the elevation angle, this is the azimuth angle, and this is the fuse setting, Hoffman explained. The data will be transmitted synchronously to each turret via the circuit. The gunner only needs to adjust according to the indicator lights, and then wait for the firing order. What about the error rate? The British fire control officer asked. The system itself has an error of less than 3 per thousand. The actual hit rate depends on the ranging accuracy and sea conditions, but at least we have eliminated human calculation errors. The British officers fell silent. They saw the gap. Not just a little, but a whole generation's difference. The Germans had transformed warship design from an art of experience into a precision science. The last item on the tour was the cafeteria. This may seem insignificant, but Tirpitz insisted on showing it to his British counterparts. The combat effectiveness of a warship ultimately depends on its sailors, he said, and the sailors' condition depends on what they eat and how they live. The Westphalen's mess hall was spacious and bright, with real tables and chairs instead of makeshift benches. The menu was posted on the wall. Today's dinner was roast pork chops, mashed potatoes, sauerkraut, and apple pie. There was even a small cold storage room in the kitchen. The standard ration for each person per day is 600 grams of bread, 200 grams of meat, 300 grams of vegetables, as well as butter, cheese, and coffee, Captain Trottis said. His Majesty the Emperor has specifically instructed that the imperial sailors should eat as well as they would at home. British officers recalled the rock-hard biscuits, the perpetually overcooked corned beef, and the moldy cheese on their own warships. It's not that they don't care about the sailors, but the military budget is limited. Spending money on food means buying one less shell. But the Germans seem to have found a balance. Or perhaps they simply have more money. By the time the visit ended, the sun had already begun to set. Sir William May, representing the Royal Navy, offered his thanks, his words as polite and appropriate as ever. But as he turned to descend the gangway, Tirpitz clearly saw that the old admiral's back was slightly hunched. That's not hunchback caused by age. It is the helplessness that comes after pride is shattered. That evening, in the cabinet meeting room at 10 Downing Street, London, the meeting had been going on for 2 hours, and the atmosphere had gone from tense at the beginning to a powder keg. At least 15 million pounds. 15 million. Chancellor of the Exchequer Herbert Henry Asquith's voice was almost screaming. That's twice the Navy's annual budget. Do you know what that means? It means tax increases. It means cuts to education, healthcare, and pensions. The House of Commons will never pass it. Lord John Fisher, First Sea Lord, looked at him coldly. So what does Mr. Asquith suggest? Write a polite letter to the Germans, asking them not to build too many warships? Or pray to God that the 6 Westphalen ships sink? We can engage in diplomatic mediation. We can sign an arms limitation agreement. Do you know what the German emperor said in his speech in Berlin today? Fisher pulled a telegram from his folder. The German fleet will guard the Reich's legitimate interests around the world like a fence guarding a home. A fence? He called the Navy a fence. Would you negotiate with your neighbor at the height of your own fence? Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, the Prime Minister, rubbed his temples. Lord Fisher, we need a more realistic solution. 10 dreadnoughts, each costing £2 million. That's 20 million. Add in the ammunition, maintenance, and personnel training, and it'll easily be 25 million. The finances are indeed. You really can't afford it? Fisher suddenly stood up, his hands on the table, leaning forward like a lion ready to pounce. Then let me tell you, if war breaks out now, how many ships would the Royal Navy lose if it faced 6 Westphalia-class destroyers in the North Sea? He didn't wait for a reply. He stated the number himself. At least 4 capital ships were sunk, more than 5,000 casualties, and that's assuming we can encircle them with our numerical superiority. If the Germans use their speed advantage to wage a mobile war, that number could double. The meeting room was deathly silent. Fisher pulled a stack of photographs from his briefcase and slammed them onto the table. The photos slid open. They were all taken that afternoon in Portsmouth. The impeccable uniforms of the German sailors, the spotless deck of the HMS Westphalen, and the undisguised astonishment on the faces of the British officers during their visit. Look, everyone. This is what our officers saw on the German warship today. It's not speculation, not intelligence assessment. It's what they saw with their own eyes. He grabbed a photograph and pointed to the complex dashboard on it. Do you know what this is? A mechanical computer. The Germans have already installed it on their warships. We also have a similar prototype in our lab, but it will take at least 2 more years before it's ready for practical use. 2 years. The Germans have 6 warships equipped with this system right now in the North Sea. Another photo, a close-up of a steam turbine. The Parsons steam turbine, a British patent. But the Germans used it better than us. Why? Because they had more advanced bearing materials and a more efficient lubrication system. Our engineers came back and said that, in terms of the turbine alone, the Germans were at least 18 months ahead of us. Fisher's voice grew louder and louder, almost roaring. Gentlemen, this isn't about falling behind by a percentage point or 2 in the technological race. It's a generational gap. It's the difference between a horse-drawn carriage and an automobile. By the time our dreadnought is launched next year, the Germans may already have 8 or 10 more advanced warships. At that time, who will control the North Sea? Who will have the right of passage through the English Channel? Who will protect the trade routes of the British Empire? Foreign Secretary Lord Langsdon attempted to reassure him. Fisher, calm down. The Germans' display of strength doesn't necessarily mean war. Emperor Wilhelm may simply be trying to gain a better negotiating position. Negotiation position? Fisher turned to him, his eyes full of sarcasm. My lord, do you know what Tirpitz said in Portsmouth today? He said, the Royal Navy is the model for the world's navies, and the German Navy has learned many valuable lessons from it. He paused, letting each word resonate deeply in everyone's ears. This is humiliation. It's like slapping the Royal Navy in the face in front of the whole world. They're saying, thank you for teaching us, but now the students have surpassed their teachers. Asquith tried to argue, but finances? Finance! Fisher finally exploded, grabbing a teacup from the table, the set of Chinese porcelain used by the Prime Minister, and smashing it to the ground. Porcelain shards flew everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Fisher was breathing heavily, his chest heaving, but his voice suddenly became cold and calm. Mr. Asquith, do you know the meaning of the name Dauntless? Fearless. For 300 years, the Royal Navy has protected the Empire with this belief. But now, the Germans have made us fearful. He surveyed the entire room, speaking each word carefully. Today, in Portsmouth, I watched our officers disembark from German warships. I will never forget the look in their eyes, shock, frustration, anger, but deep down fear. What were they afraid of? They were afraid that on their next voyage, they would not encounter opponents similar to themselves, but monsters like the Westphalen. They were afraid that their cannons would miss the enemy, while the enemy's cannons could easily tear them apart. They were afraid that dying for their country would not be an honor, but a meaningless massacre. Fisher's voice began to tremble, not from fear, but from suppressed anger. Gentlemen, I come from the Navy. I spent 40 years on warships. I've seen sailors at their proudest, when their warships entered foreign ports, when the locals looked up at those giant cannons, when the song God Save My Queen echoed across the sea. But I've also seen their deepest fears, when warships are old and in disrepair, when ammunition is scarce, when they know their ships are obsolete, yet they are still ordered to go to sea. He took a deep breath. Today I saw that fear return. And this time it's not because the warships are old, but because the enemy's warships are too advanced. Fisher straightened up and adjusted his uniform. His voice returned to its initial coldness. So, Mr. Asquith, you asked me what to do about the finances? I'll tell you. Raise taxes, cut other expenditures, issue national bonds. Anything goes. But if we let money cause the Royal Navy to lose its technological advantage, and our sailors to go to sea in fear. He paused. Then I might as well take off this uniform now, because I have no face to wear it and watch the Empire slide into the abyss. After saying that, Fisher turned around and strode out of the conference room. The door slammed shut behind him with a heavy thud. There was a 3-minute silence in the meeting room. Prime Minister Sir Campbell Bannerman slowly rose to his feet, walked to the window, and gazed at the night view of Whitehall Street. After a long while, he turned back, his face showing a determined expression. "Let's vote," he said. "Should we approve Lord Fisher's emergency plan to build 10 dreadnoughts?" A hand was raised. It was Sir Richard Burton, the Secretary of State for War. He understood that if the North Sea fell, the British Army would have to prepare for homeland defense. The second hand was Joseph Chamberlain, chairman of the Trade Commission. The fourth one, of the 10 cabinet members, 7 voted in favor and 3 against. The dissenting votes came from Asquith and 2 other fiscal conservatives. "Passed," the Prime Minister announced. "Tomorrow I will personally submit the 1906 Naval Emergency Bill to the House of Commons. Burton, you're responsible for liaising with the Conservatives and securing cross-party support. Langston, you are responsible for the diplomatic explanation. Tell the French, the Russians, and the Americans that this is a defensive measure." He paused. "As for Fisher, let him prepare detailed construction plans. Tell him that there will be money, there will be docks, there will be workers. The British Empire's 300 years of maritime dominance cannot end in our generation." The meeting ended in a somber atmosphere. But just as Asquith was packing up his documents to leave, the Prime Minister called him back. "Herbert, let me say something privately." The Chancellor of the Exchequer turned around. Sir Campbell Bannerman walked up to him and lowered his voice. "I know money is a big problem, but have you thought about this? If we lose the naval race because we try to save money, if the Germans actually control the North Sea, then the price we have to pay might be more than just money." Asquith fell silent. "Think about China after the Opium War." The Prime Minister patted him on the shoulder. "We understand the consequences of technological lag better than anyone else, because all along, we have had the advantage of technological lag." After saying that, the Prime Minister left. Asquith stood alone in the empty conference room, staring at the broken shards of porcelain on the floor. After a long while, he bent down and picked up a piece. Its edge was so sharp it could cut his finger. As Fisher said, this is no longer a technology race. Chapter 29, St. Petersburg, the Winter Palace's Fury. At the same time, in St. Petersburg, at the Winter Palace, the atmosphere in Tsar Nicholas II's study was 10 times worse than in the London cabinet meeting room. Liar, traitorous businessman, filthy German bastard. The Tsar's roar pierced through the heavy oak doors, reaching even the guards in the corridor. No one dared to move, no one dared to make a sound, not even dare to breathe too loudly. Inside his study, Nicholas II stood, his face flushed, clutching a copy of the Berliner Zeitung, his arm trembling violently with rage. The front page featured a large photograph of the Westphalen entering Kiel, accompanied by the sensational headline, "The Imperial Beast Returns Home, a New Era for the World's Navies." But this was not what angered the Tsar the most. What angered him was the Vienna News, the official newspaper of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was sitting next to him. The front page photo showed 3 dreadnoughts, remarkably similar to the Westphalian-class battleships, anchored in the port of Trieste. The headline read, "The Rise of the Austro-Hungarian Navy. 3 new battleships enter service." 3 ships. Austria-Hungary has 3. Nicholas II slammed the newspaper down in the face of Admiral Alexei Bilolev, the first minister of the Navy. "And you, tell me, what has the Imperial Navy gotten? For pieces of junk designed by the Germans 10 years ago, costing £4 million. General Bilolev bowed his head, not daring to wipe the spittle from his face. "Your Majesty, the Germans said at the time that this was the best they could offer." The best. The best batch was sold to Austria-Hungary. The second best was kept for themselves. The worst were sold to us in bulk. The Tsar rushed to the world map, pointing his finger at the location of Austria-Hungary. "Look, even the Austrians can ride roughshod over us." The Baltic fleet was completely annihilated in the Tamus Strait. The Black Sea fleet is old and worn out. And now even Austria-Hungary has 3 dreadnoughts. And what about us? He turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Russia, the great Russian Empire, the gendarmerie of Europe, the leader of the Slavic people, doesn't even have a single dreadnought. The whole world is laughing at us. The Japanese are laughing. The Germans are laughing. Even the Austrians are laughing. Foreign Minister Earl Ramsdorff cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps we could place an order with England." "Britain, Nicholas II sneered. The British would sell us dreadnoughts when they've just approved the construction of 10 for their own use. We won't get to see them until 1910. 1910. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself, but he couldn't. William, my dear cousin William. What did he say to me last year? Nikolai, my dearest cousin, Germany and Russia are natural allies, and we should unite against British maritime supremacy. I believed him. I spent $4 million to buy his old ship, thinking it was an act of help between allies. The Tsar's voice suddenly lowered, filled with the pain of betrayal. But he turned around and sold his best warships to Austria-Hungary, the Austria-Hungary that was vying with us for influence in the Balkans, the Austria-Hungary that supported Turkey against us. He handed the knife to our enemy. Admiral Byliev finally mustered his courage. Your Majesty, perhaps these ships were not built by the Germans. What? The intelligence service has received some vague reports, the admiral said quickly. These dreadnoughts may not have been built in Germany. There are indications pointing to a region on the outskirts of the Ottoman Empire, possibly connected to the Chinese. Chinese. Nicholas II frowned. Are you telling a fairy tale? It's just speculation, Your Majesty. But it's impossible for the Germans to build 6 warships completely out of the public eye. Moreover, the 3 they sold to Austria-Hungary were delivered around the same time as the Germans, which makes sense if they were built in the same shipyard. The Tsar pondered for a moment. Then he said, Investigate. Investigate at all costs. If such a place really exists, if someone really can build a dreadnought. His eyes turned dangerous. Then the Russian Navy needs a few. No, not just a few. 10, 20. Russia must have a naval force at least on par with Germany. But Your Majesty, the finances... Finance. Nicholas II laughed, a laugh that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. We have vast lands, abundant resources, and countless loyal subjects. Money can always be obtained. He walked to his desk, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote down a decree. A special investigation committee will be established, directly responsible to me. Its tasks are, first, to ascertain the true origin of these dreadnoughts. Second, to assess the possibility of us acquiring similar warships. And third, if necessary, to take any necessary measures, including but not limited to bribery, threats, sabotage, and even military action. He handed the order to Birilev. Admiral, this is your last chance. Either bring back the dreadnought, or bring back your resignation letter. Birilev took the edict, his hand trembling. Yes, Your Majesty. Furthermore, the Tsar added, inform the ambassador in Berlin to cancel next week's state visit to Germany. Tell Emperor Wilhelm I am unwell. Let him guess what's wrong with me. Yes. After everyone left the study, Nicholas II stood alone by the window, gazing at the cold Neva River outside the Winter Palace. His cousin Wilhelm, the German emperor who always wore extravagant military uniforms and loved to give impassioned speeches, went too far this time. Ally? When it comes to imperial interests, there are no allies, only fools and liars. Nicholas II, however, was determined not to be a fool anymore. He wanted to find a place where dreadnoughts could be built, no matter where in the world it was. Then, he wanted to make the Russian Navy a formidable force once again. At that time, he would personally invite William to St. Petersburg to visit the Russian dreadnought fleet. That scene must be very interesting. A cold smile appeared on the Tsar's lips, but the smile quickly disappeared, because he knew that to get to that point, he needed money, technology, and time, and what Russia lacked most was time. Outside the window, it started snowing in St. Petersburg. The icy snowflakes fell on the Neva River and quickly melted into the dark water. Just like Russia's former maritime ambitions, which have silently melted away in the wave of technological revolution. Unless we can grasp at that straw, wherever it is, no matter what the cost. Portsmouth Naval Base, Officers Club. It was 11 p.m., and most of the guests had already left. But in the small smoking room on the second floor, 2 people were still sitting opposite each other. Admiral Tirpitz and Sir William May. Cigar smoke rose slowly in the dim light. Both men's whiskey glasses were half empty. After a long silence, William May finally spoke. Alfred, how many years have we known each other? Tirpitz thought for a moment. 22 years. In 1884, when you were captain of the Indomitable, I was a German naval observer. Back then you were just a major, spending all your time taking notes in your notebook. William May smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. You told me, sir, every detail of the Royal Navy is something the German Navy should learn from. I'm telling the truth. Tirpitz took a sip of whiskey. Back then, the Royal Navy truly was the world's benchmark. And now? Tirpitz did not answer immediately. He swirled his glass, watching the amber liquid ripple within. Now, sir, the world has changed. The speed of technological change is beyond anyone's imagination. 3 years ago, a fully equipped heavy gun warship was just a theoretical concept. Today, we have 6 in service. And you actually built it. William May stared at him. Without our knowledge, those guys in naval intelligence should be shot. It's not their fault. Tirpitz said something unusual for his British colleagues. Some things are beyond the scope of traditional intelligence work. William May keenly caught something. You mean these ships weren't built in Germany? Tirpitz remained non-committal. Sir, there are some questions I cannot answer, but there are some facts you can deduce for yourself. Another silence followed. Fisher smashed a glass at the cabinet meeting today, William May said abruptly. He forced the cabinet to approve the plan to build 10 dreadnoughts. An additional £15 million in funding. The Chancellor of the Exchequer almost had a heart attack. 10 ships. Tirpitz nodded. That's more like Fisher. He's a smart man. He knows what to do. Do you know what this means? William May's voice deepened. It means the naval race has officially begun. Not the mild, controlled race of the past. It's a race where everything is at stake. A race where the fate of the nation is at stake. I know. And then what? Germany will build more? 12? 16? Until both countries' finances are bankrupted. Tirpitz put down his glass and leaned forward. Sir, let me ask you a question. Why can Britain have the world's #1 navy, while Germany cannot? Why can Britain have colonies all over the world, while Germany can only pick up scraps? Why is the two-power standard that the Royal Navy must be equal to the combined strength of the world's second and third largest navies considered a matter of course, while Germany's desire for a navy commensurate with its land area, population, and industrial strength is seen as a threat? William May opened his mouth, but Tirpitz didn't give him a chance to speak. Because of history, because of tradition, because of since ancient times. But sir, times are changing. The German Empire had 65 million people, the most powerful industry in Europe, and the world's best scientists and engineers. Is it too much for us to ask for an international standing commensurate with our strength? But maritime hegemony. Maritime supremacy is not a gift from God, but a manifestation of power. Tirpitz interrupted him. 300 years ago, the Spanish had maritime supremacy. 200 years ago, the Dutch had it. 100 years ago, the French almost had it. Now it's the British. So what about the future? He looked directly into William May's eyes. The future belongs to those who are most deserving of it. William May remained silent for a full minute. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. Alfred, you've changed. The humble and studious German major of 20 years ago is gone. No, sir, I haven't changed, Tirpitz said earnestly. I'm still learning and catching up. It's just that what I've caught up with is different now. He downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and stood up. We will return tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality. Please convey to Lord Fisher that I look forward to meeting the Royal Navy's new dreadnoughts at sea. William May also stood up, and the two shook hands. A very firm handshake. Alfred, one last question, the British veteran said. If these ships, if they weren't built in Germany, then who built them? And what did they want in return? Tirpitz walked to the door, turned back, and gave a meaningful answer. A forgotten country wants to be seen by the world again, and we have given it a stage. The door closed. William May stood alone in the smoking room, repeatedly pondering this sentence. A forgotten country? A stage? He walked to the window and looked out at the dark harbor. In the distance, the outline of the Westphalen was faintly visible in the moonlight, like a sleeping steel behemoth. Tomorrow, this giant beast will leave and return to the North Sea. But William May knew that the impact was only just beginning. The construction of 10 British dreadnoughts has begun, and Germany will inevitably respond. France will panic, Russia will be furious, and Japan will be anxious. Starting today, the global naval landscape has officially entered a death spiral of arms race. And it all started with 6 warships that should never have existed. In that shipyard where nobody knows where. William May picked up the phone. Get Captain Hall from Naval Intelligence. Tell him I need the full report on Chinese influence in the Persian Gulf. Now, immediately. While waiting for the call to connect, he looked eastward. The sun will soon rise on the other side of the horizon. A new day, a new competition. The Royal Navy, however, had already lost at the starting line. Unless, of course, we can find that mysterious shipbuilder. Or find a way to destroy him. Chapter 30 London. The Frenchman's humiliating journey. Inside a suite at the Savoy Hotel in London, the flames in the fireplace flickered, but they couldn't dispel the chill in the room. Vice Admiral Charles Du Bois, head of the French naval delegation, stood by the window, his back to the other 5 members in the room. Outside, the Thames shimmered with a leaden-gray light in the twilight, and several barges slowly passed by, like the unhurried heartbeat of this empire. So, that's the British answer. Du Bois's voice was calm, eerily calm. He held in his hand a copy of a newly arrived diplomatic memorandum, the British Admiralty's official reply to France's procurement request. Yes, General. The deputy head of the delegation, Captain Jean-Pierre Leclerc, spoke with suppressed anger. They said that the Royal Navy is currently fully committed to the modernization of its home fleet, and all shipbuilding capacity is already at its limit. If dreadnoughts are to be built for the French Republic, the earliest will be 1909, and only after all existing orders are completed. 1909, Du Bois repeated, turning around. The 55-year-old naval commander, with the dark skin typical of Mediterranean men and hawk-like eyes, now burned with a cold flame. 3 years. How many ships will the Germans have in 3 years? 12? 16? And we have none. The room was deathly silent. Colonel Leclerc walked to the coffee table and picked up another document. The request for technology transfer has also been rejected. The British say that the design of the dreadnought involves core secrets of the Royal Navy and cannot be shared with any foreign country, not even a traditional ally. Traditional allies, Du Bois sneered. What a beautiful word. When they need our support in Morocco against Germany, we are allies. When they need their warships, we are foreigners. He walked to the fireplace, picked up the tongs, and poked the firewood, sparks flying everywhere. Do you know what's most ironic? Du Bois didn't turn around. After the Germans' friendly visit to Portsmouth, Tirpitz publicly told reporters, the German Navy welcomes technical exchanges with all friendly countries, including France. He was humiliating us, and he was also humiliating the British. But the Germans won't actually sell to us. Louis Moreau, the delegation's technical expert and shipbuilding engineer, pushed up his glasses. That's just diplomatic rhetoric. The German emperor would love for us to stay behind forever. So we're just supposed to be kicked around like beggars between Germany and Britain? Du Bois whirled around, slamming his pliers against the marble edge of the fireplace with a jarring clang. The French Navy once vied with Britain for supremacy on the world's oceans. And now we have to wait in line for the British to give us handouts and listen to the Germans' mockery. Everyone in the room lowered their heads. Humiliation. That's the most concrete form of the word in the room. Colonel Leclerc took a deep breath and broke the silence. General, there's one more thing. We received a somewhat unusual report from Naval Intelligence. Explain. Regarding the true origins of these dreadnoughts, Leclerc opened his briefcase and took out a French document marked top secret. The British dreadnought was indeed designed by themselves, but the German Westphalia class, probably not. Du Bois frowned. What do you mean? In the past 3 years, no major German shipyards have built any 20,000-ton warships. The construction schedules of all large dry docks are public. However, Germany has exported more than 5 times the usual amount of special steel and large machine tools to the Persian Gulf region on the edge of the Ottoman Empire. The Persian Gulf? Du Bois took the document and quickly scanned it. What else is there besides sand and nomads? There is a Chinese community. Leclerc pointed to a passage in the document. About 300,000 people who call themselves Lanfang descendants. They have established an industrial base there, exporting crude steel and chemical products. And recently, our merchant ships in the Gulf of Aden have heard rumors from sailors that a steel monster has appeared on the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. Du Bois narrowed his eyes. Are you telling me that the world's most advanced battleship was probably built by a group of Chinese in a desert? It sounds like a fantasy, I know, Leclerc said with a wry smile. But if the Germans could really build 6 warships on their own soil without us finding out, that would be an even bigger miracle. Engineer Moreau interjected. From a technical standpoint, it's also possible. There are many excellent craftsmen among the Chinese. If they have complete blueprints, sufficient equipment, and the core components provided by the Germans. And then the Germans showed off these warships as their own achievement. Du Bois pondered. No, that doesn't make sense. How could Kaiser Wilhelm, that megalomaniac, allow others to build German pride? Unless, Leclerc said slowly, he has other purposes. For example, to hide his true shipbuilding capabilities. Or, that place has more important strategic value to him. Silence fell in the room once again. The firewood in the fireplace crackled and popped. After a long silence, Du Bois spoke. What does the Navy Department think of this report? The higher-ups are very cautious. Some think it's nonsense, while others advocate sending someone to investigate. Leclerc paused. But whether it's true or not, General, we have no choice now. The British want us to wait 3 years. The Germans won't sell to us, and it will take us at least 4 years to design and build it ourselves, while the Germans' guns are already pointed at our foreheads. He walked to the map of Europe on the wall and pointed to Morocco. The first Moroccan crisis had only been over for 6 months, and the German emperor's speech and tenure was still fresh in our minds. The German Empire has interests in Morocco on an equal footing with other great powers. They were using naval power to support diplomatic blackmail. If we don't have equal strength, the next crisis will have to make concessions, Du Bois continued. And then the next one, and the one after that, until French influence in North Africa is completely eliminated. He walked to the liquor cabinet, poured 3 glasses of brandy, and handed them to Leclerc and Moreau. Gentlemen, I have an idea, a crazy idea. The 2 men took the wine glasses and waited for him to continue. Du Bois raised his glass, but didn't drink. He simply watched the amber liquid swirl within. If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance that the rumors about the Persian Gulf are true, if there really are people there who can build dreadnoughts, then why doesn't France just go directly to them? Leclerc's hand trembled, and he almost spilled his wine. General, that means we're going to make a deal with an entity that isn't internationally recognized, and it could anger the Germans and even the British. The British have already rejected us, Du Bois said coldly. The Germans were never friends to begin with. As for international recognition, he laughed, his smile full of sarcasm. When has the international community ever recognized the rights of the weak? If we had 6 dreadnoughts, the whole world would agree with us. He drank the wine in his glass. I'm going to send a telegram to Paris. I suggest sending a secret delegation to the Persian Gulf under the guise of an industrial survey. If that Lanfang really exists, if they truly have shipbuilding capabilities. Du Bois's eyes gleamed in the firelight. Then, the French Republic is willing to become their second major customer. The next morning, at the Foreign Office building in London, the French naval delegation was kept in the reception room for a full 45 minutes before being led to the office of the Marquis de Langston, the foreign minister. This is a carefully designed indifference. General Du Bois, please have a seat. The Marquis of Langston looked up from behind his desk, a standard politician smile on his face. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The cabinet meeting this morning went on a bit long. Du Bois sat up straight, maintaining a military posture. It's all right, Your Excellency. We understand you are busy with state affairs. After exchanging pleasantries, we got straight to the point. Regarding your country's procurement request, Langston pulled a document from a folder and pushed it across the table. The Admiralty has given a formal reply. I assume you have received a copy. Yes, Du Bois said, controlling his expression, but we hope, perhaps, that there is more room for discussion. The French Republic is willing to pay a premium and reciprocate in other areas, such as providing your country with stronger support on the issue of Morocco. The Marquis of Longstun shook his head slightly, a gesture that was elegant yet undeniably authoritative. General, this is not a matter of money, nor is it a matter of political exchange. The Royal Navy of the British Empire is undergoing the largest modernization in its history. 10 new dreadnoughts are under construction simultaneously, and all shipyards, all engineers, and all skilled workers are operating at full capacity. He leaned forward, crossed his hands on the table, adopting a posture of openness and sincerity. Do you know what Lord Fisher said? He said, the Royal Navy is now like a besieged army, and not a single gun or bullet can be given to anyone else, not even the closest of friends. The closest friend, Du Bois repeated the word, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. So, Your Excellency, How do you think the French Republic should protect its overseas interests and national security under pressure from the German Navy? Diplomatic means, Langston replied immediately. The balance of power in Europe has maintained peace for 30 years. The Germans are demonstrating strength, but that doesn't mean they will use it. As long as we remain calm and restrained. Keep calm and restrained. Watching the Germans build dreadnoughts one after another? Du Bois interrupted him, this time making no attempt to hide the anger in his tone. Your Excellency, when 6 cannons are pointed at your doorstep, would you advise your neighbor to keep calm? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The Marquis of Langston's smile vanished. General, please watch your words. I'm paying close attention. Du Bois stood up, placed his hands on the table, and looked down at the British diplomat. So, I know very well what I'm saying. The British Empire is abandoning its allies, leaving them to face the threat from Germany alone. No one is abandoned. Then give me a precise date. Du Bois raised his voice. Not after 1909, not after existing orders are completed. A precise, written date. When will the French Navy receive its first dreadnought? Langston fell silent. He couldn't do it, because the British Admiralty's instructions to the Foreign Office were clear. No explicit promises could be made to the French. Britain's shipbuilding capacity had to prioritize its own needs. A hard-won rule Fisher learned by smashing the Prime Minister's porcelain. Look, Du Bois straightened up, straightened his uniform, and his voice returned to calm, but that calm was more terrifying than his previous anger. You're not even willing to give a false promise. This is what your country calls traditional friendship. He turned and walked toward the door, but stopped when his hand touched the doorknob. Without turning around, he simply said with his back to the Marquis of Langston, Your Excellency, please convey to your country's Navy and Cabinet. I hope you will not be surprised when France is forced to seek other ways to protect itself. After all, survival is the first instinct of any nation. Other routes. Langston frowned. General, what do you mean? Du Bois finally turned around, a cold smile on his face. What I mean is, the world is vast, and desperate people will go to every possible place to look for hope. The door opened, then closed again. The French naval delegation has left. The Marquis of Langston sat alone in his office, his brow furrowed. He picked up the phone. Connect me to Lord Fisher's office at the Admiralty. Yes, now. While waiting for the call to connect, he looked out the window. London was overcast as always, with low-hanging gray clouds that seemed like the sun would never shine again. The call was connected. Fisher? This is Langston. The French just came by very unhappy. No, not just disappointed, angry. General Du Bois said some strange things about finding other avenues. Yes, I feel something's not right either. Has your intelligence department received any hints about other countries potentially acquiring dreadnoughts? Fisher's voice came through the receiver, speaking quickly and with his usual impatience. As Langston listened, his expression gradually changed. The Persian Gulf? Chinese? Are you sure this isn't a fantasy? They've already sent people to investigate? God, if this is true. He hung up the phone and paced back and forth in his office. The French threat was not unfounded. If they did indeed find another way to acquire dreadnoughts, however improbable, then Britain's bargaining power in the Moroccan question would be greatly diminished. More importantly, if dreadnought technology begins to proliferate, Langston stopped and picked up another phone. Connect me to the embassy in Paris. Tell the ambassador I need an urgent report. Has the French Navy made any unusual personnel changes or budget allocations recently? Especially anything related to the Middle East or the Far East. After hanging up the phone, the seasoned diplomat felt a chill. The world is changing at a speed he cannot comprehend. The diplomatic skills that the British Empire was so proud of appeared so pale and powerless in the face of the absolute technological gap. Chapter 31 Berlin. Another defeat for the Japanese. At the Imperial Hotel Berlin, Yamamoto Ganahayo sat in the suite's reception room, 3 documents laid out in front of him. The first was a formal reply from the British Admiralty, which politely but firmly rejected Japan's procurement request, citing limited shipbuilding capacity and the need to prioritize domestic needs. The second document was a memorandum from the German Foreign Ministry, which subtly stated that the Westphalen-class ships are not currently for sale and suggested that Japan could consider other classes of ships. The third document was a coded telegram from Tokyo containing only one line. The Imperial Navy needs dreadnoughts at any cost. Yamamoto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This Japanese naval admiral, a hero of the Russo-Japanese War, felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness at that moment. He had been traveling around Europe for a month, trying every possible route: London, Berlin, Paris, Rome. The answer was always the same: no. It wasn't because Japan was short of money. The Meiji government was willing to squeeze every last penny out of the people for naval construction. It's not because Japan isn't important. After defeating Russia, the whole world recognized Japan as a rising power in the Far East. Rather, it's because they don't want Japan to have power of the same level. Lord Yamamoto. The sound came from the doorway. Yamamoto opened his eyes and saw his adjutant, Navy Lieutenant Commander Suzuki Kantaro, standing there with an equally grave expression. Komein, Suzuki-kun. Lieutenant Commander Suzuki entered the room and closed the door. I just received news from the Austrian embassy that the 3 dreadnoughts acquired by Austria-Hungary have completed sea trials and have officially joined the fleet. Yamamoto smiled wryly. Even Austria is included. Moreover, Suzuki lowered his voice, there are unconfirmed rumors that these ships may not have been built in Germany. Yamamoto suddenly looked up. What do you mean? Suzuki walked to the map, his fingers sweeping across Europe and stopping at the Persian Gulf. Our intelligence officers overheard some sailors in Singapore talking about a large-scale industrial base established by Chinese people there, capable of even building large ships. The Germans frequently ship industrial equipment to that region. Chinese. Yamamoto frowned. Building dreadnoughts in the Persian Gulf? That sounds like something out of a novel. I find it unbelievable too, Suzuki said. But all the normal channels are blocked, Your Excellency. The British say to wait, the Germans say no, and the French themselves don't have any. The Imperial Navy can't afford to wait. Although the combined fleet won the Battle of Tama, it suffered heavy losses. If a conflict were to break out now, with Germany or the United States in the Far East. He didn't finish speaking, but Yamamoto understood. Japan gambled its national destiny to defeat Russia, but won exhausted. Like a boxer who has fought tooth and nail to knock down his opponent, only to find himself swaying and on the verge of collapse if a challenger were to enter the ring. We need dreadnoughts. Yamamoto stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bustling crowds on the streets of Berlin. Not one, but at least 4. Without them, our interests in the Far East are like a garden without a fence, where anyone can come in and pick a flower. Suzuki was silent for a moment, then said, Your Excellency, perhaps we should go and see that legendary place. If such a shipbuilding base really exists, if someone can really build dreadnoughts. And then, Yamamoto turned around. Even if it were true, would they sell it to Japan? The Germans already control the area, and the British will soon be taking notice. What right do we have to get involved? Based on the Imperial Navy's resolve, Suzuki's voice was soft but firm, based on our willingness to pay any price. Yamamoto stared at his adjutant for a long time. At any cost. These 4 words echoed in the quiet room. Suzuki-kun, Yamamoto began slowly. Have you heard of Project Azure Dragon? Suzuki shook his head. Before I came to Europe, the Naval General Staff showed me a top-secret plan. Yamamoto walked back to the table, took out a document from the safe, and the cover had the 2 Chinese characters Azure Dragon printed on it. If all legal means fail, then we will take a legal means. Suzuki took the document, quickly glanced through it, and his face gradually turned pale. Sir, this is too risky. What if we get caught? If we get caught, it will be the result of some radical officer's arbitrary actions, and it has nothing to do with the imperial government. Yamamoto said expressionlessly. But if we succeed, we can obtain the blueprints for the dreadnought, and perhaps even a shipbuilding base. He walked to the map and pointed to the location of the Persian Gulf. The Dutch oppressed the Chinese in Southeast Asia. The British looked down on people of Asian descent in Asia, and the Germans used us as tools. Everyone thought that Japan should behave itself and be a second-rate country. Yamamoto slammed his hand heavily on the map. But the Imperial Navy proved with its victory in the Tsushima Strait that yellow-skinned people can also defeat white-skinned people. Now, we will prove once again that Japan is qualified to possess the best warships and to become a true world power. A near-obsessive flame burned in his eyes. Suzuki-kun, get ready. We're leaving Berlin tomorrow, heading to Basra via Istanbul. I want to see for myself what that legendary place is all about. What if there's nothing at all? Then execute Plan B of Operation Soryu. Yamamoto's voice was icy. Investigate the security at the British shipyard for the HMS Dreadnought and look for opportunities to infiltrate. The Imperial Navy must acquire the Dreadnought at any cost and by any means. Lieutenant Colonel Suzuki stood at attention and bowed his head. Yes, sir. Yamamoto walked to the liquor cabinet and poured 2 glasses of sake, which he had brought specially from Japan. He handed one to Suzuki. For the future of the Imperial Navy. For the Empire. Suzuki drank it all in one gulp. The liquor was strong, burning my throat. Just like Japan's current situation, it's painful, but it has to be swallowed. Because in this dog-eat-dog world, without power, you don't even have the right to suffer. The hot winds of the Persian Gulf continue to blow through Dubai Harbor. But beneath the seemingly calm surface, undercurrents are beginning to stir. In the conference room of the administration building, Chen Feng was listening to the latest report sent back from Singapore by Wang Wenwu. The advance payment for the second batch of German orders, 3.6 million pounds in gold, has been deposited in a Swiss bank. Li Mingyuan, Wang Wenwu's deputy, acting as Minister of Commerce, read the telegram. The Germans are demanding that the delivery period be reduced to 14 months, and they are willing to pay an additional 10% acceleration fee. 14 months. Chen Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Tell the shipyard that it's possible, but we need more technical support and special materials from Germany, especially for large bearings and high-pressure seals. We're not yet qualified to produce them ourselves. Yes. Li Mingyuan noted it down. In addition, the German diplomatic mission sent a formal note requesting that a delegation of industrial and technical exchange be sent next month, consisting of about 30 people, including naval engineers, metallurgical experts, and military advisors. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Military advisors? What are they planning to do? The note stated that it was to better understand our industrial capabilities in order to provide more targeted technical support. Li Mingyuan paused. But Minister Wang's analysis in Singapore suggests that this may be a means for the Germans to strengthen their control over us. They are not comfortable allowing a power capable of building dreadnoughts to become completely independent. Chen Feng laughed, but his smile was devoid of warmth. Of course I'm not at ease. Emperor William wants us to be his obedient tools, not equal partners. He thought for a few seconds. We agreed to their visit, but drew clear boundaries. Technical exchanges are limited to the civilian industrial sector, and military-related facilities are not open to the public. In addition, we require that their delegation must include experts in optical instruments and special alloys, technologies we urgently need. Clear. Is there anything else? Li Mingyuan turned to the next page. There are 2 unusual contact requests. Explain. The first one came from France. A representative claiming to be from French African Mining Company sent a telegram from Djibouti inquiring whether they could visit our industrial base to explore the possibility of procurement of mining equipment and technical cooperation. But Minister Wang checked and found that this company had been established for less than 3 months and had a vague background. Chapter 32, Comrades. What do you say about allowing Japanese ships to dock? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The French have finally come knocking on our door. You think they're after the warships? Otherwise what? The French should be as anxious as ants on a hot pan right now. Chen Feng walked to the world map on the wall and pointed to France. Germany has 6 dreadnoughts. Austria-Hungary has 3, and Britain will soon have 1, and is building 10 more. France has none, and was even rejected by the British. No wonder they're anxious. Should we make contact? Make contact, but be cautious. Chen Feng turned around. What can the French give us? Money? They don't have as much as the Germans. Technology, they might be better than the Germans in some areas, such as optics and aerospace. But most importantly, they can provide cover in international politics. A de facto recognition from a major European power is very valuable to us. What about the risks? The risk is angering the Germans. Chen Feng walked back to his seat. So we can't take the initiative. We have to wait for the French to offer a high enough price. We'll tell them business visits are welcome, but they must apply through formal diplomatic channels. Even though we're not recognized, the process has to be done like that at a country. Li Mingyuan nodded. The second contact request is even stranger. It comes from a Japanese merchant ship operating in the Arabian Sea, asking if it can dock at Dubai port to replenish fresh water and food. The ship's name is Kasuga Maru, registered in Kobe, Japan. Chen Feng frowned. What are they doing here? Minister Wang analyzed that after Japan defeated Russia in the Far East, its navy suffered heavy losses and urgently needed new ships. However, their requests to purchase ships from Britain and Germany were rejected, so they may also be looking for other ways. Chun Feng's intuition immediately sounded the alarm. The Japanese are different from the Germans, French, and British. This country has an extremely strong sense of crisis and a desire for expansion, and will stop at nothing to gain technological advantage. Inform the Port Authority. Allow the Kasuga Maru to dock at the commercial pier for resupply, but restrict the area where the crew can disembark. Strengthen security at the Leopard Nest and the oil refinery area, and deploy counterintelligence personnel to infiltrate the dock workers and monitor the Japanese crew's every move. You suspect they might be involved in espionage? It's not a doubt. It's a certainty, Chun Feng said coldly. The Japanese Navy is like a hungry wolf that has smelled meat. We need to let them know that this meat has an owner, and that owner has guns. Li Mingyuan quickly wrote down all the instructions. At this moment, Uncle Wang pushed open the door and came in, holding a telegram he had just received, his face grave. Young master, something has happened. What's up? Our iron ore purchasing agent in Australia sent an urgent telegram saying that the British colonial authorities have suddenly tightened their scrutiny of mining exports, especially transactions involving strategic minerals flowing to unidentified end users. Wang Bo handed the telegram to Chun Feng. 2 of the 3 mines we control through multiple layers of agents have had their export licenses temporarily frozen. Chun Feng quickly glanced at the telegram, his expression unchanged, but his eyes turned cold. The British are getting wary. He put down the telegram. They may not fully understand what we're doing yet, but they've realized that a lot of strategic resources are flowing in this direction. What can we do? Without enough iron ore, shipyards and steel mills will be affected. Activate the backup plan, Chun Feng said decisively. Contact our agent in Chile and increase our procurement from there. Also, purchase low-grade ore from Sumatra and Borneo through Dutch businessmen. Although the smelting cost is high, it's better than a complete supply disruption. He paused, then looked at Li Mingyuan. Also, inform all teams they're sourcing overseas. From today onwards, all transactions must be more decentralized, with more intermediaries used, and payments must be made via Swiss bank bearer drafts. We need to build up at least 6 months' worth of raw material reserves before the British fully understand our situation. 6 months? That would require a huge amount of money. Money is not the problem, Chun Feng interrupted him. The Germans' gold will arrive soon, and if the French really want warships, they will bring gold as well. The problem is time. We have to race against time. The meeting room fell silent. Outside the window, the faint sound of ship horns could be heard from the port, indicating that another batch of supply ships had arrived. Chun Feng walked to the window and looked at the ships coming and going on the distant sea. Those ships carried ores, machinery, food, as well as spies, merchants, and adventurers from various countries. The world is beginning to notice the anomaly in this corner of the Persian Gulf. Every step from here on will be more difficult and more dangerous. Uncle Wang, Chun Feng said without turning around, summon all ministers and heads of major factories for a meeting tomorrow morning. Yes, young master. What is the topic of the meeting? Chun Feng turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the conference room. The theme is how to survive and thrive in the eye of the storm. We must make everyone understand that the great powers have their eyes on us. From now on, every ton of steel, every shell, and every drop of oil could determine whether Lanfang rises or is strangled in its cradle. His voice was calm, but every word carried immense weight. Tell them that the most difficult time is coming. French Naval Ministry Building, late at night. The light in the secretary's office was still on. Secretary of the Navy Gaston Thompson sat behind a large oak desk, 3 documents spread out in front of him. The first document was an urgent report from General Du Bois in London, detailing the entire process of negotiations with the British, in a meaningful phrase, seeking other avenues. The second report was an analysis by the Naval Intelligence Bureau on the Chinese industrial base in the Persian Gulf, which concluded that though hard to believe, it is worth investigating. The third document was a handwritten instruction from Chancellor Georges Clemenceau. Ensure that the French Navy does not lag behind Germany at all costs. Authorize all necessary measures. Secretary Thompson took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. He was 62 years old and had served in the Navy for 40 years, witnessing the rise and fall of the French Navy. He had watched the French fleet slip from second in the world to its current state, behind Britain, behind Germany, and possibly soon behind the United States. Now, the German dreadnoughts hang like the sword of Damocles over France's head. "Mr. Minister," a knock sounded at the door, and General Dubois entered. He had just returned to Paris from London, looking travel-worn, but his eyes remained sharp. "Charles, have a seat." Thompson gestured to the chair opposite him. "You must be tired from your trip to London." "Nothing of value." Dubois sat down and said bluntly, "The British treated us like beggars. The Marquis of Langston wouldn't even give a false promise." I guessed at Thompson's side. The British are too busy with their own problems right now. Fisher forced the cabinet to approve the plan for 10 dreadnoughts, and their shipyards won't be able to get any foreign orders for the next 3 years. So we can't wait. Dubois leaned forward. "Minister, I suggest we immediately launch the Eastern Project. Send someone to the Persian Gulf to make contact with that Lanfang. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the rumors are true." "The risk is too great," Thompson interrupted him. "To do arms deals with an entity that is not recognized internationally? If the Germans find out, if the British find out, the diplomatic consequences will be unimaginable. What if the Germans already have 6 dreadnoughts while we have none? What would the diplomatic consequences be like?" Dubois retorted. "Minister, do you know what the atmosphere is like inside the Navy right now? Frustration, anger, fear. Officers are saying privately that if a conflict breaks out with Germany now, the French fleet can only hide in port, because going out to sea would make them targets." Chapter 33, Fund Allocation Meeting. Every penny must be heard. Thompson fell silent. He knew Dubois was right. The morale problem within the Navy was even more serious than the equipment problem. An army that doesn't believe it can win is useless no matter how good its equipment is. Moreover, Dubois lowered his voice, we are not entirely without leverage. What's the meaning? Technology. Dubois pulled a list from his briefcase. I consulted the Military-Industrial Commission. France is ahead of the Germans in some areas. For example, optical instruments. Our rangefinders are the most accurate in the world. For example, aircraft engines. Our engineers have improved the design after the Wright brothers' flight demonstration in France last year. And special alloys, machining. He pushed the list in front of Thompson. We can trade technology for technology. The Germans gave us the shipbuilding capabilities for the Lanfang ship, but they probably kept the most core technologies. If we're willing to share these, they might be more willing to cooperate with us. Thompson looked at the list and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This was a high-stakes gamble. A gamble that the rumors about the Persian Gulf were true. A gamble that the people there were willing to trade with France. A gamble that the deal could be kept secret until France acquired the dreadnoughts. But what if you win the bet? If France could acquire dreadnoughts, or even gain the ability to build them independently, how many people do you need? Thompson finally asked. Dubois's eyes lit up. A highly capable team. I will lead it myself, with 2 shipbuilding experts, a marine engineer, a metallurgist, and 2 officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, under the name of French African Mining Company. General Dubois, Thompson said sternly, I must remind you, if this mission fails, if it gets out, you will be the scapegoat. The Navy and the government will deny any connection to you. You could face a court-martial. I know. Dubois stood up and stood at attention. But if it succeeds, the French Navy will be saved. Thompson also stood up, walked around the desk, and went to Dubois. The old minister reached out and patted the general heavily on the shoulder. Charles, the future of the French Navy is in your hands. For France. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with a tragic light. They all knew that France had no other choice. On the European continent, the German army already held the upper hand. If the seas were also controlled by the German Navy, France would truly be locked down. We must break this deadlock, no matter what method is used. When do we leave? Thompson asked. 3 days later, Dubois said, we will first go to Marseille, then take a boat to Djibouti, and from there find a boat to the Persian Gulf. We will use false identities throughout the journey and communicate using one-time passwords. What about the funding? The Prime Minister has approved the special budget. Dubois pulled a check from his pocket, a bearer draft from a Swiss bank for 500,000 francs. The first transaction. If there are more, there will be more. Thompson looked at the check and smiled bitterly, using so much money to buy a hope that may not even exist. Minister, Dubois said earnestly, at sea, sometimes you have to navigate through thick fog. relying on your compass and faith. We are in the fog now, and that rumor about the Persian Gulf is our compass." He saluted and turned to leave. Minister Thompson stood alone in his office for a long time before walking to the window and looking at the Paris night view. The Seine flows through the night, just like time, never stopping. France was once a beacon of Europe, a symbol of civilization. But now that light is dimming. It must be turned back on, no matter what the cost. The Persian Gulf. The large conference room in the administration building was filled with people sitting on both sides of the long table. There was a tense, excited atmosphere in the air, like the low pressure before a storm. Chun Feng sat in the main seat, 3 documents spread out in front of him. On the left was a confirmation of payment for the second batch of orders from Germany, 3.6 million pounds sterling in gold, already deposited in a Swiss bank. In the middle was the third quarter progress report of Operation Cheetah. On the right was a newly received coded telegram from Wang Wenwu's Singapore office, reporting that the French special envoy had arrived in Djibouti and was expected to arrive in the Persian Gulf in 10 days. "Everyone's here." Uncle Wang looked around the room and cleared his throat. "Young master, we can begin." Chun Feng raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the 12 people present. Ministers, heads of major factories, the chief engineer of the shipyard, and military representatives. Each person's eyes held both expectation and worry. "There's only one agenda item today," Chun Feng said, his voice low, but each word clear, how to spend the 3,600,000 pounds. A soft gasp filled the conference room. Although everyone knew the money had arrived, hearing the exact figure still made their hearts race. "Uncle Wang, please tell me about the overall budget allocation plan first." Uncle Wang put on his reading glasses and opened his thick notebook. "Following the young master's previous instructions, I have drafted a preliminary distribution plan. Please listen carefully. First, industrial expansion, 1.2 million pounds. Mainly used for expanding steel plants number 2 and number 3, building a new special alloy workshop, purchasing large gantry cranes and precision machine tools, and expanding the chemical plant, especially the explosives and synthetic ammonia production lines. Second, infrastructure construction, 800,000 pounds. The first phase of the standard gauge railway connecting the port, factory area, mining area, and residential area, the expansion of the power plant, the construction of the first modern oil refinery, and the expansion of the waterworks and sewage treatment system. Third, agricultural development, 500,000 pounds. Drill 50 deep wells in the oasis area, build irrigation systems, import drought-resistant crop seeds from India and Egypt, and expand the area for greenhouse vegetable cultivation. Fourth, the education system, 300,000 pounds. Expand technical schools, establish secondary vocational schools, send the first batch of 20 outstanding students to study in Germany, and hire European teachers at high salaries. Fifth, global procurement and strategic reserves, 800,000 pounds. This will be used for Minister Wang's team to procure minerals in Australia, Chile, South Africa, and other places, as well as to stockpile necessities such as food and medicine. After reading it aloud, Uncle Wang took off his glasses and looked at Chun Feng. "Young master, this is the general allocation. The specific project budget still needs to be refined by each department." Before Chun Feng could speak, Infrastructure Minister Zhou Yin spoke first. "President, 800,000 pounds for railways, power plants, oil refineries is not enough." The 40-something construction expert shook his head, drawing calculations on the table with his fingers. Just the railway, from the port to the inland mining area, is 60 kilometers long. Even at the lowest standard, it costs 4,000 pounds per kilometer, which is 240,000 pounds. The expansion of the power plant will cost at least 150,000 pounds, the oil refinery 200,000 pounds, the water system pound 100,000, and that doesn't even include labor and unexpected expenses. Then let's scale it down. Industry Minister Li Mingyuan immediately retorted. "Minister Zhou, these are special times. Railways can be built as single-track lines first, power plants can use simplified designs, and oil refineries can be reduced in size by 1/3. Shrink." Liu Yongfu, the head of the steel plant, slammed his fist on the table. "Minister Li, do you know how much special steel Project Cheetah requires? Do you know how much heavy oil the fuel-fired boilers need? If the refinery is scaled down, the shipyard will have to stop production due to lack of materials. Then what do you suggest we do? That's all the money we have." "That's enough." Chapter 34, Accepting Everything. The name Chen Feng brought the argument to a halt. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, his gaze shifting from one face to another. I've gathered you all here today not to listen to your complaints about not having enough money. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. I'm here to hear solutions. Anniversary, you said railway construction costs are high. If we didn't use imported rails and used our own, how much could we save? Zhou Yin paused for a moment, then quickly calculated. Our current rolling mills can produce medium-sized steel rails, which are not as good as the German ones, but they are usable. If we produce them all ourselves, we could save a third, which is about 80,000 pounds. Then we'll use our own. Chen Feng turned to Liu Yongfu. Director Liu, can the steel mill supply the required rails on time? Yes. Liu Yongfu straightened his back. As long as the ore supply continues, I guarantee that all the rails will be delivered within 3 months. Okay. Chen Feng made a note in his notebook, then looked at Li Mingyuan. How much would the power output decrease if the power plant design is simplified? If steam turbines are used to replace part of the steam turbine units, the power output will decrease by 20%, but the construction time will be shortened by 4 months, and the cost will be reduced by 40,000 pounds. That's acceptable. Chen Feng nodded. The refinery will maintain its original scale, but it will be built in 2 phases. The first phase will meet the needs of the shipyard and power plant, and the second phase will be completed when the next round of funding arrives. He made decisions quickly, asking one question after another, each answer precise and decisive. Only Chen Feng's voice and the minister's responses remained in the meeting room, occasionally punctuated by the scratching of pens on paper. 20 minutes later, Chen Feng put down his pen and looked up. The revised plan, 1.1 million for industrial expansion, 700,000 for infrastructure, 500,000 for agriculture, 300,000 for education, and 1 million for procurement. The total expenditure is 3.6 million, which is just right. He paused, then surveyed the entire room. But I want to emphasize one point. This money is not for slow development. Every penny must yield tangible results within 6 months. For the steel plant expansion, I want to see monthly output increase from 10,000 tons to 35,000 tons. For the first phase of the railway, I want to see 30 kilometers of track operational. For the first phase of the oil refinery, I want to see 500 tons of crude oil processed per day. Can you do that? A brief silence. Then, Liu Yongfu was the first to stand up. Commander-in-Chief, the steel plant guarantees to complete the mission. If we fail, I, Liu Yongfu, will jump into the steel furnace. Anniversary reunion. The Ministry of Infrastructure guarantees that the 30-kilometer railway will be open to traffic in 6 months. We can work in 3 shifts, with people stopping, but machines never stopping. One by one, everyone stood up. Chen Feng also stood up, placing his hands on the table. Gentlemen, this is no ordinary construction project. This is Lanfang's life or death battle. The Germans are buying our ships with gold, not as charity, but to use us to contain the British. The French are coming soon, hoping to find weapons from us to fight against Germany. The British are already on guard, and the Japanese may be watching us from the shadows. His voice rose slightly. If we cannot become strong in the shortest possible time, cannot build more and better ships, and cannot establish a complete industrial system, then when the great powers discover that we are just a paper tiger bluffing. Chen Feng paused, letting each word strike deep into the hearts of those present. The Persian Gulf will become a colony of the great powers, and we 300,000 Chinese will either be exiled again or become second-class citizens. The restoration of Lanfang will forever remain a dream. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear someone breathing. So, Chen Feng slowly sat down. After the meeting, I need each of you to submit a detailed implementation plan and timetable. I need to know what to do every day, what to accomplish every week, and what goals to achieve every month. Uncle Wang will set up a supervisory team to report the progress to me every week. Yes, came the unanimous reply. Finally, Chen Feng's tone softened. I want to tell everyone that these 6 months will be tough. But 6 months later, when the railway is open, when the new steel mill goes into production, when the Cheetah is launched, we will have the real capital to negotiate with the great powers. At that time, we will not only be able to sell them ships. He stood up, walked to the map of Southeast Asia on the wall, and pointed to Borneo. We can still go home. Applause broke out. Not enthusiastic applause, but a deep, powerful clapping sound like war drums, like a heartbeat. After the meeting, Chun Feng kept Wang Bo behind alone. Young master isn't putting too much pressure on them by forcing them like this? Uncle Wang asked with some concern. Miracles happen under pressure. Chun Feng walked to the window and looked at the bustling port outside. Uncle Wang, do you know what? I've been thinking about something lately. What's the problem? If those Chinese-owned countries in history, Lanfang, Daiyin, and Shunta, had possessed our current industrial capabilities back then, would they have perished? Wang Bo remained silent for a long time before slowly shaking his head. No. Back then, the Dutch gunboats only had a few small cannons. If we had steel mills, we could manufacture guns and cannons ourselves. 10 Dutch East India companies wouldn't be enough. So technology is the key. Chun Feng turned around, his eyes firm. Everything we do now, building steel mills, repairing railways, building warships, is not just for making money, but to make up for a lesson that the Chinese have missed for hundreds of years. In this dog-eat-dog world, without industrial power, there's no right to survive. A ship's horn sounded outside the window. Another cargo ship had entered the port. It carried iron ore from Australia, copper ingots from Chile, and machine tools from Germany. Every shipment of goods forms the cornerstone of Lanfang's future. Oh, right. Chun Feng suddenly remembered something. Any new information from Wang Wenwu's side? I just received a telegram. Uncle Wang pulled a piece of paper from his folder. French Special Envoy General Du Bois has left Djibouti and is heading to the Persian Gulf on a British cargo ship, the Seagull. He is expected to arrive in 7 days. He is traveling with 6 people, all of whom are experts. Tell the port to receive them as a class, a business delegation. Chun Feng thought for a moment. Arrange for them to stay in a newly built reception area for foreign guests, send the best translators, and provide them with meals according to European standards. But their activities should be restricted. They can only visit civilian factories and public areas of the port. Understood. Uncle Wang noted it down. Also, the list of the German Technical Exchange delegation has arrived. It consists of 30 people, including 8 naval engineers, 5 marine engineering experts, 4 artillery designers, and experts in metallurgy, optics, and radio. It's a very strong team. Chun Feng laughed. Emperor William is really going all out. He wants to find out our secrets and use technology to bind us. Then we'll take them all, Chun Feng said decisively. We can teach them whatever they want to learn, as long as it's not a core secret. But we need to learn even more, especially technologies they might be hiding, such as optical rangefinders, special alloys, and radio. Chapter 35, This is difficult. How to learn. We'll trade our technology. Chun Feng's eyes gleamed. The Cheetah's steam turbine layout is more advanced than the Westphalen class, and its oil-fired boilers are more efficient. We'll use these non-core but enticing technologies to trade for the real gems they have. Uncle Wang smiled knowingly. Young master's trying to get something for nothing. No, Chun Feng shook his head. It's technology for technology, a fair trade. It's just that we know what's truly valuable, but they might not. Outside the window, the setting sun began to sink, turning the surface of the Persian Gulf into gold. A long day is coming to an end, but Lanfang's advance has only just begun. Suite at Raffles Hotel, Singapore. Wang Wenwu stood on the balcony, a glass of iced water in his hand, watching the bustling crowds on the street below. This most important British colonial city in the Far East was just beginning to light up. But he wasn't in the mood to appreciate the night view. In a suite's living room, 3 telephones rang incessantly. 3 assistants answered calls from all over the world in English, French, and German, quickly taking notes before handing them to Wang Wenwu for review. Boss, a call from Sydney. An assistant handed over a notepad. BHP has agreed to sell 5-year mining rights to 2 mines in the Pilbara region, but requires a 30% prepayment and all payments in pounds sterling. Wang Wenwu glanced at the price, agreed to their terms, but demand an additional clause. If exports are interrupted due to political reasons, they must compensate us 3 times the amount of all our advance payments. Will they agree? Yes. Wang Wenwu sneered. The British are short of money to build warships right now, and the mining companies are even more eager to cash out. Go and talk and be firm. As soon as one assistant left, another arrived. The Chilean Nitrate Company has called back. They are willing to sell 49% of their stake in the Atacama Desert No. 3 mine, but they require us to provide mining equipment and technical support. We don't want equity. We want long-term procurement contracts, Wang Wenwu quickly instructed. Tell them that Lanfang Trading Company can sign a 10-year contract to purchase 50,000 tons of saltpeter annually, with prices fluctuating according to international market rates. But we must have priority in purchasing that equipment and technology. We can provide it. Wang Wenwu thought for a moment. We'll buy second-hand mining equipment from Germany and resell it to them, making a profit on the difference. We'll send 2 engineers over for technical support. Find them from among the new immigrants who have mining experience. Yes. The third assistant waited until the first 2 had left before approaching, his voice very low. Boss, people from the Japanese trading company Mitsui Company want to see you. They say they have special channels to get precision machine tools, including 5-axis milling machines that Germany has banned from export. Wang Wenwu turned around abruptly. The Japanese? How do they know we needed this? I don't know. But the person who came showed a letter of introduction from a machine factory in Kobe, so he seems to be a legitimate businessman. I won't see him. Wang Wenwu shook his head decisively. Tell the front desk, I'm not here. Also, notify all our purchasing agents in Japan to suspend all transactions and await my further instructions. The assistant, somewhat puzzled, said, Boss, we urgently need a 5-axis milling machine. If the Japanese could provide one. The price of anything the Japanese provide is written somewhere you can't see it. Wang Wenwu walked to the liquor cabinet, poured half a glass of whiskey, and drank it all in one gulp. They're now like hungry wolves searching for the source of the dreadnoughts. Their sudden approach to us is definitely not a good thing. He put down his wine glass, walked to his desk, and spread out a world map. The map is marked with more than a dozen red dots. Iron mines in Australia, copper and nitrate mines in Chile, tin mines in Malaya, chromium mines in South Africa, manganese mines in India. Each red that represents a procurement channel that Lanfang is establishing or has already established. But these are all public and legal business transactions. There are also some blue dots marked in more concealed places, Swiss bank accounts, offshore companies in Panama, trust funds in the Cayman Islands. These are financial networks that Wang Wenwu spent 3 months building to diversify the flow of funds and hide the identities of the real buyers. The phone rang again. This time, it was a call from the British. Wang Wenwu answered the receiver. The other party spoke English with a Scottish accent. Mr. Wang? This is MacDonald from Edinburgh Trust. The acquisition of your 5% stake in Clydebank, which you entrusted to us, has been completed. You are now the 5th largest shareholder of the bank and have the right to nominate one director. Very good, Wang Wenwu replied in fluent English. Nominate my assistant, Robert Chun. Also, acquire 10% of the shares of Liverpool Shipbuilding Equipment Company through banking channels, distributed under at least 5 different names. Understood. However, Mr. Wang, the UK Department for Trade has recently strengthened its scrutiny of foreign acquisitions in strategic industries, particularly those involving shipbuilding and the defense industry. So we need to use a British trust company as the intermediary. Wang Wenwu interrupted him. I can add another 0.5% to the commission, but I require it to be completed within 1 month. We will do our best. After hanging up the phone, Wang Wenwu rubbed his temples. This is a massive scheme. Using German gold, transferred through Swiss banks to British trust companies. They acquire shares in British shipbuilding companies, then use these companies' names to purchase equipment that was originally prohibited from export, and finally transship it to the Persian Gulf. Every step is an illegal gray area, and every step could be watched by British intelligence. But it has to be done, because many of the equipment needed for Operation Cheetah were things the Germans were unwilling to provide and the British prohibited from exporting. Only through this roundabout method could they gradually acquire them. Boss! The first assistant returned, his face grim. We just received a telegram from the Mumbai office. The British Indian colonial authorities have suddenly announced a 15% strategic resource tax on all exported iron ore, manganese ore, and chromium ore. Our procurement costs are going to increase significantly. Wang Wenwu frowned. This is no coincidence. The British are tightening export controls on strategic resources, clearly targeting one or more specific buyers. Notify all purchasing points. He made a quick decision, and immediately implement Plan B. Rescind all purchasing contracts to CIF terms, shifting the tax cost to the sellers. If they disagree, threaten to cancel the contracts, while simultaneously getting backup suppliers ready to take the orders. But that would offend our current suppliers. They wouldn't dare, Wang Wenwu sneered. The global mining market is currently oversupplied, and we are the big buyers. The British can raise taxes, but the mine owners won't want to lose orders. Go, negotiate, but be firm. The assistant left in a hurry. Wang Wenwu went to the balcony and lit a cigar, his only luxury habit. The port of Singapore at night is filled with ships from all over the world. British cargo ships, German ocean liners, Japanese merchant ships, Dutch oil tankers. It is a microcosm of the world where great powers converge, compete, and trade. Lanfang, an unrecognized name, is quietly weaving a global resource network through the power of money. The cigar smoke dissipated in the night breeze. Wang Wenwu recalled what Chen Feng had said to him before he left the Persian Gulf. Wenwu, what you need to do is not simply make purchases. You need to use money to pave the way, to tear a hole in the global trade system controlled by the great powers. Let resources flow to where we need them, while concealing our true intentions. This is difficult, young master. That's why I sent you. Chen Feng looked at him then, his eyes revealing a depth beyond his years. Because you are the one among us who understands the rules of this world the most. You know how to use their rules to achieve our goals. Should we change the name of Chapter 36, like Ding Yuan? Wang Wenwu took a deep drag on his cigar. Yes, he understood. He knew how to bargain with British merchants, how to exploit German arrogance, how to evade French suspicion, and how to be wary of Japanese cunning. But he also understood the risks of this game. If the British discovered they were circumventing export controls, if the Germans found out they were secretly contacting the French, if the Japanese uncovered their secrets. Leopard House, restricted area, dock number 7. The massive Fuxing hull is already taking shape. The 262-meter-long steel body lies horizontally in the dry dock, like a sleeping behemoth. The bases for the 4 twin-gun turrets have been installed, and the towering bridge structure is being welded. But at this moment, the atmosphere inside the dock seemed to freeze. Chief Engineer Liu Yongfu stood in the engine room installation area, his face ashen. In front of him was a steam turbine high-pressure cylinder block that had just been hoisted into place. According to the design, this cylinder block should have perfectly aligned with the drive shaft, but now the alignment error exceeded 3 millimeters. What happened? Liu Yongfu's voice was very low, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The foreman in charge of installation, Old Joe, was covered in sweat. Chief Engineer, we've checked. It's not an installation problem. It's that the cylinder block itself isn't machined precisely enough. The inner bore's ellipticity is too high. Which company processed it? Our own number 3 machine shop. Old Joe's voice trailed off. Old Lee is in charge of boring. He's our best boring machine operator, but the equipment, our second-hand boring machine, is 20 years old. Its precision is already insufficient, and with the recent 3-shift work schedule. Enough, Liu Yongfu interrupted him. Now is not the time for excuses. What is the margin of error? The maximum diameter is 3.2 millimeters, and the minimum diameter is 1.8 millimeters. 3.2 millimeters. It sounds small, but for a high-speed rotating steam turbine, it's fatal. Eccentric operation can lead to increased vibration, overheating bearings, and even the failure of the entire rotor. Take it apart, Liu Yongfu ordered decisively. Reprocess it. Chief Engineer, Old Joe exclaimed anxiously. Disassembly and reassembly takes at least 2 days. Reprocessing takes 3 days. Heat treatment takes 1 day. That's 6 days. The project is already behind schedule. And what about the president's side? The president wants a ship that can fight, not just for show. Liu Yongfu raised his voice. If the precision isn't good enough and we force it in, what if it explodes during testing? Who will be responsible? You? Me? Old Joe lowered his head and remained silent. Liu Yongfu rubbed his temples, forcing himself to calm down. What are the options now? The technician next to him, Xiao Chun, opened his notebook. First, disassemble it and reprocess it, slowly grinding it with existing equipment, but the precision may still not meet the requirements. Second, contact the Germans to see if we can urgently order a new high-pressure cylinder, but sea freight will take at least 2 months. Third, he paused. Try to use on-site repair and manual grinding to achieve the required precision. Hand grinding, Liu Yongfu frowned. A 300-kilogram cylinder, hand-grinded to an error of less than 0.05 millimeters? How high a level of skill would that require? I can give it a try. The voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw an old man in his 50s, wearing work clothes and with calloused hands walking over. Old Han. Liu Yongfu recognized him. Weren't you in the boiler workshop? I heard there was a problem here, so I came to take a look. Master Han walked to the cylinder, squatted down, touched the inner wall with his hand, and then took out a micrometer to measure a few points. Give me a manual grinding machine, 2 of my best apprentices, and 72 hours. I guarantee the error will be less than 0.03 millimeters. Old Han, this is no joke, Lu Yongfu said seriously. The high-pressure cylinder of a steam turbine rotates at 3,000 revolutions per minute and operates at a pressure of 35 kilograms. If the precision is insufficient, people will die. I know. Master Han stood up, his gaze calm. My father was a master craftsman at the Jiangnan shipyard in Shanghai. I grew up in the shipyard. Before the Sino-Japanese War, my father and his colleagues repaired the main gun turret base of the Dingyuan. The error was even greater than this, and it was also ground out by hand, bit by bit. He paused for a moment, then continued. Later, during the Battle of the Yellow Sea, the main gun turret of the Dingyuan spun around all day without any problems. Sometimes, the hands of craftsmen are more accurate than those of a machine. Lu Yongfu looked at the old worker, then at the cylinder, his heart filled with a fierce struggle. The project is under immense pressure to meet deadlines, but quality cannot be compromised. What do you need? He finally asked. A clean workshop with constant temperature control, the best grinding paste, and oilstone. 2 meticulous and steady young men to assist you. And, Master Han thought for a moment, make sure you get 8 hours of sleep every day and don't rush the work. Grinding is delicate work. If your hand shakes even slightly, it's all ruined. Okay. Lu Yongfu made up his mind. Old Zhou, arrange the work shed immediately. Xiao Chun, go to the warehouse and get the best grinding materials. From now on, Master Han will be fully responsible for the repair of this cylinder, and everyone will cooperate with him. The order was given, and the crowd dispersed to prepare. Lu Yongfu pulled Master Han aside and lowered his voice. Old Han, tell me the truth. How confident are you? Master Han held up 5 fingers, then lowered 2, 70%. The remaining 30% depends on the weather. Look at the sky. It depends on luck. The old craftsman smiled, his smile revealing the unique confidence and composure of a craftsman. Those of us in this line of work all know machines have their precision and human hands have their own intuition. Sometimes, the feel of your hand is more accurate than a micrometer. Lu Yongfu patted him on the shoulder. Then I'll leave it to you. Whether the Fuxing can be launched on time depends on you. Don't worry, Chief Engineer. Master Han put away his smile. We people have left our homes and come here because we want to build our own big ships. My biggest wish in this life is to see the ships we build sail back to Southeast Asia and back to our hometown. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the makeshift shed that had already been erected. His back was slightly hunched, but his steps were firm. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yongfu suddenly recalled a sentence Chen Feng had once said. Technology can be bought, equipment can be manufactured, but the heart and hands of craftsmen cannot be bought. That is Lanfang's most precious asset. At the other end of the dock, the artillery installation area is also facing challenges. The 4 twin-mounted 381mm main gun turrets each weigh 800 tons. To hoist this behemoth onto the 20-meter high turret base, 2 250-ton gantry cranes need to work simultaneously. This is the largest hoisting operation in Lanfang's history. Inspection complete. Old Zhao, the hoisting commander, shouted into the walkie-talkie. Crane number 1 is ready. Crane number 2 is ready. Turret fixation confirmed. Wind speed is level 3, which meets the operating conditions. On top of the dock, 2 massive gantry cranes slowly moved into position. Steel cables were lowered, and workers skillfully attached the hooks. Lift the hoist. With both cranes operating simultaneously, the 800-ton steel behemoth slowly lifted off the ground. Everyone held their breath. 1 centimeter, 10 centimeters, 1 meter. The turret rises steadily. But just as it reached a height of 15 meters, the second crane suddenly emitted a screeching sound. Stop! Stop! Old Zhao shouted into the walkie-talkie. Crane number 2 is malfunctioning. Stop lifting. The turret hovered in midair, swaying slightly. What happened? Chen Feng, who had rushed over, asked. He was in a meeting in the administration building, but came immediately after hearing the news. The winch gearbox of crane number 2 is overheating and making abnormal noises. Old Zhao was covered in sweat. It's probably due to continuous operation and insufficient lubrication. Can you persevere and complete the hoisting? The risk is too great. What if the gearbox jams and the turret falls down? Old Zhao didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. It would be catastrophic. Chen Feng looked up at the turret suspended in midair, then at the two gantry cranes. Every minute of delay was a huge risk. Is there a backup plan? Yes, Old Zhao said quickly. We can use 4 100-ton hydraulic jacks to create temporary support underneath, and then use a maintenance crane. But that would take at least 8 hours, and the turret would have to stay suspended in midair for so long, which would put stress on the structure. Then let's do it. Chen Feng decisively ordered, safety first. Mobilize all hydraulic jacks, and immediately build a support platform. At the same time, organize the best mechanics to inspect the crane gearbox. At the command, the entire dock sprang into action once again. Hydraulic jacks were transported from the warehouse, and workers quickly erected a steel frame support platform beneath the turret. A mechanic climbed on a crane number 2 and disassembled the gearbox cover for inspection. Chen Feng didn't leave. He stood by the dock, watching the workers busily at work. Sweat soaked their work clothes, and oil stained their faces, but not one complained, and not one backed down. Commander-in-Chief, please go and rest. We'll take care of things here, Lu Yongfu said as he approached. Chen Feng shook his head. I'll stay right here. You're fighting on the front lines, so I'll at least stay here with you. Time passed second by second. For hours later, the support platform was completed, and 4 jacks firmly held the bottom of the turret. The load on the second crane was reduced, and the abnormal noise from the gearbox disappeared. Inspection results. The mechanic stepped down from the crane. The gearbox is fine. The lubricating oil was too dirty, and impurities were clogging the gears. It has been cleaned and replaced, and operations can continue. Is it safe? Chen Feng asked. Confirmed. We tested it under no-load conditions, and everything is normal. Okay. Chen Feng looked at Lao Zhao. Continue hoisting, but this time, go slower and be more careful. Yes. Chapter 37, on large-scale infrastructure, will not be described in detail and will be mentioned only briefly. The hoisting operation resumed. This time, the 2 cranes lifted the turret to the designated height more slowly but steadily, then moved it horizontally to align it with the base. Descend. Slowly, good. The turret was placed steadily on the base, and the fixing bolts were inserted into the reserved holes, fitting perfectly. Installation complete. Old Zhao's voice echoed throughout the dock through the loudspeaker. Cheers erupted. The workers hugged and high-fived each other, and some even shed tears. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, only then realizing that his palms were covered in sweat. Lu Yongfu walked to his side and said softly, Commander-in-Chief, these 2 incidents today have exposed our problems of aging equipment and worker fatigue. We've been working 3 shifts for 3 months straight, and everyone's physical strength has reached its limit. I know. Chen Feng looked at the tired but excited workers. Starting tomorrow, adjust the shift schedule. Mandatory 1 day off for every 6 days of work, and guarantee 8 hours of sleep every day. Improve the food standards again, ensuring meat and eggs every day. The construction period can be extended appropriately, but the quality must not be compromised. Chen Feng said firmly, let everyone know, we are not building ships for the Germans. We are not building ships for money. We are building ships for the future of Lanfang. Once the ships are built, they must be able to sail out, fight, and protect 300,000 compatriots. He paused for a moment. So, it's better to go slower than to be better. Lu Yongfu nodded deeply. I understand. As the sun sets, the lights in the dock come on one by one. The outline of the Fuxing gradually became clear in the lights, with its streamlined hull, towering bridge, and huge turrets. It was no longer just a pile of steel. It had begun to have the soul of a warship. Chen Feng stood by the dock and watched for a long time. 3 months left. 3 months from now, this steel behemoth will be launched into the water. What will the world see then? Where will Lanfang go next? He didn't know the answer, but he knew that no matter what lay ahead, these people, these Chinese artisans with oil-stained hands, sweat-soaked faces, and dreams in their hearts, would walk with him on this journey. They traveled to Southeast Asia and then returned to their hometown. The day will come when Chinese people can stand tall and proud. A railway construction site located 15 kilometers from Dubai port. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the sun blazed overhead. Thousands of workers were laying railway tracks, their shouts, hammer blows, and the roar of steam engines mingling together and echoing across the vast desert. Standing on a makeshift command platform, holding construction drawings, Zhou Yin gave instructions to the section chiefs around him. Section 1. We must complete 500 meters of sleeper laying today. Section 2. The rail connection is slow. Send 2 teams to provide support. Section 3. The sand and gravel supply is not keeping up. Notify the transport team to send 10 more trucks. Minister Zhou, water. The workers don't have enough water to drink. A young technician ran over to report. The temperature is 42 degrees Celsius today, and 3 people have already been hospitalized for heat stroke. Notify logistics to send water trucks over immediately. Ensure each person has 8 liters of drinking water per day, with added salt, Zhou Yin quickly ordered. In addition, adjust work hours. Start at 5 a.m., rest from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and work until 8 p.m. in the evening. Avoid the hottest times. But the construction period? The construction period is important, but human life is even more important, Zhou Yin said solemnly. Tell all the section chiefs, whoever causes workers to suffer from heat stroke in order to meet the construction period, I will dismiss them. The technician hurriedly ran off to relay the order. Zhou Yin wiped the sweat from his brow, stepped down from the command platform, and walked along the newly paved roadbed. The gravel under his feet was still hot, and the air was filled with the smell of asphalt and steel. This was the biggest and most difficult project of his career, building a 60-kilometer-long railway in the desert, connecting ports, industrial areas, and inland mining areas. There was no readily available experience, not enough equipment, and even a lack of qualified skilled workers. But they have to do it. Chun Feng said, railways are the lifeblood of industry. Without railways, or cannot be transported out, products cannot be shipped out, and Lanfang would just be an isolated island. Minister Zhou. Someone called his name again. Zhou Yin turned around and saw Elder Wu from the materials department running towards him anxiously. Oh no, 30% of the cement shipped from Basra has become moldy and unusable due to moisture during sea transport. Anniversary's heart sank. Cement is a key material in railway construction, especially for bridges and culverts. How much inventory is left? It's only enough for 3 days. The next batch will have to be shipped from India, and it will take at least 10 days to arrive. 10 days. This means that railway construction will be suspended for a week. Zhou Yin quickly thought. Notify the technical team to revise the bridge design and replace part of the concrete structure with stone masonry. We have quarries along the route, so we can use local stone. Stone masonry? Is it strong enough? That's enough. My father built many of the bridges on the Yan'an-Vietnam Railway back then, and they've stood for 100 years. Zhou Yin paused. Of course, we'll still use concrete for the key parts. We'll concentrate our cement reserves and prioritize the 3 key bridges. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Olbu had just left when someone else arrived. This time, it was the head of the security department. Minister Zhou, the number 2 tunnel has encountered a layer of quicksand, posing a significant risk of collapse. Conventional practice requires sheet pile support, but we don't have enough sheet piles. Zhou Yin took the report and looked at it. Use timber for support. How much hardwood do we have left in stock from Sumatra? Is 500 cubic meters enough? Send 300 cubic meters over first, and I'll contact Minister Wang immediately to have him urgently procure another 1,000 cubic meters, Zhou Yin marked on the map. Also, slow down the tunneling speed to no more than 2 meters per day. Safety first. Yes. After dealing with one problem after another, Zhou Yin was parched. He returned to his command tent, took several large gulps of water from his canteen, and then spread out the overall construction plans. On the blueprints, red lines represent completed railways, blue lines represent those under construction, and black lines represent those yet to be started. Now, the red line is less than 10 kilometers long. There are still 50 kilometers to conquer. 3 more bridges need to be built. 2 more tunnels need to be built. There are still countless technical challenges to be solved. Zhou Yin rubbed his temples. He was 45 years old and had built more than a dozen railways in Southeast Asia and China, but he had never felt so much pressure as he had this time. It's not just because of the tight schedule and poor conditions. More importantly, this railway carries the hopes of 300,000 people. Minister Zhou, dinner is ready. An assistant brought in a lunchbox containing simple rice, vegetables, and a few slices of salted fish. After taking a few bites, Zhou Yin suddenly asked, "Xiao Zhang, do you think it's worth it for us to work so hard?" The assistant paused for a moment, then said seriously, "It's worth it. My father said that back in Borneo, the Dutch trains passed right by our house, but they wouldn't let us Chinese ride them. Now, with the railway I'm building, we Chinese can ride it whenever we want to go, wherever we want." Zhou Yin laughed and patted his assistant on the shoulder. "Well said. Go ahead and get busy. I'll go to the construction site after I finish eating." After the meal, without taking a break, Zhou Yin put on his straw hat and went out of the tent again. On the construction site, the workers were taking their lunch break. Some were dozing under makeshift shelters, some were chatting together, and others were writing letters to their families back in Southeast Asia. Chapter 38, The Grand Show in Portsmouth. "Dad, Mom, I'm doing well here. I have food to eat every day, I get paid, and I'm even learning to read. Once the railway is finished, I'll bring you over. Sister, wait for me for 2 more years. After Lanfang is established as a nation, I will come back to marry you. Son, study hard. Your father is building the railway here so that you won't have to build railways in the future." As I listened to these clips on Anniversary, my eyes welled up with tears. These people, who were miners, farmers, and peddlers in Southeast Asia just a few months ago, came here because of Lanfang's call. They didn't have advanced skills or rich experience, but they had the simplest wish, to build their own country so that their descendants would no longer be bullied. And a railway was the country's first step. "Minister Zhou." Someone called his name again. Anniversary snapped out of his thoughts and quickly walked over. "Look at this," the technician said, pointing to a section of newly laid rail. "The joint is a bit large. Trains might experience bumps when they pass through." Zhou Yin squatted down, touched the seam with his hand, and then took out calipers to measure it. 0.5 millimeters off. Remove and redo it. "Minister, it's only 0.5 millimeters a train can pass through. It's one thing to pass through, but it's another to pass through well." Zhou Yin stood up. "The railway we built will run heavy-haul trains for decades. If it's off by 0.5 millimeters now, it might be off by 5 millimeters in a few years. We'll tear it down and repave it." "Yes." The technician stopped arguing and called the workers over. The sound of the hammer striking rang out again. The anniversary celebration continues, with each section of track, each spike, and each bolt being inspected. Quality, quality, quality. The 3 words that Chun Feng repeatedly emphasized. This railway is not only a transportation corridor, but also the backbone of Lanfang. The spine must not be bent or broken. As the sun set, Zhou Yin returned to the command post. His assistant handed him the day's progress report. 800 meters of sleepers laid, 750 meters of rails connected, and 1.5 kilometers of roadbed compacted. It's 10% slower than planned. But Zhou Yin didn't get angry. He knew the workers had done their best. In 42-degree heat and in the water-scarce desert, it was already remarkable that they could accomplish this. He signed a report and then added a comment. 3 workers suffered heat stroke today and have been taken to the hospital. It is recommended that working hours be adjusted tomorrow and that heat stroke prevention measures be strengthened. Quality is important, but people are even more important. This was taught to him by Chun Feng, and it was also his deepest understanding from working on railways for 20 years. At 8 p.m., the construction site closed. The workers dragged their tired bodies back to the temporary camp, lined up for food, lined up for showers, and lined up for drinking water for the next day. Anniversary did not leave. He sat in the command post by the light of a kerosene lamp and began to plan the work for tomorrow. Outside the tent, the desert night was quiet, with only the sound of the wind and the faint roar of the power plant in the distance. An assistant brought over a cup of tea. "Minister, you should rest too. I've finished reading this section." Zhou Yin pointed to the blueprints. "We're starting to build bridge number 1 tomorrow. This is the first critical step, and we can't afford any mistakes. Then I'll stay with you." Under the dim light, the two studied the bridge structure diagrams, calculating the load-bearing capacity of each beam and the location of each pier. It's late at night. Zhou Yin finally looked up, rubbing her sore eyes. "Okay, go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." Stepping out of the tent, he looked up at the starry sky. The desert sky was exceptionally clear, with a Milky Way stretching across the heavens like a luminous river. He remembered something his father had said to him when he was a child. when they took him to see the stars in southern Yunnan. Son, look at the starry sky. Every star has its own place and its own orbit. People are the same. You have to find your own place and walk your own path. Now, he's found it. In this desert of the Persian Gulf, on this 60-kilometer-long railway construction site, among this group of Chinese people covered in dust, but with light in their eyes. His location is here. His path lies ahead. Minister, what do you think will be transported on the first train after the railway is completed? The assistant suddenly asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yin said, we will transport iron ore from the mines to the steel mills. Then the steel mills will smelt steel and build ships. Once the ships are built, they will sail back to Southeast Asia. Let's drive back to Southeast Asia, the assistant repeated, his voice filled with longing. Yes. Zhou Yin patted his assistant on the shoulder. Sail back to Southeast Asia. Take with you our railway construction skills, our shipbuilding abilities, and our determination to build a nation. A night breeze swept by, carrying the salty scent of the distant sea. He took one last look at the starry sky on the anniversary before turning and walking into the tent. The sun will rise as usual tomorrow. The railway will continue to extend tomorrow, 1 kilometer after another, until it connects the port and the mining area, the present and the future, in this desert and the distant homeland of Southeast Asia. That is the true end of this railway. This was also the true starting point of Lanfang. Portsmouth Harbor, England, February 10th, 1906. The overcast sky finally cleared, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the densely packed crowds of the harbor. More than 50,000 British people gathered at the docks and on the surrounding hills, waving Union Jacks and singing God Save the King. The sounds of the military band, the cheers of the crowd, and the blaring of ship horns blended into a deafening cacophony. And in the spotlight, the massive warship in the dock had all its scaffolding removed, revealing its complete outline. HMS Dreadnought, the first all-heavy gun battleship in the history of the Royal Navy, and Britain's response to the 6 Westphalen-class battleships of Germany. On the reviewing stand, King Edward VII, dressed in the uniform of a Grand Admiral, wore his standard monarchical smile. Standing beside him were Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman, First Lord of the Admiralty, Lord Selborne, and today's protagonist, Lord John Fisher, First Lord of the Sea. John, the king tilted his head slightly, his voice only audible to Fisher beside him. To be honest, what do you think of our dreadnought compared to the German ships? Fisher maintained his smile as he faced the crowd, his lips barely moving as he replied, Your Majesty, on paper, the dreadnought is no less capable, and perhaps even slightly superior. 10-12-inch main guns, steam turbine propulsion, and a design speed of 21 knots. These are all world-class standards. The specifications on paper, the king repeated, his tone meaningful. And what about in reality? In reality, Fisherton paused. The Germans have 6 ships that have been in service for at least 6 months, having completed full training and integration. Our dreadnought was only launched today, and outfitting will take another 8 months, followed by 3 months of sea trials. It won't be operational until early next year. In terms of time, we are at least a year behind. The king's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes darkened slightly. So today's ceremony. It's a necessary performance, Fisher said bluntly. Your Majesty, we need to give the people hope, our allies resolve, and our adversaries the impression that Britain has not given up. This is politics and it's strategy. Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman leaned in. Fisher is right, Your Majesty. The cabinet has approved the construction of 10 more ships, and the shipyard is working at full capacity. By 1908, we will have 11 dreadnoughts, re-establishing our numerical superiority. On the condition that the Germans do not build any new ones for the next 3 years, the king murmured. These words silenced the surrounding ministers. Yes, the premise. The premise is that the Germans wait in place. The premise is that Emperor Wilhelm is content with the existing 6 ships. The premise is, there are no prerequisites. In this race, where everyone is chasing each other, no one will stop to wait for their opponent. Ladies and gentlemen, the master of ceremonies voice boomed through the loudspeakers throughout the harbor. Now, His Majesty the King, please conduct the naming and launching ceremony for the Royal Navy's battleship Dreadnought. Thunderous applause erupted. Edward VII walked to the bow, where champagne bottles were already prepared. Traditionally, he would smash the champagne on the bow while announcing the ship's name. But today, he did one more thing. Before smashing the champagne, he turned to the crowd and raised his right hand. The port fell silent instantly. Today, the king's voice carried far through the loudspeakers. We are witnessing not only the launch of a warship, but also the beginning of a new era for the Royal Navy. Cheers erupted again. The king continued. For 300 years, the Royal Navy has been the strongest shield and the sharpest sword of the British Empire. We protect the Empire's shipping lanes, maintain world peace, and shoulder the mission of civilization. Thunderous applause erupted. Now, a new challenge has emerged. The king's voice suddenly turned serious. Some people believe that technological advancements will alter the balance of power. Some think that a few new warships can shake a 300-year-old tradition. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the foreign diplomat section of the viewing platform. Representatives from Germany, France, Russia, the United States, Japan, were all there. I want to tell these people, you are wrong. The entire room fell silent. The Royal Navy is great not because we have the largest warships, nor because we have the most cannons. The king's voice rose, but because we have an indomitable spirit, a legacy of glory, and the determination to fight to the very end to defend the interests of the empire. He raised the champagne bottle. Dauntless, this name represents the soul of the Royal Navy. Fearless, never backing down, no matter the challenge, no matter the opponent, the Royal Navy will bravely fight until victory. Chapter 39 Goodbye, British Friendship. The champagne bottle slammed against the bow of the ship. The sound of glass shattering was crisp and loud. God save my queen. God save the Royal Navy. God save the queen. God save the Royal Navy. 50,000 men responded in unison, the sound almost lifting the harbor. The dock gates opened and seawater rushed in. The massive hull of the Intrepid began to move slowly, sliding down the slipway into the sea. The splashing waves shimmered in the sunlight, like countless diamonds scattered. On the reviewing stand, Fisher watched this scene, and finally a genuine smile appeared on his face. Not a politically performed smile, but the proud smile of a naval officer seeing the warship he designed being launched. Well done, John. First Lord of the Navy Selburne patted him on the shoulder. A little late, but at least you made it. We've caught up. Fisher shook his head. No, Charles, we've only just begun. There are still 10 more to build, and countless technical challenges to overcome. And he looked toward the foreign diplomats' quarter, where German naval attaché Colonel von Stern was carefully examining the details of the dreadnought through binoculars, his face expressionless. And the Germans won't sit idly by and wait for us. Fisher lowered his voice. I've received intelligence that Emperor Wilhelm has approved a second order for 4 Westphalen-class ships. Not from German shipyards, but from that mysterious place. Selburne's expression changed. Are you sure? MI5 is verifying it, but it's highly likely. Fisher's eyes were sharp. So today's ceremony is both a celebration and a warning to the Germans, a warning to everyone. Britain is not out of the game yet. He paused, then added, it also serves as a warning to ourselves. We must run faster, or we will really be left behind. Foreign Diplomatic Section, location of the French naval delegation. Lieutenant General Charles Du Bois lowered his binoculars, his face expressionless. Beside him, shipbuilding engineer Louis Moreau rapidly jotted down the details of his observations in his notebook. The chimney layout indicates the use of steam turbines, and the speed should be no less than 21 knots. That's probably on par with the Germans. Moreau paused, his voice lower. But, General, that doesn't change one fact. The Germans have 6 in service, we have none. The British have 1, and are building 10 more. We still have 0. Du Bois did not respond. He raised his binoculars again, this time not to look at the Intrepid, but at the British officials on the reviewing stand. He saw Edward VII's proud smile, Fisher's resolute expression, and Selburne's smug satisfaction. He also witnessed British officials politely shaking hands and conversing with the German military attaché, a seemingly friendly exchange that concealed underlying tensions. Moreau, Du Bois lowered his binoculars. If you were the French Minister of the Navy, what would you do now? Moreau gave a wry smile. I'll kneel down and pray for a miracle. Or what? Or go find the only place that might offer a miracle. Moreau's voice was barely audible. If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance that the information we've received is true. Du Bois fell silent. He recalled the words of Navy Minister Thompson before he left Paris. Charles, the future of the French Navy is in your hands. He also remembered Prime Minister Clemenceau's handwritten instruction, at all costs. At all costs. The word echoed in my mind. Get ready, Du Bois suddenly said. After the ceremony, we will go to see Lord Selborne, the First Lord of the Admiralty. Would you like to try again? One last time. Du Bois straightened his uniform. If the British can give us a clear promise, even a false one, we might still be able to wait. If not, he didn't finish his sentence, but Morrow understood. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to take the most risky path. The reception following the ceremony was held at the Portsmouth Naval Officers Club. Under the crystal chandelier, officers and dignitaries in formal attire raised their glasses and conversed, creating an atmosphere of apparent harmony. Du Bois finally spotted the Earl of Selborne in the crowd. The First Lord of the Admiralty was chatting and laughing with several members of Parliament, a glass of champagne in his hand. Your Excellency the Earl. Du Bois walked over and nodded politely. Ah, General Du Bois. Selborne greeted warmly. Thank you for your delegation's long journey to attend the ceremony. What do you think of the dreadnought? Very impressive, Du Bois said, maintaining diplomatic language. The Royal Navy's shipbuilding capabilities are indeed world-class. Thank you for the compliment. Selborne was clearly pleased. This is just the beginning. 10 more are under construction and will be commissioned by 1908. By then, the Royal Navy will have re-established its absolute dominance. Du Bois understood the underlying message. The British shipbuilding program was progressing smoothly and could achieve its goals without French orders. Your Excellency, he decided to be direct. There's been no new progress regarding our country's previous procurement request. If possible, the French Republic is willing to pay a premium and provide compensation in other areas. Selborne's smile faded slightly. He took a sip of champagne, considering his words. General, I fully understand your country's needs, he said slowly. But as you can see, our own shipbuilding program is very tight, and all shipyards are operating at full capacity. The Admiralty's assessment is that, at least until 1909, we will not have any extra capacity to take on foreign orders. 1909. Du Bois repeated the date. What about technology transfer? If your country can provide the design blueprints for the dreadnought, we can build it ourselves without taking up your country's shipyard resources. Selborne shook his head, this time more resolutely. I'm sorry, General. The design of dreadnought involves core secrets of the Royal Navy and cannot be transferred to any third party. This is a matter of principle. Silence. Du Bois stared at Selborne for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. I understand. Thank you for your frankness. He raised his glass in a toast, then turned and left. Morrow caught up and asked in a low voice, How is it? As expected, Du Bois's voice was calm, but his grip on the wine glass was tight. The British won't help us, nor will they allow us to help ourselves. They want the French Navy to remain forever behind, so that on the European continent we will have to rely on British naval protection. That, notify the delegation that they will depart for home tomorrow, Du Bois said. Have you made up your mind? It's decided. Du Bois downed his drink in one gulp. Since the British have closed all the doors, we'll go find that one and only window, even if it means climbing mountains of knives and seas of fire. They stepped out of the club, where the Portsmouth night air was crisp and the sea breeze was biting. In the direction of the port, HMS Intrepid was already anchored in the deep water, its bright lights making it look like a floating steel castle. The British celebrations continued, with laughter and cheers carried on the wind. Du Bois stood in the cold wind, taking one last look at the warship. Goodbye, Dauntless. Goodbye, British friendship. France has to find its own way to survive, no matter where that road leads. Chapter 40 L'Enfant's Calm Assessment. Persian Gulf, Dubai Port Administration Building. The conference room was brightly lit, with news photos of the Intrepid launch and British newspaper reports hanging on the walls. Core personnel, including Chun Fong, Wang Bo, Liu Yongfu, and Li Mingyuan, sat on either side of the long table. This is today's front page of the Times of London. Li Mingyuan distributed the translated article to everyone. The headline is Royal Navy back to its peak. HMS Dreadnought opens a new era. The article details the specifications of the Dreadnought, a standard displacement of 18,100 tons, 10 12-inch 45 caliber main guns, steam turbine propulsion, and a design speed of 21 knots. Liu Yongfu put on his reading glasses and carefully looked at the parameter table, occasionally making calculations in the notebook next to him. After reading the report, Uncle Wong looked up and asked Chun Feng, "Young master, have the British caught up?" "We've caught up with the Westphalen class." Chun Feng put down the documents in his hand. He naturally knew that the German Westphalen was a plagiarism of the British design, but he still said, "Judging from the parameters, the Dreadnought is on the same level as the German ship. The firepower is comparable, the speed is comparable, and the protection may even be slightly stronger. The British have always had an advantage in armor design." "What about our cheetah?" Li Mingyuan asked. Chun Feng looked at Liu Yongfu. "Chief Engineer Liu, what do you want to say?" Liu Yongfu raised his head, his eyes gleaming with the expertise of a technical expert. "Dreadnought is a follower of the German Westphalia class, while our Fuxing is the next generation, even the generation after that." He walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and quickly drew a diagram. The Dreadnought and the Westphalen class were based on the same design concept: heavy artillery, steam turbines, and key protection. But our Fuxing has several fundamental breakthroughs. First, firepower. The 381mm main gun versus the 305mm is a qualitative difference. Our shells are 1.8 times heavier than theirs, and our armor-piercing capability is more than 40% higher. Second, speed. 31 knots versus 21 knots. That's a generational difference. The 10 knots of speed difference means that the tactical initiative is completely in our hands. We can choose whether to fight or not, when to fight, and at what distance. Third, tonnage. 41,000 tons versus 18,000 tons. That's a crushing blow in size. Larger tonnage means stronger protection, more ammunition reserves, and a longer range. Liu Yongfu put down the chalk and turned to the crowd. Simply put, the launch of the Dreadnought meant that the British had caught up with the technological level of 1905. But our Fuxing uses technology from 1908 or even 1910. By the time the Fuxing entered service, the Dreadnought was already outdated. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Uncle Wong slowly began. "So, young master, our previous judgment was correct. Selling the Westphalia-class destroyers to the Germans not only made us money, but also dragged the great powers into an arms race. Meanwhile, we ourselves are quietly developing a more advanced next generation." "Yes." Chun Feng nodded. "This competition has 3 tracks. The first is a quantity competition, where Britain and Germany are competing to see how many ships they can build. The second is a technology competition, where everyone is improving existing designs. And the third is a generational competition, which is the only one we are running." He stood up and walked to the world map. "Now that the British have the Dreadnought, the Germans will feel a sense of urgency and will urge us to expedite the delivery of their second order. The French will be even more desperate and will be more proactive in contacting us. The Japanese will be even more anxious and may take more aggressive actions. Then what do we do?" Li Mingyuan asked. 3 strategies will be implemented simultaneously. Chun Feng turned around, his gaze sharp. "First, expedite the delivery of a German order to maintain our reputation and generate revenue. Second, prepare to negotiate with the French, exchanging technology for resources and everything we need. Third, strengthen our defenses against the Japanese. They may already be targeting us." Liu Yongfu seemed to recall something. "President, the German Technical Exchange delegation made a request yesterday to visit our engine room. I made up an excuse to decline, but they seem quite insistent. Tell them they can visit the engine room of civilian ships, but not anything related to warships." Chun Feng thought for a moment. "Also, arrange an appropriate technology demonstration. For example, an efficiency test of an oil-fired boiler or a bulletproof test of a new type of steel plate. Let them see our value, but don't let them see our core secrets." "Clear." Also, Chun Feng looked at Li Mingyuan. "Any new information from Minister Wang?" Li Mingyuan opened his notebook. Minister Wang sent a telegram from Singapore saying that the British colonial authorities are tightening export controls on strategic resources. Our plan to acquire shares in Australian mines through an offshore company has encountered obstacles. In addition, he intercepted some intelligence showing that the Japanese merchant ship Kasuga Maru is operating abnormally in the Arabian Sea, seemingly conducting surveys along the Persian Gulf coast. Chun Feng frowned. "The Japanese are moving faster than I expected. Notify the Coast Guard to strengthen patrols in the port and along the coast. Any unidentified vessels that approach must be driven away." "Yes." Furthermore, Chun Feng added, "Get the Dragon Eye intelligence network up and running. I need to know exactly what the Japanese Navy is planning and what their Azure Dragon plan actually entails." Uncle Wong noted down all the instructions, then asked, "Young master, the French special envoy is expected to arrive in 3 days. What should the protocol for their reception be?" "According to A+ level," Chun Feng said without hesitation. "Arrange the best accommodations, meals according to French standards, and a translator fluent in French. The itinerary includes a civilian steel plant, a machine shop, a technical school, and port facilities, but not close to shipyards, oil refineries, or military areas." He paused. "The most crucial thing is to arrange for them to accidentally witness the construction progress of the Fuxing high-speed train from a distance, so they can't see the details clearly, but they can see its scale and outline. We need to let them know that we have more than just German designs. We have something more advanced. Isn't this too risky?" Uncle Wong asked worriedly. "Risk, but worth it." Chun Feng's eyes gleamed with calculation. The French are in a state of despair. Ordinary Westphalen-class improved models are no longer enough to impress them. They need to see hope of being able to confront Germany or even surpass Germany. The Fuxing is that hope. The meeting room fell silent again. In the darkness outside the window, the faint sound of ship horns drifted from the direction of the port. Another shipment of copper ore from Chile had arrived, destined for the steel mill to be refined into steel, which would then be used to build the armor and gun barrels of warships. This Chinese community, located in a corner of the world, is weaving a vast network with steel and willpower that is enough to change the world order. Meeting adjourned, Chun Feng said finally, "Everyone, remember this. The launch of HMS Dreadnought today is a milestone in the world naval competition. But starting tomorrow, the competition enters its second phase, and in this phase, we will partially set the rules." The group gradually left. Chun Feng remained alone in the conference room, walked to the window, and looked at the faint lights visible in the direction of the Leopard's Nest in the distance. There, the Fuxing high-speed train is under construction day and night. In 3 months, it will be launched. How will the world react then? Will the Germans be overjoyed, or will they be wary? Will the French go to great lengths to acquire it, or will they join forces with other countries to exert pressure? Will the British discover this hidden rival? Will the Japanese take such a risk? Countless questions swirled in my mind, but there was no fear, only a cold-blooded excitement. It's like the excitement a chess player feels when they see all the pieces on the board start moving along the path they envisioned. "Young master," Uncle Wong returned, holding a newly received telegram. "From Berlin, top secret. Chapter 41, we need better." Chun Feng took the telegram and quickly decoded it. The telegram came from Tirpitz. "Mr. Chun, I am delighted to hear the launch of the British Dreadnought, which was expected. His Majesty the Emperor has instructed me to convey that the German Empire highly values its cooperative relationship with your side and hopes that the second batch of orders can be delivered on schedule or even ahead of schedule. In addition, His Majesty intends to send a high-level delegation to your office in the near future to discuss deeper technical cooperation and strategic coordination. Further details will follow. Yours truly, Tirpitz." After reading it, a smile appeared on Chun Feng's lips. Emperor William could no longer sit still. The British catch up, and the Germans have to run even faster. And the only thing that can make them run even faster is Lanfang. "Reply," he said to Wang Bo. "The message reads as follows. Your Excellency General Tirpitz, thank you for His Majesty's attention. The second batch of orders is progressing smoothly, and we can consider delivering it ahead of schedule. We welcome a high-level delegation to visit. Please inform us of the specific time in advance so that arrangements can be made. Regarding deeper cooperation, we are open to it, but it must be based on the principles of equality and mutual benefit. Sincerely, Chun Feng." Uncle Wong noted it down, then hesitated for a moment. "Young master, will the Germans accept the term equality and mutual benefit?" "They have to accept it now." Chun Feng handed the telegram back, "because no one but us can provide them with the warships they need. And," he looked out the window, his gaze distant, "and they'll soon discover that we have better cards to play than the Westphalen class. The editor will extract more information layer by layer based on the successor ships." Berlin, Admiralty Building. Smoke-filled Tirpitz's office. The Admiral sat behind a massive oak desk, 3 reports laid out before him. The first a detailed analysis of the launch of HMS Dreadnought, the second an assessment of the UK's subsequent shipbuilding plans sent back by the military attaché in London, and the third vague intelligence from the Naval Intelligence Service regarding Lanfang's Operation Cheetah. Seated across the table was Prince Heinrich, Commander-in-Chief of the High Seas Fleet, and Rear Admiral von Thiel, Chief Shipbuilder of the Navy. So, Prince Heinrich spoke first. The Kaiser's brother and a high-ranking naval officer, he was always direct. The British have built their own dreadnoughts, although 8 months later than us, but they have built them nonetheless. And they plan to build 11, nearly twice as many as we do. Number is not the only deciding factor, Major General von Thiel countered. Our Westphalen-class destroyers are more balanced in design and their combat performance. We haven't had any real combat experience at all, the prince interrupted him. The 6 ships have been back for 6 months, and apart from training in the North Sea and a trip to Britain, they haven't fired a single shot. Who knows what will happen if we actually fight? Tirpitz finally spoke, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. Your Highness, von Thiel, there is no point in arguing. The fact is, the British are catching up, and catching up very quickly. According to intelligence, the parameters of the dreadnought are on par with ours, and may even be slightly better in some aspects. Once their 10 follow-up ships are commissioned, the balance of power in the North Sea will once again tilt in favor of the British. He paused, then picked up the third report. Therefore, what we need is not just a second batch of 4 Westphalen-class destroyers. What we need is a generational advantage. Prince Heinrich frowned. Generational gap? What do you mean? It means that we already have the next generation of warships before the British catch up. Tirpitz pushed the report over. This is sporadic intelligence sent back by our engineers in Lanfang. They observe that Lanfang is building warships much larger than the Westphalen class, codenamed Cheetah. Their size, tonnage, and firepower far exceed existing designs. Major General von Thiel took the report and quickly scanned it, his expression gradually changing. This is impossible. 40,000 tons? 381 millimeters main guns? 31 knots. With Lanfang's industrial base, how is this possible? But our engineers have seen some of the components with their own eyes, Tirpitz said. The castings of the giant turret, the extra-long drive shaft, and the new oil-fired boiler they are testing. It's 20% more efficient than ours. Silence fell over the office. After a long pause, Prince Heinrich asked, Alfred, do you mean we want to buy these new warships from Lanfang? Not just purchasing. Tirpitz's eyes gleamed. We need to acquire the technology, or at least the qualification for joint development. His Majesty the Emperor has approved sending a high-level delegation to the Persian Gulf to negotiate. The purchase of 2 Cheetah-class ships, technology transfer, and the establishment of a closer strategic partnership. Would Lanfang agree? Von Thiel questioned. They're not fools. Core technology is their only bargaining chip. So we need to offer a higher price. Tirpitz stood up and walked to the world map on the wall. We've already paid a lot of money. We can also provide some technology. But the most crucial thing is, he turned around and looked at the two of them. We can give them space to survive internationally. We can tacitly approve their actions in Southeast Asia and even provide them with limited support. Prince Heinrich gasped. Support them in fighting the Dutch in Southeast Asia? This will cause a diplomatic incident. The Netherlands? Tirpitz sneered. A third-rate country, living off the colonies its ancestors seized. Besides, Your Highness, don't you think it would be very beneficial for the Empire to have a Chinese force in Southeast Asia to restrain Britain and the Netherlands? He walked back to his desk, tapping his fingers on the surface. The British are now focused on dealing with us, but they have huge colonial interests in Asia. If Lanfang causes trouble in Southeast Asia, Britain will have to divert its forces to the Far East, which will relieve the pressure on us in the North Sea. This is a typical strategic containment. Major General von Thiel pondered. But would Lanfang be willing to be our pawn? That Chen Feng doesn't seem like someone who can be easily controlled. It's not about control. It's about cooperation, Tirpitz corrected. Each gets what they need. We want warships and technology. They want to restore their nation and have living space. As long as our interests align, the cooperative relationship can be maintained. He picked up a pen and signed a document. The delegation will depart in 3 days. I will personally lead the team. You're going in person? The prince asked in surprise. This matter is too important. I must handle it personally. Tirpitz handed the signed documents to his adjutant. Also, inform the engineers stationed in the Persian Gulf. Gather as much technical detail as possible about the Cheetah before their delegation arrives. We need leverage in our negotiations. The adjutant accepted the order and left. Only 3 people remained in the office. Prince Heinrich sighed. Alfred, we're playing with fire. Lanfang is like a powder keg now. The British have taken notice, the French may be eyeing it too, and the Japanese are definitely up to no good. If we get too involved, we might get burned. Your Highness, Tirpitz said calmly. We have been playing with fire ever since we decided to challenge British maritime supremacy. Now the fire is burning, and we must either learn to dance in it or be burned to ashes. He walked to the window and looked at the street scene of Berlin outside. Germany needs a navy, a powerful navy. Without a navy, we will forever remain a second-rate country blockaded on the European continent, forever at the mercy of the British. His Majesty Wilhelm is right. Germany must have land in the sun. To acquire territory, we need a fleet. To build a fleet, we need technology, Von Thiel continued. Lanfang has the technology, so we must cooperate, even if it means taking risks. Yes. Tirpitz turned around, his gaze firm. And I believe that in this game, we have more chips than Lanfang. We have a powerful industry, abundant funds, and the support of His Majesty the Emperor. Lanfang, on the other hand, only has technology and a population of 300,000. He paused, his tone turning cold. If they're smart, they'll choose to be partners with the Empire. If they're not smart, the rest was left unsaid, but the meaning was clear. Silence fell in the office again, broken only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. Outside the window, Berlin's night lights are just coming on. Meanwhile, in the distant Persian Gulf, another round of negotiations is about to begin. A negotiation that will determine the future world order. Chapter 42, Chen Feng's Late-Night Contemplation. Late at night, in the study on the top floor of the administration building, Chen Feng stood in front of the sand table, an elaborately crafted sand table of Southeast Asia, marked with major islands such as Borneo, Sumatra, and Java, as well as the spheres of influence of the Dutch and British colonies. Several colored flags were planted on the sand table. Red represented Lanfang's homeland, blue represented the Dutch-controlled area, white represented the British-controlled area, and yellow represented the indigenous kingdom. Uncle Wang pushed the door open and came in. He saw Chen Feng deep in thought in front of the sand table and asked softly, "Young master, are you still thinking about things in Southeast Asia?" Chen Feng didn't turn around. Uncle Wang, look. In western Borneo, in the Pontianak area, is where Lanfang first established its state. It is now controlled by the Dutch, but there are still nearly 100,000 Chinese people. He pointed to the sand table. Bangka Island in Sumatra has tin mines and many Chinese miners. Batavia and Semarang in Java have strong Chinese business influence. Penang and Singapore and Malaya are even more Chinese-populated areas. But they are all scattered. Uncle Wang walked to the sand table. They were divided and ruled by the Dutch and the British, and there was no contact between them. Moreover, most of the Chinese only wanted to live a peaceful life and dared not resist. So we need a flag. Chen Feng turned around, a flag that all Chinese in Southeast Asia can see. One victory, one example. He walked to his desk and unfolded a document. This is a report sent back from Southeast Asia by Dragoneye. The Dutch East India Company has recently intensified its repression of the Chinese, raising taxes, restricting business, and forcing labor. Public resentment is accumulating, but there is no trigger. Uncle Wang took the report and looked at it. Young master means we're going to ignite this flashpoint? The timing isn't right yet. Chen Feng shook his head. We need two things. First, a sufficiently powerful navy to block the Dutch reinforcements. Second, a suitable pretext to keep the international community at least neutral. He walked to the window and looked at the night outside. After the Fuxing and Guangfu high-speed trains entered service, we had our first thing. As for the excuse, Chen Feng pondered. The Dutch will provide it themselves. Colonial rule is always a cycle of oppression and resistance. As long as the pressure is great enough, resistance will happen sooner or later. At that time, we can intervene in the name of protecting our compatriots. Wang Bo was somewhat worried, but that would be seen as aggression and would provoke intervention from Britain and other powers. So we need allies, or at least the tacit approval of certain powers. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with calculation. The Germans want us to contain British power in the Far East, so they might tacitly approve our actions in the South Seas. If the French want our warships, they might also make concessions on other issues. Even the British, if their conflict with Germany intensifies, they might not have time to attend to the Far East. This is an extremely complex game of chess, where every piece is in motion and every player is calculating. Uncle Wong remained silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Young master, you are only 21 years old this year. These things should not be left for you to bear alone." Chun Feng smiled, a smile that revealed a weariness and determination beyond his years. "Uncle Wong, from the moment I came into this era, from the moment I knew I was the leader of the Lanfang orphans, this has been my destiny. 300,000 people followed me to this desert, entrusting their lives to me. I cannot let them down." He walked back to the sand table, his fingers gently tracing the outline of Borneo. "And do you know what? I often dream that I am standing on the coast of Borneo, watching Lanfang's fleet sail into the port. Thousands of Chinese on the shore cheer, children run with yellow dragon flags in hand, and old people say with tears in their eyes, 'We're going home.'" His voice was soft, but every word carried immense weight. That dream felt so real that I felt it was something that would definitely happen in the future. So I have to keep going, no matter how difficult it is, no matter what price I have to pay. Uncle Wong's eyes reddened. This old man, who had experienced the destruction of Lanfang and spent half his life in exile, understood all too well the longing for one's homeland and the yearning for the restoration of the nation. "Young master, I will always stay with you. All of us will stay with you until the day you return home." A clock struck midnight outside the window. A new day has begun. Chun Feng took one last look at the sand table, then turned off the study light. In the darkness, the small flags on the sand table were still faintly visible. The red flags planted on Borneo were like sparks, waiting for the moment to ignite a prairie fire. And on this desert of the Persian Gulf, the fuel for a wildfire is accumulating. Steel, oil, warships, and 300,000 hearts yearning to return home. When the flames finally ignite, they will illuminate the entire South Seas. It illuminates the path for Chinese people to regain control of their own destiny. Chun Feng believes that day is not far off, because history has changed. And it was these very people who changed history. The newly built reception area for foreign guests at Dubai Harbor, known as the Palm Palace. This building blends Arabic style with modern functionality, its white facade reflecting the harsh sunlight of the Persian Gulf. Palm trees sway in the courtyard, and a fountain sprays water, bringing a rare touch of coolness to this desert landscape. But Chun Feng, who was standing in the courtyard welcoming the French delegation, was not thinking about the scenery. "They'll arrive in 10 minutes, Uncle Wong reported in a low voice, standing beside Chun Feng. "As you instructed, everything is prepared to A+ standard. Rooms, food, and translators are all in place." Chun Feng nodded and straightened his custom-made dark gray Zhongshan suit. This was the national dress he had requested, which was different from both Western formal wear and traditional long gowns, representing Lanfang's self-positioning as a modern nation. "What about the German technical exchange team?" he asked. "According to the plan, today we arranged for them to visit a civilian shipyard and machining workshop, and there'll be a welcome dinner tonight." Wang Bo paused. However, Dr. Schmidt, the technical head of the German delegation, again requested to visit the warship construction facilities, which I politely declined on the grounds that it involved military secrets. "Well done." Chun Feng looked at the convoy approaching in the distance. "The Germans must know that the French are coming this time. We must maintain a balance between the two sides, making them both feel special, but without letting either side feel slighted." 3 black cars slowly drove into the courtyard. The car door opened, and French Vice Admiral Charles Dubois was the first to step out. The 55-year-old general was dressed in a crisp naval uniform, his chest adorned with medals, but his face bore the weariness of a long journey. Following him were 6 members of the delegation: shipbuilding engineer Louis Moreau, marine engineer Pierre Durand, metallurgist Henri Lefebvre, and 3 diplomatic and intelligence officials. Chun Feng stepped forward and greeted him in fluent French. "General Dubois, welcome to Dubai. I am Chun Feng." A hint of surprise flashed in Dubois's eyes. He hadn't expected the legendary leader of Lanfang to be so young, nor had he expected his French to be so fluent, without any colonial accent. "Mr. Chun," Dubois extended his hand in a firm handshake. "Thank you for your warm hospitality. On behalf of the French Republic, I extend my greetings to you and the people of Lanfang." A standard opening remark. But Chun Feng could sense the strength and duration of the handshake. It was a test. "You must be tired from your journey," Chun Feng said with a smile. "Please go to your rooms and rest first." We have prepared a simple welcome lunch, and we can begin our initial exchange this afternoon. The translator relayed the message to the delegation members. Louis Moreau adjusted his glasses, his gaze already scanning the surroundings. He noticed the modern lighting fixtures in the courtyard, the reinforced concrete structure of the building, and the factory chimneys faintly visible in the distance. These details all speak volumes. This is not an ordinary desert tribe. It has a considerable industrial base. Chapter 43, Courbet Class. Lunch was held in the main dining room of the Palm Palace. French dishes were laid out on the long table, a request made by Chun Feng as a sign of respect. However, most of the ingredients were local specialties: roasted lamb chops, seafood soup, fresh vegetable salad, and wine imported from India. These are all locally produced? Du Bois took a bite of the salad, somewhat surprised. The vegetables are grown by us, the mutton comes from local tribes, and the seafood is caught in the Persian Gulf, Chun Feng explained. Although the conditions are simple, we hope to let our guests feel Lan Feng's sincerity. It's already quite a feast. Du Bois put down his knife and fork and got to the point. Mr. Chun, if I may be frank, we're not here for a vacation. The French Republic is facing serious security challenges, and we need help. And as far as we know, you may have the solutions we need here. To get straight to the point, Chun Feng liked this kind of directness. General, I also prefer to be straightforward. He wiped his mouth. I know what your country is facing. Germany has 6 dreadnoughts. Austria-Hungary has 3. Britain has just launched one and is building 10 more. As for France, it has none. The atmosphere in the restaurant froze instantly. Several members of the French delegation exchanged glances. This young man not only knew their predicament, but also spoke of it without any hesitation. You're right, Du Bois didn't deny it. That's why we came to you. We know you built the Westphalen-class battleships for Germany and Austria-Hungary. We want the same thing, and the price is negotiable. Chun Feng did not answer immediately. He slowly took a sip of wine, letting the silence last for a few seconds. General, if I only wanted to sell the Westphalen-class ships, we could discuss the price now, he finally spoke. But I have a question. Do you really think you can change the balance of power when you have warships like the Germans? Du Bois frowned. What do you mean? The Germans have 6 in service and 4 more under construction. Even if I sell you 4, you'll still be behind in total. Chun Feng put down his wine glass. Besides, the Germans won't just sit and wait. They already have a next-generation design, with performance far exceeding the Westphalen class. The next generation? Louis Moreau couldn't help but interject. You mean? What I'm saying is that if France wants to truly change the balance of naval power, it needs not to catch up, but to surpass. Chun Feng stood up. If you don't mind, after lunch I'd like to show you something. Not the Westphalen class, but the future. Chun Feng's transformation made the French uneasy. They had definitely made the right decision. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun is at its strongest. Chun Feng led the French delegation to a viewing platform in the port area. The view from here was expansive, overlooking the entire port and the industrial area in the distance. But the clever design meant that the Leopard's Nest dock was obscured by the ridge, and only the civilian areas could be seen. Please look around, Chun Feng said, pointing to the port. This is our deep-water wharf, capable of accommodating 8 10,000-ton cargo ships at the same time. Over there is a steel mill with an annual output of 30,000 tons, which is currently being expanded to 100,000 tons. Over there's a machine processing plant, and over there is a power plant. Du Bois raised his binoculars to observe closely. As a seasoned naval commander, he could discern much from the details. The cranes used on the dock were the latest German models. The height and diameter of the steel mill's chimneys indicated a large furnace capacity, and the power plant's cooling towers were quite substantial. But this is not what he wanted. Mr. Chun, he put down his binoculars. These industrial facilities are indeed impressive. But what we need to see are warships capable of defending France. Of course, Chun Feng smiled. But before that, I'd like to ask you all, what do you envision the next generation of battleships to look like? The question was posed to the technical experts in the delegation. Louis Moreau spoke first. Larger tonnage, at least 20,000 tons or more. More powerful main guns, perhaps 13.5 inches or even 15 inches. Higher speed, at least 23 knots. And better protection. Then Chun Feng interrupted him. If there were a warship with a standard displacement of 23,000 tons and a full load displacement of 25,000 tons, equipped with 6 twin-mounted 305mm main guns, that is, 12 main guns, powered by steam turbines, with a speed of 22 knots, a main armor belt thickness of 280mm, and 3 layers of deck armor totaling 100mm. With each parameter he mentioned, the eyes of the French technical experts widened further. This is far more powerful than the Westphalian class. Pierre Durand exclaimed. 12 main guns. Firepower density increased by 20%. But these are just specifications on paper. Henry Lefebvre remained cautious. In actual construction, countless technical challenges will be encountered, especially the fire control system. Coordinating the simultaneous firing of 12 main guns requires extremely complex calculations and synchronization. Chen Feng smiled. These were the words he had been waiting for. Please follow me, everyone. They left the observation deck and drove to an inconspicuous building on the other side of the harbor. Guards stood at the entrance and checked everyone's identification before letting them in. Inside the building is a spacious design studio. Various blueprints hang on the walls. Models are on the tables, and several Chinese engineers are busy at their workbenches. This is our ship design center, Chen Feng introduced. Please allow me to show you the preliminary design of the Courbet-class battleship. He walked to a wall and pulled back the curtain. A huge design was presented to the French. The warship on the drawing has smooth and beautiful lines, 6 turrets in a unique layout, a tall bridge, 3 funnels, and a slender hull. My God! Louis Moreau was the first to rush to the blueprints, his glasses almost touching them. Pierre Durand was focused on the propulsion system. For steam turbines, 24 boilers. Output of 45,000 horsepower. A speed of 22 knots is a conservative estimate. It could actually reach 23 knots. In reality, it only reached 21 knots. Henry Lefebvre was studying the armor layout. The main armor belt is 280mm thick, arranged at a 12-degree angle, with an effective thickness of over 300mm. The deck armor has 3 layers, with a total thickness of 100mm. This level of protection is sufficient to withstand the main guns of any existing warship. While not as excited as the technical experts, Admiral Du Bois's hands trembled slightly. As a naval commander, he knew all too well what such a warship meant. If France possessed 5 such ships, it would be enough to counter or even surpass Germany's 6 Westphalian-class destroyers. Mr. Chen, he forced himself to calm down. Is this design complete? The design is 80% complete, and the core challenges have been overcome. Chen Feng walked to the table and picked up an exquisite warship model, a scaled-down model of the Courbet class, so detailed that you could see every secondary gun. We are currently building the first one. If your country is interested, I can arrange a limited tour for you. Under construction? Du Bois's eyes lit up. Where? It's in a classified dock, Chen Feng smiled. For security reasons, I can't reveal the exact location, but I can arrange for you all to observe from a distance, enough to get a clear view of its size and outline. He put down the model and looked at the French delegation. So now, can we talk business? Chapter 44, Negotiation. Every word is a battle. The negotiations were arranged in a conference room at the Palm Palace. On one side of the long negotiating table were Chen Feng's Lanfang team, Wang Bo, Li Mingyuan, representing the Ministry of Commerce, Liu Yongfu, technical advisor, and 2 translators and recorders. On the other side were the entire French delegation. The atmosphere was a bit more relaxed than in the afternoon, but it was still serious. Mr. Chen, Du Bois began, let's get straight to the point. We've seen the design of the Courbet-class ships, and it's very impressive. The French Republic is interested in purchasing them. Please provide a price quote. Chen Feng did not answer immediately. He opened the folder in front of him, took out a pre-prepared price list, and pushed it across the table. Du Bois took it, glanced at it, and his expression changed. For £1,000,000, for one ship? A collective gasp filled the conference room. Louis Moreau exclaimed in shock. This is outrageous. The British Dreadnought only cost $1.8 million. But the Dreadnought only has 10 main guns and a displacement of 18,000 tons. Chen Feng calmly retorted. The Courbet class has 12 main guns and a displacement of 25,000 tons. The firepower is increased by 20% and the displacement by 38%. Moreover, our design is more advanced, with unique features in turret layout, protection scheme, and power system. He paused, then added, more importantly, this is a ready-made product, or rather, a near-ready-made product. The British ships have to wait until 1909, and the Germans won't sell to you. But we can guarantee that the first Corbeil-class ship will be delivered within 12 months of the contract being signed. 12 months. Du Bois frowned. Are you sure? Confirmed. Chen Feng nodded. The prerequisite is that your country can provide the technology and materials we need in a timely manner. This is also part of the quote. He gestured to Li Mingyuan to distribute another document. This is the list of technical support we need from your country, Chen Feng explained. It includes complete technology and production equipment for optical rangefinders, formulation and smelting technology for special alloy steel, precision machining technology for large bearings, radio communication equipment technology, a total of 23 items. The members of the French delegation quickly flipped through the list, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Mr. Chen, this is going too far. Jean-Marc Bertrand, a diplomat in the delegation, couldn't help but protest. These are core industrial technologies of France. Some of them even involve defense secrets. Mr. Bertrand, Chen Feng looked at him. The Corbeil-class battleships also involve Lanfang's core technologies. We are willing to share the warship design, and your country will share some industrial technology. This is a fair trade. But £4 million a ship, plus so much technology transfer. Du Bois shook his head. Paris won't approve it. Then, Chen Feng leaned forward. We could try a different approach. He gestured for Uncle Wang to bring out the third document. If cash payment is difficult, we can accept partial resource deductions, Chen Feng said. France has colonies in Southeast Asia and Africa and abundant mineral resources. Coal and tin from Vietnam, iron or from Algeria, phosphate from Morocco. We can accept using these resources to pay for part of the goods. This proposal caught the eye of the French. Paying with colonial resources, rather than cash, would place far less strain on French finances. Moreover, these resources were inexpensive to extract in the colonies and had little value when shipped to Europe, but were much more valuable when shipped to the Persian Gulf. We need to do some calculations, Du Bois said. Moreau, Durand, you estimate the actual construction cost of the Corbeil class. The two technical experts were calculating rapidly, exchanging ideas in hushed tones. Chen Feng waited patiently. He certainly knew the actual construction cost of the Corbeil-class destroyers, approximately £2.2 million per ship. His offer of £4 million left ample room for negotiation. General, Louis Moreau finally reported in a low voice. According to our estimates, the construction cost of such a warship should be between £2.5 million and £3 million. £4 million is indeed too high, but if technology transfer and rapid delivery are included. Du Bois understood. He turned to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, $4 million is too high. We can accept $3.5 million per ship, with 50% cash and 50% resources as a deduction. The technology transfer list needs to be reduced to no more than 10 items, and they must be civilian technologies. $3,800,000, Chen Feng countered. The technology list has been reduced to 15 items, 5 of which can be limited technology transfer, meaning we can send people to France to learn, but they won't take the equipment and blueprints with them. 3,700,000. 12 technologies, 3 of which are subject to limited transfer. 3,750,000. 13 technologies, 4 of which are subject to limited transfer. In addition, your country needs to commit to giving Lanfang de facto recognition in international forums. Not legal recognition, but at least in trade and diplomatic contacts, to treating us as a normal political entity. Du Bois hesitated. The first few conditions were negotiable, but this last one involved diplomatic recognition. Mr. Chen, you know this is a sensitive issue, Bertrand interjected. If the French Republic recognizes an entity that is not recognized by the international community, it will provoke diplomatic protests from other countries, especially the Netherlands and the United Kingdom. So what I'm asking for is acknowledgement of facts, not legal recognition, Chen Feng emphasized. For example, allowing Lanfang to set up a trade office in France, granting us the basic courtesy of a diplomatic mission, and consulting with us on matters involving Chinese people. These don't require public statements, just concrete actions. Du Bois exchanged glances with members of the delegation. I need to consult Paris about this condition, he finally said. But we can continue to discuss the other conditions. Negotiations have moved into technical details. Price. The final price was set at £3.8 million per ship, payable in 2 installments, 50% in cash, in pounds or gold, and 50% offset by mineral resources from a colony. The resource price was calculated at 90% of the international market price to control costs. Quantity, 5 vessels. Delivery schedule. The first vessel will be delivered within 12 months of the contract signing, the second and third vessels within 24 months, and the fourth and fifth vessels within 36 months. Technology transfer. 13 technologies, 4 of which are subject to limited transfer. Specific projects need further negotiation, but optical rangefinder and special alloy technologies must be included. Additional terms. France promised to grant Lanfang de facto recognition, including allowing the establishment of trade offices, granting diplomatic privileges, and consulting on matters concerning Chinese people. Lanfang pledged not to transfer its Kuba-class technology to any third country, particularly Germany and the United Kingdom. Confidentiality clause. Both parties must maintain strict confidentiality regarding this transaction. France is prohibited from disclosing the origin of the warships, and Lanfang is prohibited from disclosing transaction details. Chapter 45, 3.8 million per ship. The negotiations lasted from the afternoon until late at night. By the time the final terms were basically finalized, it was already 10 p.m. General Dubois, Chun Feng, stood up, looking somewhat tired but satisfied. I think we have a very good foundation. My team will prepare the specific contract text within 3 days. In the meantime, you may continue to visit our industrial facilities or go and see the Courbet-class ship that is under construction. This proposal thrilled all the French people. You mean? Dubois probed. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange a limited tour for everyone, Chun Feng said with a smile. From a sufficient distance, you will be able to see the outline and scale clearly. This should help you convince Paris that this investment is worthwhile. Thank you for your kindness. Dubois extended his hand. Their hands clasped again. This time, Dubois's grip was lighter, and the clasp was shorter. It wasn't a test, it was acceptance. Well then, good night everyone, Chun Feng said, taking his leave. As they left the conference room, Uncle Wang asked in a low voice, Young master, 3,800,000 is less than our expected 4 million. And there are only 13 technology transfer items. That's enough. Chun Feng walked briskly down the corridor. The optical rangefinder and the special alloy technology alone are worth £500,000. The rest are just bonuses. Moreover, the French acknowledgement of fact is more important than the technology. It means we are no longer completely invisible. But the risks are also greater. What will the Germans do if the deal is leaked? Chun Feng stopped and looked out the window at the night scene. So we must make sure the Germans get what they want too, he said slowly. Tomorrow, inform Dr. Schmidt that we will arrange for them to visit some of the non-core facilities of Cheetah the day after. We need to make them feel that we are more open and trusting of Germany. Trying to please both sides without offending either? Uncle Wang worried. It's like walking a tightrope. No, Chun Feng shook his head. It's not about pandering. It's about striking a balance. We need to make the Germans feel that we depend on them, and the French feel that we need them. Then, we can find a space for Lanfang to survive and an opportunity to develop between them. He continued, walking forward. Moreover, when the Courbet class and the Jeopard class are completed, the world will find that the center of naval technology is no longer Britain, no longer Germany, but here in the Persian Gulf. At that time, we will no longer be pawns. What is that? Chun Feng pushed open the door to his study, turned around, and smiled. He's a chess player. The door closed. Uncle Wang stood in the corridor, pondering those words. Chess player. Yes, perhaps soon, this young leader, this Lanfang who is not recognized by the world, will truly be able to sit at that card table. Together with Britain, Germany, and France, we will play a game that will determine the fate of the world. The stakes are the future of all Chinese people. General Dubois did not sleep in the suite prepared for the French delegation at the Palm Palace. He sat at his desk, drafting a secret telegram to Paris by the light of his desk lamp. On the table lay negotiation records, technical specifications, and a copy of the preliminary design plan for the Kuba-class project. General, do you really believe they can deliver within 12 months? Louis Moreau asked. The engineer, also unable to sleep, was repeatedly studying the design drawings. I believe they are capable, Dubois said without looking up. You saw it when you visited the industrial park today. Their equipment, worker quality, and management level are all quite good. And he put down his pen. Moreover, The fact that they dared to take us to see the ship under construction shows that there are indeed actual structures. This is not a scam. It's real industrial capability. But this is incredible. Pierre Durand shook his head. A group of Chinese building the world's most advanced battleship in the Persian Gulf Desert. It sounds like fiction. But that's reality. Henry Lefevre pointed to a detail on the design drawings. Look at the design of this armor joint. I've never seen this kind of tilting and welding in Europe. And the design of the turret's rotating mechanism. These weren't just ideas. They were calculated and tested. Du Bois finally finished the draft of his secret telegram. He read it over. To His Excellency Thompson, Minister of the Navy, and His Excellency Clemenceau, Prime Minister, a preliminary agreement has been reached with Chun Feng, leader of the Lanfang Army. They can provide Courbet-class battleships with the following specifications. Standard displacement 23,000 tons, full load displacement 25,000 tons, armed with 12 305mm main guns, speed 22 knots, and armor protection superior to the German Westphalia class. The price is £3.8 million per ship, payable in 50% cash, plus 50% colonial resources. 13 technology transfers are required. A commitment is made to deliver the first ship within 12 months. They will arrange a site visit to the hull under construction tomorrow. Approval recommended. Du Bois. He paused, then added the last sentence. Personal assessment. Lanfang's industrial capabilities have exceeded expectations. Chun Feng is young but unfathomable. This transaction carries enormous risk, but may be the only way out for the French Navy. I recommend making a decision as soon as possible. Should we send it? Asked the communications officer in the delegation. Send it. Use the highest level of security. Du Bois nodded. Also, prepare a technical assessment report, analyzing in detail the design advantages of the Courbet class. Moreau, this is yours. Yes. Louis Moreau had already begun writing and drawing in his notebook. Du Bois walked to the window and looked out at the night view of Dubai Harbor. The port area was still brightly lit, and the faint roar of machinery could be heard. Further away, the darkness of the desert stretched endlessly. He recalled what Navy Minister Thompson had said to him before he left Paris. Charles, the future of the French Navy is in your hands. At the time, he thought it was just a polite remark. Now he knows it's true. If this deal goes through, France will acquire 3 world-class battleships within 2 years and 5 within 5 years. Although still fewer than Germany, this would at least give them a force to contend with. If it fails, Du Bois dared not even think about it. General, Pierre Durand suddenly said, have you ever thought about why Lanfang is helping us? They could have just sold to the Germans, which would have been safer. Because they need a balance. Du Bois turned around. If Germany completely controls them, they will become Germany's vassals. But if they have France as a customer, they have choices and bargaining power. So we're taking advantage of each other. Isn't that what international politics is all about? Du Bois said with a wry smile. Using each other, checking each other, dancing on a tightrope of interests. The only difference is that some people dance well, and some people fall down. He walked back to his desk, picked up the design drawings, and gently traced the outline of the warship with his fingers. This ship doesn't have a name yet, but in Du Bois's mind, it should be called Ric Helio, named after the cardinal who established France's status as a naval power. Or it could be called Corby, named after Louis XIV, First Lord of the Navy. The glory of the French Navy has been dimmed for far too long. Perhaps these 5 ships can reignite it. Moreau, he said suddenly, if the deal goes through, I want to name the first ship France. Louis Moreau raised his head, the same light flashing in his eyes. A good name, General. The France. It will lead the fleet to restore its glory. The two looked at each other and saw hope in each other's eyes. That long-lost, almost luxurious hope. Outside the window, the clocks of Dubai Harbor chime in the midnight hour. A new day is about to begin. The fate of the French Navy may be changed on this day. Chapter 46 Prohibitions and Choices. The rain in London always seemed to fall at just the right time, as if even the weather was creating the atmosphere for the Empire's decision-making. In the MI5 basement, the cigar smoke was so thick it was almost impossible to disperse. The chain of evidence is complete. Sir William Melville tapped the table, the sound particularly heavy in the confined space. As the head of MI5, he had seen far too many secrets, but the report before him still made his fingers tremble slightly. Colonel Hall from a Naval Intelligence Office pushed 3 files over, the papers sliding softly across the table. First, French Navy Vice Admiral Du Bois and his technical team traveled to Djibouti 2 weeks ago under the guise of a mining expedition, but their destination was the Persian Gulf. Holden paused, his gaze sweeping over the other 5 people in the room. Everyone stared at him, but no one interrupted. Second, we intercepted a coded telegram from Basra to Paris, which mentioned that the technical parameters were shocking and recommended to sign the contract immediately. He took a deep breath and opened the last file. Third, our inside sources at the port of Rotterdam confirmed that at least 12 ships carrying special machinery have been shipped to the Persian Gulf over the past 3 months. The shippers were all shell companies in Germany, and the consignees were listed as Lanfang Trading Company. Only the low hum of the ventilation system remained in the room. The young mathematical genius, Charles Brunt, adjusted his glasses, his voice soft yet piercing the silence like a needle. This means 3 things. First, the Germans are arming that Chinese force. Second, the French are joining the game. Third. He looked up, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with the light he only showed when analyzing data. Third, that man named Chun Feng is doing arms deals with 2 major European countries at the same time. And he did it quietly, and we only found out about it now. Melville stubbed out his cigar and stood up, the chair making a screeching sound. No, there are 4 things. His voice was icy. Fourth, in the heart of the Indian Ocean, the Royal Navy has an uncontrolled arsenal capable of building dreadnoughts. He grabbed the report from a table. Paul, prepare a briefing. I need to see the Prime Minister within an hour. Brent, continue analyzing all the cargo ship data for the Persian Gulf. I need to know exactly how much cargo they've transported there. Yes, sir. Furthermore, Melville said, walking to the door and glancing back at the smoke-filled room. This matter remains top secret. Not a single word is to be leaked until the Prime Minister makes a decision. The atmosphere in the cabinet meeting room at 10 Downing Street was even more somber than in the basement of MI5. I told you so. Lord John Fisher slammed his fist on the mahogany table, making several teacups clink. The First Sea Lord of the Royal Navy had bloodshot eyes, whether from lack of sleep or sheer rage. It was hard to tell. I warned about this months ago. That corner of the Persian Gulf is turning into a powder keg. And now, the Germans have 6 Westphalen-class destroyers. The French are about to get new warships, and we. He grabbed the photos on the table and slammed them down in the middle. We're still discussing the budget. The photo shows the HMS Intrepid in its Portsmouth dockyard, surrounded by scaffolding. Next to it is a photo of the German ship Westphalen receiving cheers from the crowds in Kiel. The contrast is so stark it's almost blinding. Chancellor of the Exchequer Herbert Henry Asquith rubbed his temples wearily, his voice filled with helplessness. John, now is not the time to assign blame. The question is, what do we do? What to do? Fisher almost laughed. It's simple, do 2 things. First, a complete blockade. Notify India, Australia, South Africa, Singapore, all imperial colonies and spheres of influence, to prohibit any strategic materials from flowing into the Persian Gulf. Steel, coal, rubber, precision machine tools. Not even a single screw is allowed to pass. Asquith's brow furrowed even more. That would severely impact the colony's trade revenue. And second, Fisher raised his voice, interrupting the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Dispatch the fleet. Form a deterrent squadron with HMS Dreadnought at its core and immediately proceed to the Persian Gulf. Let that Chun Feng see for himself that the naval power of the British Empire cannot be challenged by a few secretly built warships. Foreign Secretary Marquis Langston shook his head. This will trigger a conflict. If the Germans or the French get involved. They won't. Fisher turned around, placed his hands on the table, and leaned forward like a lion ready to pounce. The Germans want us and that Chinese force to both be severely weakened, while the French, not yet having the ships, dare not make any rash moves. This is the best window of opportunity to nip it in the bud before it truly becomes a threat. Prime Minister Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman remained silent, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The Liberal leader, known for his moderate approach, now had a gaze as sharp as a knife. Lord Fisher, are you sure that Lanfang really has the capability to build dreadnoughts? Or that the Germans have already built the ships and are just using their name to divert attention? I'm sure. Fisher pulled another document from his briefcase. This is the conclusion of a joint analysis by MI5 and Naval Intelligence. The population on the southern coast of the Persian Gulf has increased from less than 10,000 to over 300,000 in the past 3 years, and they're all Chinese. They've built power plants, steel mills, and deep water wharves, exporting crude steel and chemical products. Most importantly, he opened the document and pointed to the photos on it. This was taken by our people at great risk. Although it's blurry, you can tell that it's at least 200 meters long in a dry dock. Its size far exceeds that of any active warship. A low gasp filled the conference room. Campbell Bannerman slowly scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the faces of each cabinet member for a moment. "Let's vote," he said calmly. "Raise your hand if you support the Fisher proposal." Fisher was the first to raise his hand, his action as decisive as if he were issuing a battle order. Lord Secretary of State for War, Sir Richard Burton, hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand. As the head of the army, he knew all too well the immense pressure that would be placed on Homeland Defense if the Navy lost its superiority. Trade Commission Chairman Joseph Chamberlain looked at the Prime Minister, then at Fisher, and finally slowly raised his arm. All eyes were on Asquith. The Chancellor of the Exchequer sighed, his voice weary. "I need to remind everyone of the financial costs of doing this." A show of hands. Herbert, Campbell Bannerman, interrupted him. Asquith was silent for a few seconds before finally raising his hand. 5 votes in favor, 0 votes against, the Prime Minister announced. "Fisher, you are in full charge of the blockade and deterrence operations. Linstown, send a note to Germany and France, in strong but reserved language." He paused, then added, "Tell the French that if they insist on going through with the deal, the British Empire will reassess cooperation in all areas." A cold smile crept across Fisher's lips. He knew the weight of those words. They meant that Britain could change its stance on everything from the Moroccan question to colonial borders. Meeting adjourned. Chapter 47, The French Choice. At almost the same time, in the Admiralty building in Paris, General Charles Dubois sat opposite the minister, holding a telegram he had just received. The note from London arrived 5 minutes ago. Dubois's voice was calm, but his knuckles were turning white as he gripped the telegram. The 55-year-old vice admiral had weathered many storms, but at this moment he still felt immense pressure. Minister Gaston Thomson didn't even glance at the telegram. He simply lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. How was the wording? "We strongly urge the French Republic to reconsider any military cooperation with illegal entities in the Persian Gulf, so as not to undermine the existing balance of power and friendly relations in Europe." Dubois finished reading and placed the telegram on the table. Translated, it means, "We do not want to sell ships to you, nor will we allow anyone else to sell them to us." Thomson exhaled a smoke ring, which slowly rose under the light. "Where have our negotiations progressed?" 90% complete. Dubois leaned forward, his voice low but urgent. Chen Feng accepted the resource offset plan, using our mineral resources in Vietnam and Algeria to pay half the cost. The technology transfer list has been narrowed down to 15 items, 4 of which are limited transfers. Now all that's left is final approval from Paris and the initial payment. He pulled a thick document out of his briefcase. The preliminary design of the Corbeil class. Standard displacement 23,000 tons. Full load 25,000 tons. 12 305mm main guns. Speed 22 knots. Minister, I guarantee with my 40 years of naval experience, this is at least 30% better than the German Westphalia class. If we had 5 such ships, we can contend with the Germans at sea. Thomson continued, but with a furrowed brow. But the price is a falling out with the British. Have you considered what the pro-British faction in the cabinet will say if London really puts pressure on us? They will say we have violated the Anglo-French agreement, Dubois said without hesitation. But minister, look at the reality. The Germans have 6 dreadnoughts, Austria-Hungary has 3, and Britain has 1 and is building 10 more. France? We have none. By the time Britain is willing to sell us ships in 1909, the North Sea may already be a German lake. He stood up, walked to the map of Europe on the wall, and pointed to the French coastline. Without a navy, all our diplomatic efforts on the Moroccan question are futile. Without a navy, our interests in the colonies are like castles on the beach, gone with the tide. The gentlemen of London can leisurely talk about the balance of power because they have the most powerful fleet in the world. And us? What do we have? The phone rang suddenly, its sharp sound shattering the tense atmosphere in the room. Thomson answered the phone, listened for a few seconds, and his expression changed. "Yes, I understand. Please tell the Prime Minister that I will be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Du Bois with a complicated expression. The Prime Minister summoned him urgently. It seems the note from London was sent directly to Martigny Palace. Du Bois put on his military cap and straightened his uniform. His movements were meticulous, just like when he inspected a warship before each voyage. Minister, please convey this to the Prime Minister. This is not just a deal for 5 warships. It is an opportunity for France to skip a generation in naval technology, catch up directly with Germany, and even surpass in the future. The price is some technology and colonial resources in exchange for maritime dominance. Thompson also stood up, and the two looked at each other across the desk. Charles, if this goes wrong, we'll both end up in a military court. If we don't do it, Du Bois's voice was soft, but every word carried immense weight. The historical court will judge us all, judgment of how we stood by and watched the glory of the French Navy be extinguished. Silence spread between them. Outside the window, the Parisian night sky was clouded low, devoid of stars. Get ready to go, Thompson finally said. I'm going to see the Prime Minister. I'll get back to you in an hour, whatever the outcome. There was no rain in the Persian Gulf at night, only a hot wind blowing in from the desert, carrying sand grains that slapped against the windows. Inside the Dubai Harbor Administration building, Chun Fong stood before a giant world map, his fingers slowly moving from London to Paris, finally stopping at the Persian Gulf. The kerosene lamp hanging on the wall cast a long shadow of his, swaying across the map. Young master, Wang Wenwu has sent an urgent telegram from Singapore. Uncle Wang's voice came from behind. This old man was an elder among the survivors of Lan Fang and one of Chun Feng's most trusted assistants. He held a newly translated telegram in his hand, his face showing worry. Read, the British colonial authorities suddenly announced that all goods exported to the Persian Gulf require a special license. Our 3 shipments of rubber and 2 shipments of special steel were all detained at the dock this morning. Minister Wang is trying to find a way to expedite the process, but the situation is not optimistic. Chin Feng traced the Indian Ocean shipping route on the map, from Singapore to the Persian Gulf. That red route represented Lan Fang's lifeline. It has begun. His voice was calm, as if stating a fact he had long anticipated. The British first reaction is always a blockade. Cut off trade, exert pressure, and force you to comply. Li Te stood to the side, the officer's face showing both youthful vigor and tension in the face of an unknown situation. President, what about the French delegation? They were scheduled to visit the ship's hull demonstration tomorrow. Proceed as planned. Chun Feng turned around, the lights illuminating his young but well-defined face. And make it even more spectacular. Li Te, I want you to push the restoration to its limits tomorrow. 31 knots, full turret homing demonstration, simulated firing procedure. Let the French see clearly what they paid for. Li Te straightened his back. Yes, but what if the British really make a move? They'll send a fleet to demonstrate first. Chun Feng walked to the window, looking at the port lights twinkling in the night. This is the Empire's standard procedure. Economic blockade, military intimidation, and only then negotiations. In their view, local forces like us should submit at the sight of the Royal Navy's flag. He walked back to the table, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote a note. Notify Wang Wenwu to activate all backup procurement channels. Chilean nitrates, Brazilian iron ore, and American machine tools. Prices up to 20% higher are acceptable. We need to build up 6 months' worth of reserves before the British completely cut off the supply chain. Uncle Wang took the note and hesitated for a moment. Young master, this will cost a lot of money. The Germans' second advance payment hasn't been fully received yet. Money can be earned again, but time cannot be bought back. Chun Feng interrupted him. Do as I say. The telegraph machine suddenly started ticking, breaking the silence in the room. The telegraph operator quickly scribbled something down, then looked up with a strange expression. Commander-in-Chief, a secret telegram from Berlin. It's from General Tirpitz. Chun Feng took the decoded message, which contained only one line. London has moved. Let's wait and see. If technical support is needed, we can send additional engineers. Tirpitz. Uncle Wang leaned over for a look, then frowned. The Germans are observing. That's normal. Chun Feng placed the telegram on the table. They want to see the outcome of our first encounter with the British. If we win, they will increase their investment. If we lose, they will immediately distance themselves. In international politics, it's always easier to add flowers to brocade than to provide charcoal in the snow. Li Te couldn't help but ask, then we will proceed at our own pace. Chen Feng looked at the young captain. Li Te, after the demonstration tomorrow, the Guangfu will enter level 1 combat readiness. Ammunition loading, engine warm-up, all crew on standby. But we will not provoke any attacks unless the other side opens fire. Understand? Clear. No sooner had he finished speaking than another telegraph machine started beeping. This time the ticking was more rapid, as if there was some urgent news. After the telegraph operator finished recording, his expression became even stranger when he looked up. President, this was sent by General Du Bois of the French delegation. And it's in plain text. The room fell silent for a moment. Plain text? That means anyone who intercepts the radio waves can read the content. When London had just sent its note, the French sent a message in plain text, which was practically a slap in the face to Britain. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Read it. The telegraph operator swallowed hard and read the telegram aloud. The London ban has been imposed, but Paris's resolve remains unchanged. Tomorrow, we look forward to witnessing a new era. Du Bois. Silence. Then Chen Feng suddenly laughed, and the sound of his laughter was particularly clear in the quiet room. See? He looked at Wang Bo and Li Te, his eyes gleaming. That's why the French could build the Eiffel Tower, while the British could only create fog. Romantic, impulsive, reckless, but sometimes history needs this kind of reckless courage. Uncle Wang's worry was written all over his face. Young master, this is tantamount to openly challenging the British. The French are sending messages in plain text, which will definitely be intercepted. London is probably furious by now. Then let them jump. Chen Feng walked to the window and opened it. Hot air rushed in, ruffling the black hair on his forehead. In the direction of the port, the lights are still on in the direction of the Leopard Nest shipyard. There, the Fuxing high-speed train is under construction day and night. Further away, there are newly built oil refineries, steel mills, power plants. 3 years ago, this was a desert, but now it has the outline of a city. Uncle Wang, do you remember what the old chieftain said when we left Borneo? Uncle Wang paused for a moment, his gaze becoming distant, as if he had traveled through time back to that night of parting. Rain, tears, and a final, poignant look at his homeland. I remember, the old man's voice was a little hoarse. The old clan chief said, to earn respect, you must first be seen. We've hidden for 100 years, dodging for decades. Now it's time for the world to see that Lanfang still exists. Chen Feng turned around, and the light cast a long shadow behind him, as if it were covering the entire world map. We've been hiding for 3 years, building for 3 years. Now, his gaze swept over everyone in the room, from Uncle Wang to Li Te, to the telegraph operator, to the guard at the door. It's time for the world to see. He walked back to the table, his voice not loud, but every word was as if cast in steel. Notify all ministers, factory managers, and the chief shipyard engineer that there will be a meeting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Tell everyone. Chen Feng paused for a moment, and the distant roar of the steam turbines of the power plant came from outside the window. The sound was deep and powerful, like the heartbeat of this newborn country. A storm is coming, but we build ships to brave storms. Chapter 48, are you sure it's 10,000 tons? The Persian Gulf was shrouded in a golden mist at dawn. At the newly built deep-water terminal in Dubai Harbor, a delegation of 7 from France stood in the morning breeze, their eyes focused on the gray outline that slowly emerged on the horizon. My God, Louis Moreau muttered to himself, his binoculars trembling slightly. As a senior engineer at the French naval shipyard, he had seen all the shipyards in Europe and witnessed the launch of the Dreadnought, but what he was seeing was still beyond his comprehension. That's not an outline. It is a mountain. A moving, steel-clad, heavily armed metal mountain. General, Moreau turned to Du Bois, his voice dry. I take back what I said last night. This isn't potentially stronger than the Westphalian class. This is something from another dimension. Du Bois did not answer. The veteran stood at the forefront of the dock, the sea breeze ruffling the hem of his uniform, but he remained motionless, like a statue. Only his clenched fists betrayed the shock he felt. The gray behemoth slowly entered the harbor, its bow cleaving the calm sea, leaving a broad white trail. Sunlight shone on the sloping armor plating, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. 3 tall funnels billowed wisps of smoke, and the barrels of 4 twin-mounted turrets pointed diagonally towards the sky, each one thick enough to fit a person inside. The length exceeds 260 meters. Pierre Durand quickly estimated, his notebook already filled with data. Height, at least 15 meters. The main gun caliber is definitely over 380 millimeters, possibly 400 millimeters. Look at the size of that turret. Henry Lefebvre focused on the details, the whole welding process, not riveting. See those seams? They're as smooth as a single piece of steel. And a layout of the superstructure, so simple, with almost no unnecessary protrusions. They've achieved the ultimate in drag reduction and ballistic protection. The giant ship slowly turned about 500 meters from the dock, its massive body drawing a graceful arc on the sea. This distance was enough for the French to see the details clearly, while maintaining just the right amount of intimidation. A small boat was lowered from the side of the giant ship and sailed toward the dock. 15 minutes later, Lite stood on the dock and gave Du Bois a crisp military salute. The young captain, dressed in a dark blue Lanfang naval uniform with a yellow dragon insignia embroidered on his shoulder straps, stood as straight as a javelin. What uniform should we use? Comrades, please give your suggestions. General Du Bois, on behalf of the Lanfang Navy, I welcome you all to board the ship for a tour. His French had a slight accent, but it was surprisingly fluent. Du Bois returned the greeting, his gaze lingering on Lit's face for a moment. Captain, could you tell us the name and basic specifications of this warship first? Lite smiled slightly. Restoration has a standard displacement of 38,000 tons and a full load displacement of 41,000 tons. It is equipped with 8 381 mm 45 caliber main guns, mounted in 4 twin-mounted turrets. The propulsion system consists of 4 steam turbines and 24 oil-fired boilers, with a design speed of 31 knots. With each number he mentioned, the French expert's breathing quickened. 38,000 tons? Moreau's voice changed. Are you sure it's 10,000 tons, not 1,000 tons? Confirmed. Lite's answer was calm and confident. You will be able to verify this for yourselves once you board the ship. The process of boarding the ship is awe-inspiring in itself. The gangway is wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side, with anti-slip steel steps and polished stainless steel handrails. Upon reaching the deck, the first thing that strikes the eye is the spaciousness. Unlike the decks of European warships, which are often cluttered with debris and crowded with people, the deck of the Guangfu is as clean as a parade ground. All equipment has a designated storage location, and pipelines are neatly laid along the edge of the hull. How many deck crew are there? Du Bois asked. The standard combat strength is 1,200 people, but through automated design, 800 people are enough to maintain full combat capability, Lite replied. That's 1/3 to 1/2 fewer than European warships of the same tonnage. How did you do that? Please come with me. Lite led the group toward the bridge. Each watertight door they passed was so heavy that it took 2 people to push it open, and the door frames were fitted with rubber sealing strips. On the bulkheads on both sides of the passageway, a complex network of pipes and cables was neatly bundled together, with clear signage at intervals. This is the damage control system. Lite pointed to a row of red valves. The entire ship is divided into 28 independent watertight zones. If any zone is hit and floods in, it can be isolated within 30 seconds. Durand examined the valves closely. Electric control? Not manual. Electric power is the primary mode, with manual backup. Our power generation capacity is sufficient to support the simultaneous operation of all systems on the ship. Upon arriving at the bridge, the enormous observation windows offered a 270-degree field of vision. On the control panel, various instruments, dials, and handles were arranged in an orderly fashion, and several young operators were on duty. Upon seeing the visiting group, they stood up and saluted in perfect unison. The fire control room is on the next floor. Lite pushed open an armored door. Then, the French witnessed a sight they would never forget. It didn't resemble a warship's cabin. It looked more like a scientific laboratory. Rows of mechanical computers emitted the soft whirring of gears, and enormous optical rangefinders were connected to the computing units via transmission mechanisms. The walls were covered with nautical charts and calculation tables. This is the central fire control system. Lite stood in front of a complex machine. Target distance, heading, speed, wind direction, shell type. After all these parameters are input, the The computer will automatically calculate the firing data and transmit it synchronously to each turret through the circuit. He gestured for an operator to demonstrate. The young operator cranked the handle, and the pointer on the dashboard began to move. Another person turned a knob, and a third person pulled a lever. 3 minutes later, a row of indicator lights illuminated. Calculation complete. Elevation 12.7 degrees, azimuth 034, fuse delay set to 8.5 seconds. The operator reported. Data has been transmitted synchronously. Now each turret only needs to adjust its angle according to the indicator lights and wait for the firing command. Morrow leaned close to the machine, his eyes wide. Error rate. The system itself has an error of less than 3 per thousand. The actual hit rate depends on the ranging accuracy and sea conditions. But at a distance of 20,000 yards, we can achieve a hit rate of more than 20% on targets weighing tens of thousands of tons. 20,000 yards, Durand gasped. Our active warships have a maximum effective range of only 12,000 yards, and the hit rate at that distance is less than 5%. Times are progressing, Li Te said calmly. The awe reached its peak when we visited the engine room next. For enormous steam, turbines hummed softly, their blades spinning rapidly through the observation windows. There was none of the violent vibrations and noise of a reciprocating steam engine, only a steady, powerful hum, like the breathing of a sleeping behemoth. Output power? Durand asked. It reached 140,000 shaft horsepower during sea trials. Li Te's answer left all the French experts speechless. 140,000. God, our latest design only costs 60,000. So the speed can reach 31 knots. Li Te walked to the other side. This is the oil-fired boiler system. Heavy oil injection combustion has a thermal efficiency of 40% higher than that of coal-fired boilers, and it also saves 2/3 of the stokers. The 5,000 tons of fuel we carry is enough to sail 10,000 nautical miles at an economical speed of 18 knots. Lefevre lingered by the observation window of a boiler, reluctant to leave. We're still in the laboratory stage with oil-fired boiler technology, while you've already implemented it on your warships. Technology is always improved through application. Li Te glanced at his pocket watch. Ladies and gentlemen, if we've finished our tour, we're ready for a sea demonstration. Please proceed to the upper viewing platform. Chapter 49 Restoration. At 10 a.m., the Guangfu ship sailed out of the harbor and into the open sea. Du Bois and the experts stood on the reviewing stand at the rear of the bridge, their collars fluttering in the sea breeze. Ritter issued orders from inside the bridge, his voice clearly transmitted through the megaphone. The entire ship is now in demonstration mode. Engine room. Output power at 80%. The engine room understands output power at 80%. The ship trembled slightly, and the smoke billowing from the funnels suddenly thickened. The giant ship began to accelerate, the waves it cleaved through with its bow rising higher and higher, leaving a long white trail in its wake on the sea. Speed 25 knots, 27 knots, 29 knots, 30 knots. The speedometer needle remained steady at 30 knots, and the giant ship sped across the sea at this incredible speed. The Frenchman, gripping the railing, felt the surging power beneath his feet and the almost negligible vibrations. Now, let's demonstrate the turn. As soon as Li Te finished speaking, the helmsman jerked the steering wheel. The massive hull began to tilt and turn, drawing an arc less than 500 meters in diameter on the sea. This turning radius was practically defying common sense for a behemoth of over 30,000 tons. How is this possible? Morrow gripped the railing, his face pale. This tonnage, this speed, this turning radius, doesn't make sense from a fluid dynamics perspective. We have redesigned the bow hull and rudder surfaces, Li Te said, appearing on the reviewing stand at some point. In addition, the 4 steam turbines can be controlled independently, working in conjunction with the rudder to achieve vector propulsion. This is crucial in complex sea conditions and tactical maneuvers. Next up is a demonstration of firepower. 15,000 meters ahead of the target ship, simulated enemy ship. The 4 main gun turrets began to rotate, and the 8 thick gun barrels slowly rose, aiming at the distant sea horizon. The turrets rotated smoothly and silently, completely lacking the ear-piercing noise of gears meshing on European warships. Fire. There was no live ammunition, but the flashes and roars from the cannons were still awe-inspiring. The recoil from the simultaneous firing of 8 giant cannons caused a more than 30,000-ton ship to shift slightly to the side, and the muzzle storm created a ripple that spread across the sea. The interval between volleys? Du Bois asked the most crucial question. Theoretically, a salvo can be fired in 1.5 minutes at the fastest, Li Te replied. In actual combat, considering target correction and barrel cooling, it takes 2 minutes per salvo. But our fire control system allows for continuous calculations, so the parameters for the second salvo can be calculated while the first salvo is still in the air. Silence. A long silence. Only the sound of the sea breeze and the low hum of the engine could be heard. Du Bois walked to the edge of the viewing platform, leaned on the railing with both hands, and gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky. His figure appeared exceptionally tall in the sunlight, but it also conveyed a complex emotion, shock, envy, and a hint of unspeakable sorrow. France needs warships like these. France must have such warships. Captain Li Te, he turned around, his voice calm but firm. Please return to port. I need to see Mr. Chun immediately. The Admiralty Building in London. Fisher stood before the enormous nautical chart, holding a newly received telegram in his hand. His face was as somber as the sky before a storm. They really signed it. He slammed the telegram on the table. The paper slid open, revealing a brief but deadly message. Paris confirms an agreement with Lanfan for the purchase of 5 Courbet-class battleships. The lead ship, France, will be delivered within 12 months. The conference room was filled with key personnel from the Navy Department, and everyone's expression was solemn. The French have gone mad, muttered Sir Philippe Watts, the shipbuilding director. Do they know what this means? This is open defiance of the Empire. They knew. Fisher's voice was icy. That's why they did it. Because we refused to sell them ships. Because the Germans had 6 dreadnoughts. Because they were afraid of being left behind by the times. He walked to the window and looked at the traffic on Whitehall Street outside. The situation is clear now. The Germans are arming that Chinese force, and the French are joining in. They want to jointly establish a force in the Indian Ocean to counterbalance us. And that Chen Feng. Fisher turned around, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He's playing a dangerous game. He thinks he can manipulate 2 of Europe's biggest powers at the same time and profit from it. Where's our fleet? Someone asked. The squadron led by the Intrepid has passed through the Suez Canal and is now sailing in the Red Sea. Fisher returned to the nautical chart, pointing to the northern end of the Red Sea. We will enter the Gulf of Aden in 3 days and reach the outer waters of the Persian Gulf in 5 days. He drew a circle around the location of the Persian Gulf. I want Chen Feng to understand one thing. In this world, some games are not for everyone. Some tables, once you sit down, come at a price. What if he really has a warship more advanced than the Dreadnought? Let's ask cautiously. The French are willing to spend 3,800,000 pounds a ship, so what they're buying must be something extraordinary. Fisher fell silent. He recalled the blurry photograph in the MI5 report and the enormous shadow in the dry dock. He remembered the provocative telegram sent by the French in plain text. Then we must eliminate it before it becomes combat ready. His voice was so low it sounded like he was talking to himself. As Napoleon said, the best defense is a good offense. Berlin, sans souci pélis. Wilhelm II was in high spirits. He sat in his study, holding 2 telegrams in his hand. One from a spy in London reporting on the movements of the British fleet, the other from a German engineering corps in the Persian Gulf describing the demonstration of the HMS Reconquista. Alfred, did you see that? The Emperor handed the telegram to Tirpitz, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. That Chinese man, he really built it. 38,000 tons, 31 knots, 381 millimeters main gun. The British must be in a panic right now. Tirpitz quickly glanced at the telegram, but his brow furrowed slightly. Your Majesty, this is both an opportunity and a risk. Risk? What risk? Chen Feng has demonstrated too much power, Tirpitz said cautiously, putting down the telegram, to the point that it might be beyond our control. We originally hoped he would be a tool to contain Britain, but if he grows too fast, then let him become the sword of Germany. Wilhelm II stood up and walked to the world map. Think about it, Alfred. If we had 10 Westphalia-class ships in the North Sea and an ally in the Indian Ocean with a warship like HMS Reconquista, the British would be caught in a dilemma, unable to defend themselves on both ends. His finger traced across the map, from the North Sea to the Indian Ocean. At that time, the Empire's fleet will truly be able to go global. Africa, Asia, the Pacific, land under the sun will no longer be just a slogan. Tirpitz watched the Emperor's excited, retreating figure, hesitant to speak. He recalled his meeting with Chun Feng and the young man's calm, yet unfathomable gaze. It wasn't the look of someone content to be subservient. It was the look of a chess player. Your Majesty, I suggest that we immediately send additional technical delegations and propose new cooperation plans, Tirpitz finally said. We must consolidate our position before the Frenchman fully gains his trust. Ideally, we should acquire restoration-level technology, even if only in part. Good. Wilhelm II turn around. Go and make the arrangements. Tell Chun Feng that the German Empire is willing to offer its most advanced technology and the most favorable prices in exchange for deeper cooperation. He can set his conditions, and as long as they are not excessive, I will agree to them. Tirpitz saluted. Yes, Your Majesty. When the Admiral left his study, his brow was still furrowed. He had a premonition that the game was becoming increasingly complex and dangerous. That young man in the Persian Gulf is probably more difficult to deal with than anyone imagines. Chapter 50, A Gift to the British. Inside Chun Feng's office. General, we are now official partners. Chun Feng invited Du Bois to sit down and personally poured 2 cups of tea. There are some things I would like to say frankly as partners. Speaking, the British fleet is on its way. Chun Feng pushed a cup of tea in front of Du Bois. They will arrive in the Persian Gulf in 5 days at the latest. They will demonstrate, exert pressure, and may even provoke us. Du Bois picked up his teacup, but didn't drink. Paris is prepared. The Prime Minister has authorized me to convey to you that the French Republic will not abandon its allies under British pressure. If the situation requires, we can transfer part of our Mediterranean fleet to Djibouti as a strategic response. This is a significant commitment, almost equivalent to military support. But Chun Feng shook his head. Thank you for your country's support, but it's not necessary at the moment. His tone was calm and confident. I will receive British guests in Lan Fang's own way. Du Bois raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? While the Dauntless may not be as good as the Recovery, the British fleet has a complete escort force and extensive combat experience. So what we need to do is not to fight, but to make a demonstration. Chun Feng put down his teacup. Demonstrate our strength, our determination, and our technological advantage. Let the British understand that their old rules no longer apply in the Persian Gulf. He walked to the window and looked out towards the harbor. The Recovery will begin combat training tomorrow. Captain Little will take it to the Gulf of Oman to meet the British fleet. If all goes well, the British will be shocked and reassess the situation. If not, Chun Feng turned around, his eyes clear and firm. Then let them experience firsthand what a technological gap is. Looking at this man 30 years his junior, Du Bois suddenly felt a long-lost surge of passion welling up in his chest. It was the feeling he had when he first commanded a warship at sea in his youth. Facing the unknown, facing challenges, but firmly believing that he held the power. Mr. Chun, may I ask you a question? Excuse me. What is it that you ultimately want after doing all this? Du Bois looked directly into Chun Feng's eyes. Money? Power? Or go home? Chun Feng's answer was so simple that Du Bois was taken aback. Go home. I was born in a place called Pontianak in Western Borneo. Many years ago, my ancestors established the Lan Fang Republic there. Chun Feng's voice was soft, but every word carried immense weight. Later, the Dutch came and, with gunboats and contracts, gradually swallowed up our country. My grandfather was the last Grand President. Before he died, he held my hand and said, "Grandson, remember, Lan Fang is not dead. As long as there is one Chinese person who remembers this name, Lan Fang is not dead." The study was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. So I brought those who were willing to follow me to this desert. We built factories, shipyards, and warships. Not for conquest, not for hegemony. Chun Feng looked at Du Bois, but so that one day we could return to Borneo with enough power to tell the Dutch, to tell the world, the Chinese on this land have the right to decide their own destiny. Du Bois remained silent for a long time. He thought of French history, of the predecessors who fought for the Republic, of the soldiers who shed their last drop of blood on the battlefield. Nation, people, freedom, these words were discussed too easily in Parisian salons, but in some corners of the world, they were still things that had to be fought for with blood and lives. I understand. The old general slowly stood up and saluted Chen Feng. It's not a diplomatic courtesy, but a sign of respect between soldiers. Chen Feng returned the gift. General, can you do me another favor? Please speak. Send a telegram to Paris, Chen Feng said. Tell them that there may be some dramatic news coming out of the Persian Gulf in the next 72 hours. Ask your country to remain calm and continue to advance cooperation as planned. Du Bois laughed. Are you trying to make a big splash? It's not that I wanted to do this, Chen Feng laughed. It was the British who forced me to. Since they put on this show, we have to respond. Otherwise, it would be impolite. The two looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, differences in age, nationality, and background vanished. They were two people fighting on their own paths, two people who believed that strength could change their destiny. Night falls over Dubai Harbor. On the bridge of the Guangfu warship, Li Tai was making final preparations. The massive warship was anchored deep in the harbor, all its portholes lit up like a slumbering steel behemoth. Ammunition loaded. Fuel refueling complete. All crew members have completed pre-battle preparations. Reports came one after another. Li Tai stood in front of the control panel, looking at the complex instrument panel and communication equipment. His fingers gently brushed over the steering wheel, feeling the cool metallic touch. Captain. The deputy captain walked over. He was a young man in his 20s named Lin Hai. He was among the first batch of graduates from technical school, intelligent, hardworking, and his eyes always shone with a light. The statistics are complete. The ship has 1,200 combat positions, with an average age of 24. The oldest is 40, which is Master Wang in the engine room. The youngest is 18, which is Amin in the signal squad. Li Tai nodded. Tell them that starting tomorrow, we will face a real test. This is not an exercise, not training. Coming from the other side is the Royal Navy, the maritime hegemon of 300 years. They're not afraid, Lin Hai said. I just went around to each compartment, and everyone was checking their equipment and reviewing the procedures. No one was panicking, and no one was afraid. They know what they are fighting for. What are we fighting for? Li Tai recalled Chen Feng's words before the expedition. We are not fighting for a battle. We are fighting for the dignity of a nation. 60 years ago, British gunboats blasted open China's doors. 10 years ago, the Japanese fleet defeated the Beiyang fleet in the Yellow Sea. Now it's our turn. It's our turn to sail warships built by the Chinese themselves to tell the world. Times have changed. Captain, Lin Hai asked softly, are you nervous? Li thought for a moment and answered honestly, nervous, but I'm even more excited. He walked to the observation window and gazed at the lights of the harbor outside. The lights stretched out in a continuous line, illuminating the newly built factories, docks, and residential areas. 3 years ago, there were only a few tents here. Now, a city was taking shape. 300,000 people. 300,000 Chinese, people who left their homes and placed their hopes here. Lin Hai, do you know which design of the Guangfu ship I like the most? Which one? It's a name, Li Tai said. Liberation, liberation of the homeland, revival of the nation. Every time I say this name, I know what I'm fighting for. The young vice captain straightened up. Me too. Chapter 51, The Standoff in the Gulf of Oman. The two stood side by the window, gazing at the harbor in the night. In the distance came the whistles of the steel mill's night shift and the deep rumble of the power plant steam turbines. It was the heartbeat of a newborn nation, powerful, resolute, and unstoppable. Notify everyone. Li Tai gave the final order. Get some rest. We'll depart tomorrow at dawn. Yes. The order was relayed throughout the ship. One by one, the lights were turned off, leaving only the essential watchlights on. The massive warship blended into the night, like a colossal beast about to awaken. On the top floor of the administration building, in Chen Feng's study, the light was still on. He stood before the sand table, holding a model representing the recovery ship, and slowly moved to the location in the Gulf of Oman. Beside him, several small flags representing the British fleet were approaching from the direction of the Red Sea. Young master, you should rest now. Uncle Wang brought in a late-night snack. I can't sleep. Chen Feng put down the model. Uncle Wang, what do you think the British will do? Open fire directly? Or will they just put on a show of force? The old man put down the tray and walked to the sand table to look at it for a while. I've lived for 60 years and seen the British do business and fight wars, he said slowly. They are very cost-conscious. If the cost of war is too high, they will choose to negotiate. If the cost of negotiation is too high, they will choose to go to war. So the key is to make them understand that the cost of going to war is unacceptably high. Exactly. Uncle Wong nodded. That's why tomorrow's hurdle with Little is very important. The better he performs, the less the British will dare to make a move. Chen Feng walked to the window and looked at the silhouette of the Guangfu ship in the night. I have confidence in Li Te. I have confidence in all those young people. He said softly, Uncle Wong, you know what? Sometimes when I look at them, I feel particularly envious. Envious? They are pure. They know what they are fighting for and believe they're doing the right thing. Unlike me. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. I'm calculating, weighing options, and playing games every day. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and suddenly ask myself, is this the right path? Will it lead everyone into the abyss? Wang Bo remained silent for a long time. Then he said, Young master, I don't understand those grand principles. But I do know one thing. 3 years ago when we came here, 300,000 people were crammed into temporary tents, worrying about a sip of water and a piece of bread every day. Now we have electricity, running water, factories, schools, and even our own warships. He walked over to Chen Feng and looked at the lights outside the window. Whether this path is right or wrong, I don't know. But I do know that this path has enabled 300,000 people to live like human beings. That's enough. Chen Feng turned his head and looked at the old man's wrinkled but determined face. Thank you, Uncle Wong. It is I who should say thank you. Uncle Wong smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. Thank you, young master, for allowing me to see Chinese warships before I am buried, and to see the hope of returning home. Neither of them spoke again. Outside the window, the night was deep, but the eastern horizon was already faintly showing a hint of dawn. The bridge of HMS Dreadnought, Royal Navy, at 9 a.m. on March 17, 1906. Unidentified ships spotted at 15 degrees to starboard, approximately 12,000 meters away. The lookout's voice came through the megaphone, trembling almost imperceptibly. Rear Admiral John Arbuthnot lowered his binoculars, his brow furrowing deeply. As a commander of this deterrent squadron, he was 48 years old and had served in the Mediterranean and the Far East for over 25 years. But he had never seen a report like this. The voice didn't convey the excitement of spotting a target, but rather a kind of confusion. Confirm the features, he said into the microphone, his voice so calm it betrayed no emotion. A brief silence followed. Then the lookout's voice rang out again, this time more uncertain. Sir, it's huge. Very huge. The funnel layout is strange. Only 3, but the hull length? God, it's at least a third longer than us. All the officers on the bridge stopped what they were doing. Arbuthnot raised his binoculars again. The morning mist was dissipating, and the gray dot on the horizon was gradually becoming clearer. At first glance, he thought the lookout was mistaken. It couldn't possibly be a warship. It was too large, its lines too sleek, completely lacking the heavy, solid feel of a Royal Navy warship. But on his second glance, he saw the turret. 4 guns. Twin-mounted. The length and diameter of the barrels, even at this distance, indicate that they are definitely over 12 inches. All ships to level 3 combat readiness. Arbuthnot's voice was not loud, but every word was like a nail driven into the air. Notify the escort formation to maintain formation. Chief Gunner, calculate the target's distance and speed. The order was relayed swiftly. Rapid footsteps echoed on the deck of the Dauntless as sailors rushed to their battle stations. The turrets began to slowly rotate, and the gun barrels rose. But unlike the smooth confidence of their usual training, today's movements carried a strange hesitation. Inside the forward main gun turret of the Dreadnought, Loader Tom Harris is inspecting the ammunition hoist. The 20-year-old Yorkshire lad joined the Navy last year and was selected for the turret crew because of his strength. At this moment, he looks out through the observation slit, his mouth slowly opening wide. Jack, look at that. Gunner Jack Robinson leaned closer. He was a veteran, a naval support officer from the Boer War, who had seen German and French warships. But this one, what the hell is that? Robinson muttered. The warship was approaching at an astonishing speed. The smoke billowing from its funnels was very faint, indicating extremely efficient combustion. The wake left by its hull on the sea was wide and flat, suggesting a speed exceeding 25 knots, while the HMS Dreadnought's top speed was only 21 knots. Even more frightening is its posture. Despite its massive size, it sails as smoothly as if gliding on ice, with almost no pitching. In contrast, The Intrepid is experiencing slight turbulence, a normal reaction for the North Sea design in the swells common in the Indian Ocean. But the opposing warships are not behaving properly. It's too fast. Harris's voice was a little dry. And it's turning? Indeed, the gray behemoth was turning to starboard. Its movements so fluid they seemed unlike those of a 10,000-ton warship. Its wake traced a graceful arc across the sea, cutting directly ahead of the British fleet. It's stealing the T-head. Robinson's expression changed. The T-bow advantage is the most lethal positional advantage in naval warfare. It means that all of the enemy's main guns can be pointed at you, while you can only return fire with your 4 main guns. On the bridge of the Dauntless, a Bosnod also realized this. Hard aport. Adjust course to 270. We can't let it gain the lead. The helmsman jerked the steering wheel. The nearly 20,000-ton dreadnought began to slowly turn, its steel keel groaning in the sea. But it was too slow. The gray warship opposite, like a nimble shark, easily cut into its intended course. The distance has been shortened to 8 kilometers. Now even ordinary sailors can see the details clearly. The 52nd Ship, Restoration, is currently conducting routine training voyages. We wish you a pleasant day. Intrepid starboard gun position. 2 young sailors were leaning on the railing, their eyes wide open. Look at that cannon barrel. My God, it must be 15 inches, right? Not only that, look at the size of the turret. The armor is at least 12 inches thick. How did it do that? Such a big ship, faster than a light cruiser. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. One of the sailors swallowed hard. My uncle works at the Portsmouth shipyard. He said the Germans built 6 monster warships that terrified the Admiralty. Could this be? Shut up. The sergeant's roar came from behind. Get back to your posts. That's not a German ship. That's something that came out of nowhere. But the sergeant's own voice also lacked its former confidence. The bridge of the Lanfang Navy's Guangfu ship at the same time. 7,500 meters away, relative speed 12 knots, continuing to approach. In the fire control room, young calculator Lin Hai reported data. His voice is calm as if he were doing routine training. The complex mechanical computer in front of him was humming, its gears and cams turning precisely. Li Te stood in front of the central command platform, his hands behind his back. His gaze, through the observation window, was fixed on the warship flying the Union Jack in the distance. Dreadnought, he said softly. It was designed to have a displacement of 18,100 tons, 10 12-inch main guns, and a maximum speed of 21 knots. It was launched in February 1906 and sent here a few days later. The navigator beside him looked at him in surprise. Captain, how do you remember so clearly? Because we must know them better than they know themselves, Little said. The president has said that knowledge is part of power. Continue reporting. Yes, sir. The enemy fleet formation is the battleship HMS Dreadnought at the core for armored cruisers on either side and 6 destroyers in a guard formation ahead. A standard deterrence formation. Our location. We have cut ahead of the enemy's flight path at a distance of 6,200 meters. The T-junction advantage is established. A moment of silence fell over the bridge. All the officers looked at Lit, awaiting the next order. These young men, averaging less than 25, were miners, farmers, and peddlers just 3 years ago, but now they were operating the world's most advanced warships, facing the world's most powerful navy. Are you nervous? Of course I was nervous. But more than that, I felt an almost boiling excitement. Maintain course. Reduce speed to 18 knots. Lit ordered. Main gun turrets move accordingly. Aim at the Dreadnought. But note, increase muzzle elevation by 1 degree, indicating we've seen them, but haven't targeted them. Understood. Increase the muzzle elevation by 1 degree. The orders were transmitted via circuits to the 4 turrets. Inside the massive turrets of the Restoration ship, the gunners executed the orders with precision and speed. Inside the B turret of the Guangfu, Loader Chinamin took a deep breath and gripped the hoist handle. This 18-year-old from Guangdong was studying mechanical principles at a technical school just 3 months ago, and now he's a member of the main gun loading team. How are you feeling? Asked the gunner, Zhou Taizhu. He was a 40-year-old veteran who had served in the Qing dynasty's Nanyang fleet. After the First Sino-Japanese War, he was stranded in Singapore until 3 years ago when he answered Lanfang's call to come here. My hands were shaking a little. Amin honestly admitted. That's normal. The first time I went to the battlefield, I almost peed my pants. Zhou Taizhu grinned. revealing a set of teeth stained yellow by tobacco. But remember this, our equipment is a generation more advanced than theirs. Before they can even reach us, we can already tear them to shreds. Through the observation slits in the turret, Amin could see the British warship in the distance. Compared to the Revival, it seemed small. Exquisite, imposing, but small. It's like a tiger looking at a wolf. Guard, shall we open fire? I don't know. Zhou Tieju's smile faded. But if we fire, all we have to do is load 380 kilograms of armor-piercing shells into the breach, and then fire again within 2 minutes. Simple, right? Yes. Amin nodded vigorously, his hands no longer trembling. 5,400 meters off the coast of the Gulf of Oman. They're slowing down. On the bridge of the USS Intrepid, the navigator reported, the target speed has dropped to about 18 knots and continues to stay ahead of our course. Major General Abbasnat's expression grew increasingly grim. The other side's behavior revealed absolute confidence, neither dodging nor evading, nor accelerating to escape, but simply swaggering in front of him, even slowing down to wait for him. This is a humiliation. Communications officer, use international light signals to inquire about the other party's identity and intentions. Yes, sir. The signal lights began to flash. Long and short dots of light pierced the sea, casting their light upon the gray behemoth. All the British sailors stared at the other side, awaiting a response. Some hoped the other side would panic, offer explanations, or show weakness, like the typical reaction of the colonial native militias when they saw the Royal Navy. But a minute later, the response came. It wasn't panic, it wasn't an explanation. It is a smooth, standard, and even elegant Morse code light signal. Guangfu Signal Station. Signalman Wang Xiaohua's fingers moved rapidly across the light controller. This 20-year-old was the top student in the communications class at the technical school and was fluent in Morse code for 6 languages. Captain, they're asking about our identities and intentions, he reported without turning his head. Reply. Li Ti's voice came through the intercom. The Lanfang Republic Navy's restoration ship is currently conducting routine training navigation. We wish you a pleasant day. Wang Xiaohua paused for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his lips. Clear. The lights flickered again. This time, the British fleet fell into dead silence. Bridge of the Intrepid. The communications officer held the translated telegram, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at the telegram, then at Abbasnat, opened his mouth but no sound came out. Read it. The Major General's voice was icy. The Lanfang Republic Navy's restoration ship is currently conducting routine training navigation. We wish you a pleasant day. The bridge was so quiet you could hear the low pulsation of the steam pipes. A few seconds later, a young lieutenant couldn't help but laugh out loud, then immediately covered his mouth. Abbasnat's face turned a deep shade of purplish red. A routine training voyage? Have a pleasant day, huh? In the Indian Ocean, which Britain considers its backyard, facing the Royal Navy's formidable fleet? They're laughing at us, the artillery officer whispered. No, Abbasnat gritted his teeth. They're telling us they're not afraid of us. Not at all. He looked at the gray behemoth. Now that they were only 4 kilometers apart, he could see the details more clearly. The sleek, almost futuristic shape, the unsettlingly large turrets, and the eerie smoothness of its voyage, which produced almost no waves. And the most fatal point, speed. The opponent could easily accelerate to 30 knots to escape, but instead, they deliberately linger in front of you at 18 knots. It's like a cat toying with a mouse that's already caught in its paws. Chapter 53 advises paying attention to navigational safety. Please call upon us if you require assistance. Sir, the lookout's voice suddenly rose. Attention. Enemy ship's main guns are firing. Everyone's heart tightened. Abbasnat rushed to the observation window. Indeed, the 4 massive turrets were slowly rotating, and the 8 thick gun barrels were gradually pointing towards the Dauntless. All ships on level 1 combat readiness. Turrets loaded with live ammunition. The piercing alarm blared throughout HMS Dauntless. Sailors rushed to their battle stations. The ammunition hoists began operating, and shells and propellant charges were lifted from the magazine. Sweat soaked everyone's backs. But 10 seconds later, the lookout shouted again, Stop! Their gun barrels. The muzzles are raised. Abbasnat raised his binoculars. Indeed, the gun barrels, after pointing at the dreadnought, had been tilted slightly upwards. Now, they were aimed at the sky behind the dreadnought, not at the ship itself. This is an ancient naval etiquette, I see you, I can destroy you, but I choose not to aim at you. Given overwhelming power, this kind of etiquette is more humiliating than direct aim. They're playing a trick on us, Arbuthnot murmured. Engine room of the Intrepid. Foreman James McCarthy was frantically shoveling coal. The 45-year-old Irishman was soaked in coal dust and sweat, cursing with every shovelful. Hurry, faster. The pressure gauge is still 50 pounds short. It's already at maximum power, Foreman, a young stoker shouted. The boiler is about to explode. Let explode. It's better than getting killed by that monster outside. Through the only small porthole in the engine room, McCarthy could see the silhouette of the gray behemoth. It was so quiet. Only a faint wisp of smoke rose from its funnels, indicating extremely efficient combustion. Meanwhile, the dauntless funnels were spewing thick smoke, like a dying beast struggling for its life. Technological gap. The word suddenly popped into McCarthy's mind. He had served in the Navy for 25 years, witnessing everything from sailing warships to ironclads and now to dreadnoughts. He had seen it all firsthand. But this time is different. This time, it was the Royal Navy that was left behind. Stoker, came the voice from the bridge through the loudspeaker. The commander orders us to attempt to accelerate to 22 knots. Push the design limits. McCarthy gave a wry smile. Pushing the design limits? That meant tripling the risk of a boiler explosion and increasing turbine were fivefold. But an order is an order. We heard it. Full boost. God bless us. Guangfu Bridge. The British are accelerating, the navigator reported. Speed has increased to about 22 knots. They're trying to overtake us. Lite raised an eyebrow slightly. 22 knots. That already exceeded the design limits of the Intrepid. The British were working incredibly hard. We're accelerating to 25 knots. Understood. Speed 25 knots. The order was given. In the engine room of the Guangfu restoration ship, the watchman simply pushed a few control levers. The combustion chamber of the oil-fired boiler increased the amount of oil injected. The steam pressure rose steadily, and the 4 turbines accelerated their rotation. There was no clamor of shoveling coal, no roar of the boiler, only a low, steady hum. 3 minutes later, the Guangfu trains pulled away again. The distance has been reduced to 5,200 meters. The navigator's voice carried a hint of amusement. They can't catch up. Lite nodded, but his expression remained serious. He knew the real test was yet to come. Communications officer, send the signal again using the light signal. Content. We have noticed that you are accelerating. The swells in this area are quite large. Please exercise caution while navigating. Please feel free to call for assistance if needed. Signalman Wang Xiaohua burst out laughing. Captain, what are you doing? Send it out. Yes. Lights flashed. This time, the British fleet reacted even more violently. Bridge of the Intrepid. This time, the communications officer did not hesitate and read the message aloud. Note that you are accelerating. The swells in this area are quite large. Please exercise caution while navigating. Please feel free to call for assistance if needed. Silence. A silence that lasted for half a minute. Then, the artillery officer cautiously asked, Sir, are they concerned about us? They're telling us they could dump us at any time, but they're choosing not to. Arbuthnot's voice sounded weary, as if he'd aged 10 years. They're demonstrating absolute control. He looked at the nautical chart. The 2 fleets had now entered the central Gulf of Oman, less than 100 nautical miles from Dubai port. According to the original plan, they were supposed to sail ostentatiously to each other's doorstep and invite negotiations with their cannons. But now, Chief Communications, send a message to London. Arbuthnot walked to the chart table, picked up a pencil, but hesitated to put it down. Content. Contact made with the target. The situation is beyond all expectations. He paused, then continued with difficulty. The target warship Guangfu has been visually confirmed to have a displacement of over 35,000 tons, a main gun caliber that is suspected to be around 380 millimeters, and a speed that can easily reach over 25 knots, with an estimated maximum speed that may exceed 30 knots. Its technological level far surpasses our dreadnought by at least 1 generation. He put down his pencil and rubbed his temples. The enemy is restrained but extremely confident. They are currently using overwhelming superiority to intercept our fleet's advance. I suggest a reassessment of the overall strategy. Awaiting further instructions. Arbuthnot, After finishing his notes, the communications officer hesitated and asked, "Sir, is the expression at least a generation behind? Won't this embarrass those old men in the Navy?" Abbasnot smiled wryly. "My dear communications officer, embarrassment is better than total annihilation. Send it out." Yes. The telegram was sent, but a reply from London wouldn't arrive for at least 6 hours. During those 6 hours, Abbasnot would have to face this nightmarish standoff alone. "Sir," the lookout shouted again, "the target is getting closer." Abbasnot looked up sharply. Indeed, the giant gray ship was slowly turning, its bow pointing towards the Dauntless, and the distance was closing. 4,500 meters, 4,000 meters, 3,800 meters. This distance is within the kill range of a battleship's main guns. "All ships, prepare for battle." Abbasnot roared. "But do not fire unless I give the order." The order was given, but this time, even the most well-trained sailors hesitated. Inside the forward main gun turret of the dreadnought, Loader Tom Harris's hand rested on the hoist handle. Through the observation slit, he could clearly see the details of the gray behemoth, the weld lines on the armor plating, the small observation windows on the turrets, and even the figures of people moving on the bridge. The distance is too close. He was so close he could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the other side. It wasn't a warship. It was a moving mountain of steel, slowly tilting towards him. "Jack," his voice was hoarse. Can our cannons penetrate it?" Chapter 54. This ship is about to depart for the Indian Ocean for training. If you're interested, you may accompany us to observe. Gunner Jack Robinson didn't answer. He was watching too, his expression complex. As a veteran, he knew all too well. At a distance of 3,800 meters, even a 12-inch armor-piercing shell would struggle against 11-inch armor. And the angle, thickness, and material of the armor on the opposite ship all seemed to far exceed 11 inches. What's even more terrifying is the enemy's artillery. 380 millimeters level. A single shell from that type of artillery piece might weigh twice as much and have 3 times the armor penetration. At this range, if the enemy opens fire, "Just do your job, Tom," Robinson finally said. "Load, aim, wait for orders. The rest are up to God." But even he himself is unsure which side God is on today. Kwangfu Bridge, 3,500 meters away, the navigator reported. "Shall we continue approaching?" Lite stared at the microphone, remaining silent for a few seconds. From this distance, he could clearly see the expressions on the British sailors' faces. Shock, fear, confusion, and a hint of resentful anger. He knew Chun Feng's orders: demonstrate strength, but do not provoke. 3,500 meters is enough. Stop approaching. Maintain this distance and sail parallel to the guns, he ordered. Notify all turrets. Remain on alert, but disengage from direct aiming. Turn the gun barrels to the sides. Clear. The massive warship traced a graceful arc across the sea, eventually aligning itself parallel to the dreadnought at a stable distance of 3,500 meters. The two warships sailed side by side, one a sleek, gray-painted steel behemoth, the other a traditionally painted, heavy and solid maritime overlord. Two eras ran parallel on the sea. Guangfu starboard deck. Several young sailors were allowed to go up on deck for a short break. They leaned on the railing, watching the British warships in the distance. "That's the Dauntless," said a sailor named Chong. "I saw its blueprints in the textbooks at technical school. I thought it was really amazing back then. All heavy guns, steam turbines. Now that I see it in person, it feels a little small." Another sailor chimed in. "It's not small, it's old." Chong thought for a moment. "Look at its chimney, billowing black smoke. It's obviously a coal-fired boiler. Look at ours, there's almost no smoke. And speed. We accelerated so easily just now, while they struggled to reach 22 knots. I heard that they have over 800 people on each ship, while we only have 1,200, but our tonnage is more than twice that of theirs. The standard crew size for the Intrepid is inconsistent. The data I found varies. If anyone knows, please let me know." The sailors chattered amongst themselves. There was no mockery, no contempt, but rather an incredulity and disbelief that their warship was so much more advanced than the flagship of the world's leading navy. "What are you all doing gathered here?" The sergeant's voice came from behind. "Back to your posts." The sailors scattered in all directions, but as they ran, each of them stood even straighter than before. The two ships sailed side by side for several hours in the Gulf of Oman. London is called back. On the bridge of the USS Intrepid, the communications officer practically rushed in, holding a newly translated telegram in his hand. Abbasnaut grabbed it and read it quickly. The telegram was short. Maintain contact and continue to observe. Avoid conflict, but maintain a deterrent posture. The cabinet is discussing this urgently. Stay updated on any new developments. Navy Department. A typical bureaucratic response. In other words, we don't know what to do either. You just have to deal with it for now. Abbasnaut crumpled the telegram into a ball and threw it on the ground. He cursed inwardly. My speed is 21. The opponent's is 30. Keep up? I'll give you a piece of my mind. They don't know what to do, he sneered, because they've never encountered this situation before. For the first time in 300 years, the Royal Navy has been completely outmatched technologically. The artillery sergeant asked cautiously, Sir, what should we do then? Continue to maintain contact. Abbasnaut walked to the observation window, looking at the gray behemoth that was always following them. When they move, we follow. When they stop, we wait. Anyway, we can't catch up with them, and we can't beat them. Upon hearing this, everyone on the bridge lowered their heads. Shame. But what's more terrifying than shame is powerlessness. Communications officer, Abbasnaut suddenly said, send the signal again using light signals. Content. Ask them about their ultimate intentions. What exactly do they want to do? The signal lights flashed again. This time, the British sailors no longer had their previous confidence and didn't even dare to expect a response. But the response came anyway, and very quickly. Huangfu Bridge. Wang Xiaohua translated the light signals. They are asking about our ultimate intentions. Li Te thought for a moment, then picked up the megaphone. Reply. This ship is about to depart for the Indian Ocean for long-range training. If you are interested, you may accompany us to observe. Captain, the navigator couldn't help but say, isn't this a bit too much? Too arrogant? Li Te lift. The president once said that sometimes humility can be mistaken for weakness. We need to make two things clear to the British. First, we are not afraid of them. Second, we can go wherever we want, including their backyard. The signal was sent. The British fleet fell silent once again. 5 minutes later, the Intrepid responded with just 2 words. Receive. There was no agreement, no rejection, just received. This is the most subtle response in diplomatic language. I don't approve, but I don't object. Li Te knew that Lan Fang had won the first round. Notify the entire ship. He issued a new order. Adjust course to 120, destination, Mumbai. Speed 25 knots. We invite the Royal Navy for a spin in the Indian Ocean. The order was relayed throughout the ship. The young Lan Fang sailors erupted in suppressed cheers. On the Intrepid, Abbasnaut watched as the gray behemoth slowly turned, its stern pointing toward him, its white contrail stretching longer and longer across the sea. He knew he had to follow, because London's order was maintain contact. But he also knew that he could never catch up. All ships follow. His voice was exhausted. Heading 120, speed, maximum speed. Sir, maximum speed will severely damage the engines. Execute the command. Yes. 2 groups of warships sailed one after the other into the depths of the Indian Ocean. The one in front was elegant and composed, while the one behind was desperately chasing after it. In the logbook of the Revival, Li Te neatly wrote in pen, March 17, 1906, 1320, successfully intercepted the British deterrent fleet in the Gulf of Oman. The other side did not dare to fire. Now turning towards the Indian Ocean as planned, with the British ship Dreadnought and the escort fleet following behind. The morale of all crew members is high. He closed the logbook and looked out the porthole. In the distance, the smokestack of the Dreadnought was spewing thick black smoke, the coal-fired boilers struggling with all their might. In the engine room of the Revival, the instrument panel showed that the oil-fired boilers were running smoothly at 65% of their rated power, with temperature and pressure all within the optimal range. At this moment, Li Te was wondering if his actions might cause the British to blow up the newly commissioned Dreadnought. The young watchman, looking at the pointers, suddenly said to the apprentice beside him, Remember today. Remember that we sailed warships built by the Chinese themselves, and the Royal Navy had to chase after us. The apprentice nodded vigorously, his eyes shining like stars. Chapter 55 Escort in the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean, 18 degrees north latitude, 62 degrees east longitude. morning of March 18th, 1906. The Indian Ocean at sunrise is unrealistically beautiful. The deep blue sea is dyed a golden red, and the morning mist draws a hazy veil at the horizon. But for the British sailors aboard the HMS Dauntless, this beauty is meaningless. All their attention was drawn to the gray shadow 3 nautical miles ahead. Speed 22 knots, distance maintained at 3 nautical miles. They slowed down again. The lookout's voice was no longer filled with anger, only with numb exhaustion. Rear Admiral John Arbuthnot stood on the bridge, a cup of coffee long since cold, his eyes fixed on the warship ahead. He hadn't slept all night. His eyes were bloodshot. It's been a full 18 hours since leaving the Gulf of Oman yesterday afternoon. That damned HMS Reconquest has been like a dog on a leash, leading the British fleet in circles in the Indian Ocean. When it goes fast, they chase after it. When it goes slow, they have to slow down to match it. When it turns, they have to make emergency course adjustments. The key is that they can never catch up. The Intrepid was designed for a speed of 21 knots, but yesterday it struggled to reach 22 knots, and the engine room issued 3 overheat warnings. Meanwhile, the other ship cruised at 25 knots like a leisurely stroll, easily reached 30 knots, and even pulled off a few sudden accelerations to 32 knots followed by instantaneous decelerations, purely for show. Sir, the chief engineer reports that the heat transfer tubes of Boiler Group B have cracked, and the pressure is slowly dropping. The communications officer walked onto the bridge, his face grim. He has suggested reducing the speed to below 18 knots. Otherwise, there is a risk of explosion. Arbuthnot closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The sea breeze, carrying a salty smell, filled his lungs, but it couldn't dispel the suffocation in his heart. Down to 19 sections. But sir, that would leave us even further behind. Execute the command. The order was relayed. The black smoke billowing from the Intrepid thinned slightly, and the speedometer needle slowly returned to its starting position. Ahead, the Restoration seemed to have noticed immediately and began to decelerate almost simultaneously. The distance between the two warships gradually decreased from 3 nautical miles to 2.5 nautical miles, 2 nautical miles, 1.5 nautical miles. It was as if they were deliberately waiting for them. Engine room of the Intrepid. Foreman James McCarthy shut off the valve on Boiler Group B, watched the pressure gauge needle slowly drop, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The burly Irishman, covered in coal dust, wiped his face, leaving streaks of dirt. "We're safe for now," he said to the stokers around him. "But don't be too happy yet. As long as that monster is still ahead, we have to keep fighting." The young stoker, Billy, slumped down beside the coal pile, his voice trembling with tears. "Foreman, how much longer do we have to chase after them? I've been shoveling coal for 18 hours straight. My hands are blistered." "Chase them until they stop." McCarthy lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Or chase them until all our boilers blow up." "This isn't right," another old stoker muttered. "I've been in the Navy for 30 years, and I've never seen a battle like this. We chase, they run. We stop, they wait. This isn't like war. It's like a cat playing with a mouse. Because we are the rats." McCarthy exhaled a smoke ring, looking at the small porthole on the bulkhead. Through the blurry glass, he could see the massive gray hull of the Revival ahead. They could shake us off any time, but they don't. They're telling us, "Look, the speed you struggle to achieve, we can do with ease." The engine room was silent, save for the low hissing of the steam pipes. Billy suddenly asked, "Stoker, why is there no smoke on their boat?" "I've been observing for a long time, and their chimneys only produce very faint smoke, sometimes none at all." "Oil-fired boilers," McCarthy said. "Using heavy oil instead of coal is more thermally efficient, and you don't need so many people shoveling coal. Plus, it's cleaner. See their decks? They're so white they reflect light. And look at ours." He pointed to the cabin floor, where a thick layer of coal ash had accumulated, and with each breath, he could inhale black powder. "That's the technological gap, kid. Like muskets versus spears, steamships versus sailboats. We're behind, a whole generation behind. Then, will we lose?" McCarthy remained silent for a long time. He didn't even feel the pain when the cigarette burned his finger. "I don't know," he finally said. "But I do know one thing. If General Nelson were here today, he would say, Britain expects everyone to do their duty. So our job is to shovel coal and keep this old maid running. As for winning or losing, leave it to God and those big gentlemen sitting in their London offices." He threw away the cigarette butt and stomped it out. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Then check Boiler Group C. I heard an unusual noise. Guangfu Bridge. The British speed has dropped to 19 knots, reported Navigator Lin Hai with a smile. The black smoke from their chimneys is thinning, which may indicate a problem with the engines. Li Te stood in front of the chart table, using a compass to measure the distance from his current location to Mumbai. We're slowing down to 18 knots. Understood, speed 18 knots. The command was transmitted to the engine room via megaphone. The watchkeeper simply pulled a few levers, reducing the amount of oil injected into the fuel-fired boilers and causing the speed of the 4 steam turbines to decrease steadily. The entire process was quiet and smooth, without any vibration. Captain, are you waiting for them on purpose? Lin Hai couldn't help but ask. The president's order is to show strength, but not humiliation. Little did he look up, continuing to mark the course on the chart. But we also need to make them understand that we are not running away, but leading the way. They're able to follow because we allow them to. He put down his compass and looked out the porthole. From a distance of 1.5 nautical miles, he could already see the sailors on the deck of the Intrepid, those little dots in white uniforms bustling about. Lin Hai, what do you think is the current state of our sailors? The young naval officer thought for a moment. I'm excited but also relaxed. Everyone was very nervous during the first standoff yesterday, but now we seem to be used to it. I just want to check the turret, and a few of the loaders are discussing what to eat for dinner. It's good that they're relaxed, Li nodded. It shows they have confidence in the ship and in their training. Fear comes from the unknown, but when they know they have the advantage, fear turns into confidence. He walked to the megaphone and connected the ship's broadcast system. Attention, all crew, this is Captain Li Te. His voice carried through the pipes to every corner of the ship. The sailors on duty looked up, while those resting sat up straight. We are currently sailing in the Indian Ocean, and 3 nautical miles behind us is the British Royal Navy's HMS Dreadnought and its escort fleet. They have been following us for 18 hours. Li Te paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle. I know some people might ask, why don't we shake them off? Why do we let them follow us? The answer is simple, because we want them to see. Let them see how fast this ship can go, how sharply it can turn, and how smoothly it can move. Let them see that the warships built by the Chinese are no worse than those built by anyone else in the world. 3 years ago, many of us were still struggling to make ends meet in the mines, plantations, and docks of Southeast Asia. 3 years ago, the whole world thought that Chinese people couldn't build a decent ship. Now we've built it, and we're sailing it with ease, right in front of the Royal Navy, in the Indian Ocean, which they consider their backyard. His voice gradually rose. So, keep up the good work. Do your jobs well. Show those British people what professionalism, discipline, and a modern Navy are all about. We are not running away. We are leading the way. We are leading not only this ship, but also the future of a nation. Complete. The broadcast ended. A few seconds of silence followed. Then a suppressed cheer erupted from the entire ship. Chapter 56 is amazing. Inside the B turret of the Guangfu. After listening to the broadcast, Loader Chun Amin's eyes lit up. He turned to Gunner Zhou Taizhu and said, Gunner, the captain's words are really good. Zhou Taizhu was checking the gears of the ammunition hoist without looking up. But it's no use just talking. We have to do it well. Amin, check the spare propellant packs. The humidity can't be too high. Yes. Amin opened the storage box and carefully inspected each package of propellant. These yellow packages were wrapped in a special waterproof cloth and printed with a Lanfang Navy emblem, a yellow dragon encircling a gear. Commander, do you think, after we finish this battle, we can go home? Which home to go back to? Borneo, Amin said. My parents are still in Pontianak. When I left 3 years ago, my mother cried and said, Son, you must come back. Now that we have such a powerful ship, we should be able to fight our way back, right? Zhou Taizhu stopped what he was doing and looked at the 18-year-old lad. Amin's eyes were full of expectation, the kind of expectation unique to young people, the expectation that the future will be better. Yes, we can. The old gunner nodded vigorously. We definitely can. Once we built 10 or 20 of these ships, we'll sail them back to Southeast Asia. If the Dutch gunboats dare to block our way, we'll show them what a real warship looks like. Then I'll be the first to fire. Amin said excitedly. All right, I'll let you fire first. Zhou Taizhu laughed. But now, let's get your job done. Fighting isn't about passion. It's about training, discipline, and perfecting every single detail. Clear. Noon, 17 degrees north latitude, 65 degrees east longitude. The sun was high overhead, and the surface of the Indian Ocean reflected a blinding white light. The temperature rose above 35 degrees Celsius, and the deck was scorching hot. In a mess hall of the Quangfu ship, sailors were taking turns eating. The mess hall was spacious and bright, with real tables and chairs instead of benches, and electric fans installed in the ceiling. Although the wind was not strong, it was a luxury in this kind of weather. The food is pretty good today. Signalman Wang Xiaohua took a bite of rice and pointed to the braised fish pieces on his plate. Fresh fish, not salted fish. I heard a fishing boat followed us yesterday, and they delivered the goods this morning, said Shaoli, the radar operator at my table. We're celebrities now. People gather around us wherever we go. Should we stop the boat to buy the goods? It's more than just watching. Another sailor lowered his voice. I heard that the Chinese chambers of commerce in several nearby ports have sent small boats to follow our fleet from a distance. They're watching to see if we're really as powerful as the legends say. Wang Xiaohua looked up. Then we need to perform better. Of course. By the way, did you see the British? I went up to the deck for some fresh air just now and saw those sailors on the deck of the Intrepid. They all looked like they had crawled out of a coal pile, covered in black soot. They burn coal. Unlike us, we're all clean. That's not all, Shaoli said mysteriously. I overheard a conversation on the bridge, saying that the British engines are almost at their limit. Our engine room is only at 60% capacity now. It's a breeze. They're working themselves to the bone just to keep up. The sailors exchanged smiles that contained pride, ease, and a sense of superiority that said, "We know you don't." This sense of superiority is not arrogance, but confidence based on facts. Meanwhile, the situation was quite different on the Intrepid. The dauntless sailors' meals. There were no tables or chairs, only long benches. Sailors lined up with their tin trays to receive their food, biscuits as hard as rocks, overcooked corned beef, and a spoonful of mushy peas. Tom Harris, the former loader of the main gun turret, sat down in a corner with his tray. He was covered in a mixture of cold, dust, and sweat, and his fingers were blistered from the burns. "It's fucking corned beef again," complained the sailor next to him. "I bet this beef was cured during the Boer War." "It's good enough to have something to eat," Harris said, munching on a biscuit. "It's better than shoveling coal in the boiler room." Speaking of the boiler room, have you heard? Boiler B is leaking, and now it's all thanks to the other 3 boilers. The chief engineer said that if we continue sailing at full speed for another 24 hours, at least one more boiler will break down. Harris stopped chewing. "Then what do we do?" "What can we do? Pray that monster ahead will take pity on us and stop for us," the sailor said with a wry smile. "But I doubt it. It's obvious they're just messing with us." A somber atmosphere permeated the restaurant. The sailors whispered among themselves, their conversation revolving around the mysterious warship ahead. I heard that the ship was built by Chinese people. How was that possible? Chinese people can build warships. Absolutely true. My cousin works in naval intelligence, and he said that the Lanfang shipyard has built a large dry dock in the Persian Gulf, and Germans and French people go there to buy ships. Then let's go and fight them, wouldn't that be? Isn't that just suicide? An old soldier chimed in. You young people haven't seen a real naval battle. I know what a battleship duel looks like. With our 12-inch guns, I reckon we wouldn't even be able to make a dent in that ship's armor. But we have 10 cannons. Their 1 cannon is worth 2 of ours. The veteran pointed to the plate. It's like you have a bunch of peas and there's a steak on the other side. What's the use of quantity? The quality is far inferior. Harris listened, his heart sinking deeper into his throat. He had joined the Navy because he admired Nelson and dreamed of expanding the Empire's territory. But now, for the first time, he wondered if the Empire was truly as invincible as the propaganda portrayed. "Hey, look outside," someone suddenly shouted. The sailors rushed to the portholes. They saw that several hatches on the side of the Restoration ship ahead were open, and some sailors were pushing something onto the deck. There were several canvas deck chairs. Several Lanfang sailors were lying on deck chairs, some reading, some drinking tea, and one was actually fishing. They're fishing. Harris's jaw nearly dropped. And they're using an electric winch. The veteran next to him squinted. "Look at that reel. It spins by itself." These guys really think the Indian Ocean is their own backyard. What's even more infuriating is that a Lanfang sailor seemed to notice the crowd gathered around the dauntless ship and even waved with a smile. That smile was so friendly it was almost blinding. They're laughing at us, a young sailor gritted his teeth. No, the veteran shook his head. Laughter is based on treating you as an opponent. They didn't treat us as opponents. They just didn't take us seriously. This statement is more hurtful than any sarcasm. Chapter 57, Your Majesty. He's playing you for a moment. At 3 p.m., 16 degrees north latitude and 68 degrees east longitude. On the bridge of the Guangfu ship, Li Te was receiving an encrypted telegram. The telegram was from Dubai and was sent personally by Chen Feng. I'm very pleased to have read your report yesterday. The demonstration has been sufficient. You can now apply appropriate pressure. I have received intelligence that the London cabinet is embroiled in heated infighting, and the pro-war faction is weakening. You may choose an opportune moment to conduct a demonstration of the extreme, forcing them to completely abandon the idea of using force. But remember, do not initiate hostilities and do not cause casualties. You must determine the appropriate level of pressure. Chun. Li Te put down the telegram and pondered the meaning of extreme display. Lin Hai. Exist. What's the current speed? 18 knots, 1.5 nautical miles from the British fleet. Accelerate to 28 knots and maintain for 10 minutes. Then stop abruptly and turn to simulate torpedo evasion. Finally, circle their fleet at 30 knots with a radius of 1 kilometer. Lin Hai's eyes widened. 1,000 meters? That's too close. Besides, a sudden stop and turn would cause a lot of damage to the engine. Execute orders. Li Te's voice left no room for doubt. We need to show them what this ship is capable of. We also need to make those gentlemen in London understand that if war breaks out, they won't even be able to touch us. Yes. The order was swiftly relayed. In the engine room, the watchman pushed the control lever all the way down. The oil injection rate of the fuel-fired boilers increased instantly, and the steam pressure rose sharply. The 4 steam turbines emitted a deep roar, and the tachometer needle swung wildly to the right. The Guangfu ship shuddered slightly, then, as if pushed hard from behind by a giant, began to accelerate wildly. Bridge of the Intrepid. They're accelerating. The lookout's voice was filled with terror. Speed, 25 knots. 27 knots. Good heavens, they're accelerating. Arbuthnot rushed to the observation window. He saw the stern of the giant gray ship ahead suddenly widen and rise, like a wall of water slicing through the sea. The distance between the two ships rapidly increased from 1.5 nautical miles to 2 nautical miles, to 3 nautical miles, to 4 nautical miles. In less than 5 minutes, the Guangfu became a tiny dot on the horizon. Full speed ahead. Arbuthnot roared. Sir, the engine can't hold. I said full speed. The Intrepid billowed thicker black smoke from its smokestack, struggling to climb to 22 knots before stalling. Meanwhile, the Revival was almost out of sight. The bridge was deathly silent. Everyone knew that if this had happened in actual combat, the enemy would have easily escaped their firing range and could freely choose the angle and timing of their attack. But 10 minutes later, the lookout shouted again, They're back. They're back. From port. Arbuthnot turned his head and saw the gray behemoth catching up from its port side and rear at an incredible speed. Its wake was almost straight, without any of the slight serpentine curves common to warships at full speed, indicating that its rudder efficiency and stability were abnormally good. What's even more frightening is that when it got close to a nautical mile, it suddenly made a move. Emergency stop and turn. The massive ship suddenly swayed sideways on the sea surface, its bow turning sharply to starboard, drawing an arc less than 800 meters in diameter across the water. This maneuver sent a chill down the spines of all the British naval officers. A warship of such tonnage with such a small turning radius meant it was virtually impossible to be hit by a torpedo. After completing the turn, the Revival did not slow down, but instead continued to accelerate to 30 knots and began circling the British fleet. Yes, spinning around. Centered on the British fleet, with a radius of 1,000 kilometers and a speed of 30 knots, it circled them like a stunt performer. Starboard deck of the Intrepid. Tom Harris and several gun crew members were allowed to go up on deck for some fresh air and happened to witness this scene. They watched the giant gray ship glide past their starboard side at 30 knots, so close that they could see the weld lines on the hull, the tiny observation windows on the turrets, and even the face of the officer on the bridge who was looking at them through binoculars. Then it turned and swept past the stern, the waves it created causing the Intrepid to sway slightly. Next is the port side. Finally, We returned to the front. The entire circling process took less than 8 minutes. A speed of 30 knots, a radius of 1 kilometer, and a perfect circular track. This is impossible, Harris murmured. This violates the laws of physics. It's not against the rules, said Gunner Jack Robinson beside him, his voice hoarse. It's just that we can't. Our ships are too heavy, our rudder is too ineffective, and our turning radius is at least 3 times that of theirs. If this were an actual combat— He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. In actual combat, the enemy could easily maneuver around to your side, which is your blind spot. Then, their 380mm guns would tear through your armor, shot after shot, from a distance from which you would be unable to retaliate. Back to the turret. Robinson turned around. There's nothing to see here. We've already lost before they even fired the first shot. The sailors silently returned to their cabins. No one objected, because everyone saw the insurmountable gap. After completing its circling maneuver, HMS Reconstruction returned to the front of the British fleet, its speed reduced to 20 knots. Inside the bridge, Lite looked at the data recorded in the ship's log and nodded in satisfaction. Extreme maneuvering test completed. Turning radius 880 meters, 20 meters smaller than design value. Engine status. Lin Hai checked the instruments. Everything is normal. The temperatures of all 4 steam turbines are within the safe range. Fuel consumption is 5% higher than expected, but it's within acceptable limits. Very good. Lite put down the logbook. Now, let's give the British one last performance. He then connected the ship's broadcast system. Attention all gunners. We are about to conduct a full main gun salvo simulation. Note that this is a simulation. No live ammunition will be loaded. Each turret will operate according to the actual combat procedure, from loading to aiming to firing. Go through the whole process. I want to see a salvo every 2 minutes. The order was relayed to the 4 turrets. Inside Turret B. Upon hearing the order, Chun Amin immediately stood in front of the hoist. Zhou Taiju patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, just like during training. Yes. The indicator light illuminated. Amin cranked the handle, and the hoist began to operate. The simulated shell, a solid steel counterweight, was lifted from the lower ammunition magazine and smoothly slid into the loading slot. The push rod activated, propelling the shell into the gun barrel. The whole process took only 25 seconds. Loading complete. Amin reported. Close the lock. Zhou Taiju ordered. The breech block closed with a crisp metallic clang. Aim. The turret began to rotate, and the gun barrel adjusted its angle based on data transmitted from the fire control room. The electric drive system emitted a slight hum, smooth and precise. Ready. Chapter 58. As evening approaches, we advise you to take precautions for navigational safety. Zhou Taiju glanced at the timer. 1 minute and 50 seconds. 10 seconds faster than his best record during training. Fire. The gunner pressed the button. No live ammunition was fired, but the firing mechanism continued to operate with a click. The simulated propellant charge inside the breech was ignited by an electric spark. Of course, there was no actual explosion. Retrieve the chamber. The breech block opened, and the simulated cartridge case was automatically ejected, actually a section of counterweight steel pipe. Reload. A new cycle begins. 4 turrets and 8 main guns completed a full simulated salvo in 2 minutes. Then another round and another. 5 consecutive rounds. Each round lasts less than 2 minutes. On the bridge of the USS Intrepid, Abbasnot and all the officers watched this scene. They heard no gunfire, but they saw the turrets rotating rhythmically and the muzzles rising and falling rhythmically. They're training, the gunner said bitterly. They're conducting realistic combat training right in front of us. And did you see that speed? 2 minutes per round, 5 rounds in a row. Our fastest record is 3 minutes, and we can only maintain that for 3 rounds. Otherwise, the gun barrel overheats. What about fire control? Abbasnot asked. Their turrets rotate so synchronously, they obviously have a central fire control system. Ours is still being tested and won't be ready for deployment for at least another 6 months. And stability, the navigator added. Did you notice? During their simulated salvo firing, the ship barely moved sideways. This shows that their ship's center of gravity design and rudder design are far superior to ours. When our ship fires, it moves sideways by several meters and needs to be re-aimed. Every detail reveals the gap. Every action they took reminded them, you've fallen behind. Abbasnot walked to the chart table and looked at the marked routes. At this speed, the Indian coastline would be visible by noon tomorrow. Then, the Revival would appear off the coast of Mumbai before the eyes of thousands of colonial residents. The Royal Navy could only follow behind, like a little follower. He picked up his pen and began drafting his second report to London. This time, he used no diplomatic language, but rather stark facts. After 30 hours of continuous observation, the following facts have been confirmed. First, the target ship Guangfu is at least 7 years ahead of our Wudue in terms of technology. Its speed, firepower, protection, fire control, and stability are all at a generational level. Second, the opposing crew is well-trained and in high spirits. Their operational proficiency and standardized procedures are no less than those of the Royal Navy's most elite forces. Third, the other side's attitude toward us has changed from initial vigilance to complete contempt. The extreme maneuvering demonstration and simulated shooting training conducted this afternoon were intended to clearly demonstrate their absolute superiority. 4. Based on the above, it is strongly recommended that the overall strategy toward Lanfang be reassessed. Any military solution could result in unbearable losses and a humiliating defeat. It is suggested that a diplomatic approach be adopted to seek some form of coexistence. 5th, my personal judgment. The hegemony of naval technology has shifted from Britain. The future belongs to those who master the technology of oil-fired boilers, central fire control, and large steam turbines. Our country must do everything in its power to catch up, otherwise we will forever lose our maritime dominance. After he finished writing, he looked at it for a long time before signing his name. Send it out. Use the highest level of security. Yes, sir. The telegram was sent. Arbuthnot knew what a storm this report would stir up in London. The gentlemen sitting in their offices would be furious, denying it, accusing him of exaggeration. But the truth is right before our eyes, on the surface of the Indian Ocean, in every track left by that gray behemoth. Sir, the other side has sent a light signal, the communications officer reported. Read, it is getting late. We advise you to be mindful of your navigational safety. This ship will continue sailing southeast. You may decide for yourself whether to continue following. Sweet dreams. Another polite, yet grating concern. Arbuthnot smiled wryly. Reply. Received. Thanks for the reminder. What else can we say? Should we say, we'll keep following you until we lose you? As night fell, the starry sky over the Indian Ocean was exceptionally clear. The Guangfu turned on its navigation lights. The red port light and the green starboard light flashed in the darkness like a pair of indifferent eyes. The Intrepid also turned on its lights and followed behind. 2 strings of lights moved across the dark sea, one in front of the other, one bright and one dim. It is a perfect metaphor for this era, the lingering glow of the old era, striving to catch up with the dawn of the new era. But everyone knows that the dawn will only grow ever more distant. Bombay Port Authority, India, early morning of March 19th, 1906. Your Excellency the Governor. Your Excellency the Governor. A rapid knocking startled Governor George Clark from his sleep. The 60-year-old colonial official, who had spent 25 years in India, had never been woken so early. He threw on his robe, opened the door, and saw his secretary, Henry Wilson, standing outside, pale-faced, clutching a telegram. Wilson, do you know what time it is? It's 6:15, Your Excellency. But something terrible has happened. Wilson's voice trembled. The Royal Navy fleet and another ship is heading toward Mumbai. Clark frowned. Naval fleet? Which fleet? Isn't the East India Fleet in Singapore? No, it's not the East India Fleet. Wilson took a deep breath. It's the Dauntless. The Dauntless from the mainland, with an escort. But there's another ship ahead. A giant ship we've never seen before. The telegram was shoved into the governor's hands. Clark put on his glasses and read it quickly. The telegram was from the Dauntless, sent directly by Major General Arbuthnot, its wording cautious but unable to conceal its urgency. To the Government of India. My fleet will arrive off the coast of Mumbai at approximately 9 a.m. today. Accompanying it is the Lanfang Republic warship Guangfu. The ship's performance far exceeds expectations. I advise the Port Authority to prepare accordingly. Again, I advise preparations to be made. Arbuthnot. Clark stared at the words performance far exceeded expectations for a long time, then looked up. Wilson, what does accompanying mean? Does it mean escorting prisoners, or... According to another encrypted telegram from the Admiralty, Wilson handed over another document. Restoration is leading the way. Our fleet is following behind. The study was silent for 5 seconds. Then Clark exploded. Following behind? You mean the Royal Navy, the proudest fleet of the British Empire, following behind, what kind of ship like a lackey? The L'Enfant Republic? What is that? I've never heard of it. Chapter 59, A Polite Visit at the Gates of Mumbai. The intelligence department just sent a briefing. Wilson said, his voice hoarse. A Chinese force has been established in the Persian Gulf. They've built a warship even more advanced than the Dreadnought. That warship is now on its way to Mumbai and is expected to enter the main channel in 2 hours. Clark slumped into his chair. His first reaction was disbelief. Could the Chinese build warships more advanced than the British? It was as absurd as saying monkeys could build cathedrals. But the telegram was right there in his hand, with the Rear Admiral's signature on it. Notify the Port Authority to suspend all vessels entering and leaving the port. He forced himself to calm down. Notify the police to increase security in the port area. Notify the newspapers that all news about the port today must be censored. Anything else? Anything else? Clark smiled wryly. There's also prayer that the ship is just passing by and won't do anything crazy. 20 nautical miles off the coast of Mumbai, on the bridge of the INS Kwangfu, Lit was observing the coastline through binoculars. The morning mist was dissipating, and the outline of India's west coast was gradually becoming clear. In the distance, the Mumbai port lighthouse was already visible, along with the densely packed docks, warehouses, and colonial buildings. Navigator, report the situation. Linhai stood in front of the chart table, 18 nautical miles from the entrance to the main channel of Mumbai, speed 15 knots. The British fleet is 2 nautical miles behind us, maintaining the same speed. Also, he paused. The lookout indicates that a large number of small boats are gathering in the direction of the port, possibly fishing boats or sightseeing boats. Lite nodded. He had received radio signals from those small boats last night. They were local Chinese chambers of commerce and overseas Chinese organizations who had been waiting in the open sea since they heard that their own warship was coming. Signal Corps. Exist. Sent a message on a public frequency. In plain text, Lite said, the L'Enfant Republic Navy warship Guangfu is about to enter the waters off Mumbai for a friendly visit. The ship needs to replenish its freshwater supply and is willing to pay the market price. Please coordinate with the Port Authority. Repeat, this is a friendly visit. Wang Xiaohua was taken aback. Captain, a plain text message. The whole of Mumbai can hear it. We need to make sure all of Mumbai hears this. Lit put down his binoculars. We need to be polite. We need to be formal. We need to let everyone know. We are not pirates. We are not invaders. We are a regular navy conducting a visit in accordance with international practice. But what if they refuse? Then we'll stay outside the main channel and wait. A slight smile appeared on Li Ti's lips, until the whole of Mumbai crowds onto the beach to see why this ship is anchored there. Until the phone lines in London are ringing off the hook, asking why a ship that just wants some fresh water won't be allowed into port. The signal has been sent. Almost simultaneously, on the bridge of the USS Dreadnought, the communications officer, holding the translated telegram, walked toward a Bosnaut with a strange expression. Sir, the Restoration has sent a message in plain text. The content, you can see for yourself. A Bosnaut took the telegram, glanced at it, and then closed his eyes. Friendly visit. Replenishment of fresh water. Payment at market price. Each word is in accordance with international law. Each word is polite and appropriate. But put together, it is the ultimate provocation against the British colonial authorities in India. They're going to make a big deal out of this, the gunner said in a low voice. They want all of India, no, the whole world, to see that the Royal Navy can't do anything to them, and neither can the Viceroy's office. What choice do we have? A Bosnaut opened his eyes, his voice weary. Fire? Fire at a ship that is merely requesting fresh water from 20 nautical miles from the port, in front of thousands of fishermen and merchant ships? That would be a diplomatic disaster. But sir, are we just going to let them swagger around like this? We have no choice, a Bosnaut interrupted him. London's latest order is avoid conflict, maintain contact. Maintaining contact means wherever they go, we go. They stop, we stop. They go into port. God, they're not really going to go into port, are they? Before the words were even finished, the lookout shouted, they've changed course. Adjusting their course, heading towards the main channel in trance. Mumbai port, Koloba District Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Chun Jinfu put down his binoculars, his hands trembling slightly. This 50-year-old Fujianese businessman had been in India for 30 years, rising from a street vendor to the owner of a trading company. But he had never been as excited as he was today. It's true, it's true. He turned to everyone crowded on the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce and said, "That ship, that big ship, flying the yellow dragon flag. It's our Chinese ship." A suppressed cheer erupted from the room. More than 30 Chinese businessmen, workers, and students crowded around the window, eagerly peering out. Although it was still far away and they could only see a gray outline, they recognized the flag, yellow background, blue dragon, and a gear from newspapers and secretly circulated photographs. That was Lanfang's flag. "Mr. Chun, what do we do now?" a young student asked, his eyes shining brightly. "Should we organize a group to go to the port to welcome him?" No, Chun Jinfu shook his head. "The British will arrest people." But, he thought for a moment, but we can just happen to work at the docks, just happen to be near the port. Also, notify all Chinese shops to open for business today, and to open earlier than usual. Why? Because today is a special day. Chun Jinfu walked to the window, looking at the giant ship getting closer and closer, his voice choked with emotion. Because today, our Chinese warships have sailed to the most important colonial port of the British Empire. Because today we want everyone to see that Chinese people can also build such ships, and that Chinese people have such power. He turned around and looked at the excited faces in the room. "Go and inform them. But remember, no gatherings, no chanting slogans, and no giving the British an excuse to arrest people. We just need to stand there and watch. Let our eyes tell the people on that ship. We saw it, we know it, we have waited too long for this day." The crowd dispersed. Chun Jinfu remained alone in the room and raised his binoculars again. The ship is closer now. Its outline is clear. So long, so big, so beautiful. He recalled his first visit to Mumbai 30 years ago. He was not yet 20, standing on the deck of a British ocean liner, looking at the massive warships in the harbor, filled with awe and a sense of inferiority. He wondered, when will we Chinese be able to have ships like these? Now, the answer is right before your eyes. Chapter 60, This is a Disgrace. A blatant disgrace. London, 10, Downing Street, emergency cabinet meeting. This is a disgrace. A blatant disgrace. Chancellor Asquith slammed his fist on the table, making the teacups clink. The meeting room was filled with smoke, and everyone's face was grim. Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman sat in the head seat, holding 2 telegrams he had just received, one from the Viceroy's office and the other from the HMS Intrepid. Both telegrams said the same thing. That damned HMS Reconquista was going to Mumbai, and under the guise of a friendly visit. What are they trying to do? Asquith continued to roar. To stab the Empire in the throat, and claim it's to replenish fresh water? This is provocation. This is an act of war. And how will you respond? Foreign Secretary Lounsdown asked coldly. To fire on a ship that is merely requesting to replenish its freshwater supply? In front of the whole world? We can refuse. We can ban it from entering the port. And then, First Sea Lord Fisher spoke, his voice unusually calm. Let it stop outside the main channel. Let all the ships going in and out of Mumbai see it. Let all the newspapers in India report the Royal Navy dares not let it in a port. What's the difference between that and letting it in a port? No, the difference is greater. That would make us look cowardly. The meeting room fell silent. Fisher stood up and walked to the huge world map on the wall. He pointed to Mumbai and then slowly moved his finger to the Persian Gulf. Gentlemen, we must face reality. The reality is that this young man named Chun Fong has cornered us with just one warship. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone. He calculated every step precisely. First, he demonstrated his power in the Gulf of Oman, making us afraid to fire. Then he led our fleet across the Indian Ocean, demonstrating our speed and endurance. Now he's going to enter Mumbai, showing that his ships can appear anywhere in the empire. He is telling us, blockade is useless because his ships can easily break through. Deterrence is useless because his ships are better than ours. Even denying is useless because he will appear in front of you and force you to acknowledge his existence. Asquith opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but couldn't utter a word. Because what Fisher said was true. Then what do you suggest we do? Asked War Secretary Burton. We can't just let it into port, can we? That would damage the Empire's prestige. The prestige of the Empire, Fisher interrupted him. was already damaged when a Bosnot sent back the first report. Now all we can do is try to minimize the damage. He walked back to his seat and picked up a document. The latest analysis from the Naval Intelligence Office. Based on 30 hours of observation from the dreadnought, the Revival has a speed of at least 30 knots, a main gun caliber of over 380 millimeters, and a displacement of over 35,000 tons. Its technological level is conservatively estimated to be 5 years ahead of ours, and in reality, it may be 7 or even 10 years ahead. This means that if war breaks out, all our strongholds in the Indian Ocean, Singapore, Colombo, Aden, will be within its range, and we won't be able to catch up or defeat it. He put down the documents, and the conference room fell into a deathly silence. So my suggestion is, Fisher said slowly, to agree to replenish fresh water, but with the following conditions. First, the time shall not exceed 24 hours. Second, no more than 20 people shall go ashore. Third, all activity shall be confined to the dock area. And fourth, the British fleet shall escort the ships outside the port, which is actually surveillance. That's too weak, Asquith protested. Do you have a better plan? Campbell Bannerman finally spoke. Send the East India Fleet to intercept them? According to reports, the East India Fleet's most advanced warships are the Edward VII class, which are not even as good as the Dreadnought. The result of going to war could be the destruction of our entire naval force in the Indian Ocean. He rubbed his temples, looking utterly exhausted. Gentlemen, we are not facing natives nor second-rate nations. We are facing a power that possesses the next generation of naval technology. Moreover, this power is a partner of both Germany and France. If we handle this improperly, we could destabilize the entire European situation. What about the French? Langston asked. I have arranged to meet with the French ambassador this afternoon, the Prime Minister said. We need to know what agreement Paris and that L'Enfant have reached. More importantly, we need to know if they might be on our side. On our side, Asquith thought it was the biggest joke in the world. The French are gloating right now. They spent £3,800,000 to buy a technological advantage that we couldn't even buy for £15 million. So we have to offer a higher price. Campbell Bannerman stood up. Gentlemen, let's vote. Those who agree to the Fisher Plan, allowing the Restoration limited visit to Mumbai while initiating secret negotiations with France, raise your hands. He raised his hand first. Fisher raised his hand. Langston hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand as well. Borden looked at it, sighed, and raised his hand. 4-1. Asquith slumped in his chair, as if all his strength had been drained. All right, Campbell Bannerman said. Lansdowne, go and inform the Viceroy's office to proceed with this plan. Fisher, get ready to meet with the French ambassador this afternoon. We're going to talk about things that may not just be about the Indian Ocean. Paris, Office of the Foreign Minister. They agreed. The British agreed. General Charles Du Bois practically burst into the office, waving the telegram he had just received. Foreign Minister Théophile Delcassel looked up, a rare smile spreading across the face of the shrewd old diplomat. Let me guess. Access is allowed, but with a bunch of restrictions attached. How did you know? Because that's how the British always do things. Delcassel took the telegram and quickly glanced at it. When they can't stop it, they try to control it. When they can't refuse it, they try to limit it. Isn't that interesting? For 300 years, it's been others going to London to request visits. Now, it's London going to ask others not to make their visits too conspicuous. Du Bois laughed, a hearty laugh. Ever since he received the news yesterday that the Quang Fu was diverting to Mumbai, he had been in a state of euphoria. Minister, do you know what this means? It means our investment has been incredibly worthwhile. One revival ship has completely disrupted the British deployment in the Indian Ocean. And once our 5 Kerbet-class ships are commissioned, don't be too happy yet. Delcas put down the telegram, his expression turning serious. The British won't sit idly by. They've already asked to meet with me this afternoon. I guess it's to discuss terms. What are the conditions? Either we abandon our cooperation with L'Enfant, or let us share the fruits of our cooperation. Delcas walked to the window, looking at the traffic in Concord Square outside. The gentlemen of London have finally realized that they cannot solve problems with force. So next, they will use diplomacy, use deals, use their best-kept divide-and-conquer strategy. Then what we need to do is very simple. Maintain a balance. The minister turned around. On the one hand, continue to advance cooperation with L'Enfant, which is the only chance for the French Navy to turn things around. On the other hand, do not completely reject the British. Let them have hope. Let them pay the price. Most importantly, we cannot let Lanfang completely side with Germany. Chapter 61, The British Compromised. Du Bois nodded. He understood the nuance. France needed Lanfang's technology, but not a Lanfang that was too powerful and could potentially threaten France in return. Britain was an enemy, but also a potential ally to counterbalance Germany. Then the talks this afternoon. I will tell them that the French Republic respects the freedom of navigation and trade rights of all nations, Delcas said with a smile. As for the matter between Lanfang and Britain, that's their business. Of course, if Britain is willing to show flexibility on certain issues, such as Morocco or colonial borders, then perhaps we can exert some positive influence. Old fox, Du Bois thought to himself. But he had to admit this was diplomacy. By the way, Delcas suddenly asked, any new information from Chen Feng's side? What's his reaction to the situation in Mumbai? There's no direct news yet, but according to our people in Dubai, things are calm inside Lanfang. Chen Feng seems to have anticipated all of this, and it's even possible this was part of his plan. Part of the plan? Sending the revival to Mumbai is not only about breaking the blockade, but also about demonstrating our strength to Chinese people all over the world, Du Bois said. Minister, you may not know that there are nearly 1 million Chinese expatriates in India and tens of millions throughout Southeast Asia. When these people see their nation's warships appearing in Britain's most important colony, he paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Then it's no longer just about a warship. It's a signal to all overseas Chinese. Times have changed. Delcas remained silent for a long time. This Chen Feng, he wants more than just a few ships or just that piece of land in the Persian Gulf, he said slowly. He wants the rebirth of a nation, and we, unknowingly, have become pawns on his chessboard. But we also got what we wanted. For now, yes. The minister nodded. So we have to keep playing this game. Inform our ambassador in London that the afternoon talks can be friendly, but the stance must be firm. France will not give up the advantages it has already gained unless the British offer a price we cannot refuse. Mumbai offshore. The Guangfu stopped 1 nautical mile outside the entrance to the main channel. This distance was close enough that people on shore could see the details with the naked eye. Yet it was also far enough that it would not be considered a direct threat. On the bridge, Lit received a reply from the Viceroy's Office of India. The telegram was long and formally worded, but its core message was the same. Entry into port to replenish fresh water was permitted, but the following 15 restrictions had to be observed. They made a list. Lin Hai handed the telegram to Li Tei and couldn't help but laugh. From a number of people going ashore to the scope of activities, from the length of stay to communication restrictions, the British have really taken bureaucracy to the extreme. Li Tei quickly glanced at the message. Accepted. Reply. We fully understand and respect your regulations. This ship will dock at the designated pier for fresh water and necessary food replenishment only. No more than 10 personnel will be on shore, and their activities will be limited to the pier area. The estimated stay is 24 hours. They just agreed like that? Lin Hai was somewhat surprised. I thought they would try to negotiate. The president said our purpose is not provocation, but demonstration. Little put down the telegram. We have demonstrated our speed and firepower. Now we must demonstrate our discipline and professionalism. We must show the British that we are not bandits or pirates, but a regular and disciplined navy. He looked out the window at the port that was getting closer and closer. Moreover, sometimes following the rules is more powerful than breaking them. When we comply with every single one of their rules, yet still make them feel threatened, that threat is real and lasting. The order was given. The Guangfu slowly entered the main channel, its massive body casting a long shadow on the sea. On both sides, countless small boats, fishing boats, sightseeing boats, and merchant ships gathered at a safe distance, their decks filled with people. There were Indians, Europeans, and mostly Chinese. They held up binoculars, rudimentary cameras, and some even sketchbooks, wanting to record this historic moment. On the bridge of the USS Intrepid, Abasnat watched this scene with mixed feelings. His fleet was anchored outside the main channel, escorting and monitoring as ordered by London. But in reality, there was nothing they could do but watch as the gray behemoth swaggered into the imperial port. Sir, look at the shore, the artillery sergeant whispered. Abasnat raised his binoculars. Thousands of people had already gathered on Mumbai's seaside promenade. What alarmed him even more was that many of them were Chinese. They were well-dressed and restrained, but every single one of them had their eyes fixed on the restoration ship, their emotions indescribably complex. That wasn't the look of someone watching a spectacle. Those were eyes filled with hope. We lost. Abbasnaut put down his binoculars, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. Not in a battle, but in a performance. The moment that ship sailed into Mumbai, the myth of the invincible British Empire in Asia was shattered. He recalled General Nelson's famous quote, "Britain expects everyone to do their duty." He did his duty. His sailors did their duty. They chased after him for over 30 hours, from the Persian Gulf to the Indian Ocean, with all their might. But sometimes, even being conscientious and responsible cannot change the outcome. Send a final report to London, he told the communications officer. Say mission accomplished. Contact maintained, conflict avoided. But strategic objectives not achieved. The enemy has successfully demonstrated its power and entered Mumbai port. A comprehensive reassessment of the Indian Ocean defense strategy is recommended. Yes, sir. The telegram was sent. Abbasnaut knew that his naval career might be over. As the first fleet commander to fail to prevent enemy warships from entering the Empire's main ports, his best outcome was early retirement. But he doesn't regret it. Because sometimes, admitting defeat takes more courage than pretending to win. Mumbai Port, Pier 9. The Restoration slowly approached the shore. Its massive hull almost occupied the entire deep-water berth, its gray armor reflecting a cold, austere light in the sunlight. On the dock, British colonial officials, military police, and port personnel were on high alert, but their expressions were less of vigilance and more of bewilderment. They had never seen a warship like this before. Such a visit has never been handled before. Little led 9 officers and sailors down the gangway. They were dressed in neat, dark blue uniforms. Their steps were synchronized, and their demeanor was impeccable. Little, who was at the front, saluted the approaching British port officials and then handed them a document. Chapter 62 The French can also kill by destroying the spirit. This is the list of supplies we need to replenish, along with the corresponding costs. His English was standard and fluent. All costs will be paid in cash in pounds sterling, or in gold if you would like. The port official took the list, his hands trembling slightly. The list was very detailed. 500 tons of fresh water, 2 tons of fresh vegetables, 1 ton of fruit, and a small amount of medical supplies and lubricating oil. Total price, £375 and 60 pence. A reasonable price, even slightly higher than a market price. We need time to prepare, the port official stammered. Understood. Linudda. We can wait in the dock area. Also, here are my credentials and the ship's access documents. He then handed over a folder. Inside was a brief introduction to the Guangfu ship, including basic parameters, of course, the publicly available version, crew list, purpose of visit, etc., all printed in English, formatted like a diplomatic note. The British officials exchanged a glance. All their prepared plans, expulsion, arrest, conflict, were now rendered useless. The other side was too polite, too formal, too perfect. We will make arrangements as soon as possible, the port official finally said. However, please abide by the regulations. The activity is limited to the dock area, and the time cannot exceed 24 hours. Certainly. Li Te turned around and looked at the Chinese people gathered on the dock. They were kept outside the cordon by the military and police, but everyone's eyes were on him, on the giant ship, and on the yellow dragon flag fluttering in the wind. He walked over, stopped in front of the cordon, and saluted the crowd. There were no shouts, no speeches, just a simple military salute. But that's enough. Tears welled up in Chen Jinfu's eyes in the crowd. The 50-year-old businessman struggled to hold back his sobs, nodding and waving vigorously. Behind him, hundreds and thousands of Chinese people performed the same action, silent but powerful. At this moment, words are superfluous. At that moment, all overseas Chinese understood one thing. The distant, legendary Lanfang was not a dream. It was real. It had warships, a navy, and the ability to appear in any corner of the world. And they're no longer lonely wanderers. They now had a flag to look up to. That afternoon, in London, at the French embassy, the talks had been going on for 2 hours. British Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman and First Sea Lord Fisher sat on one side of the long table, while French Ambassador Paul Campbell and Foreign Secretary Delcasse, who had just arrived in London, sat on the other side. The atmosphere was polite but cold. So, your country's position is, Campbell Bannerman said slowly, that it will not terminate its military cooperation with that Lanfang. It's not that I can't, it's that I can't, Delcas said with a smile. Your Excellency, that's a legally binding contract. The French Republic respects the spirit of contracts. Even if this agreement might disrupt the balance of power in Europe. Balance of power? Delcas raised an eyebrow. Your Excellency, when Germany had 6 dreadnoughts, Britain had 11 under construction, and France had none. You're talking to me about balance of power? No, let's call them balance of power. We're just trying to restore some balance. Fisher interjected. Your Excellency, what if we were willing to provide some technical support? For example, assistance in the construction of the dreadnoughts. What kind of help? We can send a team of engineers to share some of the fire control system technology, and even we could consider selling 1 or 2 dreadnoughts to your country as soon as possible. This was a significant concession. The meeting room fell silent. Delcas pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. Thank you for your generosity. However, firstly, your country's dreadnoughts will not be delivered until 1909, while Lanfang's Courbet class will have its first ship delivered within 12 months. Secondly, regarding technology sharing, I'm afraid it will only be limited. Without waiting for a reply, he continued. Your Excellency Prime Minister, Your Excellency Lord, let us be frank. Britain needs France to contain Germany on the European continent, so it does not want the French Navy to be too weak. But Britain also does not want the French Navy to be too powerful, to the point of threatening British naval superiority. It is a delicate balance. Now, the emergence of Lanfang has disrupted the balance. They have given France an opportunity to skip a generation of technology. Britain's choice is simple. Either accept this new reality and readjust its strategy, or try to stop it, but the cost of potentially pushing France completely into the camp of Germany and Lanfang. Because of the Franco-Prussian War, France and Germany could not possibly be on the same page. He leaned forward, his voice gentle yet firm. My personal suggestion is to choose the former, because the latter would be a disaster for everyone. A long silence. Campbell Bannerman and Fisher exchanged a glance. They knew the Frenchman was right. Britain had no good options, only less bad ones. Then, the Prime Minister finally spoke. Would your country be willing to act as an intermediary to facilitate some kind of dialogue between Britain and Lanfang? Delcas smiled. It was the first genuine smile he had given all day. Of course, the French Republic is always committed to maintaining world peace and stability. If both sides are willing, we can arrange a meeting. The location, perhaps in Paris? Or, if convenient, in Mumbai. He paused, then added, after all, there's a ship there that both sides are interested in. Mumbai port. The resupply of the Restoration was completed by evening. 500 tons of fresh water, 2 tons of vegetables, and 1 ton of fruit were all loaded. Li Te personally signed the receipts and paid in cash. A crisp stack of pound notes, reaffirming to British officials that the other party was not joking and was genuinely conducting a normal visit. As night fell, the warships lit up. Not with combat lights, but with soft navigation lights and porthole lights, giving the massive hulls a solemn beauty in the darkness. On the docks, the crowd of onlookers not only did not decrease, but actually increased. The British colonial authorities had to deploy more troops and police to maintain order, but they found that the crowd was quiet, without any riots or slogans, just standing there quietly watching. This is a silent protest. A quiet shock. On the bridge, Li Te received an encrypted telegram from Dubai. After translating it, he stared at the message in silence for a long time. Captain, Lin Hai asked cautiously. The President's order. Li Te handed over the telegram. We are to stay in Mumbai for another 24 hours and then return. But on the way back, we will go to Colombo, Aden, Djibouti in a roundabout way before going back. Why? To demonstrate our presence. Li Te walked to the observation window, looking at the myriad lights on the shore. To let the entire Indian Ocean coast know that this ship can go wherever it wants. To let London know that blockades are meaningless. And to let the Chinese in Southeast Asia know that the road home is being opened. Lin Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at the telegram. Then with, proceed as planned. Li Te turned around. Inform the entire ship to get some rest. We will continue our voyage tomorrow. He paused, looking at the blurry figures in the darkness outside the window. Moreover, I have a feeling that we will soon have guests visiting us. British, French, and perhaps other places. Guest. Chapter 63, that empire is too old. Guests here to negotiate, Li Te smiled. Because when force fails to solve problems, wise people choose to talk. And the president has said that when the other side is willing to sit down and talk, we have already won half the battle. As night deepened, the port of Mumbai gradually quieted down. But in every corner of this port, in the conference rooms of London, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Paris, and in the command center in Dubai, countless people knew no one will sleep tonight because the world has changed. Persian Gulf, Dubai, Port Administration Building. The conference room windows were open, letting in a salty sea breeze that ruffled the nautical charts and documents spread out on the table. Chun Fong stood at the head of the long conference table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. His gaze swept over everyone present. Uncle Wong, Liu Yongfu, Li Mingyuan, and several department heads who had just returned from the front lines. The clock on the wall points to 7 o'clock. Let's begin, Chun Fong said calmly. Uncle Wong, first tell us what cards we have in our hand. Uncle Wong put on his reading glasses and opened the thick ledger. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the direct consumption of the Recovery Indian Ocean operation is as follows. 850 tons of fuel for tons of food supplies and 500 tons of fresh water. The total cost, including purchases in Mumbai, is approximately 4,000 pounds. He paused, then turned to the next page. Regarding indirect benefits, first, the advance payment for the second batch of orders from Germany, amounting to 3.6 million pounds in gold, has been fully deposited into a Swiss bank account. Second, the initial payment for the French order, 1.9 million pounds, consisting of half gold and half francs, is currently undergoing customs clearance. Third, through Wong Wunwu's operations in Singapore, we obtained 5-year purchasing rights for 3 copper mines in Chile at prices 15% lower than the market price. Chun Fong nodded. Expenditure of 4,000, income of 5.5 million. A very profitable deal. But money isn't the most important thing. Continue. Regarding intelligence, Li Mingyuan continued. A summary of messages from the Dragon Eye network in London, Paris, and Berlin. The British cabinet has split, and the voices of the pro-war faction are weakening. The French are smug, while the Germans are watching from the sidelines. In addition, he pulled out an encrypted telegram. The Japanese Kasuga Maru, after leaving the Arabian Sea, suddenly turned towards Batavia. We suspect they might be trying to gather information through Dutch channels. The Dutch. Chun Fong repeated the word, a cold glint in his eyes. They'll come out sooner or later. Continue to monitor them, but don't provoke them for now. He walked to the huge world map on the wall and picked up a pointer. Gentlemen, we are not here today to discuss how to deal with the British blockade. That is in the past. The pointer pointed to the spot in Mumbai. The presence of the liberation there means that the blockade strategy has completely failed. The British now face 2 choices. Either escalate the conflict or sit down and talk. Liu Yongfu frowned. Escalate the conflict? Do they have the guts? No, Chun Fong said firmly, but they care about their image. So, London will send a message through the French, hoping to handle this discreetly. They will propose negotiations, possibly in Paris or London. And the content of the negotiations. His pointer moved, traversing the Indian Ocean, and came to rest in the Persian Gulf. On the surface, it was a discussion about navigation safety and trade rules. In reality, it was a bargaining game. How much would Britain tolerate us? What could we get for Britain? Li Mingyuan asked. Commander-in-Chief, what is our bottom line? 3 points. Chun Fong held up 3 fingers. First, fully restore trade, and prices must not exceed pre-crisis levels. Second, Britain tacitly approves our dispute with the Dutch in Southeast Asia. Note, tacit approval, not support. Third, allow Lan Fong to establish a commercial office in London and enjoy basic diplomatic privileges. A low murmur rippled through the meeting room. Each of these 3 demands crossed the line for the British Empire. Will they agree? Some people doubted. If they disagree, we'll continue sending the revival ship out to explore. Chun Fong smiled. Next stop, Singapore. The next stop after that, Hong Kong. Then, maybe we'll go to Australia. Let the British do the math. Is it less of a loss to agree to our demands, or a greater loss to have a warship they can't catch up with or defeat loitering in their backyard every day? Uncle Wong hesitated for a moment. Young master, wouldn't this be too forceful? I'm afraid the British will resort to desperate measures. No, Chun Fong shook his head. Uncle Wong, have you studied British history? This empire was able to last for 300 years not by brute force, but by calculation. They will be angry, they will roar, but in the end, they will choose the path that best serves their interests. He walked back to his seat and placed his hands on the table. Moreover, what we're going to discuss today is not how to negotiate with the British. That's Wang Wenwu's job. What we're going to discuss is where Lan Fang should go after the negotiations. All eyes were on him. Gentlemen, the Guangfu ship's voyage to the Indian Ocean has 3 purposes, Chun Feng said slowly. The first is to break the blockade, as everyone has seen. The second is to demonstrate our strength to overseas Chinese, which is also underway. But the third is the most important. He paused, making each word clear. The third purpose is testing. Testing Britain's actual control in the Indian Ocean, testing their reaction speed, testing their decision-making patterns under pressure. Chun Feng's eyes sharpened. I've carefully read every single report sent back by Little. From a discovery of the recovery, to adjusting their deployment, to requesting instructions from London, the British fleet's reaction time and decision-making logic at every step tell us one thing. His coaching focus is primarily on the central Indian Ocean. This empire is old. Its muscles are still there, but its nerves are slow to react, its joints are stiff, and its thinking is rigid. It is used to speaking with cannons, but when its cannons are inferior to others, it doesn't know what to do. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear someone breathing. So, after the negotiations, we need to do 3 things. Chun Feng held up 3 fingers. First, do everything we can to complete the Franco-German orders, build credibility, and accumulate funds. Second, launch the Southern Spark program, not to fight back now, but to begin preparations. Third, start designing the concept for the next generation of main battleships. Liu Yongfu's eyes lit up. The next generation? Isn't the Cheetah class already ahead? The lead is temporary. Chun Feng looked at him. Chief Engineer Liu, what do you think the British are doing now? They are studying every detail of the revival ship, mobilizing all shipyards to accelerate shipbuilding, and working day and night in the laboratory. In 3 years at most, they will catch up. He walked to the window and looked towards the harbor outside. So we have to run faster. The Cheetah class is our first generation of superior products, but we need to have a second and third generation. The oil-fired boilers need to be improved, the guns need to be larger, the armor needs to be thicker, and the speed needs to be faster. And it's not just about warships. He turned around. Uncle Wong, allocate £1 million from the second tranche of advance payments from Germany to establish a future technology fund. Invest specifically in several areas: aero engines, radio communications, synthetic fuels, and special alloys. We need to lay the groundwork for the next decade before others even notice. As for blueprints and data, I'll figure that out, but we also need the talent to do so. Uncle Wong was writing quickly, his hands trembling slightly. £1 million. That was almost double Lan Fang's total expenditure over the past 3 years. Young master, isn't this too risky to spend so much money? Not taking risks is the biggest risk. Chun Feng interrupted him. Uncle Wong, think about it. If we don't invest in research and development now, what will happen if the British catch up in 3 years? What will happen if the Americans and Japanese catch up in 5 years? What will we rely on to survive then? How will we get home? His voice echoed in the conference room. Technological advantage is our only bargaining chip. If we lose it, we will become like Lan Fang 100 years ago, a group of exiles with ideals and passion, but no power, and will eventually be swallowed up by history. Everyone fell silent. Chapter 64, the restoration ship, must cease its friendly visit. Chun Feng walked back to the map, his fingers slowly moving from the Persian Gulf to Borneo. That shipping route crossed the Strait of Malacca, passed through Singapore, and finally arrived at Pontianak, the ancient capital of Lan Fang. Going home, he said softly. This is the ultimate purpose for all of us who have come here. But not begging to go home, but going home with our heads held high. Not going home as refugees, but going home as masters. He turned around, his gaze intense. So every penny spent now, every ship built, and every technology developed is paving the way home. It may be difficult, and it may take a long time. But once the road is started, it cannot be stopped. If we stop, all our previous efforts will be in vain. At the same time, in the Indian Ocean, on the bridge of the Guangfu ship, Li Te had just received an encrypted telegram from Dubai. After translating it, He stood before the nautical chart in silence for a long time. "Captain," Lin Hai asked cautiously. "The president's orders." Li Te handed over the telegram. "We are to detour through Colombo, Aden, and Djibouti on our return voyage. We are to stay at each port for no more than 12 hours, for only basic resupply. And be polite." Lin Hai quickly scanned the telegram, his eyes widening. This means they're going to tour every single British outpost along the entire Indian Ocean coast. More than that. Li Te walked to the observation window and looked at the calm sea outside. "This is telling the British, I can go to every one of your strongholds. I can cut off every one of your shipping routes. If war breaks out, your entire trade network in the Indian Ocean will be exposed to my guns." He paused. Moreover, the president particularly emphasized politeness. What does that mean? It means that we are not going to provoke, but to visit. We abide by international law, we pay the fees, and we are courteous. This leaves the British with no excuse to open fire, yet they feel threatened at all times. Lin Hai swallowed hard. "Captain, this is even more ruthless than opening fire directly, because this is an open conspiracy." Li Te turned around. "Do you know what an open conspiracy is? It's when I tell you exactly what I'm going to do, but you can't do anything about it. Because my power is there, and my reasoning is sound. You either accept it or suffer even greater losses." He patted the young navigator on the shoulder. "Remember today, Lin Hai, this is the first lesson we have learned. In the game of international politics, power is the bargaining chip, but how to use power is the real art. So now, adjust course, target Colombo, little ordered. Speed 20 knots, no rush, take it slow. Give the British enough time to think, and give the Chinese along the way enough time to observe their ships." London, Admiralty Building. Lord Fisher's office was filled with smoke. The First Sea Lord had barely slept for 3 days. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was unusually excited. "They're going to Colombo." He slammed a telegram on the table. "Then Aden, Djibouti, like taking a walk in their own garden." Several key figures from the Navy were sitting in the office, and each of them looked grim. "This is an insult." Sir Watts, the shipbuilding director, gritted his teeth. "A blatant insult." "No, this is education," Fisher said coldly. "They're teaching us what naval power in the new era is. They are teaching us that 300 years of experience is worthless in the face of technological leaps." He walked to the huge nautical chart on the wall and traced the planned route of the Guangfu ship with his finger. "Look at this line. Colombo, our center of dominance in Ceylon. Aden, the gateway to the Red Sea. Djibouti, French territory, but also within our surveillance range. Each point is a key node in our Indian Ocean strategy." He turned around. "Now, a warship that we can neither catch up with nor defeat is going to visit these nodes one by one, and under the guise of a friendly visit. Gentlemen, do you know what this means?" No one answered. "That means if war breaks out, they could easily blockade the Strait of Malacca, cutting off our connection with the Far East. They could blockade the Gulf of Aden, cutting off our connection with Europe. They could even sail to the Cape of Good Hope, threatening our connection with South Africa." Fisher's voice trailed off. "One ship could tie down our forces throughout the Indian Ocean. What if they had 5, 10? The office was deathly silent. "Therefore, we must negotiate," Fisher finally said. "Not because we are weak, but because we are clear-headed. When we are outnumbered, negotiation is the best way to buy time. And time," he paused, "is what we need most right now." "What is the bottom line in the negotiations?" someone asked. "Bottom line?" Fisher smiled wryly. "Our bottom line is to keep that ship out of the Thames estuary. Everything else is negotiable." He walked to the window and looked at the traffic on Whitehall Street outside. "Inform the Foreign Office to have them relay a message through the French. The British Empire is willing to consult with the Lanfang representatives on the issue of safety of navigation in the Indian Ocean. The location could be London or Paris, but on the condition that the Guangfu must cease its friendly visit. What if the other party disagrees? Then we can only watch it sail across the entire Indian Ocean and tell the world. The Royal Navy is powerless." Fisher closed his eyes. "Which do you choose?" No one dared to choose the latter. Paris, Admiralty victory celebration. Champagne bubbles rose in the crystal glasses, and under the lights, the French naval officers were all beaming. General Du Bois stood in the center of the banquet hall, glass in hand, accepting congratulations from his colleagues. "Charles, well done." A general slapped him on the shoulder. "I've never seen the British so pathetic." Their fleet trailed behind like lackeys, haha. Du Bois smiled, but a hint of worry lingered in his expression. He took a sip of champagne and whispered to Minister Thompson beside him. Minister, the British have just sent a formal note. They hope we can act as intermediaries to arrange negotiations between them and L'Enfant. Thompson raised an eyebrow. Given so quickly? It's not about bowing down, it's about being pragmatic, Du Bois said. The British have calculated that the cost of war is too high, so it's better to negotiate. But they want to save face, so they're asking us to relay their message. What do you think? I think, Du Bois pondered, this is good for France. We can benefit from both sides. But, he paused, we must be careful not to let L'Enfant feel that we are betraying them, nor to let the British feel that we are favoring L'Enfant. Thompson nodded. The art of balance. It's like walking a tightrope. One wrong step and you offend both sides. He glanced at the laughing crowd in the banquet hall and lowered his voice. Sire, to be honest, what do you think Xinfeng ultimately wants? Is it really just to go back to Borneo and rebuild L'Enfant? Du Bois remained silent for a long time. I don't know, he finally said. But I do know one thing. He wants more than just land, more than just a country. He wants recognition. Recognition that Chinese people are capable of building modern nations, capable of mastering advanced technologies, and qualified to have a place on the world stage. And this recognition, he said, looking out at the Parisian nightscape, is harder to obtain than any treaty or any territory, because it means changing the world's perception of the Chinese and changing the 300-year-old concept of white supremacy. Thompson said thoughtfully, so what he wants is a revolution, a bloodless, but more profound revolution. Yes, Du Bois nodded. And we, unknowingly, became the catalyst for this revolution. Or, to use Chun Feng's words, the players. The two clinked glasses. The champagne bubbles swirled in the glass, much like the world that was spinning at an accelerating pace. Chapter 65 Late Night Urgent Telegram. The night in the Indian Ocean is pure black. Only the starlight and the ship's own navigation lights traced lonely streaks across the boundless sea. Inside the bridge, the instrument panel emitted a ghostly green glow, its needles trembling rhythmically. Watch Officer Lin Hai stood before the chart table, a half-cold cup of coffee in his hand, his eyes fixed on the pencil line representing the course. Heading 120, speed 18 knots, wind force 3, sea conditions calm. He whispered to the navigator beside him. At this speed, we should be able to reach the outskirts of Colombo by noon tomorrow. The navigator was a young man in his early 20s named Chen Qiming, who had just graduated from technical school 3 months prior. Sir, will the British really let us into port? The president said they'll allow it, Lin Hai said, taking a sip of coffee. If they don't, we'll anchor outside the main channel and let all the ships coming in and out of the port see. The British know how to do it. Before he could finish speaking, the iron door to the communications room was suddenly pushed open. Signalman Wang Xiaohua rushed out, clutching a newly translated telegram in his hand. His face was frighteningly pale in the dim light. His lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Wang Xiaohua, Lin Hai Wen. What's going on? Wang Xiaohua shoved the telegram into his hand, turned around, and leaned against the cabin wall, his shoulders beginning to tremble violently. Lin Hai looked down. The telegram was short, only 3 lines. It used the highest level encryption format of the Dragon Eye network. Every word, once deciphered, felt like a red-hot nail, burning into his eyes. Nagnon cet urgent télégramme. Batavia, Java, 6 a.m. this morning. Dutch military and police suppressed a protest by Chinese business owners, firing shots. 47 people have been confirmed dead, and more than 100 are injured. Bodies are piled up at the dock, and blood flows like a river. The Chamber of Commerce urgently appealed for help, asking, "Where's our motherland?" The coffee cup slipped from Lin Hai's hand and shattered on the steel floor. Brown liquid splattered, resembling the blood described in the telegram. Everyone on the bridge turned around. Sir, Chen Qiming approached cautiously. Lin Hai didn't answer. His fingers gripped the thin piece of paper, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. After a full 10 seconds, he finally looked up, his voice hoarse, as if sandpaper were being ground together. Immediately notify the captain. The entire ship is to enter Level 2 alert status. Level 2 alert? Chen Qiming was taken aback. But we? Execute the command. Lin Hai practically roared out. The young navigator trembled and turned to rush towards the megaphone. The alarm bell rang immediately, short and sharp, echoing through the ship in the dead of night. Li Te lay down fully clothed in the captain's cabin. More than 30 consecutive hours of command, coupled with a protracted psychological standoff with the British fleet, left the captain utterly exhausted. But he slept lightly, a habit ingrained over many years, and was always ready to be woken at any moment. So when the alarm rang for the third time, he had already sat up and put his feet into his boots. "Report." Lin Hai's voice rang out from outside the door, trembling with barely suppressed emotion. "Enter." The door opened. Lin Hai walked in, holding the telegram in his hand. He didn't even salute, but handed it directly to Li Te. "Something's happened in Java," Lin Hai said softly. "The Dutch opened fire." Li Te took the telegram. He read very slowly, word by word. After reading it the first time, he read it a second time. Then he looked up, his eyes unfathomable in the dim light. "Has the information been verified?" "The Dragon I missile, launched from the Nanyang 7, is classified as top secret," Lin Hai said. "They wouldn't make a mistake like this." Li Te nodded. He walked to the porthole and pushed open the thick bulletproof glass. The humid sea breeze rushed in, carrying a salty, fishy smell. In the distance, the navigation lights of the Intrepid were still in sight, like a stubborn eye. "How far are we from Java?" he asked, his voice eerily calm. Lin Hai quickly calculated in his mind. Current position is 8 degrees north latitude and 72 degrees east longitude. To reach Batavia, it will take about 56 hours at full speed. If we turn now, adjust the course to 165 degrees, and increase the speed to 30 knots, we can reduce it to less than 50 hours. 50 hours, Lit repeated the number. 50 hours. How many people could the Dutch kill in that time? Lin Hai didn't dare to reply. Li Te turned around. His face was expressionless, but Lin Hai saw that the captain's clenched fist was trembling slightly, a sign of extremely suppressed anger. "Notify the engine room," Lit said. "Adjust the course to 165 degrees and increase the speed to 25 knots. But do not go full speed yet. Wait for my order." "Captain, are we going to Java?" Lin Hai's voice held a hint of hesitation. "But the commander-in-chief's orders are to detour through Colombo and Aden, demonstrate our presence, and then return. Changing the plan without authorization." "So I didn't change it without permission." Li Te interrupted him, walked to the desk, sat down, and took out his codebook and telegram. "I will consult with Dubai. But before that, I need to make all the necessary preparations." He picked up his pen and began writing the telegram. The pen nib scratched across the paper, making a soft, hissing sound. "To Dubai command, top secret. At 3:17, our ship received an urgent telegram from Nanyang 7. A massacre of Chinese people by Dutch military and police has occurred in Batavia, Java. 47 people have been confirmed dead, and over 100 are injured. The situation on the ground is critical, and the overseas Chinese community is requesting assistance. Our ship is currently located at 8 degrees, 12 minutes north latitude and 72 degrees, 34 minutes east longitude. If we proceed at full speed, we can reach the Java Sea within 50 hours. Request for instructions. Should we change the original sailing plan and proceed to Java to protect our citizens? This matter is of great importance. Please make a swift decision, Your Excellency. Appendix. My personal opinion. To stand by and do nothing would chill the hearts of the 300,000 overseas Chinese. However, to act arbitrarily could disrupt the overall plan. Caught in this dilemma, I urge the President to make the final decision. Li Te 3:25. After finishing writing, he handed the telegram to Lin Hai. "Send it out immediately. Use password number 1, highest priority." "Yes." Lin Hai took the telegram and turned to leave, but was stopped by Li Te. "Wait a minute." Li Te stood up and walked over to him. After sending the telegram, notify all department heads that there will be a meeting in the conference room in 15 minutes. Also, have the kitchen prepare hot food and coffee. No one will be sleeping tonight. Clear. After Lin Hai left, Li Te walked back to the porthole. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 47 people died. He recalled years ago when he was still carrying bags at the Singapore docks. That afternoon, a British foreman accused the Chinese laborers of stealing goods and ordered a body search. A fellow worker named Old Chun protested a few times, and the foreman struck him on the head with an iron bar, killing him instantly. Blood flowed from Old Chun's ears, nose, and mouth, pooling on the ground. There were dozens of Chinese laborers around, but no one dared to make a move. Li Te didn't dare either. He could only watch as old Chen's eyes gradually lost their luster. Watch as the British foreman spat and walked away cursing. That night, he hid in the shed and cried. Not for old Chun, but for his own cowardice. This time, he said softly, gazing into the darkness outside the window, "It's different." Chapter 66, Something happened in Java. 4 o'clock in the morning in the Persian Gulf. Chun Feng was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He didn't turn on the light, but sat up straight in bed, an instinct he had developed during his 3 years in exile. "Come in." The door opened, and Uncle Wong walked in, holding an oil lamp. There was no sign of sleepiness on the old man's face, only a deep, sorrowful solemnity. "Young master, an urgent telegram from the restoration ship." He placed a translated telegram on the bedside table. "Something has happened in Java." Chun Feng picked up the telegram and read it by the light of the oil lamp. He read quickly, but his finger paused for a moment when he saw the number 47 people. Then he continued reading and saw Li Te's request for instructions, and the sentence to stand by and watch someone die would chill the hearts of 300,000 overseas Chinese, but to act without authorization would disrupt the overall plan. "What a shrewd Li Te," Chun Feng said in a low voice. "He's pushed the hardest decision onto me when faced with a dilemma." Uncle Wong stood aside without saying a word. He knew that there was no need for him to speak at this time. Chun Feng threw off the covers, got out of bed, and walked to the window. Outside, the lights of Dubai Harbor were still on. There were the night shift workers at the dock rushing to finish their work, the 3 shifts of the power plant, and the heartbeat of this newborn nation that never stopped 24 hours a day. "Uncle Wong," he asked, his back to the old man, "if it were you, what would you choose?" Uncle Wong was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "This old man doesn't understand those grand strategies. But I remember 3 years ago when we left Pontianak, an old woman on the dock grabbed my hand and asked, 'Uncle Wong, will you come back?' I said yes. She then asked, 'Then, how long will it take?' He paused, his voice slightly hoarse. I was speechless, because I didn't know. At that time, we had nothing but 300,000 mouths to feed in a barren desert." Chun Feng turned around and looked at the old man. "And then?" he asked. Later, the old lady took a small cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to me, Uncle Wong said. Inside were $3 silver she had saved up all her life. She said, "Uncle Wong, take this money. Buy the young master something good to eat. You must live, you must build a big ship, you must come back. You must let us, before we die, see the yellow dragon flag flying again." The room fell silent, save for the crackling sound of the burning oil lamp wick. Chun Feng walked to his desk and sat down. He spread out a new telegram sheet, picked up his pen, and dipped it in ink. "Uncle Wong," he said as he wrote, "do you know why we build these ships? To go home. Yes, for the sake of going home." Chun Feng continued writing. "But going home is not just about geographical distance. What is home? It's a place you can go back to complain when you're bullied outside. It's a group of people who can stand up for you and seek justice when your brothers and sisters are beaten." After writing the last word, he put down his pen and pushed the telegram in front of Uncle Wong. "If we stand idly by while our fellow Javanese are killed today because of strategic importance, what is the point of building these ships? We keep saying we want to go home, but we can't even protect our living families. Even if we do return to Borneo, can that place still be called home?" As Uncle Wong read the telegram, his eyes slowly reddened. The telegram was very simple. To Captain Li Te of the Guangfu ship, top secret. The telegram has been received. The change of plans is approved. Proceed to Java at full speed. The principles are as follows. First, protecting the lives and safety of overseas Chinese is the primary task. Second, actions can be gradually escalated, but must be kept under control. Do not initiate fire unless the other party makes the first move. Third, demonstrate our authority and know when to stop. We must make the Dutch remember the pain, and also let all overseas Chinese see the light. The specific measure is up to you to decide on the spot. The motherland and 300,000 compatriots are your support. Also, Operation Codename, the beginning of the return. Chun Feng, 412. Send it out, Chun Feng said. Use it with the highest priority. Also, notify Chief Engineer Liu and Li Mingyuan that there will be a meeting in an hour. We need to be prepared for the worst. If the Dutch don't back down, if the British take this opportunity to cause trouble, we need to have a response plan. Yes, young master. Uncle Wong picked up the telegram, walked to the door, and then stopped. Young master. Aren't you worried about the British? Our original plans are meant to be broken. Chun Feng walked to the window, watching the first light of dawn appear on the eastern horizon. Uncle Wong, remember this. In the game of international politics, the most powerful move is not playing by the rules, but having the ability to overturn the table at any time. The restoration ship going to Java is to tell everyone. We can now overturn Lan Fang's table ourselves. The conference room of the Guangfu was filled with smoke. 8 people sat around a long table. Li Te, the deputy captain Lin Hai, the chief engineer Zhou Deong, the gunnery officer Zhao Taizan, the navigator Chen Qiming, and 3 department heads. Each had a cup of strong, bitter coffee in front of them, but no one drank it. Li Te placed Chun Feng's reply in the center of the table. Have you all seen it clearly? His voice was calm. The president has authorized us to go to Java. There are 3 principles. Protecting overseas Chinese is the top priority. Escalation must be controlled, and we must demonstrate our authority. The conference room was deathly silent. A few seconds later, Chief Engineer Zhou Deong spoke first. Captain, if we sail at full speed to Java, do we have enough fuel? We just finished resupplying in Mumbai, but the fuel consumption at 30 knots. I've done the calculations, Lin Hai replied. If we maintain a speed of 30 knots throughout, the remaining fuel after reaching Java will only be enough to sustain a 12-hour combat cruise. But if we use an economical speed of 28 knots, we can extend it to 20 hours. The first mate recommends the latter. I agree, said Zhao Taizan, a 40-year-old gunner who had served in the Qing dynasty's Beiyang fleet. Java is not the open ocean, so it doesn't need such a high speed. 28 knots is enough to crush any Dutch ship, if they dare to send one out. That's the problem. Li Te tapped the table. What do we do after we arrive? Show up outside the harbor? Send small boats ashore to pick us up? Or just shell the Dutch camp? Another silence followed. Captain, Chen Qiming whispered. The commander-in-chief said do not fire first. So, we can only watch. Watching. Zhao Taizan sneered. Little Chun, you didn't understand the Grand Commander's words. Strike with authority, then know when to stop. What does that mean? It means we cannot fire the first shot, but we must let the Dutch know that if they dare to fire a second shot, we will destroy their entire port. Old Zhao is right. Zhou Deong nodded. Our ship has 8 381mm guns, and a single salvo can fire 3 tons of shells. How many salvos can the Dutch have with their limited military facilities in Batavia? They're not stupid. They can do the math. Li Te listened to his subordinate's discussion, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Lin Hai, he suddenly asked, do you have any nautical charts of the Java Sea? Yes. Lin Hai stood up, walked to the wall, pulled back the curtain, and revealed a detailed map of the South China Sea. This was prepared by the first mate before departure, covering all the major ports and shipping lanes from Malacca to northern Australia. Li Te walked up to the nautical chart and pointed to the location of Batavia, present-day Jakarta. How deep is the water in the port? The main channel is 12 meters deep at its deepest point, and we have a draft of 11.5 meters, so we can go in, but the maneuverability is very limited, Lin Hai replied quickly. I suggest we stop in the open sea and use our naval guns to cover the port area. Our main guns have a range of over 30,000 meters, which is sufficient. What about the Dutch defenses? According to intelligence from 3 months ago, the intelligence officer began, a young man wearing glasses named Su Wen, a 7,000-ton-old pre-dreadnought of the Dutch East India Fleet, is permanently stationed in Batavia Port. It has a main gun caliber of 240 millimeters and a speed of less than 18 knots. There are 4 coastal defense batteries, the largest of which has a caliber of 280 millimeters, but they are all antiques from 10 years ago, and their range and accuracy are poor. In other words, Li Te concluded, we have an absolute advantage in firepower. We have an absolute advantage in speed. As for protection, their shots can't even penetrate our main armor belt. Chapter 67. You are not orphans. The motherland has not forgotten you. He turned around and looked at everyone. So, technically, we have a crushing advantage. That leaves only one question. Politically, how do we fight? The meeting room fell silent. Everyone understood what Li Te meant. Fighting a war is easy, but the chain reaction afterward is the most difficult to handle. Captain, Su Wen adjusted his glasses. I suggest a 3-step approach. First, upon arrival, conduct a deterrent bombardment, targeting an uninhabited island or barren mountain to demonstrate our firepower. Second, send a formal note to the Dutch authorities via public channels, demanding they cease violence, hand over the perpetrators, and compensate for the damages. Third, if they refuse, gradually escalate the pressure, such as by blockading the port or seizing the ship. What if they still don't give in by the third step? Zhao Taizan asked. Suwen paused for a moment. Then let's move on to the fourth step, selective destruction of military targets. But it must be strictly controlled. Only military facilities should be targeted, not civilian targets. And then, Li Te stared at him. After the fighting, do we leave or stay? If we leave, what if the Dutch retaliate against the local Chinese? If we stay, how long do we stay? What will the British and French do? A series of questions left Su when speechless. So, Li Te walked back to his seat. What we need is not a perfect battle plan, but a clear strategic objective. The president said, strike with authority and know when to stop. What does know when to stop mean? My understanding is we need to make the Dutch bow their heads and admit their mistakes. We need to ensure the safety of the local Chinese, and we need to show the world that they cannot afford to pay the price for bullying the Chinese. He paused, then raised his voice. As for the specifics of how to do it, Lin Hai exist. Notify the entire ship that I will be speaking on deck in 1 hour, Li Te said. All off-duty personnel, attend. Engine room, prepare to increase speed to 28 knots. Gunnery, check all main guns and ammunition. Navigation, plan the patrol and surveillance routes after arriving in Java. Yes. Everyone stood up, preparing to leave. Wait a minute. Li Te called out to them, standing up from his seat. There's one more thing. He looked around at everyone and said, word by word. Tell everyone that we might die on this trip. The Dutch might go mad. The British might get involved. Even the Japanese, the Germans, nobody knows what will happen. If anyone wants to back out, they can say so now, and I won't blame them. No one moved. Zhao Taizan was the first to laugh out loud. Captain, 3 years ago, I ran from Tianjin to Southeast Asia, and then from Southeast Asia to the Persian Gulf. What was it all for? Wasn't it all for today? To be able to sail back on our own Chinese ship and support our compatriots. It would be worth dying for. Exactly. Zhou Daong wiped his face. My father died in the Yellow Sea in the year of Jiawu, 1894. Before he died, he said that his biggest regret in life was not seeing China have its own ironclad warships. Now I not only see them, but I'm also driving one. I have to see them a few more times for my father. Chen Qiming nodded vigorously, his eyes shining brightly even though he didn't say anything. Looking at this group of people, a group of young people whose average age was less than 25, who were miners, farmers, and students 3 years ago, Li Te suddenly felt something stuck in his chest. Okay. He said only one word. Then go and get ready. See you on deck in an hour. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the deck of the Guangfu was full of people. All 1,200 officers and soldiers, except for those on duty, were present. Dressed in dark blue training uniforms, they stood in neat square formations in the cool morning breeze. The beams of searchlights swept across their young faces, which showed fatigue, tension, but even more so, a long-suppressed flame. Li Te walked onto the platform at the front of the bridge. He changed into his formal captain's uniform, the gold epaulets gleaming slightly under the lights. Without a microphone, he had to shout at the top of his lungs. Attention all! 1,200 pairs of eyes were focused on him simultaneously. The deck was so quiet that the sound of waves crashing against the hull could be heard. 5 minutes ago, Li Te began, his voice carrying far through the silent night. I received authorization from the president. The Restoration has changed its course and will no longer be heading to Colombo. Our new destination is... He paused for a moment, making everyone prick up their ears. Java. Batavia. A suppressed commotion arose from the crowd. Some gasped, others clenched their fists. Why go to Java? Li Te raised his voice. Because just this morning, Dutch colonial police and soldiers opened fire and massacred our compatriots in Batavia. He held up a copy of the telegram in his hand. This is an urgent telegram from the Dragon Eye Intelligence Network. 47 dead, over 100 wounded. Bodies piled up at the docks, blood flowed like rivers. And the last words the local Chinese Chamber of Commerce sent us were, "Where is our motherland?" He practically shouted the last 4 words. A deathly silence fell over the deck. Then, the first sob came from a corner. Soon, the sobs joined in. Many of these young sailors were themselves refugees from Southeast Asia, whose families and friends still lived under the colonial rule of the Dutch, British, and French. Li Te paused for a few seconds, waiting for his emotions to calm down slightly, before continuing. 3 years ago, when we left Pontianak and embarked on our journey into exile, someone asked me, "Rit, can we come back?" I said yes. He then asked, "How long will it take?" I said I didn't know. His voice lowered, but each word carried more weight. Now, I think I have the answer. Going home is not just about returning to that land. Going home means that when our brothers and sisters are bullied abroad, we can sail our warships to pick them up. It means that when someone asks, "Where is our motherland?" we can point to the yellow dragon flag on the mast and say, "Our motherland is here." He pointed to the mainmast. There, a huge yellow dragon flag fluttered in the night wind. "So now I command." Li Te's voice rose again. "Restoration. Turn south. Speed 28 knots. Target Java Batavia. We must tell the Dutch. Those who kill my compatriots will be brought to justice, no matter how far away they are. We want to tell all overseas Chinese, you are not orphans, and the motherland has not forgotten you. We also want to tell the world, times have changed. Chinese people are no longer lambs to be bullied. We have ships, cannons, and backbone. Whoever dares to reach out again, will chop off their claws. Everyone." He took a deep breath and shouted his last words with all his might. "For our compatriots, for our motherland, to go home." A brief silence. Then, a thunderous response erupted from the deck. "For our compatriots, for our motherland, for our homeland, for our compatriots, for our motherland, for our homeland." Chapter 68, Java in sight. Waves of shouts rose higher and higher, echoing through the night sky over the Indian Ocean. Some wept, some screamed themselves hoarse, and some threw their hats into the air. Emotions that had been suppressed for too long finally erupted at this moment. Li Te stood on the platform, watching all of this. His eyes were red, but he didn't cry. He simply raised his right hand and gave a perfect military salute to his 1,200 brothers who had shared life and death with him. After the ceremony, he turned and walked down the platform, saying to Lin Hai, who was already waiting beside him, "Order the engine room. Full speed ahead." Yes. 5 minutes later, the massive hull of the Revival began to slowly turn. The 4 steam turbines roared, thick smoke billowed from the funnels, and the speedometer needle climbed from 18 knots, 20, 22, 25, 28. The steel behemoth tore through the sea, leaving a white trail several kilometers long behind it. The spray from the waves cleaved by its bow gleamed a ghastly white under the searchlights, like paper money scattered on this road of no return. Inside the bridge, Li Te stood in front of the nautical chart, watching the symbol representing Quangfu slowly move towards Java. Lin Hai walked over and handed him a cup of hot tea. "Captain, go and rest for a while. You'll be busy for the next 50 hours. Li Te took the teacup and shook his head. "I can't sleep. Old Lin, tell me, are we really doing the right thing?" "What do you mean, right or wrong?" "For the sake of 47 people in Java, the entire strategic plan has been disrupted." Li Te looked out at the darkness. "The British might take this opportunity to launch an attack. The Germans might reassess our reliability, and even the French, who knows? The plan that the president spent 3 years laying out could be ruined by this one operation." Lin Hai remained silent for a long time. Then he said, "Captain, let me tell you a story. My hometown is in Fujian. When I was a child, there was an old man in my village who fought in the Sino-French War." Lin Hai leaned against the bulkhead, his voice soft. He said that during the Battle of Maui, the French shells rained down like rain. Our ships sank one after another, and people died one after another. He clung to the mast, watching his brothers, with whom he had spent every day, scream in the sea of fire, and he had only one thought in his mind. Why? Why couldn't we win? He paused. He survived and returned to the village. He never spoke of the naval battle when people asked him about it. Until his dying breath, he called me to his bedside and said, "Ahai, the greatest pain in my life wasn't the physical wounds, but the pent-up frustration in my heart. We weren't afraid of death, but we felt it was pointless to die, because even if we all died, nothing would change." Lin Hai turned his head and looked at Li Te. "Captain, what do you think the Chinese in Southeast Asia will think of us 3 or 5 years from now, when we actually manage to return to Borneo? They'll say, 'Oh, Lan Fong is back.' But they didn't even dare to rescue their fellow countrymen in Java back then. What are they doing back now?" Li Te's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. "So," Lin Hai patted him on the shoulder, "some battles aren't about whether they're worth fighting, but whether they have to be fought. Today's battle is one that we have to fight. If we lose, we'll accept it. But if we don't fight, we'll never get over that hurdle in our hearts for the rest of our lives. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the bridge to check the preparedness of each department. Li Te stood alone in front of the nautical chart, watching the point of light that kept moving south. The sky outside the window gradually brightened. The first rays of morning light shone on the gray armor plating of the Restoration ship, on the thick gun barrels of the main turret, and on the yellow dragon flag fluttering in the wind at the top of the mast. Li Te suddenly remembered the last sentence in Chun Feng's telegram. The motherland and 300,000 compatriots are your support. He raised his teacup, looked at the rising sun outside the porthole, and said softly, "Then let's fight. For the 47 people who will never be able to go home, and for the millions of people who are still waiting for us to come home." The water in the teacup rippled slightly. Heading 165, speed 28 knots, 12 nautical miles from Batavia. Navigation Officer Chun Chiming's voice rang out in the bridge, steady yet with a barely perceptible tension. Li Te stood before the observation window, high-powered binoculars in hand. Through the lens, the coastline of Java Island had already emerged from the horizon, like a dark green ribbon, appearing and disappearing in the morning mist. Visibility? Li Te asked, his eyes never leaving the binoculars. The morning fog is expected to dissipate within an hour, Chun Chiming replied quickly. Currently, visibility is about 5 kilometers, which is enough for us to observe the outline of the port. Li Te nodded. He adjusted the focus, and the lens swept across the coastline. First, there were scattered fishing villages, their thatched roofs peeking out from the mist with blurry spires. Then, the buildings gradually denser, colonial-style white walls and red tiles, church spires and cranes on the dock. Finally, he saw the port of Batavia. The port was larger than he had imagined. There were at least 20 berths, 3 of which were deep-water wharves, with several cargo ships moored there. Further away, the clock tower of the Port Authority building stood tall, with a red, white, and blue tricolor flag, the Dutch flag, flying from its roof. Li Te applied slight pressure with his hand, and the rubber-eye shield of the binoculars pressed against his brow bone, causing some pain. "Have you found the Dutch warships?" "Searching." Gunner Zhao Taizhan stood in front of the fire control console, skillfully manipulating the optical rangefinder with both hands. "East side of the harbor, near Pier 3. "Got it." A pre-dreadnought, judging from the outline, it should be a 7 provinces class. The smokestack isn't smoking, so it's probably undergoing maintenance at the berth. Li Te turned his binoculars in that direction. Indeed, a gray-blue warship was moored on the dock, its hull rusted and the canvas covers on its main gun barrels still in place. Compared to the merchant ships nearby, it looked old and dilapidated. "That's it." Little put down his binoculars, his tone tinged with disbelief. "The Dutch's most important colony in the Far East is guarded by this old relic?" Intelligence indicates that the main force of the Dutch East India Fleet is on its home turf. Intelligence Officer Su when continued. Their colonies in Asia rely more on diplomatic balancing than military force. This 7 provinces is more of a symbolic presence. "Symbols?" Li Te sneered. "Then today we'll let them know that some symbols need to be changed." The bridge door was pushed open, and the Vice Captain Lin Hai strode in, holding a newly translated telegram in his hand. "Captain, the latest news on Dragon Ainanyang 7. Lin Hai's voice was low. Details of yesterday's conflict. Li Te took the telegram. This time, the telegram was much longer, densely filled with small print. He quickly scanned it, his face growing increasingly grim. Dutch colonial authorities, under the pretext of inspecting smuggling, forcibly searched the Chinese-owned shop Guangfahao. The shop owner, Chun Afu, resisted but was knocked to the ground by military police with rifle butts. His son, Chun Wenjun, 16 years old, stepped forward to reason with them and was shot dead on the spot. This act angered surrounding Chinese merchants, and about 200 people gathered to protest. Dutch garrison Major van der Heijden ordered the suppression by firing. Chapter 69, Killing My Compatriots Will Come at a Bloody Price. Let's skip the middle description and go straight to the last paragraph. The conflict lasted approximately 40 minutes. Dutch military and police used Lee Enfield rifles and a Maxim machine gun. More than 500 shell casings were found at the scene. Among the dead were 9 women and 3 children. The youngest victim was Chun Afu's daughter, 6 years old, named Chen Xiaohua, who was shot in the back. "That's enough." Li Te slammed the telegram onto the control panel. The metal surface made a dull thud, and everyone on the bridge turned to look. "Captain," Lin Hai asked cautiously. Li Te took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned around and faced everyone on the bridge. "Listen up, all of you." His voice was calm, but every word was like steel that had been tempered in fire. "Now you all know why we're here. 9 women, 3 children, a 6-year-old girl. The Dutch were machine gunning them." He paused, letting the words sink in. "The president's orders to us were to demonstrate our power and then stop while we're ahead. My understanding is, today, we must make the Dutch feel the pain to the bone. We must make them remember for 100 years. Killing our compatriots will come at a bloody price." "Yes, sir," came a unified response from the bridge. Li Te walked back to the observation window and raised the binoculars again. This time, he didn't look at the harbor, but moved slowly along the coastline. He was looking for something. "Lin Hai exist. See that mountain on the west side of the port?" Li Te pointed to a bare, rocky mountain in the distance. "What's that mountain called? Is anyone living there?" Lin Hai quickly flipped to the attached map. "That's Waiting for Husband Cliff, a name given by the local Chinese. It said that in the past, a fisherman's wife waited there every day for her husband to return and later jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. The mountain is all rocks, with no vegetation and no residents. It's about 8 kilometers away from the main channel of the port." 8 kilometers, Lit repeated the number. "Within our main gun range," Zhao Taizan answered almost immediately. 381 millimeters main gun, maximum range of 35,000 meters. 8 kilometers? You could hit it with your eyes closed. "Okay." Li Te put down his binoculars. "Then we'll choose this one." There was a moment of silence on the bridge. Everyone understood what the captain meant. "Captain," Suwon pushed up his glasses. "You mean to bombard that mountain?" "It's not artillery fire," Li Te corrected him. "It's an artillery calibration exercise. According to international naval practice, newly arrived warships have a right to conduct artillery calibration in a safe area to ensure that the weapon systems are in optimal condition." He walked up to the communication station and said to communications soldier Wang Xiaohua, "Send a message to the Batavia Port Authority using a public radio channel in plain text." The message is as follows. Wang Xiaohua quickly picked up a pen and notebook. "To the Batavia Port Authority and the Dutch East Indies Colonial Authority. The Lanfang Republic Navy warship Guangfu will conduct a routine artillery calibration exercise at 8 a.m. today in the waters north of Wangfu Cliff outside the port. The exercise area is a 10-kilometer radius centered on Wangfu Cliff. All vessels in the port are requested to cease departure before 7:30 a.m., and vessels already outside the port are requested to move away from the area. The exercise is expected to last 30 minutes. This is hereby announced." After Li Te finished speaking, he looked at Wang Xiaohua and asked, "Did you remember that?" I've got it." Wang Xiaohua's hand trembled slightly. "But, Captain, if you send a message in plain text, the whole of Batavia can hear it. We need to make sure they all hear it." Li Te patted him on the shoulder. "Send it out. Then repeat it every 15 minutes until 7:30. "Yes." 7 minutes after the telegram was sent, the radio room of the Batavia Port Authority was in an uproar. The clerk on duty was a young Dutchman named Hendrik. He was wearing headphones and half asleep, listening to jazz on a Singaporean commercial radio station, when he was suddenly startled by the plaintext telegram and jumped up from his chair. "My God!" He checked the telegram 3 times, then scrambled out of the radio room and rushed to the Port Authority Director's office. He didn't even knock. He just barged in. Port Authority Director Vander Wiel was having breakfast, a cup of coffee and 2 slices of butter bread. He was startled when Hendrik burst in, spilling coffee onto his pristine white uniform. "Damn it, Hendrik, you'd better have a really good reason." "Chief, telegram. Clear text telegram." Hendrik slammed the record sheet on the table. "A warship called Restoration says it wants to come here for artillery exercises." Vander Wiel paused for a moment, then grabbed the telegram. He read it quickly, his expression shifting from anger to confusion, then to pallor. "Lanfang Republic? What's that? Restoration ship? Never heard of it." "But Chief, the exercise area they mentioned," Hendrik pointed out the window, "Wangfu Cliff is only 8 kilometers from the main channel. If they really open fire—" "I know." Vander Wiel interrupted him, standing up and pacing rapidly around the office. "Artillery calibration exercises, that's the Navy's usual excuse. What are they trying to do? A show of force? A provocation?" He walked to the window and looked out at the sea beyond the harbor. The morning mist was dissipating, but there was still no sign of any ships. "Chief, should we reply?" Hendrik asked. "A reply? A reply to what?" "Say welcome to the exercise." Van der Wiel waved his hand impatiently. "Go, send a copy of this telegram to the garrison headquarters, the governor's office, and never mind, send a copy to every department. Hurry." "Yes." After Hendrik ran out, Van der Wiel sat down again, staring at the telegram. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously, faster and faster. Lanfang Republic. He felt like he'd heard the name somewhere before. Right, a few months ago, a merchant ship from Europe brought some rumors that a Chinese force had emerged in the Persian Gulf, building warships for the Germans. At the time, he'd taken it as a joke. Now, the joke has come knocking. By 7:10 a.m., the morning fog in the port of Batavia had mostly dissipated. Dock workers began their shifts, fishing boat engines churned, and merchant ship sailors washed the decks. Everything seemed no different from usual, except for the messengers constantly moving in and out of the Port Authority building and the growing number of military and police personnel gathering on the docks. Chen Jinfu pushed his breakfast cart to his usual spot in the South Wharf area, a predominantly Chinese neighborhood. His cart was laden with steaming hot buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, all prepared the night before. But his mind wasn't on business. Since last night, a rumor has been circulating among the neighbors. A large ship is coming to sea, a large ship belonging to the Chinese. At first, no one believed it. A large Chinese ship? What a joke. The Qing Navy had been completely annihilated in the Yellow Sea 10 years earlier. Where would such a large ship come from? But early this morning, several Chinese cleaners at the Port Authority secretly brought back news. The radio room received a clear telegram that a warship called Guangfu was coming. It was flying a flag they had never seen before, the Yellow Dragon flag. Yellow Dragon flag. Chen Jinfu remembered that flag. His grandfather had said that the Lanfang Republic used this flag in its early years. But that was 100 years ago, and Lanfang had long since disappeared. Chapter 70, it turns out that wasn't an excuse. It was a foreshadowing. "Uncle Afyu, 2 meat buns, please." A young man's voice pulled him back to reality. Chen Jinfu looked up and saw A Chong, a dock worker in his early 20s, all muscle. "A Chong, so early today?" Chen Jinfu quickly wrapped the buns in oil paper and handed them over. "I can't sleep." A Chong took the steamed bun, took a big bite, and mumbled, "Uncle A Fu, have you heard about that? The big ship at sea." "I've heard about it," Chen Jinfu said in a low voice, "but I don't know if it's true or not." "It must be true. I can't gelinde cruiser. My cousin works at the telegraph company. He said that all the Dutch people in the company were called back last night, and they haven't left work yet. Something big must have happened." Just then, the sound of a ship's horn came from afar. It wasn't the low, mournful wail of a merchant ship, but a deeper, more powerful roar, like the bellow of some giant beast. The sound came from the sea, and the air vibrated as if it were several kilometers away. Everyone on the dock stopped what they were doing. Chen Jinfu raised his head and looked at the sea. At first, he only saw a deep blue expanse. Then, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, a gray dot appeared. Dots quickly became lines, and lines became outlines. "My God!" The steam bun in A Chong's hand fell to the ground. That was a ship, but it wasn't an ordinary ship. It was enormous, beyond anyone's comprehension. Chen Jinfu had worked in Batavia for 30 years, seeing British battleships, German cruisers, and French armored ships. But none of them had this size, this imposing presence. The hull was a cold gray, with lines so smooth they looked as if they had been carved by a knife. There were 3 tall funnels and 4 huge turrets, each with 2 intimidatingly thick cannons protruding from it. The waves it cleaved through from its bow were 5 or 6 meters high, and a long white contrail trailed behind it. The most eye-catching thing is the flag on the mainmast. Yellow background, blue dragon, encircling the gear. It rustled in the morning sunlight. The dock gradually quieted down. Chinese, Indonesians, Dutch, everyone watched the giant ship slowly approaching. Some raised binoculars, while others simply climbed onto the cargo piles. Chen Jinfu felt his throat go dry. He rubbed his eyes and looked at it again. That flag is real. "Lanfang," he murmured the 2 words, his voice so soft that only he could hear them. Then, he saw something even more astonishing. The giant ship began to turn about 10 kilometers from the port. Instead of entering the harbor, it sailed parallel to the coastline, its broadsides facing the port. During this process, The four main gun turrets began to slowly rotate. 8 thick cannon barrels, like steel fingers, were raised one after another. They were pointing towards the waiting-for-husband cliff on the west side of the harbor. What are they going to do? Chang's voice trembled. Shen Jinfu didn't answer. He just watched, watching the gun barrels adjust their angles, watching the cold light reflected from the observation windows on the turrets. Suddenly, he remembered the news he had heard that morning, an artillery calibration exercise. It turns out that wasn't an excuse. That was a preview. 8 kilometers from Wangfu Cliff. Wind direction, southeast, wind speed. Level 3, wave height, 0.5 meters. In the fire control room, Zhao Tieshan's voice came clearly to the bridge through the megaphone. Li Te stood in front of the observation window, holding binoculars, but this time he didn't look outside. Instead, he stared at the clock on the wall. 7:55. Target parameters input complete. Zhao Taizhan continued to report. Main gun loaded with high explosive shells. Fuse set with a delay of 0.5 seconds. Turret servo system normal. Fire control computer operating normally. Received, Li Te replied, then turned to the communication station, Wang Xiaohua. Exist. Has the final announcement been issued? It's been sent. It was sent at 7:45, and the content is the same. The Port Authority hasn't replied, but all the ships in the port have indeed stopped, and several that were heading out have turned back. Okay. Li Te nodded, then connected to the ship's intercom. Attention all crew, this is Captain Li Te. His voice traveled through the pipes to every corner of his ship. The time is now 7:56. In 4 minutes, we will conduct a main gun calibration exercise. This is not training, this is not a performance. This is to tell everyone, the Lanfang Navy has arrived. He paused for a moment, letting the words settle. I know that many of you still have family and friends in Southeast Asia, under the rule of the Dutch, British, and French. I know that you miss home and want to go back to see them. Today's cannon shot is the first step towards returning home. We want to use the sound of the cannon to tell everyone. Chinese people are no longer sheep that can be bullied at will. We have ships, cannons, and backbone. So, take your positions. I want to see the most accurate shooting and the most professional operation. Let the Dutch see what a modern navy is. Let the world see what the power of the Chinese is. Complete. The broadcast ended. The bridge was so quiet that only the ticking of the instruments and the hissing of the steam pipes could be heard. Lin Hai walked to Li Te's side and whispered, Captain, everything is ready. But do we really have to fight? Once we open fire, there will be no turning back. Li Te glanced at him. Old Lin, do you think we can turn back now? I mean, the political consequences. Politics. Li Te interrupted him, pointing out the window. See that mountain? It's called Wangfu Cliff, waiting for husband cliff. It's said that over 100 years ago, a Chinese wife waited there every day for her husband who went out to sea. She waited for 3 years and finally jumped off the cliff. Why? Because her husband was captured by the Dutch and forced into hard labor, where he died in a tin mine. He turned around and looked at Lin Hai. How many stories like this are there in Southeast Asia? 100? 1,000? 10,000? If the Dutch dare to shoot and kill 47 people today, they will dare to kill 470 tomorrow. If we don't fire this shot today, then we are no different from the husband who watched his wife jump off a cliff 100 years ago and was powerless to stop her. Lin Hai fell silent. The clock struck 7:59. Li Te walked back to his command post and put on his headset. All turrets, final confirmation. The headset transmitted the responses from 4 turrets. Turret A is ready. Turret B is ready. Turret C is ready. Turret D is ready. Fire control room? Fire control room ready. Zhao Tieshan's voice rang out. Target locked. Data calculation complete. Ready to fire at any time. Li Te looked at the clock. The second hand ticked away, 1 mark at a time. 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. 55, 58. Everyone on the bridge unconsciously held their breath. Li Te placed his hand on the control panel, his fingers lightly resting above the red launch button. He closed his eyes, the numbers from the telegram flashing through his mind. 47, 9, 3, 6. Then he opened his eyes and pressed the button. Fire. Chapter 71, 3 rounds of fire. Fire. The sound came later. First came the light. The 4 main guns of turrets A and B simultaneously spewed out blazing white flames, and a muzzle storm exploded into a visible shockwave on the sea surface. Then came the tremor. The more than 40,000-ton warship was pushed sideways by the enormous recoil, and the hull emitted a low groan. Finally, there's the sound. That wasn't an ordinary cannon shot. It was some kind of primal, violent roar, like 1,000 thunderbolts exploding in your ears at once. The sound waves spread across the sea at a visible speed, making the glass of the harbor buildings rattle and causing people on the docks to instinctively cover their ears. But it's not over yet. Less than 2 seconds after the first volley of shells left the barrel, turrets C and D opened fire as well. For more tongues of fire, another sideways movement, and another deafening roar that nearly ripped eardrums apart. 8 381mm high-explosive shells, each weighing 870 kilograms, flew at a speed of 800 meters per second toward Wangfu Cliff, 8 kilometers away. The flight time is approximately 10 seconds. For those 10 seconds, time seemed to stand still in the entire port of Batavia. On the dock, Chun Jinfu stared, mouth agape, at the 8 faint trails of smoke streaking across the sky. He recalled setting off firecrackers during the Lunar New Year when he was a child, but even the loudest firecrackers couldn't compare to this. Dutch military police stood there dumbfounded, some not even noticing their rifles fall to the ground. Inside the Port Authority building, Director Vander Waal rushed to the window, his face ashen. At the governor's residence, Governor van der Linden, who had just been urgently awakened, was wearing a bathrobe, and the coffee cup in his hand was trembling violently. Then the first shell hit its target. It didn't land at the foot of the mountain, nor on its waist. It burrowed directly into the top rock of the Waiting for Husband cliff, triggering a delayed fuse from within. As a result, the entire upper part of the mountain exploded from the inside, like an egg smashed by a giant's hammer. A massive fireball erupted from the mountain, followed by billowing dust and debris. The explosion was more muffled than cannon fire, but also more terrifying. It was the earth itself howling in agony. Then came a second shot, the third shot, and the 8th shot. 8 explosions, almost continuous, completely altered the shape of Wangfu Cliff, a rocky mountain that had stood for millions of years, in just 30 seconds. The top was flattened by at least 20 meters, and 3 huge gaps were blasted into the side of the mountain, with debris cascading down like a waterfall, creating continuous waves on the sea surface. As the smoke from the last shell began to dissipate, the harbor remained deathly silent. No one spoke. No one moved. Only the sea breeze carries the smell of gunpowder and the dust that is still slowly falling from the sky. Chun Jinfu was the first to kneel down. He wasn't afraid. He simply couldn't stand. His knees buckled, his heart pounded, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He looked at the ravaged mountain, at the giant gray ship on the sea, at the yellow dragon flag. It's been 100 years. From their grandfather's generation onward, Chinese people here have been treated like slaves, ordered around, heavily taxed, arbitrarily beaten, and even arbitrarily shot. They have become accustomed to bowing their heads, to enduring, and to telling themselves, this is fate. But now, someone comes to tell them, this is not fate. Some people sailed from thousands of miles away, carrying cannons, and said in the most violent and direct way, you are not orphans. The motherland has not forgotten you. Ah Chong knelt down too, then another worker beside him, and then one after another. Soon, the entire Chinese community in the South Wharf area was kneeling. No one organized it, no one called on them. They just knelt, looking at the ship, tears streaming down their faces, yet smiling. The situation was completely different for the Dutch. Chief Vander Waal slumped into his chair, his hands trembling so badly he could barely hold a pen. Only one thought occupied his mind. It's all over. Everything is over. This is not a demonstration, not a provocation. This is a declaration of war. A declaration of war written with artillery shells. Inside the governor's residence, Governor van der Linden finally reacted, roaring at his adjutant. Quickly, send a telegram to The Hague. No, send one to the garrison command first. Tell them to prepare for battle. But Governor, the adjutant said, his face pale, our coastal artillery had a maximum range of only 6 kilometers, and that ship is 8 kilometers away. Then let the 7 provinces ship leave port. Stop it. 7 provinces is still undergoing maintenance, and the boilers haven't even been ignited yet. It will take at least 2 hours. I couldn't find out how long it took for the warship's boilers to cool down and reignite back then, but it's not important anyway. 2 hours it is. Go now. Silence reigned on the bridge of the Guangfu ship. But it wasn't shock, it wasn't fear. It was a kind of relief. Li Te lowered his binoculars. His fingers were a little numb, and his ears were still ringing. But he could clearly see that the mountain had changed. He could also clearly see the kneeling figures on the dock. The effect of the artillery fire? He asked, his voice a little hoarse. Zhao Taizan quickly replied. All 8 shots hit the target area. The impact point distribution is as expected, with the maximum deviation not exceeding 50 meters. The barrel temperature is normal, and the loading mechanism is operating normally. We can proceed with the second round of firing at any time. No need, Li Te said. 1 round is enough. He walked back to his command post and sat down. Lin Hai handed him a glass of water, which he took and drank in 1 gulp. Captain, Lin Hai said in a low voice, there are many Chinese kneeling down on the dock. I know, Li Te said. I saw it. Oh, they're crying, Li Te interrupted him, but they're also laughing. He stood up and walked back to the observation window. The view of the harbor became clear through the binoculars. He could see the tears on the faces of the Chinese and the panic on the faces of the Dutch. Lin Hai, exist. Tell me, what do you think the shot we fired today will change? Li Te asked without turning around. Lin Hai thought for a few seconds. At least, the Dutch won't dare to fire indiscriminately anymore. Anything else? And those Chinese people, they can walk with their backs straight from now on. Anything else? Lin Hai couldn't say anything. Li Te turned around, looked at him, and then at everyone on the bridge. Furthermore, from today onwards, 10 million Chinese in Southeast Asia will know one thing. There's a place in this world called Lanfang. There are ships and cannons there, and people are willing to travel thousands of miles to fire this shot for them. He paused. This shot didn't just destroy a mountain. It destroyed 100 years of humiliation, 100 years of fear, and 100 years of acceptance of fate. A few seconds of silence fell over the bridge. Then, someone started clapping softly. Soon, the applause grew louder, though not loud. It was firm. Li Te did not stop him. He waited for the applause to subside naturally before continuing. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Now back to reality. We fire that shot, and the Dutch certainly won't let it go. Zhao Taizan, exist. Main guns remain loaded. Target the Dutch ship 7 provinces. But do not fire unless ordered by me. Yes. Lin Hai, exist. Notify the engine room to reduce speed to 5 knots and maintain maneuverability. We're going to exercise here for 30 minutes, so stay for the full 30 minutes. Not a second less. Yes. Su Wen, exist. Begin drafting a formal note. The content should be strong, but the wording should conform to international law. There are 3 key points. First, demand that the Dutch authorities immediately cease their violence against the Chinese. Second, hand over the military and police officers who opened fire yesterday for us to try. And third, compensate all the dead and wounded for their losses and guarantee the rights of the Chinese in the future. Chapter 72, hand over the military and police officers who fired the shots yesterday, and let us try them. Su Wen quickly jotted down. What if they don't agree? Li Te smiled. It wasn't a gentle smile. Then tell them that the target of the second round of exercises might be closer to the port. For example, the Port Authority building, or the governor's residence. Who knows? Artillery calibration always has some margin of error. He spoke casually, but everyone on the bridge understood. This is not a request. This is an ultimatum. At 8:30 a.m., exactly half an hour after the shelling ended, the Guangfu was still patrolling 8 kilometers outside the harbor. It neither approached nor moved away, like a patient hunter waiting for its prey to make its choice. Inside the port of Batavia, all the ships remained obediently at their berths, not even daring to row out. The military and police on the shore had been reinforced, but they all hid behind cover, none daring to show their faces. An emergency meeting was held at the governor's palace for a full hour. Those present included Governor van der Linden, Garrison Commander Major van der Hayden, the same major who ordered the shooting yesterday, Port Authority Director van der Weil, and several civilian officials. We must retaliate. Van der Hayden slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. This is blatant aggression. It's a trampling on the dignity of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Retaliate? With what can we retaliate? The finance officer retorted coldly. Can your coastal artillery even reach 8 kilometers away? Even if the 7 provinces set sail now, by the time it's out there, their shells will have already leveled the harbor. Then let's request aid from the mainland. Let the Navy send a fleet. The fastest ship from Rotterdam to Batavia takes 6 weeks, said the Port Authority Director, van der Waal, listlessly. 6 weeks from now? It's questionable whether any of us will still be around. What should we do then? Surrender? Agree to the unreasonable demands of those yellow-skinned monkeys? Van der Heijden roared. The governor, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Major van der Heijden, watch your words. And regarding yesterday's events, I need an explanation. Who gave you permission to order the shooting? Van der Heijden paused for a moment, then straightened his neck and said, those Chinese rioters attacked the military and police. I was enforcing the law. The law? The treasurer sneered. The law allows you to shoot women and children? The law allows you to kill 47 people at once. Major, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. That ship outside is here to demand an explanation. Then let them come. I'm not afraid. I'm afraid. The governor suddenly raised his voice, stunning everyone. I'm afraid my governor's mansion will be blown to smithereens by a 381mm shell. I'm afraid the entire port of Batavia will be reduced to ruins. I'm afraid the kingdom's most important colony in Asia will be destroyed in my hands. He stood up, bracing himself on the table with both hands, his voice weary. Gentlemen, let's be realistic. According to the intelligence we just received, that Restoration has a standard displacement of 38,000 tons and a full load displacement of over 40,000 tons. Its speed exceeds 30 knots, and its main guns are 381mm in caliber. What about the 7 provinces? 7,000 tons, 18 knots, 240mm guns. How can we fight it? With our heads. The meeting room was completely silent. Then what do you mean? Vanderville asked cautiously. The governor took a deep breath, replied to them. Agree to negotiations. Location can be the Port Authority building, but we must require that their representatives not number more than 10 ashore, and that they not carry heavy weapons. Then what conditions did they propose? Agree to what you can. The governor closed his eyes. Compensation can be given, and rights can be guaranteed, but handing over the military and police, that's unacceptable. The dignity of the kingdom cannot be trampled on like this. What if they insist? The governor opened his eyes and looked out the window. The outline of the giant gray ship was clearly visible on the sea. Then, let's talk again. His voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. At 3 p.m., the Guangfu received a formal reply from the Dutch authorities. In the captain's cabin, Li Tay and several key officers reviewed the telegram. It was lengthy and worded tactfully, but its core message was clear. They were willing to negotiate, offer compensation, and guarantee their rights, but refused to hand over their military and police forces. As expected, Lin Hai said, they still care about saving face. Face. Li Tay threw the telegram on the table. You killed 47 people, and you still want face? Captain, what's the next step? Su Wen asked. Continue to apply pressure? Li Tay thought for a few seconds, then shook his head. No. The president said it should be a controlled escalation. We've already demonstrated our strength. Now it's time to give them a way out. Reply to them. We agree to negotiations. The location is the Guangfu. The time, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Then the conditions for handing over the military and police. Let's put it on hold for now, Li Tay said. We'll discuss it at the negotiating table again. But the other 2 points, compensation and protection of rights, must be written down in black and white and implemented immediately. He stood up and walked to the porthole. The setting sun dyed the sea a golden red hue. The ruins of Guangfu Cliff stood out starkly in the twilight, like a fresh scar on the earth. Lin Hai. Exist. Notify the entire ship to increase vigilance tonight. The Dutch might try something underhanded. Double the number of all sentries, and keep lookouts on high alert. Yes. Also, Li Tay turned around, prepare a list. Food, medicine, bandages, we'll send them to the local Chinese community after the negotiations tomorrow. It's just a small token of our appreciation. Lin Hai nodded and wrote it down. Li Tay looked out the window again. Lights had already come on in the Chinese community on the dock. The twinkling lights looked especially warm in the twilight. He knew that today's shot wouldn't change everything. The Dutch were still there, colonial rule was still there, and discrimination and oppression wouldn't disappear overnight. But at least from today onward, the Chinese living here will know when they go to sleep that there's a ship at sea and a group of people on board who are willing to fire their guns for them. That's enough. That makes it worthwhile. Captain, Lin Hai suddenly asked. Do you think anyone will still remember today, remember this ship, remember this shot, 100 years from now? Li Tai did not answer immediately. He stared at the yellow dragon flag fluttering in the evening breeze for a long time. We will remember, he said finally. Even if the ship sinks, the cannons rust, and the people are gone, the sound of that shot will continue to echo on the South Seas. For 100 years, for 1,000 years, as long as there are still Chinese people who remember the way home, they will remember this day. Outside the window, the last ray of sunlight disappeared below the horizon. But the navigation lights of the Guangfu were already on, like eyes that never go out in the darkness. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Guangfu, the deputy captain, Lin Hai, stood at the front of the group, holding a list in his hand. His eyes occasionally swept across the sea. There a Dutch Navy transport boat was churning towards them, a small white flag flying at the bow, with a Dutch flag beneath it. Remember the procedure, Lin Hai said to the Marine Corps captain beside him. First, verify their identities, then check for weapons. If they are, confiscate them on the spot. After the inspection, take them to the bridge conference room. Don't let them look around on the way, but don't be too rude. Stay professional. Understood, sir. Chapter 73. How much compensation? How will be paid? Who will pay? The transport boat docked at the gangway. 2 Dutch sailors came up first, skillfully securing the mooring lines. Then, a middle-aged man in a white colonial civil servant uniform stepped onto the gangway. He was about 50 years old, with neatly combed hair, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and carrying a black briefcase. Van der Wiel. Lin Hai glanced at the list, director of the Batavia Port Authority. Van der Wiel stepped onto the deck and was immediately stunned by the sight before him. He wasn't unfamiliar with warships. Although the Dutch Navy had declined, its home fleet still boasted quite a few decent ships. But this one, it was beyond just decent. The deck steel plates were astonishingly thick, with welds so smooth they looked like they were cast from a single piece. The secondary gun turrets were larger than many main guns he had ever seen. Not to mention the 4 enormous main gun turrets in the distance, their barrels thick enough to fit a person inside. Welcome aboard, Mr. Van der Wiel, Lin Hai said in fluent English, his tone polite but cold. I am Lin Hai, the first mate of the Revival. Please show me your identification. Van der Wiel snapped out of his reverie and pulled a document from his briefcase. Lin Hai took it, carefully checked the photo, name, and title, and then handed it to the clerk behind him for recording. Please understand, we need to conduct a security check. Lin Hai nodded to the Marines behind him. Please open your arms. 2 officers stepped forward and skillfully, but professionally searched Van der Wiel. Aside from a pen, a pocket watch, and a set of keys, no weapons were found. Passed. Lin Hai gestured for Van der Wiel to stand aside. Please wait a moment. Your companions need to be checked one by one. Next aboard the ship was Major van der Heyden, the garrison commander. This middle-aged officer, in his 40s, wore a crisp military uniform, his chest adorned with medals. His face was flushed, whether naturally so or from anger. It was unclear. You have no right to search officers of the Royal Netherlands Army. Van der Heyden's first words upon stepping onto the deck were a protest. This is an insult to the kingdom. Lin Hai remained unfazed. Major, according to international naval practice, anyone boarding a foreign warship must undergo security checks. If you refuse, you may return now. You, Van der Heyden, Van der Wiel whispered. Don't forget the governor's orders. Van der Heyden gritted his teeth, but finally opened his arms. The search was a bit rougher than Van der Weer's. The Marines clearly recognized him as the commander who had given the order to fire yesterday. But they remained professional and didn't do anything out of line. The identities of the next 5 people are, in order, Colonial Treasurer De Jong, Judicial Officer Van der Sant, translator, a young Indonesian, clerk, and a character that Lin Hai found somewhat unexpected. The Dutch East India Company's representative in Batavia, an old man with white hair named Vanderberg. After all 7 people had finished their checks, Lin Hai gestured for them to follow him. Everyone, please come with me. The captain is waiting in the conference room. The bridge conference room is not large, but it is decorated in a very simple and professional manner. The long conference table was made of solid wood, polished so smooth it reflected one's image. 7 chairs were placed on one side, and only 5 on the other. Those were for Representative Lanfang. On the wall hung a nautical chart of the South China Sea, as well as a cross-sectional drawing of the Guangfu warship. Two electric lights hung from the ceiling, providing bright but not glaring light. Li Te was seated in the main seat, already waiting there. He wasn't wearing a formal dress uniform, but rather a dark blue captain's service uniform, with 2 gold stars on his epaulettes, indicating his rank. Suwen sat to his left, a notebook and pen open in front of him. Zhao Taizhan sat to his right, his back ramrod straight, his hands resting on his knees. The other 2 seats were empty. Lin Hai would sit in one, and the other was reserved for the translator, even though Li Te's English was good enough. The door opened. Lin Hai led 7 Dutchmen in. Li Te didn't stand up, but simply gestured, "Please sit down." Vander Wiel hesitated for a moment, then sat down opposite him first. The others followed suit, their chairs dragging slightly across the floor. "I am Captain Li Te of the Restoration." Li Te got straight to the point, without any pleasantries or formalities. "Time is precious, so let's get straight to the point. You all know about the massacre that happened in Batavia yesterday, right?" His English had a slight accent, but it was very fluent and his vocabulary was precise. Vander Wiel cleared his throat. "Captain, first of all, on behalf of His Excellency Governor van der Linden, I would like to extend a warm welcome to your ship. Regarding yesterday's events, we need to clarify one point. It was not a massacre, but a legitimate act by the Dutch colonial authorities to maintain order in accordance with the law." Justifiable action? Lit raised an eyebrow. "Shooting and killing 47 civilians, including 9 women and 3 children, the youngest being only 6 years old. Is that considered justifiable action under Dutch law? Those people are a mob." Vander Hayden couldn't help but interject. "They attacked the military and police and disrupted public order. Is there any evidence?" "All the military and police personnel present at the time can testify to this." Lee laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. "Major, if I have my sailors testify that you attempted to attack me after boarding the ship, do you think that testimony would be valid?" You're slandering me." "No, I'm just stating a simple point." Li Te leaned forward, placing his hands crossed on the table. "Testimony from one's own people has no legal standing in an international court. Moreover, as far as we know, there were at least 200 other Chinese witnesses present at the time. Did you accept their testimonies?" Vander Wiel quickly tried to smooth things over. "Captain, we understand your concerns about this matter. But please understand that maintaining security in a colony is a complex matter. Sometimes, some regrettable misjudgments can occur." "Misjudgment." Lit repeated the word. "A fine misjudgment." "Then, Mr. Vander Wiel, I'd like to ask, if it hadn't been 47 Chinese who died yesterday, but 47 Dutch people, would you still use the word misjudgment? If it had been a little Dutch girl shot in the back and died in her mother's arms, would you still be sitting here talking to me about public security?" The meeting room was silent for a few seconds. Treasurer De Jong spoke, his voice calm, but with the shrewdness characteristic of bureaucrats. "Captain, our meeting today is to seek a solution to the problem, not to escalate the conflict. His Excellency the Governor has authorized us to consult on a compensation matter." "Compensation?" Li Te looked at him. "How much? How will it be paid? Who will pay?" Chapter 74. If you insist on interpreting it as a threat, that's fine too. "We can discuss the specific amount and method," De Jong said. "The Kingdom of the Netherlands is willing to provide compensation to the families of the dead and injured out of humanitarian considerations. At the same time, we can promise to handle similar incidents more carefully in the future and protect the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese people." "More cautious." Li Te shook his head. "Not enough. Far from enough." He gestured for Su Wan to hand him a document. It was a formal note drafted overnight. "On behalf of the Lanfang Republic, I have 3 demands." Li Te pushed the document to the center of the table. "First, the Dutch colonial authorities must immediately cease all acts of violence against the Chinese and lift military control over the Chinese community." "This is something we can discuss," Vander Wiel nodded. "Second, full compensation shall be paid to all the dead and injured and their families. This includes funeral expenses, medical expenses, compensation for mental distress, and living security for the next 20 years. The total amount shall not be less than 500,000 Dutch guilders." The Yong's lips twitched. 500,000 guilders. That was almost a year's tax revenue for the colonial government. "This, we need to calculate." "Third," Li Te interrupted him, his voice turning cold. "Hand over all the military and police personnel involved in yesterday's shooting, including the officers who gave the orders. We will take them back to Lanfang for a public trial." The air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. Van der Heyden suddenly stood up, his chair tipping backward and crashing to the floor with a thud. Impossible, he practically roared. You have no right to judge Dutch soldiers. This is a trampling of the kingdom's dignity. Lit didn't move. He didn't even look at Van der Heyden, but stared at Van der Weer. Mr. Van der Wiel, is this your attitude? Van der Wiel wiped the sweat from his brow. Captain, we can continue to discuss the first 2 points. But the third point is truly impossible. Handing over one's own soldiers to be tried by another country is unacceptable under the laws of any nation and according to international practice. Is that so? Li Te leaned back in his chair. Then let me put it another way. This isn't handing over soldiers to be tried by another country. This is handing over the murderer and letting the victim be judged. He paused, then said word by word. The 47 people who died yesterday all shared a common identity, Chinese. I am Chinese, and all 1,200 officers and soldiers on this ship are Chinese. So legally speaking, we are not foreigners. We are compatriots of the same ethnicity. When our compatriots are murdered, we have natural jurisdiction. That's sophistry. Judge Van der Sant couldn't help but speak up. He was a tall, thin, bald man who habitually pushed up his glasses as he spoke. International law only recognizes national sovereignty, not any kind of national judicial power. Then let's talk about international law. Lit turned to him. Mr. Van der Sant, you are a judge. You should be familiar with the Hague Convention, right? Certainly. What does Article 2 of the Convention say? What about the protection of civilians during times of war? Van der Sant paused for a moment. That's the law of war. We're in peacetime now. Peacetime. Lit suddenly raised his voice. In peacetime, would the military and police shoot at civilians? In peacetime, would a 6-year-old girl be shot in the back and die on the dock? If this is the Dutch definition of peace, then I really want to know what your war looks like, with poison gas or with plague. His voice echoed in the conference room. The Dutch representatives turned pale. Let me tell you what happened yesterday. Li Te stood up, walked to the nautical chart on the wall, and turned his back to them. According to international law, when a government commits systematic violence against a specific ethnic group, resulting in the deaths of a large number of civilians, this constitutes a crime against humanity. And according to the principle of universal jurisdiction under the Hague Convention, any country has the right to try such crimes. He turned around. So we are not demanding, we are exercising our rights. Hand over the murderer and face trial. That is your only option. A long silence. Van der Wiel spoke with difficulty. Captain, are you threatening me? No, I'm stating the facts. Li Te walked back to his seat. But if you insist on interpreting it as a threat, that's fine too. He sat down and gestured to Suwon. Staff Officer Su, show them the things. Suwon took a folder out of his briefcase, opened it, and pushed it across the table. Inside were a dozen or so photos, black and white, some blurry, but clear enough. First image. On the dock, several Chinese people lie in pools of blood, with cargo boxes scattered around them. The second image shows a woman kneeling on the ground, holding a little girl in her arms. There's a clear bullet hole in the child's back. Third picture. Dutch military police stand in a line, their guns still smoking. Fourth image. The bodies are piled up and covered with a tarpaulin, but a small hand is sticking out from under the tarpaulin. The fifth one. Enough. Van der Wiel closed his eyes. Van der Heyden grabbed the photos, glanced at them, and slammed them onto the table. These are forgeries. They're slander. Forgery? Li Te asked calmly. Should I bring in the witnesses? The more than 200 Chinese who were on site yesterday are still in Batavia. Or do you want me to send Marines ashore to investigate the ballistics and collect spent shell casings? You have no right. We do. Li Te interrupted him. According to international law, when a crime occurs on the high seas or in an unclaimed area, the nearest and most capable law enforcement agency has the right to intervene. Batavia Port is an international commercial port, and the dock area is a semi-open area. And we are now the nearest and most capable law enforcement agency. He paused, then added, of course, if you insist that we have no jurisdiction, that's fine too. We'll do it another way. Send these photos and reports to the Times of London, Le Figaro of Paris, and Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung of Berlin. Let the whole world see how the Kingdom of the Netherlands maintains order in its colonies. That statement hit the nail on the head. Treasurer de Jong's face changed. He knew that once these photos were published, the Netherlands' international image would plummet. More importantly, stocks on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange would crash. The stability of the colonies was directly related to investor confidence. Captain, June said with difficulty, we can talk about the amount of compensation again. 500,000 guilders, it's a lot, but not entirely unacceptable. As for protecting the rights of the Chinese, we can sign a formal agreement. But handing over the military and police, that's really not an option. There would be enormous political pressure within the kingdom. Political pressure? Li Te sneered. Those 47 dead, didn't their families feel any pressure? How is the mother of that 6-year-old girl feeling right now? Do I need to describe it to you? He stood up again, walked to the porthole, and opened it. The sea breeze rushed in, carrying a salty, fishy smell. Look outside. Chapter 75 errors cannot be guaranteed next time. The Dutch delegates instinctively looked out the window. In the distance was the port of Batavia, and further still, the ravaged Waiting for Husband cliff. Yesterday, with that shot, I could have gone straight for the port, Li Te said, his back to them. I could have attacked the governor's mansion, the military camp, or your 7 provinces ship. But I didn't. I chose a desolate mountain. Why? He turned around. Because I'm giving you a chance. I'm saying, look, I have the power to destroy you, but I've chosen to restrain myself. Now it's your turn to choose, to continue upholding the dignity of those murderers, or to do the right thing. That's impossible. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The words of Justice van der Sant, "This is impossible," still echoed in the air, and the expressions of the 7 Dutch delegates shifted from initial caution to a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. Major van der Heyden even placed his hand on his hip. Though his weapons had been confiscated upon boarding, the gesture itself spoke volumes. Li Te did not respond immediately. He slowly sat back in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, and calmly scanned each face opposite him. So, he began, his voice very soft. "This is your final answer?" Captain van der Wiel wiped the sweat from his brow, but tried to keep his tone firm. "Please understand, surrendering one's own soldiers, and on the spot, is unacceptable in any sovereign nation. We can promise to try them, we can promise to make the results public, and we can even invite your side to send observers." "I don't need observers," Li Te interrupted him. "I need the killer. They're Dutch soldiers. They are subject to Dutch law." "Did they think of the law when they opened fire yesterday?" Li Te retorted. "A 6-year-old girl, shot in the back, died in her mother's arms. Which Dutch law allows that?" Van der Heyden suddenly stood up. "Those mobs attacked the military and police. We were defending ourselves. Self-defense." Li Te also stood up, and the two stared at each other across the table. Using a Maxim machine gun to fire at civilians is self-defense? Killing 47 people is self-defense? "Major, do you want to come down with me now and go to the dock to ask the witnesses who started it yesterday?" The witnesses were all Chinese. Their testimonies are unreliable. So the testimonies of the military and police are credible. Li Te sneered. "Or are you saying that in your eyes, the lives of Chinese people don't matter, and the words of Chinese people don't count?" This remark struck a nerve. Treasurer de Jong's expression changed. He tugged at van der Wiel's sleeve and whispered, "Chief, arguing like this won't do any good. We need a compromise." "There is no compromise." Li Te heard this and raised his voice. "I'm making this clear today. Either hand over those 19 people, or face the consequences. There is no third way." Van der Wiel swallowed hard. "Captain, you are forcing us into war." "Va? Li Te let, ak goldlith. You dare to talk about war?" He turned around and nodded to Zhao Taizhan. Zhao Taizhu immediately turned and left. "Fire." Lit's voice rang out in the bridge conference room, as calm as saying pour a cup of tea. But the consequences of those 2 words were something the 7 Dutch delegates would never forget. First came the vibration. The nearly 40,000-ton steel hull of the Restoration suddenly swayed sideways, causing teacups, documents, and pens in the conference room to jump up. Van der Wiel instinctively gripped the edge of the table, his fingertips turning white from the force. The window panes hummed and resonated, as if they might shatter at any moment. Then comes the sound. It wasn't a single cannon shot, but for almost overlapping roars emanating from the bow of the ship. The sound was deep and heavy, like 1,000 giant drums pounding in your ears simultaneously. The air in the conference room was compressed in an instant, then suddenly expanded, causing everyone's eardrums to feel a pricking pain. But that's not all. Less than 2 seconds after the first volley, the second came. From more roars, another violent tremor. This time, van der Wiel, clearly saw the chart frame on the wall shaking. The 8 381mm main guns completed 2 salvos within 10 seconds. Then there was deathly silence. The only sounds in the conference room were heavy breathing and the faint gurgling of some liquid flowing in the distance. The hydraulic oil of the turret rotation mechanism rushing through the pipes. Li Te was the first to stand up and walk to the porthole. "Ladies and gentlemen," he turned around and gestured for them to come in. "Won't you come and take a look?" The Dutch delegates stood frozen in place. Only van der Wiel mechanically rose and walked to the window as if sleepwalking. The other 6 followed, staggering. Outside the window, in the direction of the port of Batavia, 8 huge columns of water are slowly falling. Each column was 30 meters high, its white spray shimmering in the sunlight like 8 giant steel trees that grew and withered in an instant. Where the water columns landed, 8 deep craters were blasted into the sea, and layers of waves surged outwards, violently rocking all the ships in the harbor. The most terrifying thing is the distance. Those water columns were right in front of the 7 provinces. Van der Wiel estimated they were no more than 100 meters away. The old Dutch pre-dreadnought was now tossed about in the waves like a leaf. People were running around in panic on the deck, and some sailors even jumped into the sea, not to abandon ship, but because they were thrown out by the violent rocking. "My God," murmured the treasurer de Jong. Li Te walked over to Van der Wiel and stood beside him, watching together as the 8 columns of water dissipated. "Mr. Van der Wiel," he said softly, as if discussing the weather, "my artillery chief just told me an interesting piece of data." Van der Wiel turned his head, his eyes fixed on the screen. He said that the theoretical error for firing a 381mm main gun at this distance is plus or minus 15 meters. Li Te smiled. "But that's theoretical. In actual combat, considering sea conditions, wind speed, barrel where the error could reach 100 meters or even more." He paused, looking at Van der Wiel. "For example, in the next round of firing, if the error is 100 meters forward," his finger pointed to the 7 provinces ship, "then it will hit directly." Van der Wiel's Adam Schapelbopped. He wanted to speak, but his throat was dry, and he could only manage a hoarse sound. "Of course," Li Te continued, "it's also possible the error is 100 meters backward. In that case, the shells would land on the harbor breakwater and kill a few dock workers. Most of them Indonesians, maybe a few Chinese. It doesn't matter, you don't care anyway." Van der Wiel finally managed to utter, "This is slaughter." No, Li Te shook his head. "What happened at the dock yesterday was a massacre. It's an exercise. Routine international naval training, isn't it?" He walked back to the conference table, sat down, and picked up his teacup to take a sip. The tea was still warm. "All right, you've seen it all. Let's continue negotiating." Li Te put down his teacup. "My demands remain the same. Compensation, protection of rights, and the handover of those 19 people. Now, give me your answer." Chapter 76, The Ultimatum. The meeting room was deathly silent. 7 pairs of Dutch eyes were fixed on Van der Wiel. He was the governor's special envoy, the highest-ranking civil official here. In theory, he had the authority to make decisions. But in reality, Van der Wiel just wanted to cry. He was 53 years old and had worked in the colony for 30 years. He rose from a lowly tax inspector to the port authority through caution, tact, and never taking the wrong side. He had handled strikes, suppressed riots, and even participated in several small-scale suppressions. But those were all different from today. At that time, the Dutch had guns, while the other side only had machetes and bamboo spears. Today, the gun is in someone else's hands. And it's not an ordinary rifle. It's a .381mm rifle. "Captain," Van der Wiel's voice was hoarse. I need to consult the governor." "Okay, li nudda. I'll give you 2 hours." 2 hours? Van der Wiel exclaimed. "It takes an hour to get from here to the governor's palace and back. And then there's a meeting to discuss it. That's your problem." Li Te glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's 10:20 a.m. now. By 12:20, if I haven't heard a satisfactory answer." He pointed out the window, where the 7 provinces was still rocking in the waves. "The second round of exercises will begin soon. And this time, I will not give advance notice." Just as Van der Sant suddenly spoke up, "Captain, this is a blatant threat of force. It violates international law." "International law?" Li Te laughed. "Mr. Van der Sant, when your military and police opened fire yesterday, did you think about international law?" Were those bullets engraved with the Hague Convention? Those are two different things. No, it's the same thing. Lite stood up and walked to the judge. International law protects those who respect the law. When you yourselves don't take the law seriously, what right do you have to demand that others obey it? He looked around at all the Dutch representatives. 2 hours from now, I want to hear 3 things. First, agreement to full compensation. Second, agreement to sign a rights protection agreement. And third, agreement to hand over those 19 people. If any of these are missing, I will fire. Van der Wiel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. We need to contact the shore. Use this. Lite gestured to the communications officer to bring over the radio transmitter. Send a message in plain text to tell the governor that you're guests on the restoration. Also, remind him that 12:20 is the deadline. Open code, Van der Wiel smiled bitterly. Then all of Batavia will know. I want them to know, Lite said. I want the Chinese on the docks to hear with their own ears how the Dutch governor made his decision, whether to protect the murderer or to protect the port. Van der Wiel's hand was trembling. He picked up his pen and wrote on the telegram. To His Excellency Governor van der Linden, our side is currently negotiating with Lan Fang's representative aboard the Quangfu ship. The other side is demanding compensation, protection of their rights, and a handover of the military and police personnel involved in the case. 2 hours are allotted. Additionally, the enemy has already conducted a deterrent shelling attack. 8 shells were fired into the waters within 100 meters in front of the 7 Provinces warship. They have threatened to directly target the warship in the next round. The situation is critical. Please act quickly. Van der Wiel, 10:25. After finishing writing, he handed it to Lite. Is this okay? Lite glanced at it, sent it out. Meeting room at the governor's palace in Batavia. The telegram arrived at 10:32. The routine morning meeting was still ongoing when the translator rushed into the conference room. Governor van der Linden frowned as he read the telegram, his face turning pale visibly. Gentlemen, he pushed the telegram across the table. The situation is worse than we thought. Major Van Persie, a garrison officer, was the first to grab the telegram. After reading it, he slammed his fist on the table. They dare. Those are Royal Dutch Navy warships. They just did it, said the deputy to the treasurer, de Jong, a middle-aged man named Van der Zanden, coldly. 8 shells, less than 100 meters from the 7 Provinces. It's not a question of whether they dared or not. They already did it. Then we'll fight back. Van Persie roared. All coastal defense batteries, get to combat readiness. Send the 7 Provinces out to meet the enemy. Major, the governor said wearily, rubbing his temples, the 7 Provinces is still undergoing maintenance, and the boilers are cold. It will take at least 2 hours to start the fire and set sail. As for the coastal defense guns, he looked at the artillery commander. The elderly officer, in his 50s, looked grim. Your Excellency, our coastal defense guns have a maximum range of only 6 kilometers. That restoration ship is 8 kilometers away. We can't hit it. Then let it get closer. It won't get close. Van der Zanden shook his head. The enemy commander is smart. He stays out of our range, but we're within his. That's the simplest tactical advantage. The meeting room fell silent. The governor looked out the window. From here, he could see a corner of the harbor and the small outline of the 7 Provinces ship. Further away, on the horizon, that gray dot was the restoration ship. Van der Zanden, the governor said, you're the treasurer, you've done the math. If war really breaks out, how great would the losses be? Van der Zanden was prepared. He opened his notebook. First, the 7 Provinces cost 3.2 million Dutch guilders and had 273 sailors on board. If it is sunk, it will be a total loss. Secondly, port facilities. The main pier cost 850,000 rupees. The warehouse area about 1.2 million rupees, and cranes and other equipment about 400,000 rupees. If it is shelled, the losses will be incalculable. Third, trade will be disrupted. The port of Batavia imports and exports goods worth about 150,000 guilders per day. Once war breaks out, shipping routes will inevitably be interrupted. Calculated over 3 months, the losses will exceed 13 million guilders. Fourth, casualties. There are more than 20,000 workers, merchants, and residents in the port area. If the enemy shells the city, Your Excellency, I dare not imagine it. With each statement made, the temperature in the meeting room dropped by 1 degree. After he finished speaking, even Van Persie fell silent. There's one more thing, said Trade Representative Vanderberg, the white-haired old man. If war breaks out, our trade reputation throughout the Far East will collapse. British, French, and German merchant ships will avoid our ports, and insurance companies will refuse to insure our routes. The colonial economy could completely crumble. So we're just going to surrender? Van Persie stood up again. Hand over our soldiers. Where will that leave the face of the Kingdom of the Netherlands? Is face more important, or the colonies? Van der Schanden retorted. Major, tell me, what would happen if we went to war with that ship today? We can defeat them. How can we repel them? The artillery commander asked with a wry smile. Our artillery can't reach us, but theirs can. It's like two people dueling, one standing 20 meters away with a pistol, the other 15 meters away with a dagger. Who do you think would win? We can wait for reinforcements from our own territory. The fastest warships take 40 days to sail from Rotterdam to Batavia. The governor finally spoke, his voice weary. 40 days from now, this place will probably be a ruin. He paused. Moreover, even if reinforcements arrive, can we defeat them? According to the intelligence we bought from the British, that Restoration has a standard displacement of 38,000 tons, a speed of 30 knots, and 381 millimeters main guns. What ship in the Dutch Navy can currently stand against it? No one answered. Because the answer is no. Chapter 77, just bring him back to me. The most advanced warships in the Dutch Navy are the 7,000-ton, 7 provinces class, with 240 millimeters main guns and a speed of 18 knots. Compared to the Review It, it's like the difference between a child and a giant. Therefore, the governor concluded, militarily, we cannot win. Economically, we cannot afford to. Politically, he gave a wry smile. Politically, if we suffer heavy losses here, the gentlemen in The Hague will be the first to dismiss me. They will say, that fool van der Linden has destroyed the kingdom's most important colony in Asia for the sake of a little faith. Silence fell over the meeting room once again. This time, even Van Persie didn't roar. He slumped down, burying his face in his hands. Then, what should we do? Someone asked in a low voice. The governor looked at the clock on the wall. 11:05. There is 1 hour and 15 minutes left until the deadline. Van der Zanden, the governor said, if we agree to their terms, what would be the biggest price we would pay? The finance official quickly calculated. The compensation is 500,000 rupiah, and that's in cash. The rights protection agreement might affect tax revenue, but it's workable. The biggest problem is handing over the military and police. That will create domestic political pressure, but it won't cause any actual economic loss. What if we don't hand over the people? That ship will fire, Van der Zanden said. Then we'll lose warships worth 3.2 million guilders, ports, trade, and at least several hundred lives. In the end, we might have to hand over the people, but by then, we'll have nothing left. So what's your suggestion? Agree to them, Van der Zanden said without hesitation. Agree as soon as possible, before they fire their second volley. I object. Van Persie stood up again. Those are 19 Dutch soldiers. We can't. Major, the governor raised his voice. Those 47 Chinese people yesterday, they were human beings too. They had parents, children, and families. In your eyes, are Dutch lives precious, but Chinese lives are not. This statement carries significant weight. Van Persie stood frozen in place, his face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a word. The governor took a deep breath and turned to everyone. Vote. Raise your hand if you agree to the terms. He raised his hand first. Van der Zanden raised his hand. Vanderberg hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand as well. The artillery commander looked at the governor, then at Van Persie, and finally raised his hand. 4 against 1. Very well. The governor put down his hand. Van der Zanden, draft the reply. We agree to compensation and protection of our rights. As for handing over the military and police. He paused. Add one more condition. Their personal safety must be guaranteed, and they must be handed over only after a symbolic trial in a Dutch court. This is the bottom line. The dignity of the kingdom must be preserved. At least this. What if the other party disagrees? Then the governor closed his eyes. Let them fire. At least we held out. The telegram was delivered to the Guangfu at 11:40. In the bridge conference room, Liu was having lunch with several officers. A simple meal of rice, vegetables, and salted fish. The Dutch representatives sat opposite him, with the same food in front of them, but no one touched their chopsticks. When the communications soldier delivered the telegram, Li Te was picking up a piece of salted fish. He put down his chopsticks, took the telegram, and quickly glanced at it. After reading it, he smiled. Mr. Vanderweel, he pushed the telegram toward him. Your governor has agreed to the first two clauses, compensation and protection of rights. But the third clause requires conditions. Vanderweel quickly picked up the telegram. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least the governor hadn't directly rejected it. Captain, he said cautiously, ensuring the personal safety of military and police personnel is a basic humanitarian requirement. As for a symbolic trial in a Dutch court, that is also for procedural justice. After the trial, we guarantee the handover. Litte didn't speak. He picked up his teacup and slowly sipped his tea. The conference room was eerily quiet. Only the distant rumble of the engine room and the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull could be heard. Staff Officer Sue, Litte finally spoke. Yes. Suwon put down his chopsticks. What do you think? Suwon pondered for a few seconds. From the perspective of international law, their demands for guarantees of personal safety and their own country's judicial authority are reasonable. But the term symbolic trial has room for maneuver. It could result in a lenient sentence, parole, or even a prison break. So we can agree, but with conditions, Suwon said. First, the trial must be conducted under our supervision. Second, the trial outcome must be approved by us. Third, if the case is not transferred after the trial, we have the right to take action on our own. We nodded and looked at Vanderweel. Did you hear that? Vanderweel wiped his sweat. This requires permission. You have 20 minutes. Litte glanced at the clock. It's 11:45 now. I need a final answer by 12:05. 20 minutes? Or, Litte smiled, I can order the 7 provinces to be sunk right now. Then we can talk things over. Vanderweel was on the verge of tears. He rushed back to the radio transmitter and sent a message himself. Your Excellency, the other party has agreed to guarantee your personal safety, but demands to monitor the trial, accept the outcome, and retain the right to act. You have 20 minutes to respond. The situation is extremely critical. Van der Wiel, 11:46. This time, the call came back very quickly. At 11:55, the telegram arrived. Vanderweel practically snatched it from him. After reading it, he let out a long sigh. The governor has agreed. He handed the telegram to Little. All additional conditions are accepted. The trial will be held in the Port Authority meeting room at Pier 3, and you may send 5 observers. The prisoners will be handed over immediately after the trial. Litte took the telegram and read it carefully. Then he smiled. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. He stood up and said to Lin Hai, prepare the transport boat. You take 20 men and go ashore with Mr. Vanderweel to receive them. After the trial, bring them back immediately. Yes. He then looked at Suwon. You will take 4 people as observers to participate in the trial. Remember, no matter what they act out, as long as they hand over the person in the end, that's fine. Clear. Finally, Litte walked up to Vanderweel and extended his hand. Mr. Vanderweel, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Vanderweel was taken aback for a moment before realizing that this was a handshake. He extended his hand and shook hands with Litte. The other's hand was steady and dry, while his own palms were sweaty. Then, can I leave now? Okay, Linudda. Vice Captain Lin will take you ashore. But remember, if I don't see the trial begin before 12:30, and if I don't see the prisoners being brought onto the ship before 2:00 p.m. He didn't finish speaking, but Vanderweel understood. Definitely on time. Chapter 78, Discharge from Military Service. At 12:10, the transport boat docked at Pier 3. The dock had been cleared out, except for 20 Dutch military police and an equal number of Lanfang Marines, and a few Port Authority officials. But outside the cordon, the number of Chinese onlookers grew larger and larger. They dare not approach, but were unwilling to leave either, so they just stood there, watching. Lin Hai was the first to jump ashore. He looked around and said to the Marine Corps captain, stay alert. No one is allowed to let their guard down until the trial is over. Yes. Vanderweel followed him ashore, but his legs buckled when his feet touched solid ground, and he nearly fell. A nearby Dutch official quickly helped him up. Chief, I'm Fine. Van der Wiel waved his hand. Quickly, prepare for the trial. It must begin at 12:30. The temporary courtroom has been set up in the Port Authority's conference room. The judge was Judicial Officer Van der Sand. He had spent the morning aboard the Restoration and was still pale. The prosecutor and defense lawyers were both colonial government officials, dressed in formal attire. In the gallery, besides the 4 observers brought by Suwon, there were only a few Dutch officials. When the 19 soldiers and police officers were brought in, the scene was somewhat chaotic. Some struggled, some cried out, and some cursed. Major van der Heyden stood in the corner, watching all this with a grim face. He was the garrison commander, and these men had all once been his subordinates. Silence. Van der Schant tapped his mallet. The trial has begun. The process was surprisingly fast. The prosecutor read the indictment. Illegal use of deadly force, resulting in 47 deaths and over 100 injuries. The defense lawyer argued that the situation was chaotic, the military and police were threatened, and the shooting was an act of self-defense. Witnesses, all Dutch military and police, testified that a mob of Chinese people attacked them. Suwon sat in the audience, taking notes with a blank expression. At 12:50, all procedures were completed. Van der Sant and 2 jury members, actually just 2 other officials, left the room to deliberate. They returned 5 minutes later. This court hereby pronounces its verdict. Van der Sant's voice echoed in the empty conference hall, that all defendants are guilty of manslaughter. However, considering the special circumstances of the time, a lenient sentence is imposed, discharge from the military and transfer to Lanfang for further processing. The gavel fell. The trial has ended. From start to finish, it lasts 25 minutes. Suwon closed his notebook and whispered to the observer beside him, "Go and inform the captain to prepare for takeover." At 1:20 p.m., 19 former military and police officers were escorted out of the Port Authority building. Their military uniforms had been stripped off, and they had been replaced with ordinary prison clothes. Their handcuffs and shackles rattled with every step. Van der Heyden stood at the building entrance, watching them walk past one by one. The lieutenant who fired the first shot stopped abruptly as he passed by and looked at Van der Heyden. "Major, we are following orders." Van der Heyden closed his eyes and remained silent. The lieutenant was pushed forward. At the dock, Lin Hai was already prepared. 2 transport boats were moored at their berths, and Marines stood in formation with rifles. When the 19 men were brought in, Lin Hai took out the list and began to check it. Hans de Vries. Arrive. They called out names one by one and put them on the ship one by one. After the last person boarded the ship, Lin Hai walked up to Van der Wiel and handed him a document, signed to confirm. Van der Wiel signed it. The handwriting was still messy. "All right." Lin Hai put away the documents. According to the agreement, the official text of the Compensation and Rights Protection Agreement should be delivered to the restoration ship within 3 days. Otherwise, understood. Van der Wiel nodded and bowed. Lin Hai turned around and boarded the transport boat. The engine revved up, and the 2 boats slowly left the dock. On the shore, Dutch officials watched silently. Van der Heyden suddenly turned around and punched a nearby cargo crate, cracking it open. "A disgrace," he murmured. "This is a disgrace to the Kingdom of Holland." But no one responded to him, because everyone knows that facing a 381mm naval gun, humiliation is better than death. At 2 p.m., as the 19 prisoners were locked in the solitary confinement cell of Guangfu Restoration Unit, another meeting was quietly taking place. The transport boat did not return immediately. Lin Hai, along with a few others, met some Chinese people at a small tea house near the dock. The leader was Chun Jinfu. The old man was wearing his most presentable long gown, but it was faded from washing and had patches on the cuffs. Behind him were 5 people, all representatives of the Batavia Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Commander Lin, Chun Jinfu, tried to kneel, but Lin Hai helped him up. "Mr. Chun, there's no need for that." Lin Hai helped him sit down. "We don't have much time, so let's get straight to the point." Yes. Chun Jinfu wiped his eyes. "Commander Lin, we saw everything that happened at the dock today. Those 19 beasts, were they really arrested?" "He's locked up on the ship." "Lin Hai note that? He'll be brought back to Lanfang and tried according to the law." Good. Chun Jinfu was in tears. "My poor fellow villager, Chun Afu, his whole family of 3, all dead. His son was 16, his daughter was 6. Now at least the enemy has been caught." A chorus of sobs filled the tea house. Lin Hai waited a while until his emotions calmed down before continuing. "Mr. Chun, besides picking up people, I also want to tell you a few things." "Please speak." "First, Lanfang is still here, and we have our own navy and our own ships," Lin Hai said. "If something like this happens again, you don't have to tolerate it. Find a way to notify us, and we will come." Chun Jinfu nodded vigorously. Secondly, the Dutch have agreed to compensation. The money will be sent to you, and you will then hand it over to the victim's family. If the Dutch try anything funny, let me know. Good. Third, Lin Hai lowered his voice. The Grand Commander asked me to tell you. Preparations for returning home are underway. Maybe in a year, maybe in 2, but it will definitely happen. Until then, you must live, and live with your heads held high. Chen Jinfu's tears welled up again. He grabbed Lin Hai's hand and held it tightly. Commander Lin, please tell the Grand Commander that we will wait. We will wait for a year, 2 years, or even 10 years. As long as we know that Lan Fang is still here and that someone remembers us, we can wait. Lin Hai nodded and took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. This is some money we raised on the ship. It's not much, but we'll use it to buy some medicine for the injured. Chen Jinfu took it with trembling hands. How can I accept this? Take it. Lin Hai stood up. We're leaving. Remember, no matter what happens, staying alive is the most important thing. Only by staying alive can we wait for the day we can go home. As he left the tea house, Chen Jinfu led everyone in kneeling down. This time, Lin Hai did not help him up, because he knew that this kneeling was not to him, but to the yellow dragon flag, and to the home that was still on its way. Chapter 79, the South Seas, thousands of miles away, are all Han Chinese land. At 3 p.m., the Guangfu set sail. The engine roared, the propellers churned the seawater, and the massive ship slowly turned. On the dock, countless Chinese people gathered spontaneously. No one organized them. No one shouted slogans. They just stood there and watched. Chen Jinfu stood at the front, holding a hastily sewn yellow dragon flag in his hand. The cloth was old and the stitching was rough, but the dragon was embroidered with great care. The ship sailed further and further away. Someone started singing. It was an old song, a song from decades ago when Lan Fang celebrated the founding of the People's Republic of China. Not many people knew it, but as soon as the tune started, everyone hummed along. The song drifted on the sea breeze, carrying towards the departing giant ship. On the bridge, Li Te watched this scene through binoculars. They are singing, he said. Lin Hai stood beside him. It's a song from decades ago. My grandfather taught it to me. What are they singing? It roughly means... Lin Hai thought for a moment. When the yellow dragon emerges from the sea, the world's hearts turn to it. The vast South Seas are all Han territory. Li nodded and put down his binoculars. Let's go. Let's go home. The Guangfu accelerated, reaching a speed of 20 knots, its bow cutting through the waves, leaving a long white trail behind it. Inside the confinement cell, the 19 Dutchmen huddled in a corner. They could feel the ship moving, leaving Java, leaving everything they knew behind, heading towards an unknown place. There are trials, prisons, and perhaps even gallows there. But at least they are still alive. Dubai Harbor has never been this bustling. From the dock to the coastline, it was a sea of people. Tens of thousands. Chun Fong stood on the top floor of the administration building, looking through binoculars, the number flashing through his mind. 300,000 people who had followed him to this desert. 300,000 faces looking up at this moment. Yellow dragon flags were everywhere. The last bit of yellow cloth and blue thread in the cloth shop had been sold out, and the woman worked through the night to make them. The stitches were rough, but the dragon was embroidered with care. Young master. Uncle Wong pushed open the door and came in, his voice trembling slightly. Li Ti's ship has entered the harbor. Just then, the steam whistle sounded. Long, deep, like the low growl of a giant beast returning to its lair. On the sea outside the harbor, the gray outline grew clearer and clearer. The more than 40,000-ton steel hull cut through the seawater, the spray from its bow dazzlingly white in the midday sun. On the mainmast, the real yellow dragon flag fluttered in the wind. The crowd on the dock fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a deafening roar. The sound surged onto the sea, almost causing the water in the harbor to ripple. Chun Fong put down his binoculars and turned to walk downstairs. Are the cannons ready? 21 shots, as you instructed, at the level of a head of state. Uncle Wong followed behind him, his steps hurried but steady. The artillery position is set up on the hill on the east side of the port area. The artillery company practiced 3 times last night to ensure that the interval between each shot is precise. Li Te deserves this level of recognition. The stairs creaked underfoot. Chun Fong walked quickly, the hem of his dark gray Zhongshan suit billowing. This outfit was his national dress chosen 3 years ago, not a long robe and mandarin jacket, Not a Western suit, but something in between. It had a stand-up collar, 5 buttons for pockets, and was made of a blended fabric successfully developed by a local textile factory. He wanted everyone to remember this style. Outside the administration building, a convoy of cars was already waiting. 8 black sedans, all German-made, had been disassembled into parts during their transport from the port of Hamburg and were being reassembled here. Chen Feng got into the second car, with Uncle Wang in the passenger seat. Have everything been arranged at the mine? Chen Feng asked as the car started moving. It's all arranged. Uncle Wang turned around. Wang Taizhan led 50 guards and escorted the 19 Dutchmen away. They were still in shackles, and each of them was given 2 days' worth of rations and water. Tell Taizhan to keep a close watch, but don't let them die. If they die, the blood debt will never be repaid. Clear. The convoy headed towards the dock. The roadside was packed with people. Children climbed trees, and the elderly were helped to stand on benches. Upon seeing Chen Feng's car, the crowd cheered again. Some shouted Commander-in-Chief, others Young Master. The older generation still preferred that title. Chen Feng rolled down the car window and waved. The cheers grew louder. The dock has been cleared out for a dedicated berth. Not the largest one. The largest berth is reserved for the Fuxing bullet train, which is still in the dry dock. But this one is large enough to accommodate the Guangfu bullet train. As Chen Feng got off the vehicle, the ship had just docked. This was the first time he had seen the ship up close from this angle. Over 300 meters long, it stood there like a steel city wall. The welds on the armor plates gleamed neatly in the sunlight, and the 381mm main gun barrels on the turrets pointed diagonally to the sky, thick enough to fit a person inside. The gangway has been lowered. Li Tuk was the first to come out. Li paused for a moment when he stepped onto the dock. He looked up and saw Chen Feng standing there, with all of Lanfang's top executives behind him. Lu Yongfu, Li Mingyuan, Zhou Yan, and even further back a vast, dark mass of people. Li Te took a deep breath, straightened his military cap, and then strode forward. He walked 5 steps in front of Chen Feng, stopped, and saluted. Reporting to the president, the Guangfu has successfully completed its mission of protecting Chinese citizens in Java and conducting long-range training, and has returned safely. All 1,203 officers and men on board were unharmed, and the ship and its equipment are in good condition. The voice was loud and carried far across the suddenly quiet dock. Chen Feng returned the greeting, then stepped forward and shook Li Te's hand. Thanks for your hard work. Just 3 words. But the handshake was firm, so firm that Li could feel the calluses on the young leader's palms, the result of 3 years working alongside the workers in the shipyard and on the construction site. It's not hard work, Li Te said. It's just what I have to do. Chen Feng released his grip and took a medal from the brocade box held by Uncle Wang beside him. It was a gold lion relief, with the inscription Lanfang Golden Lion, First Medal of Restoration, and the date engraved on the back. Comrades, what are some good names? I feel like choosing a name is the hardest thing to do. He personally pinned the medal to Lit's left breast. This is the first Golden Lion medal awarded since the establishment of Lanfang. Chen Feng stepped back so everyone could see it. Captain Li Te's actions in Java proved 3 things to the world. He raised his voice, not to shout, but to make sure people further away could hear him. First, the Chinese can build the world's best warships. Secondly, the Chinese Navy has the courage to sail to any corner of the world to protect its compatriots. Third, he paused, his gaze sweeping over every face on the dock. From this day forward, if any overseas Chinese are ever humiliated again, Lanfang's warships will appear before them, whether in Java, Singapore, Penang, or any port in the world. A brief silence, then exploded. Cheers, shouts, cries, applause, all the sounds mingled together, crashing against the dock like a tsunami. Some threw their hats into the air, some hugged the people next to them and cried, and children, bewildered, joined in the shouting. Chapter 80 Victory Celebration Banquet. Li Te stood there, the medals on his chest weighing heavily. He looked at Chen Feng, a young man even younger than himself, and saw a light in his eyes that Li Te had never seen before. That wasn't excitement, nor was it pride. It was a sense of relief, finally having waited for this moment. The ceremony lasted for an hour. Chen Feng shook hands with each of the main officers of the restoration ship and pinned a silver or bronze lion medal on each of them. Chief Engineer Zhou Daiyong's hands trembled when he received the medal. Gunnery Officer Zhao Taizhan, an old soldier, had tears in his eyes, and Navigator Chen Qiming, the 20-year-old technical school graduate, burst into tears. Finally, all officers and soldiers lined up to pass through the dock. 1,203 people, divided into 20 square formations, wearing identical dark blue training uniforms. Their steps were not exactly synchronized. Most of them were miners, farmers, or peddlers just a few months ago. But each of them stood ramrod straight and held their head high. The crowd on the shore watched them, watched these people with the same skin color and the same faces as themselves, watched them step off a world-class warship that they had built themselves. Something took root at that moment. When it was the turn of the ordinary sailors, Chun Fong walked to the front of the line. "Name?" he asked the first young man. "Reporting to the president. Chun Amin, from Xinhua, Guangdong." The young man's voice trembled with nervousness. "What are you doing on the ship?" "Loader number 2 for Turret B." "Are you afraid to go out this time?" Chun Amin paused for a moment, then shook his head vigorously. "Don't be afraid. Our ships are bigger than theirs. Our cannons are thicker than theirs. Our speed is faster than theirs. What's there to be afraid of?" His words were blunt, and everyone around him laughed. Chun Fong smiled and patted him on the shoulder, while said, "Go back and get some rest, and give my regards to your parents." "Yes." He asked them one by one. The loader, the engine room crew, the signalman, the cook, each one said a few words. Uncle Wong watched from behind, calculating the time in his mind. It would take 2 hours to finish asking them all. But Chun Fong didn't stop. He listened carefully to each name and answered each question seriously. By the time the last sailor had passed, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chun Fong returned to Li Ti's side and pointed in the direction of the administration building. "Let's go. The celebration banquet is ready. Today, everyone in Hong Kong will have a special meal, half a caddy of meat and an egg." "I'm sorry to have troubled the president," Li Ti said. "It's money we should spend." Chun Fong walked alongside him. "You're risking your lives at sea. What kind of people are we if we can't even afford a meal back home?" The celebration banquet was held at the newly built Fuxing Square. This place was originally planned as a city center park. The turf hasn't been laid yet. The saplings have just been planted, but the square has already been paved with cement. Under the temporary sheds, there are rows of long tables and benches. On the tables are large bowls of stewed meat, rice, vegetables, and rare fresh fish, caught that morning in the Persian Gulf. The officers and soldiers of the Guangfu ship sat together with some civilian representatives, without being separated by rank. Chun Fong pulled Li Ti to sit at the middle table, where high-ranking officials such as Liu Yongfu were seated, along with a few randomly selected sailors. Chun Amin was lucky enough to be chosen again and sat diagonally opposite Chun Fong. He was so nervous that he could barely hold his chopsticks. "Don't be nervous." Chun Fong put a piece of meat on his plate. "It's just like eating at home." "Thank you, Commander. Tell me about it." Chun Fong turned to Li Ti, the details of what happened in Java. The table fell silent. Li Ti put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. "At dawn on April 2nd, we received an urgent telegram from Dragon Ainanyang 7. The Dutch opened fire in Batavia, killing 47 and wounding over 100. The last sentence of the telegram was, 'Where is the motherland?'" He paused, his voice calm, but everyone at the table put down their chopsticks. "I consulted with Dubai, and the president replied with authorization for us to proceed at full speed. The 3 principles are, protect the lives of overseas Chinese first, escalate the operation in a controlled manner, demonstrate authority, but know when to stop." It took us 51 hours to reach the waters off Java. The Dutch ship 7 Provinces was in the harbor. It was a pre-dreadnought with 240mm main guns and a speed of less than 18 knots. The maximum range of the coastal defense guns was 6 kilometers, and we stopped the ship 8 kilometers away. Li Ti took a sip of water and continued. "I chose the Waiting for Husband Cliff on the west side of the port as the target for the artillery fire. It was a barren mountain, uninhabited. I sent a message to the Dutch authorities in plain text, telling them that we were going to conduct an artillery calibration exercise. They did not reply. At 8 a.m. sharp, all 8 main guns fired simultaneously with high explosive shells and time delay fuses. All 8 shots hit their mark, and the mountaintop was sheared off by 20 meters. His description was concise, yet the scene was already vivid. The people at the table held their breath, and even the tables in the distance fell silent to listen. And then, Liu Yongfu asked. Then the Dutch took the initiative to send a telegram requesting negotiations. Litz said, "I asked them to send representatives aboard the ship." 7 came. The the Port Authority chief, the garrison commander, the treasurer, and so on. I made 3 demands: compensation, protection of rights, and the handover of the 19 men who fired the shots. Did they agree? Li Mingyuan asked. We agreed to the first 2 conditions, but we bargained over the third. A cold smile appeared on Li Ti's lips. They said they wanted to guarantee the personal safety of those people and that they would be handed over only after a symbolic trial in a Dutch court. I said that was fine, but we wanted to supervise the trial and accept the outcome. If they didn't hand them over after the trial, we would do it ourselves. A few soft laughs rang out from the table. And then what? Then they tried him, Li Te said. In the Port Authority's meeting room, in 25 minutes, he was convicted of manslaughter, discharged from the military, and handed over to us. He's been taken to the mine now. Chen Feng remained silent throughout, simply listening. Only after Li Te finished speaking did he begin to speak. What was the reaction of the local Chinese community? Li Te's expression softened. We sent someone ashore to contact Mr. Chen Jinfu, an elderly man from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. He cried and said that his fellow villager Chan Afu and his family of 3, his son was 16 and his daughter was 6, had at least caught their enemy. I left them some money to buy medicine and told them to find a way to notify us if anything like this happens again. Chen Feng nodded and raised his teacup. You did a good job this time. Not because you fired the cannons, but because you handled the timing, target, and degree of firing perfectly. You hurt the Dutch, but you didn't corner them. You gave the Chinese hope, but you didn't give them unrealistic fantasies. He looked across the entire table and also at those further away who were listening intently. This will be Lan Fang's guiding principle from now on. Have power, but don't abuse it. Have a bottom line, but know how to be flexible. Come, let's toast Captain Li Te and all the officers and soldiers of the Guangfu. Everyone raised their glasses. The tea and plain water swayed in the cup, reflecting the afternoon sunlight.